It is 2 in the morning, and something in the room is awake. Not you. You are asleep, one arm hanging off the mattress, breathing slow and even. The cat on your chest is not asleep, not entirely. One ear has rotated 40 degrees toward the far wall, tracking a sound you will never hear. There's a mouse somewhere in the wall cavity, maybe 3 feet away, behind the plaster and the insulation. The cat knows roughly where it is without opening its eyes. This is not a metaphor, and it is not a trick of the light. This is a nervous system built over millions of years to do exactly one job, and it has not clocked out simply because you started feeding it out of a bag. We like to say the cat is domesticated, and we say the word the way we'd say a river has been tamed by a dam. It sounds true right up until the water rises. What actually happened, roughly 10,000 years ago, was that humans invited an apex predator to live inside their houses, fed it regularly, and quietly agreed to call it small. Here is the number I want you to carry out of this opening scene, because you're going to need it later. Free-ranging domestic cats are estimated to kill somewhere between 1.3 and 4 billion birds every single year in the United States alone. Billions with a B. Most of that happens after dark. Almost none of it happens where an owner can see. Add the mammals to that same tally, the voles, the shrews, the chipmunks, the field mice, and the estimate climbs to somewhere between 6.3 and 22 billion a year. That makes the house cat, by a wide and uncomfortable margin, the single largest direct human-linked cause of bird death in the entire country. Not pesticides, not window strikes, not wind turbines. This. In 2012, researchers at the University of Georgia strapped tiny video cameras to the collars of over 50 pet cats in a suburban neighborhood, part of a project that came to be known, only half-jokingly, as kitty cams. They want to know what these animals actually did during the hours their owners assumed they were simply outside, sunning themselves, being cats. What the footage showed unsettled even the scientists running the study. Roughly a third of the cats hunted regularly, stalking through hedgerows and drainage ditches with a seriousness that looked nothing like play. And of everything those cats actually killed, lizards, birds, insects, small mammals, they brought home fewer than a quarter of the bodies. The rest they left or ate in places their owners never thought to look. Sit with that percentage for a moment. If your own cat brings home one dead bird a month, and you assume that is the extent of it, the actual number, according to that data, could easily be 3 or 4 times higher. Most owners are not underestimating their cat's harmlessness by a little. They are underestimating it by a lot, and mostly by design because the cat, quite sensibly, does not report to anyone. And somehow, this is the animal we let sleep on the pillow, the animal we photograph mid-yawn and caption with a joke. We build an entire aesthetic around its harmlessness, cartoon cats with cartoon bows around their necks, and never quite reconciled it with what the real one is doing in the yard at dusk, moving through the grass on the balls of its feet, utterly silent. Because the real one, out there in the dark, is running the exact same kill calculus a leopard runs in tall grass 11,000 kilometers away. The angle of approach, the distance for the final rush, the moment the muscles commit, past the point where the prey has any real chance of noticing in time. Scale is the only difference between the two of them. Watch the posture closely and you can see the whole machine working. The body drops low, weight shifting back onto the haunches, tail flicking once, twice, an involuntary tail that gives away nothing to the prey, but everything to anyone watching from the window. Then a stillness so total, it looks almost like a held breath, right before the final low, flat sprint. There are, by the most widely cited global estimates, somewhere between 600 million and 1 billion domestic cats currently alive on Earth, counting owned pets, community cats, and feral populations together. Multiply one bedroom predator by that number, and the scale of what we are actually discussing stops being a curiosity and starts being something closer to a planetary event, quietly ongoing, almost entirely unremarked on. I do not say any of this to make you love your cat less. Honestly, I still love mine, knowing all of it. I say it because the story we usually tell about this animal, cute, cuddly, a little standoffish, leaves out almost everything that is actually true about it, and this film exists specifically to tell you the rest. Because underneath 10,000 years of affection sits a much less comfortable fact. We did not really change the animal itself all that much. We changed the room it hunts in, gave it a warm floor and a full bowl, and left everything else, the eyes, the reflexes, the appetite, exactly where evolution had already finished building it. There is a particular kind of stillness in a house cat's face right before it moves, a total absence of hesitation that most predators lose the moment they're fed regularly. Cats never seem to lose it. Feed one for 14 years, and it can still cross a lawn in the exact same posture as an animal that has never once been fed by anyone. Biologists have a phrase for this that always sticks with me: surplus killing. The tendency of a well-fed predator to keep hunting anyway, past the point of hunger, simply because the opportunity presented itself and the instinct does not check with the stomach first. Cats do this constantly. It has nothing to do with cruelty. It has everything to do with what they are. Tracking studies using small GPS collars have followed individual outdoor cats, moving across territories far larger than most owners assume, some ranging over several hectares in a single night, weaving between neighboring yards, culverts, and hedgerows that no fence or property line ever meant anything to. The animal asleep on your porch by morning may have crossed 6 gardens by midnight, unnoticed, unlogged, entirely off the record. Consider human hearing for a moment, because the gap between us is almost embarrassing. We top out somewhere around 20,000 hertz on a good day, usually less by adulthood. A cat's hearing extends comfortably past 60,000 hertz, tuned with something close to surgical precision to the exact frequency range of a distressed rodent squeak. It is not general-purpose hearing. It is purpose-built equipment aimed at one very specific kind of prey. Most owners, when confronted with any of this, reach for the same comforting explanation. He only does it for play, and there's a kernel of truth buried in that. Kittens genuinely do rehearse hunting sequences through play long before they can execute them for real. But an adult cat crouched motionless in the grass at dusk, pupils blown wide, weight rocking almost imperceptibly onto its back legs, is not playing. It is working. In New Zealand, where the ecological stakes of this exact behavior are taken more seriously than almost anywhere else on Earth, researchers have spent years fitting ordinary pet cats with tracking collars specifically to measure how far domestic hunting actually extends into surrounding native bush. The results, which this film will return to in far more detail later, consistently surprised even the cat-owning households who volunteered their own pets for the study. Only a minority of the world's domestic cats, depending on the country, are ever kept strictly indoors for their entire lives. In the United States, the figure hovers somewhere around 40%. In the United Kingdom, is considerably lower. Across most of the rest of the world, the very concept of an indoor-only cat barely registers as a category at all, which means the vast majority of roughly 1 billion cats alive today have at least some access to a hunting ground. There's a reason this matters more than it might first seem to. An indoor cat and an outdoor cat share, gene for gene, essentially the same animal. The only real variable separating a harmless companion from an active predator moving through the landscape is a closed door, and that door is a human decision, made or not made, night after night, largely without anyone framing it as a decision with ecological weight at all. Watch a cat's pupils in low light, and you are watching another piece of the same ancient toolkit at work. They can dilate to nearly cover the entire visible eye, flooding the retina with whatever scraps of light the room still holds, then contract to a narrow vertical slit in bright sun, a shape that lets a low, crouching ambush hunter judge distance with unusual precision. Almost nothing about this eye evolved for daylight convenience. It evolved for the hour just after sunset. There's a reason cats so often deposit their kills, half-eaten or entirely untouched, on a doorstep, or a favorite rug. Some behaviorists read it as a mother's instinct, misplaced, teaching absent kittens how to hunt. Others read it as a kind of resource caching, storing food in a safe, defended location the way the wild ancestor would have done. Either explanation still starts from the same premise. This is not affection performing itself. This is instinct doing exactly what instinct is for. None of this is unique to any one breed or coat color, either. The fluffy show cat, dozing in a heated apartment, carries the same wiring as the barn cat earning its keep, the same wiring as the street cat weaving between market stalls in Marrakesh or Bangkok. 10,000 years of geography and circumstance have dressed this animal in wildly different costumes, but underneath every one of them sits the same small, patient, exceptionally capable hunter. It is worth naming, plainly, what this chapter is not trying to do. It is not building a case against keeping cats, against loving them, against letting one sleep on your chest tonight exactly as it was doing when we started. It is building a case for looking at that animal clearly once all the way through before the history gets sentimental again, because it is about to get very sentimental indeed, and then, just as quickly, very dark. Ecologists have a term for a predator that reshapes an entire environment simply by being present in it, whether or not any single kill ever makes the news. They call it a keystone effect, and it usually gets applied to wolves in Yellowstone or sharks in a coral reef. It is applied, less often but with growing frequency, to the domestic cat, an animal small enough to seem harmless and numerous enough, collectively, to bend entire local ecosystems quietly out of shape. So before this film goes anywhere else, before Egypt, before the witch trials, before space flight and internet fame, we have to answer a much older, much plainer question. What actually is the thing curled up in your house right now? Not what we call it. What it is underneath the fur, underneath the purring, underneath 10,000 years of us convincing ourselves it belonged to us. 25 million years ago, there was no human eye anywhere on the planet to witness it. But somewhere in the warm, wet forests of what is now France, something small and low-slung was already perfecting the single most efficient ambush design in the history of land mammals. We call it Proailerus. The name means, roughly, first cat. It was about the size of a large house cat, perhaps a small bobcat, with a longer, more sinuous body and a tail built for balance while moving through trees. It was not yet a cat in the exact way we use the word today, but it already carried the essential architecture, retractable claws, forward-facing eyes for depth perception, a spine coiled like a loaded spring. The fossil remains of Proailerus are frustratingly sparse, mostly teeth and skull fragments pulled from ancient European lake beds, which is part of why paleontologists still debate exactly how it lived. But even from fragments, the pattern is unmistakable. This was already an animal built around stealth over stamina, a hunter that closed distance quietly rather than one that wore its prey down over open ground. Go back further still, past Proailerus, into the fog of the late Eocene some 40 million years ago, and you find the Miacids. Small, weasel-bodied, tree-climbing carnivores that nobody paints murals of, nobody names their children after. And yet somewhere among these unglamorous animals, one lineage quietly split, and the entire future of two great families followed from it. On one side of that split, the animals that would eventually become dogs, bears, seals, weasels, a body plan optimized around stamina, endurance, the long, relentless chase. On the other side, the animals that would become cats, hyenas, civets, mongooses, a body plan optimized around something else entirely. Not endurance, concealment, and the single unanswerable strike. That distinction matters more than it sounds like it should. A wolf can run a deer to exhaustion over kilometers of open ground. A cat almost never tires its prey out. The whole design philosophy is different. Get close enough without being noticed, and end it in seconds. Every bone that followed in this lineage was built to make that specific strategy work. There is a strange footnote buried in this early history worth pausing on. Around the same era Proailurus was refining its craft in Europe, an entirely separate family called the Nimrovids was independently arriving at almost the exact same solution on a different branch of the carnivore tree, complete with their own saber-like canines. It is a textbook case of convergent evolution, two unrelated lineages, millions of years apart, both concluding that this particular body was simply the correct answer. By around 20 million years ago, a transitional genus called Pseudilurus had appeared, larger and more capable than Proailurus, and it is this animal most modern researchers point to as the true root from which nearly every living cat species eventually branched. Pseudilurus fossils turn up not just in Europe, but across Asia and, eventually, North America, evidence of a family already beginning its slow conquest of the world's continents. That spread into North America happened by way of a route that sounds almost too strange to be true, a land bridge across what is now the Bering Strait, exposed periodically during past ice ages when sea levels dropped low enough to connect Siberia to Alaska by dry ground. Cats walked across it. So, later, did the ancestors of the very Sabretooths this film will meet in the next chapter. None of this early migration was fast by any human measure. A single crossing might unfold across dozens of generations, populations drifting a little further each decade as climate and prey shifted beneath them, patient in a way almost nothing in modern life prepares us to properly imagine. Deep time does not move like a story. It moves like erosion, and the cat family had all the time in the world to let that erosion carve it into shape. Fossil trackways discovered in ancient riverbank sediments, footprints rather than bones, occasionally preserve something bones never can, the actual gait of an animal frozen mid-stride tens of millions of years ago. A handful of these tracks, attributed to early cat relatives, show the same close, deliberate spacing between front and back paw prints that a modern cat leaves crossing wet sand today, evidence that the walk itself, quiet and precise, is nearly as old as the claws. Consider the heart and lungs for a moment, because the evidence is even there. A wolf's cardiovascular system is built for sustained aerobic output, mile after mile. A cat's is built almost the opposite way, capable of an explosive, near maximal sprint that lasts only a few seconds before the animal has to stop entirely and recover, gasping, muscles flooded with lactic acid. It is a body built for one perfect moment, not a marathon. Think about what that timeline actually means in practical terms. 40 million years before a single human being stood upright on the African savanna, natural selection had already locked in the exact blueprint currently asleep on your couch. The ears that rotate independently of each other. The whiskers wired directly into the brain's own spatial map of the room. Compare that against us for a moment, because the comparison is genuinely humbling. Homo sapiens is roughly 300,000 years old, an evolutionary infant by almost any measure. The cat family had already been running its own long, patient experiment in lethal efficiency for 100 times that length of time before the first hominid ever picked up a sharpened stone. We are, whether it flatters us or not, the newcomers in this particular relationship. We have simply never been in a position to be told that plainly, since the animal telling us would have had to do it from somewhere around ankle height, mid-yawn, entirely unbothered by the implication. By around 11 million years ago, the cat family tree had branched further still into two great lineages biologists continue to argue the fine details of. The big cats, capable of that deep rolling roar, lions and tigers and jaguars among them, and the small cat lineage, which would eventually, much later, produce the specific animal this documentary actually cares about. The difference between those two branches comes down to a single small bone in the throat, the hyoid. In the roaring cats, it stays partly cartilage, flexible enough to let the larynx drop and produce that deep, chest-shaking sound. In the small cats, it fully ossifies into solid bone, which is exactly why your own cat can purr continuously, but will never, in its entire life, manage anything close to a lion's roar. What strikes me most, working through this fossil record slowly, is how little tinkering was ever actually required. Nature does not usually nail something on the first attempt. Wings took repeated tries across unrelated lineages. Eyes evolved independently dozens of separate times in dozens of separate branches of life. The cat body, once it arrived, essentially stayed finished. A Sabretooth from the Pleistocene, a serval hunting in tall African grass today, and the tabby curled in your kitchen right now are all running variations on the same 25 million year old operating system, adjusted mainly for scale, mainly for climate, almost never for the fundamentals underneath. There is even fossil evidence that some of these ancient proto-cats were already climbing trees with the same rotating wrist structure a modern cat uses to descend a tree headfirst, a maneuver that still looks faintly absurd and faintly miraculous whenever you actually watch it happen in real time in someone's backyard. That wrist, technically a highly mobile radius and ulna joint, lets a cat rotate its front paws nearly 180 degrees, gripping bark on the way down instead of scrambling backward the way a dog or a raccoon has to. It is such an old adaptation that fossil claw marks on ancient fossilized wood, tens of millions of years old, still match the pattern a house cat leaves on a scratching post today. The eyes came early too, forward-facing sockets, angled for binocular overlap rather than the wide peripheral coverage a prey animal like a deer or a rabbit relies on, giving depth perception precise enough to judge the exact distance of a final leap in near total darkness. A rabbit sees almost everything around it and understands very little of how far away any of it actually is. A cat sees less of the world, but knows exactly where every part of it sits in space. Brain size relative to body mass tells its own quiet story here as well. Cats carry a proportionally smaller brain than dogs, which sounds, on the surface, like bad news for the cat's reputation. But the regions that are disproportionately developed, the ones handling spatial memory, balance, and rapid sensory processing, are exactly the regions an ambush predator actually needs. Nothing about this brain was built for obedience. It was built for exact, split-second calculation. Genetic studies published in the early 2000s by researchers including Warren Johnson and Stephen O'Brien mapped the family tree of all 30-odd living cat species using DNA rather than bone shape alone, and the results confirmed something the fossil record had only hinted at. The family split into 8 major lineages roughly between 6 and 10 million years ago, radiating out across Asia, Africa, and the Americas in waves tied closely to sea level changes and land bridges opening and closing. What that mapping revealed, almost as an aside, is how often this family crossed and recrossed the same handful of geographic bottlenecks over millions of years, bearing to the north, various land bridges through Southeast Asia, narrow straits that opened and closed with the tides of ice ages. The modern distribution of cat species is essentially a fossil record of ancient sea levels, written in fur instead of stone. It is worth remembering, too, that every single one of these lineages was still evolving the entire time, never holding perfectly still, never truly finished in the way that phrase implies. What stayed remarkably constant was the underlying architecture, the same ambush-built chassis wearing different fur, different sizes, different specialties, the way a single reliable engine might power a dozen different vehicles across a century of use. So when people casually say the house cat is basically a wild animal that never got the memo, they are more precisely correct than most of them realize. It is not really a figure of speech. It is closer to a living museum exhibit, still warm, still breathing, still performing the exact function it was engineered for long before anyone existed to appreciate the craftsmanship. A finished design locked in that early raises an obvious next question. If the blueprint was set so long ago, what did that blueprint actually produce mechanically at the level of teeth and claw and gut? Not the myth surrounding the cat, the literal machine of it. Because once you look closely, you start to understand exactly how little separates the animal on your lap from something built quite deliberately to kill. Open a cat's mouth, and you're looking directly into a weapons cabinet. For canines shaped like curved daggers, precisely spaced to slide between the vertebrae of small prey and sever the spinal cord in a single decisive motion. Behind them, carnassial teeth that do not really chew so much as shear, scissoring meat clean off bone with almost no wasted force or motion. There's no flat, grinding molar back. They're doing double duty on plant matter, because evolution never needed to build one. Cats are what biologists call obligate carnivores, which does not mean cats who simply prefer meat. It means cats who die slowly and specifically without it. Their bodies cannot manufacture certain amino acids, taurine chief among them, that exist only in animal tissue. A dog, in a genuine pinch, can survive for a stretch on vegetables and rice and scraps. A cat cannot, not indefinitely. Feed a cat a strictly plant-based diet long enough, and its own heart muscle begins failing quietly from the inside. Exactly the outcome you would expect from an animal that never evolved any biological use for an alternative. Taurine deficiency in cats was not fully understood by science until the 1970s, when veterinary researchers tracing a mysterious form of blindness and heart disease in cats fed early commercial diets finally traced the cause back to a missing amino acid most other animals simply make themselves. Cat food formulas changed almost overnight once the link was confirmed, a quiet reminder of how little margin this particular body actually allows for improvisation. Run a finger along a cat's tongue sometime, carefully, and you will feel something closer to sandpaper than to the smooth, wet surface a human tongue offers. Hundreds of tiny backward curving hooks, called papillae, made of the same material as claws, work like a built-in comb, stripping meat cleanly from bone and doubling, when the animal grooms itself, as an extraordinarily efficient brush for its own fur. Even the tongue, in this body, was never designed to be gentle first. Pound for pound, a house cat's bite force does not fall far short of a lion's relative to body size, a fact that surprises most people who assume scale alone determines danger. What actually separates the two is not the mechanism, which is nearly identical, but the size of what that mechanism is attached to. Scale a house cat up to lion proportions and you would, roughly speaking, already have a lion. The jaw itself only opens in one plane, hinged tightly to prevent the kind of sideways dislocation a struggling prey animal might otherwise inflict. That restriction costs the cat something. It cannot grind side to side the way a cow or a horse can, but it buys enormous stability at the exact moment the canines are doing their work, driving straight down through muscle and bone without the joint itself giving way under the strain. Even a cat's sense of taste carries a strange, telling gap. Genetic research has confirmed that cats lack the functional receptor gene most mammals use to taste sweetness at all, a mutation shared across the entire cat family, big and small alike. Evolution simply stopped bothering to build a system for detecting sugar in an animal that had never, in its entire evolutionary history, needed to care whether something tasted sweet. The skull itself is disproportionately large and rounded compared to a similarly sized dog, built to house eyes large enough to gather what little light exists at dusk and a jaw musculature powerful enough to anchor those long canines securely. Even the whisker pads sit in specially reinforced sockets of their own, distinct from ordinary fur follicles, another small structural investment in an animal whose entire survival once depended on reading its environment correctly every single time, with no room for a second attempt. Now, consider the claws, because most people only know half the story there. Retracted by default, tucked neatly into a protective sheath of skin and fur, which is the part everyone learns as a child. What most people never learn is why. It is not comfort. It is maintenance, plain and simple. The same reason you keep a good knife in its block rather than dragging the edge across concrete all day. Keeping the claws lifted off the ground during ordinary walking is what keeps them razor sharp for the moment that actually matters. When that moment arrives, a bundle of ligaments and tendons snaps the claws forward in a fraction of a second and locks them rigid, ready. It is one of the most elegant pieces of biomechanical engineering anywhere in the animal kingdom, and it currently lives at the end of a paw that spends most of its day needing a blanket. Put a house cat skeleton next to a tiger's and ask someone who has never studied cats to guess which is which from the shape alone. Most cannot, not reliably. The proportions match. The joint structure matches. Both share a spine built with extra vertebrae, giving a flexibility no dog or human spine comes remotely close to. Raw scale is nearly the only real difference between them. That extra spinal flexibility is also what allows the famous riding reflex, the twisting midair correction that lets a falling cat land on its feet from remarkably short drops. It relies on a flexible backbone and a nearly collarbone-free shoulder structure working together, a combination almost no other land mammal of comparable size actually has, and one this film will return to in far more mechanical detail much later on. A tiger's shoulder blades are not fixed rigidly to the rest of its skeleton the way ours are, which is part of why it can widen its stride mid-stalk without making a sound. Your cat's shoulder blades do precisely the same thing, at a smaller scale, which is part of why it can pick its way across a cluttered shelf without knocking a single object to the floor. There's a particular grace to a cat walking along a narrow surface that people usually credit to balance alone, but it is really about that shoulder architecture, letting the front paws land almost directly in a single line, minimizing wasted motion, minimizing noise, minimizing the chance any predator or any prey would notice the movement at all. Look closely at the padding on a cat's foot, and you find a second, quieter piece of the same engineering. Thick, fatty cushions absorb the impact of each footfall almost entirely, which is part of why a cat can walk directly past a sleeping mouse and never trigger the vibration that would otherwise give the game away. Silence, in this body, was never an accident. It was a design requirement. Compare a cat's digestive tract to a dog's, and the length difference alone tells most of the story. An obligate carnivore's gut is short and efficient, built to process protein and fat quickly and move waste along before it spoils inside the body. A dog, closer to an opportunistic omnivore despite popular belief, carries a somewhat longer intestinal tract capable of extracting more from plant matter. A cat's gut simply never evolved that flexibility because it never had to. Researchers studying oxytocin, the hormone often nicknamed the bonding chemical, have found that cats do release it during positive interactions with familiar humans, genuine evidence of real attachment rather than pure indifference. But the release pattern looks different from a dog's, generally more modest, more selectively triggered, consistent with an animal that evolved trust as a useful option rather than a survival necessity built into its core social wiring. Even the Whiskers themselves, which will get their own detailed chapter much later in this film, are technically classified as a form of touch receptor rather than simple hair, each one rooted 3 times deeper into the skin than an ordinary fur strand and wired to a dense cluster of nerve endings. A cat navigating a dark room is not guessing at the space around it. It is reading the air itself, feeling the shape of the darkness before it ever commits to a step. Lay all of this out together, the teeth, the claws, the spine, the gut, the whiskers, and you stop looking at a list of separate features and start seeing a single coherent argument, repeated in every organ, every joint, every reflex. Nothing here was left to chance. Nothing here exists for decoration. Every single piece of this body answers to the same ancient, unglamorous job description. Find something smaller than yourself, and in it quickly. Veterinary anatomists sometimes point out that if you handed the house cat's complete skeletal blueprint to an engineer with no context at all and asked what it was designed to do, the answer would come back immediately and unambiguously. Hunt, alone, at night, something roughly its own size or smaller. Nothing in the design would suggest companion animal. Nothing would suggest pet. That label came from us, layered on top of the blueprint much later, and never actually written into it. So what actually changed then across 10,000 years of living beside us? Not much of the hardware, it turns out. Domestication mostly rewired the temperament instead, the tolerance for close proximity, the willingness to be touched and held and looked directly in the eye without triggering a full flight response. It reached deep into the wiring of trust far more than it ever reached into the wiring of the jaw. Which means the affectionate creature purring against your leg right now is running essentially unmodified predator hardware behind a face we bred, mostly by accident and mostly through mutual preference over generations, to look permanently, disarmingly young. Big eyes, a flattened, softened profile, a quiet voice pitched to sound almost like an infant's. That combination, the retained predator body wrapped in a face engineered by circumstance to read as harmless, is not an accident of marketing. It is evolution's oldest and most reliable trick for making something genuinely dangerous feel entirely safe to keep close, and it has worked on our species for 10,000 consecutive years without a single serious interruption. It is a strange kind of design triumph, honestly, when you actually lay it out like this. A blade that never needed sharpening because it was forged correctly the very first time, now wrapped in a body language soft enough to fool almost anyone who has never actually watched the same animal hunt, uninterrupted in the fading light of a backyard at dusk. That same blueprint, scaled up to genuinely terrifying proportions, once ruled entire continents outright, unchallenged by anything but its own prey and, eventually, by time itself. And then, with almost no warning by the patient standards of geology, it simply vanished. The story of what happened to the biggest, most famous cats that ever lived on Earth is not a triumphant one. It ends, quite literally, in a tar pit in Los Angeles, and it ends in near total silence. In the middle of modern Los Angeles, right on Wilshire Boulevard, wedged between a museum and a shopping strip, the ground still bleeds. Black asphalt seeps slowly up through cracks in the earth, has done for tens of thousands of years, and animals still occasionally wander into it and get stuck exactly as they did in the Pleistocene. We call the place La Brea. It simply means, in Spanish, the tar. Between roughly 55,000 and 11,000 years ago, mammoths, giant ground sloths, and ancient bison wandered into that tar and simply could not get free again. And predators, smelling an easy meal, struggling and helpless, followed them straight into the same trap. Smilodon fatalis, the saber-toothed cat, walked into it so many times that researchers have pulled over 2,000 individual animals out of a single pit. 2,000 animals from one single location. Not a battlefield, not a mass poisoning event, a predator trap that simply worked over and over for tens of thousands of years, precisely because the same hunting instinct that made Smilodon so devastatingly effective also made it reckless around easy, visibly struggling prey. Efficiency and vulnerability wired into the exact same nervous system. Excavation at La Brea began in earnest in the early 20th century, when workers digging asphalt pits for road paving kept striking bone instead of clean tar. Word reached the University of California, and what followed was one of the longest continuous fossil digs in North American history. Still active today, still pulling new specimens out of the same ancient trap more than a century later. In 2006, workers digging the foundation for an underground parking garage right next to the museum struck yet another deposit so dense with bone that the entire construction project was paused while paleontologists carefully extracted 16 enormous crates of fossil-bearing sediment. They nicknamed the effort Project 23. More than a century after the first pits were noticed, the ground under Los Angeles was still handing over new specimens by the crate load. Smilodon was not the only predator caught in these traps, and the numbers around its neighbors are almost as staggering. Dire wolves, the real animal behind the fictional creature, much later borrowed for television and fantasy fiction, were pulled out of La Brea in even greater numbers than Smilodon. Over 4,000 individuals from the same tar. Predators drawn to easy meals kept walking into the same trap, generation after generation, for tens of thousands of years, apparently never quite learning the lesson. Isotope analysis performed on Smilodon tooth enamel decades later, examining the chemical signatures left behind by different prey species, revealed something researchers had only been able to guess at before. Different individual Smilodon appear to have specialized in different prey, some favoring bison, others favoring camels or horses, evidence of a surprisingly flexible, almost personalized hunting strategy hidden inside what looked, from the outside, like a single uniform predator. The tar itself preserves in a way almost nothing else in the fossil record can manage. Bone that would normally crumble or scatter across millennia instead sinks slowly, inch by inch, over centuries, settling into a black anaerobic seal that keeps oxygen and most bacteria away entirely. It is a gruesome method of preservation, but an extraordinarily effective one, which is part of why La Brea remains one of the richest Ice Age fossil sites anywhere on the planet. Beyond La Brea, similar though less famous tar deposits have turned up Sabretooth remains in other parts of the world entirely, from Venezuela to Peru, each one its own smaller monument to the same grim, effective trap. Nature, it turns out, did not need much variation to keep repeating the exact same tragedy across 3 separate continents, over tens of thousands of years, wherever the geology happened to cooperate. Picture the animal itself for a moment, not the cartoon shorthand version most of us grew up with. Smilodon fatalis stood roughly a meter at the shoulder, far heavier and more muscular through the chest and forelimbs than any living cat, built less for a long sprint and more for one short, overwhelming ambush on prey many times its own body weight. Mammoths, giant bison, ground sloths the size of a small car. And then there were the canines themselves, up to 28 centimeters long, serrated along the back edge like a steak knife, and so fragile at that extreme length that a violently struggling animal could actually snap them clean off. Some fossil skeletons pulled from the tar show healed fractures right through the root. This was not a subtle weapon. It was a spectacular, high-risk one, and for an extraordinarily long time, it worked beautifully. One particularly haunting detail keeps coming up in the research on these La Brea skeletons. A significant number show severe, long-healed injuries, fractured pelvises, arthritic joints, wounds that would have made hunting alone essentially impossible for weeks or months at a time. And yet the bone had healed. Something fed that animal while it recovered, which has led some paleontologists to argue, cautiously, that Smilodon may have lived and hunted in social groups. Then, starting around 12,000 years ago, the world these cats had spent 1 million years mastering simply stopped existing underneath them. The mammoths went first, then the giant sloths, the dire wolves, the short-faced bears, nearly the entire roster of great Ice Age megafauna across North America, gone within what amounts to a geological blink of an eye. Climate shift, human hunting pressure arriving at the margins of these populations, or some brutal combination of both acting together. The scientific argument over the exact cause continues today, genuinely unresolved even among specialists who have spent entire careers on the question. What is not an argument, though, is the consequence that followed. Smilodon had built an entire body, an entire hunting strategy, an entire evolutionary bed around prey animals the size of a house. When that prey vanished from the landscape, there was nothing left to redesign around, and nowhere near enough time to try. You cannot evolve fast enough to outrun an extinction event that quietly erases your entire food supply within a few thousand years. Radiocarbon dating of the youngest Smilodon fossils recovered from La Brea places the very last individuals at around 11,000 years ago, a date that lines up almost exactly with the disappearance of its largest prey species from the same fossil layers. The timing is close enough that most researchers no longer treat it as coincidence. The predator and its prey went down together in the same narrow window. Smilodon went extinct alongside the very giants it had spent 1 million years learning to bring down, and it did not go alone. American lions vanished in the same collapse. Scimitar cats vanished too. Entire branches of this magnificent, terrifying family tree were pruned back to almost nothing within a few thousand years. A bottleneck so severe it nearly ended the story of big cats in the Americas altogether. There is something genuinely sobering about standing in front of the wall of skulls at the Tar Pit Museum today, dozens of them mounted in careful rows, all Smilodon, all dead in the same sticky trap across tens of thousands of years. The most feared predator of its entire age, reduced now to a museum wall and a novelty coffee mug design in the gift shop downstairs. That museum, officially the George C. Page Museum, opened its doors in 1977, built specifically to house the astonishing volume of material pulled from the surrounding pits, an entire institution constructed around the contents of what is, at its core, an ancient predator trap still actively bubbling in a public park. Few cities on Earth can claim a working Ice Age fossil site sitting directly across the street from an art museum and a shopping mall. Down in South America, a related and even larger species, Smilodon populator, grew heavier still among the largest cats to ever walk the earth, hunting giant ground sloths and prehistoric llamas across what is now Argentina and Brazil. It met precisely the same fate as its North American cousin, on precisely the same rough timeline, a continent apart, as though the entire Western Hemisphere's experiment in giant saber-toothed predators simply ran out of road at once. Modern paleontologists studying growth rings in Smilodon teeth, not unlike counting rings in a tree, have estimated individual lifespans of somewhere between 10 and 15 years in the wild, cut brutally short compared to the 2 decades a well-fed house cat might expect today. It is a strange kind of comparison to sit with, the ancient giant living a shorter, harder life than the small, protected descendant of its own distant cousin, sleeping right now in a warm house it never had to fight for. It is tempting, looking back from here, to treat extinction as something that only happens to other animals, distant, prehistoric, safely sealed behind glass in a museum. But the mechanism that killed Smilodon, a predator too specialized to survive the sudden collapse of its prey base, is not an ancient curiosity. It is a pattern this film is going to watch repeat, in one form or another, closer and closer to the present, until it eventually arrives at your own back garden. Every reconstruction of Smilodon you have ever seen, in a museum diorama, in a documentary, on a T-shirt, is an act of educated guesswork, muscle and skin layered back on a bone by artists working from comparative anatomy and a great deal of careful inference. We will never actually know what color its coat was, whether it had rosettes or stripes or plain tawny fur. The tar preserved the skeleton in astonishing detail. It preserved almost nothing of the animal's living face. Perfection did not save it. If anything, perfection may have quietly doomed it, an animal so completely optimized for one specific world that it had almost nothing left in reserve once that world was gone. This is the first extinction this film is going to ask you to sit with, and I promise you it will not be the last. Again and again, across the 63 chapters ahead of us, we're going to watch the fate of this remarkable family of predators get tangled up with the fate of something else entirely: prey animals, island birds, whole fragile ecosystems that never saw this lineage of hunters coming until it was already there. Smilodon is simply the first documented instance where the pattern starts. And here is the detail I find genuinely unsettling every time I return to it. Almost nothing wearing a saber-tooth survived that collapse anywhere on Earth. And yet, somewhere in that same crumbling world, a far smaller, far less impressive cat kept quietly doing what it had always done, mostly going unnoticed, mostly staying out of the way of anything larger. It is not the cat anyone would have bet on. It is, against every expectation, the one that actually won. By the time the Great Ice Age extinctions had finished carving away most of the giants, the cat family had already spread itself across nearly every continent on Earth except Antarctica and Australia. A slow, patient radiation stretching back over 10 million years. Roughly 40 living species exist today, and every single one of them descends from that same ancient, largely unaltered blueprint. Lions on the African savanna, social in a way almost no other cat on Earth is, living in prides, hunting cooperatively, an evolutionary outlier among their own family. Tigers threading silently through the river forests of the Russian Far East and the mangrove swamps of the Sundarbans. The largest cats currently alive on the planet, each one essentially solitary and fiercely territorial. Leopards, quietly the most adaptable big cat alive, equally at home, stalking a Kenyan grassland at dawn or slipping along the drainage ditches of an Indian city at midnight, rarely seen, constantly present. Jaguars in the dense river basins of South America, built stockier than any of their cousins, with a bite force strong enough to punch straight through a turtle shell or a caiman skull. Then the smaller branches of the family, the ones almost nobody puts on a documentary poster. Lynxes with their tufted ears stalking snow across the boreal forest. Servals, all legs and enormous ears, pouncing nearly a meter straight up to snatch rodents out of tall African grass. Sandcats sleeping out the desert heat in burrows they dig for themselves, rarely photographed, rarely even seen. There is also the clouded leopard of Southeast Asia, which despite the name is not a true leopard at all, and possesses the longest canine teeth relative to skull size of any living cat, proportionally closer to Smilodon than to a lion. And the flat-headed cat of Borneo, a small, obscure, semi-aquatic hunter so rarely seen in the wild that entire research teams have spent years without a single confirmed sighting. The cheetah sits apart from nearly all of its relatives, an evolutionary specialist that traded the ambush strategy for raw speed, capable of accelerating faster than most sports cars over a short distance, but paying for it with a genetic bottleneck so severe that cheetahs today are famously vulnerable to disease, nearly identical to each other genetically even across vast geographic distances. The survivors of some ancient near-extinction event nobody fully understands. In the high, cold steppe of Central Asia lives Pallas's cat, sometimes called the mantle, a stocky, impossibly fluffy predator with the most permanently startled expression in the entire animal kingdom, an accident of extremely dense fur and a flattened face adapted for retaining heat rather than for hunting speed. It is a useful reminder that this family's ancient blueprint could still bend itself into wildly different final shapes, depending entirely on climate. The Panthera genus itself, the true roaring cats, appears in the fossil record earlier than many people assume. A skull described in 2010, discovered high in the Tibetan Plateau and dated to somewhere between 4 and 6 million years old, pushed the origin of this entire lineage back further than any previous fossil evidence had managed, suggesting the roaring cats themselves first evolved in the cold mountains of Asia rather than the warm plains most documentaries picture. Every one of these species, from the 200-kilogram tiger to the 2-kilogram rusty spotted cat of India and Sri Lanka, the smallest wildcat on Earth, is running roughly the same core engineering discussed 2 chapters ago: retractable claws, forward eyes, and ambush-built spine. What differs almost entirely is the dial each species turned toward its own particular prey and climate, a single instrument capable of an enormous range of notes. Conservationists studying this family today often describe it using a single blunt phrase, that the cats have been sorted by history into winners and losers, and the split has almost nothing to do with which species is more capable. It has to do, overwhelmingly, with which species happen to live somewhere humans eventually wanted for themselves. The most successful cat on the planet turned out to be the one that figured out how to make that overlap work in its own favor. None of the big cats, for what it is worth, ever seriously flirted with domestication either, despite scattered historical attempts. Ancient Egyptian art occasionally depicts tamed cheetahs kept as hunting companions by nobility, and various rulers across history kept lions as symbols of power. But taming an individual animal within a controlled setting is not the same thing as domestication. None of those big cat lineages ever underwent the generational, population-wide shift that Felis libica quietly experienced on its own. It is worth asking, honestly, why size seems to matter so much here. Part of the answer is simple practicality. A wildcat the size of a large house cat poses a manageable risk around a human settlement in a way a leopard or a lion never could. But part of it may also be temperament. Smaller cat species across the family tend to show less rigid territorial aggression than the big cats, a subtler behavioral opening that Felis libica, alone among its relatives, happened to be positioned to exploit. Around 30 distinct small wildcat species exist worldwide today, spread across nearly every habitable environment on the planet. And most people, if you ask them, could not reliably name a single one beyond the animal curled up in their own living room. That gap between the family's real diversity and our narrow familiarity with it is exactly where this chapter wants to sit for a while. Because out of every one of those species, spread across every inhabited continent on Earth, only one, exactly one, ever crossed permanently into human households and stayed there. Not the lynx, not the serval, not the jungle cat, or the leopard cat, or the wonderfully, almost comically named fishing cat, which does genuinely wade into water to hunt. Its name is Felis libica, the African and Southwest Asian wildcat, roughly the size and build of a large house cat, sandy brown, faintly striped, with legs slightly longer and a face slightly leaner than the tabby, currently asleep on your sofa. If you saw one crossing a road in Israel or the Kalahari today, you would very likely mistake it for someone's lost pet and slow the car down. For a long time, that resemblance was treated as coincidence, or at best an educated guess by naturalists working from little more than skull shape and coat pattern. It took modern genetics to actually settle the question with any real confidence. In 2007, a large-scale study led by geneticist Carlos Driscoll sequenced DNA from over 900 cats, wild and domestic, across the Old World. Driscoll's team, working with the National Cancer Institute in the United States, spent years gathering blood and tissue samples from wildcats in remote regions stretching from Namibia to Mongolia, often working through local trappers and conservation officers just to get close enough to a genuinely wild population. It was, by his own later description, less like a lab experiment and more like a slow, patient global manhunt for a single ancestral bloodline. The results came back about as clean as biology ever gets. Every single domestic cat on the planet, from a Maine Coon in Vermont to a street cat weaving through traffic in Cairo to a Scottish fold curled up in a Tokyo apartment, traces its maternal lineage back to Felis libica, and more specifically to wildcat populations native to the Fertile Crescent region of the Near East. Not from Europe, not from separate, independent domestication events happening quietly on separate continents, the way we sometimes see in other species. One place, one species, one narrow genetic bottleneck, echoing forward through every single litter of kittens born anywhere on Earth today, a shared ghost hiding in plain sight inside the fur of an animal most people never think twice about. Before Driscoll's genetic work settled the question, classification of the wildcat complex had been a genuine mess for well over a century, naturalists arguing over whether the African wildcat, the European wildcat, and various Asian populations represented separate species entirely or simply regional variants of one another. Museum collections held specimens labeled and relabeled multiple times as taxonomists changed their minds. A century of honest confusion, the DNA finally resolved in a single coordinated study. One detail from Driscoll's research tends to get lost in the broader headline. He also identified 5 distinct wildcat subspecies scattered across the Old World, from Scotland to China, each subtly adapted to its own local environment. Only the Near Eastern subspecies, Felis libica, ever crossed over into domestication. The others remained exactly what they had always been, wild, watchful, and entirely uninterested in the arrangement their cousin was quietly negotiating with us. It is genuinely strange sitting with all of this, to realize how thin the thread actually was. A slightly different founding population, a slightly different climate, a settlement built a few hundred kilometers further north, and this entire story might never have happened at all. The cat curled up in your house tonight exists because one specific wildcat population in one specific corner of the ancient world happened to be in exactly the right place when agriculture arrived. That narrowness carries a genetic cost the film will circle back to later. Because every domestic cat descends from one relatively small founding population. The species as a whole carries somewhat less overall genetic diversity than you might expect from an animal now spread across every continent on Earth. A story that begins as an improbable stroke of luck also quietly wrote in its own long-term vulnerability, inherited silently by every kitten born from that single ancient lineage. Compare that against dogs, which shows solid genetic evidence of domestication happening at least once, and quite possibly multiple separate times, across different wolf populations in different regions of the world entirely. Cats, as far as the DNA can currently tell us, did it exactly once. A single narrow window in deep prehistory, never repeated, never really needing to be. Which raises the obvious, nagging question this film is going to spend the next 2 chapters chasing down properly, and it deserves to be asked out loud right here. Why this one, specifically? Why not the European wildcat, a close cousin living in exactly the same general region at exactly the same general time? Why not the jungle cat or the sand cat, both perfectly capable predators with perfectly reasonable temperaments of their own? Part of the answer, researchers now suspect, has to do with temperament baked into the species long before any human settlement existed nearby. Felis libica, compared to its close European cousin, appears to have simply run a slightly lower baseline fear response toward large, upright, unfamiliar animals, a small behavioral quirk that, under the right circumstances, turn out to matter enormously. The honest answer, and it is a genuinely humbling one, is that nobody chose Felis libica the way you might choose a specific puppy at a shelter, based on temperament or looks or gut instinct. Nothing about this process looked like selection at the time it was actually happening. It looked at most like a handful of wildcats loitering near a human settlement, because that settlement, entirely without meaning to, had started producing something genuinely delicious to a small predator. About 10,000 years ago, across the river valleys and hill country stretching from the eastern Mediterranean through what is now Iraq, something happened that had genuinely never happened before in the entire history of our species. People stopped only chasing food across the landscape. They started growing it deliberately, storing it in bulk, and staying in one fixed place long enough to watch it accumulate. Historians call this shift the Neolithic Revolution, and they usually tell it as a story about humans, about wheat, about barley, about the first permanent villages rising out of the dirt. But there is a second story running quietly underneath that first one, a story that almost never gets top billing, and it concerns what happens when you concentrate a great deal of edible grain in one fixed location and simply leave it sitting there. The earliest of these settlements, sites like Jericho and Catalhook, grew from a few scattered families into communities of several hundred people within a few centuries, an explosion of density the world had never seen before. Every one of those communities needed somewhere to keep the harvest safe through winter, and every one of those storage sites became, almost immediately, its own small ecosystem, teeming with exactly the kind of pest a farmer could not simply ignore. Grain draws rodents, and it does not draw them slowly or gently. It draws them immediately and in genuinely enormous numbers. House mice in particular seem to have adapted to human granaries almost as fast as humans could actually build them. An entirely new, concentrated, dependable food source appearing in the landscape practically overnight by the patient standards evolution usually works on. Archaeologists studying rodent bones recovered from these earliest granary sites have found house mouse remains appearing in the fossil record almost in lockstep with the rise of grain storage itself, a species essentially riding the coattails of human agriculture into an entirely new ecological niche it had never occupied before. Where the grain went, the mice followed within a generation or two, and where the mice followed, something else was never far behind. And rodents, in turn, reliably draw something that specializes in hunting rodents. This is precisely where Felis libica enters the story, not as a welcome guest anyone consciously invited in, but as a sharp opportunist who noticed the buffet forming at the edge of these new settlements long before anyone thought to set out a plate for it. Biologists have a term for animals that move into human spaces to exploit resources without any deliberate breeding involved, commensal domestication, and it turns out the cat is not actually alone in this category. House mice themselves qualify, along with rats, and to a lesser extent certain sparrows and pigeons. What sets the cat apart from all of them is simply the scale of affection humans eventually developed for the one commensal species that also happened to look, quite by accident, endearing. Excavations at sites even older than Shillourokambos, in the pre-pottery Neolithic layers of the Fertile Crescent itself, have turned up scattered cat bones mixed in among household debris, hinting that the drift toward human settlements may have begun on the mainland well before anyone thought to load a cat onto a boat. Ypres was not the beginning of the relationship. It was simply the first place the relationship left behind proof solid enough to convince skeptics. It is worth being honest that this entire self-domestication theory, elegant as it is, remains a working model rather than a settled fact. Some archaeologists argue the process likely involved more back and forth than a single clean narrative suggests. Periods of closer contact followed by periods of retreat, populations of wildcats drifting in and out of proximity to humans over centuries, depending on local conditions, rather than one smooth, one-directional slide into companionship. Barley and wheat were not the only crops driving this transformation. Lentils, chickpeas, and flax appear alongside the grains in the earliest agricultural layers of the Fertile Crescent, evidence of a diet diversifying quickly once people committed to farming at all. Every one of these crops needed storage. Every storage site needed protection from pests, and every protected storage site became one more small outpost in the slow, accidental spread of a single tolerant wildcat population. Population density itself was doing something almost as important as the grain. For the first time in the history of our species, humans were living close enough together, year after year, to notice which animals kept coming back, which ones seemed useful, which ones seemed worth a second glance rather than a thrown stone. Sedentism did not just create the opportunity for cats. It created the conditions under which any relationship with a wild animal could be noticed and remembered at all. Modern behavioral studies on kitten development have found a strikingly narrow window, roughly between 2 and 7 weeks of age, during which a kitten's tolerance for human handling gets largely set for life. A kitten handled gently, and often during that brief stretch grows into a cat comfortable with people. One that misses that window, even from the exact same genetic stock, often grows up warier, harder to socialize, closer in temperament to its wild ancestor. Something very similar to that same narrow window was likely operating generation after generation across the whole slow arc of this early relationship. Climate almost certainly played its own quiet role in all of this too. The Fertile Crescent's mixed landscape, part forest edge, part open scrub, part river valley, suited a wildcat's flexible hunting style far better than dense, unbroken woodland ever could. A species already comfortable moving along habitat edges, rather than deep inside a single closed forest, was already halfway toward comfort with the ragged, unpredictable edges of a human village. Wildcats began drifting toward the margins of these settlements, cautiously at first, not for the people living there, but purely for the mice those people had unwittingly gathered in one convenient place. It was a relationship built entirely on proximity to a resource, with absolutely no social contract attached to it yet. No domestic bargain, nothing resembling companionship in any sense we would recognize. Here is where the leading scientific theory gets genuinely interesting, and it goes by the name self-domestication. Unlike the story we usually tell about dogs, wolves that humans actively selected, bred, and reshaped generation after generation into loyal, obedient companions, nobody appears to have done anything remotely similar with cats. Nobody rounded up wild breeding stock and started a formal program aimed at tameness. Instead, natural selection did something considerably quieter and, honestly, more elegant. Among the wildcats repeatedly drawn to these rodent-rich settlements, the individuals with a slightly higher baseline tolerance for human proximity, whose flight response triggered a little later and a little less violently than their more skittish neighbors, could simply stay closer to the food source and eat more of it, more consistently. Bolder cats, in other words, got fatter and healthier cats. Fatter, healthier cats had more surviving kittens, generation after generation, without any deliberate human intervention required at any point in the chain. Over time, that single behavioral trait, plain tolerance rather than trained obedience, got selected for entirely on its own, quietly, invisibly, with no human hand consciously guiding the process at all. Researchers studying modern feral cat populations near farms and dumps have actually watched a version of this same process happening in real time. Over just a few generations, bolder individuals staying closer to human activity, breeding more successfully, and their offspring showing measurably less flight distance than cats from the same founding population living further out. What took thousands of years in the deep past can, under the right conditions, echo again within a single human lifetime. This is the distinction that is going to matter for the rest of this entire film, so it is worth sitting with it properly, right here before we move on. A dog was pulled toward us deliberately by our own hands across roughly 15,000 years of active selective breeding. A cat drifted toward us on its own terms and then simply declined, politely but firmly, to leave again. One relationship, the dog's, was built through sustained, conscious human selection stretched across many thousands of years, choosing this pup over that one, this temperament over that one. The other, the cat's, was built almost entirely through the animal's own quiet risk calculation, repeated patiently across a few hundred generations, with humans mostly along for the ride and largely unaware they were even part of an experiment. And the humans living in those early villages were not entirely passive bystanders in this process, either, even if they were not consciously breeding anything at all. A cat that reliably killed the mice, threatening your family's entire winter grain supply, was worth quietly tolerating, worth tossing the occasional scrap of food to, worth not chasing off the property with a raised stick. Mutual usefulness, not affection, not yet, was the whole foundation this bond was originally built on. It is a strangely unromantic origin story, honestly, for a bond that would eventually go on to produce gods, mummies, witch trials, cloning laboratories, and a genuinely enormous share of the internet's total bandwidth. No dramatic moment of eye contact across a campfire. No single act of rescue anyone wrote down. Just rats, stored grain, and an animal patient enough to notice a genuine opportunity when it saw one. Compare this quiet, practical courtship to the origin stories most cultures eventually invented for it, gods descending to choose a favored animal, deliberate acts of divine or royal will. The real story is smaller and stranger than any of those myths, a slow negotiation over spilled grain and dead mice, conducted by animals on both sides who had no idea they were founding a relationship that would eventually reshape mythology, religion, and law across half the ancient world. What makes this version of the story genuinely more compelling to me than any myth, honestly, is how little either party gets to claim credit. Humans did not domesticate the cat through wisdom or foresight. The cat did not choose humans out of any recognizable affection, not at first. Two separate species, each pursuing its own narrow self-interest, stumbled into a relationship neither one fully understood, and it worked anyway for 10,000 years and counting. By the time this slow courtship reaches the written record thousands of years later, it will already look, to the people doing the writing, like something ordained, something inevitable, something the gods clearly intended all along. That is worth remembering every time this film reaches a temple, a papyrus, a royal decree. The starting point was never divine. It was hungry, patient, and entirely accidental. For a long time, this entire theory rested almost exclusively on genetics and reasonable, well-argued inference, without a single hard piece of archaeological proof that any specific human being, at any specific identifiable moment, had ever formed a genuinely deliberate bond with any specific cat. Then, in 2004, on a small Mediterranean island with absolutely no wildcats native to it all, someone found exactly that proof, sitting quietly in the ground for 9,500 years. Ypres has no native wildcat population. It never has, as far as the fossil and genetic record can tell us. It is an island cut off from the mainland for as long as anyone can reliably measure, which means every single cat that has ever set paw on Cypriot soil arrived there by boat, carried deliberately by a human being who made a conscious choice to bring it along on the journey. In 2004, a team led by the French archaeologist Jean-Denis Vigna was excavating a Neolithic settlement called Shillourokambos near the southern coast of the island when they uncovered something nobody on the team had genuinely expected to find that far back in time. A human skeleton, and less than half a meter away, positioned with clear intention, the skeleton of a cat. Vigna's team had already been working the Shillourokambos site for years by that point, slowly piecing together evidence of some of the earliest farming communities anywhere in the Mediterranean. Animal bones turned up constantly: sheep, goats, cattle, the ordinary debris of early agricultural life. What made this particular find stop the entire excavation cold was not that a cat skeleton existed. It was exactly where and exactly how it had been placed. When Vigna published the findings in the journal Science in 2004, the response from the wider archaeological community was less skepticism and more a kind of collective recalibration. Papers that had confidently dated the origins of cat domestication to ancient Egypt suddenly needed rewriting. Textbooks in progress needed new footnotes. It is rare for a single grave to force that much revision across an entire academic field in one publication cycle. Neolithic burial practice across the wider region at that time was not casual or uniform. Grave goods, tools, ornaments, occasionally animal offerings, were positioned with clear intention, reflecting beliefs about status, protection, or companionship in whatever came after death that we can now only partially reconstruct. Placing a cat inside that same deliberate framework tells us the animal had been folded into something resembling ritual significance, not simply tolerated as useful vermin control. Shillourokambos itself sat near the southern coast of Cyprus, close enough to the sea that the earliest settlers there would have watched the same horizon every single day, the same stretch of open water their ancestors, or their own younger selves, had once crossed carrying goats, grain, and evidently, at some point, a cat. The site has since yielded evidence of an unusually broad range of imported animals for its era, suggesting a community actively experimenting with what it chose to bring across that water. It is worth imagining, for a moment, the sheer logistical strangeness of that first crossing. Not a domesticated animal being ferried in a crate the way we might transport a pet today, but a still largely wild predator, confined in some improvised container on a small open boat, surrounded by unfamiliar people, unfamiliar motion, unfamiliar smells. Whoever undertook that voyage clearly believed the animal was worth the very real risk of losing it, or being scratched badly, somewhere in the middle of open water. There is a practical explanation historians also raise alongside the sentimental one, and it deserves equal weight. Cyprus, like Shillourokambos itself, was a farming community, and farming communities everywhere on Earth eventually discover the same problem: grain stores draw rodents. Bringing a proven Mauser along on a colonizing voyage would have made obvious practical sense, even before any emotional bond had time to develop. The tenderness of the grave and the practicality of the passenger were very likely never in conflict at all. The grave dated to roughly 9,500 years ago. Both skeletons were largely intact, both oriented in the same direction, both apparently interred at the same time, as part of a single deliberate ceremonial act rather than two unrelated burials that simply happened to overlap. This was not a cat that had wandered into an open grave by accident and died there alongside a stranger. Think, for a moment, about what that half-meter of physical distance actually represents. Someone dug that hole, or at the very least stood there and watched it being dug. Someone placed a human body carefully inside it, and then, in that same continuous act, placed an animal's body beside it, close enough to touch, facing the exact same direction, as though the two of them were meant to travel onward together, wherever that journey led. This single find quietly rewrote the entire timeline historians have been working with for decades. Before Shillourokambos was excavated, the oldest solid evidence of humans and cats forming any kind of intentional, documented bond came from ancient Egypt, art and artifacts dated to roughly 4,000 years old, already considered remarkably early by most standards. This grave on Cyprus pushed that story back an additional 5,500 years, more than doubling the known length of the relationship in a single careful afternoon of digging in the dirt. It meant the bond between our two species was already ancient by the time Egypt itself had even begun to exist as an idea, let alone a civilization. And the discovery proved something else, something quietly more important than the date alone. It proved that cats were being deliberately transported by boat across genuinely open water, at a time when boat travel of any kind was already a serious, dangerous undertaking, not something to be wasted on cargo that did not matter. Nobody accidentally brings a wildcat along on a sea voyage. You bring water. You bring food. You bring a cat only if that cat already, somehow, matters to you. Consider what that voyage would actually have looked like. A simple wooden vessel, no sail worth trusting on open water, oars and current doing most of the work, 60 kilometers of unbroken sea between the Anatolian coast and the shores of Cyprus. A wildcat, still barely tolerant of humans at that point in its own evolutionary story, confined for the length of that crossing in close quarters with the very species it had only just begun learning not to flee from. Genetic analysis performed on cat remains from Cyprus and other similarly early sites points consistently back to that same Felis libica population native to the Fertile Crescent, meaning someone very likely carried these animals from the mainland, probably from what is now Syria or southern Turkey, across roughly 60 kilometers of genuinely open Mediterranean water, sometime well before 9,500 years ago. Skeletal analysis on the Shillourokambos cat placed its age at roughly 8 months old at the time of death. No visible signs of violence or illness. No obvious cause recorded in the bone itself. Whether it died naturally, was sacrificed as part of the burial ritual, or met some other end entirely, the physical remains simply cannot say. That uncertainty, frustrating as it is for researchers, is part of why the grave still generates active scholarly discussion 2 decades later. Measurements taken from the skeleton's leg and skull bones place the animal firmly within the size range of wild Felis libica rather than anything smaller or more modified, meaning this was, physically, still very close to a wild cat. The domestication process that would eventually soften the species into something closer to the modern house cat was still, at this point in the story, only just beginning barely a few centuries into what would become a 10,000-year negotiation. Comparable early cat remains, though without the same unambiguous burial context, have since turned up at other Neolithic sites scattered across the eastern Mediterranean, hinting that Shillourokambos was not an isolated event, but one visible fragment of a wider, quieter pattern repeating itself in scattered farming communities all along the coast, most of it never preserved well enough. or excavated carefully enough for us to ever recover the full story. There is something almost humbling in how much of this history rests on a single stroke of archaeological luck. Bone this old survives only under narrow, specific conditions, dry enough, undisturbed enough, buried deep enough to escape both scavengers and the plow. For every Shillourokambos we actually found, there were almost certainly dozens of equally significant graves on Ypres and elsewhere that simply did not survive 9,500 years intact for anyone to ever dig up. Compare the modest scale of that Ypres grave to what this same species would eventually receive a few thousand years later. Entire temple complexes, mummification industries employing thousands of workers, festivals drawing crowds numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Whatever began at Shillourokambos was still, at that point, a private act between one household and one animal. Nobody involved could have imagined what this relationship was eventually going to become on an entirely different continent. Since that first Shillourokambos discovery, further excavations elsewhere on Ypres have turned up additional early cat remains at other Neolithic sites, suggesting the animal was not a rare, one-time import, but a small, established, and apparently valued population, arriving repeatedly, generation after generation, as farming communities on the island grew and multiplied along the coast. We do not know the name of the person buried in that grave. We do not know whether the cat beside them was a beloved companion, a valued working Mauser, a ritual offering meant to accompany the dead, or something else entirely that does not map cleanly onto any of our modern categories at all. The bones themselves cannot tell us that part of the story, and probably never will. What the bones can tell us with total physical certainty is that whatever the bond actually was, it had already grown strong enough, 9,500 years ago, to be considered worth carrying deliberately into the ground alongside a human being at the moment of their burial. That is not a small thing to prove. That is, in its own quiet way, an extraordinary thing to prove. There is something genuinely uncanny about looking at photographs of that excavation pit, at least for me, at those two small shapes still positioned exactly as they were left nearly 10,000 years ago. Tenderness, certainly, sits somewhere in that image. But so does something harder to name cleanly, a closeness between two entirely different species that predates writing, predates cities, predates almost everything we typically consider foundational to civilization itself. Shillourokambos does not answer the deeper mystery of why any of this happened in the first place. It only proves beyond reasonable doubt that it did happen far earlier and far more deliberately than anyone studying this history had previously assumed possible. Whatever we should call that early bond, affection, dependency, something in between, it was already old news by the time Egypt even existed as a concept in anyone's mind. Which brings part one of this story to its real, final destination. Not a myth, not yet a god. A single, quiet, genuinely destabilizing fact about this species that the rest of the film is now going to test, over and over again, against everything that follows across the next 56 chapters. Every other animal currently living in your house has a domestication story, with a human hand clearly gripping the pen. Cattle were bred over many thousands of patient years for docility, for reliable milk yield, for the simple willingness to stand quietly in a fenced field without ever seriously considering bolting for the horizon. Horses were bred for something close to the exact opposite of a wild horse's natural instincts: controllability under saddle, genuine tolerance of a rider's shifting weight and sudden commands, a willingness to charge directly toward danger rather than away from it if a rider insisted firmly enough on the point. Dogs are the clearest case of all, and honestly the most dramatic one. From wolves, humans selectively bred an animal that reads human facial expressions with real accuracy, follows human pointing gestures instinctively from puppyhood, and in many modern breeds will not eat food a human has explicitly forbidden, even when left completely alone, even when nobody is watching to enforce it. That is simply not something a wolf does, left to its own devices. That is something 10,000 years of sustained, deliberate human selection built, patiently, generation by generation, litter by litter, entirely on purpose, with a clear end goal always somewhere in mind, even if that goal shifted over the centuries. Even chickens, an animal almost nobody thinks about in terms of behavioral engineering, were reshaped dramatically from the wild red jungle fowl they descend from, selected over generations for reduced flightiness, reduced seasonal breeding, and almost total loss of the wariness that keeps a wild bird alive. Every domesticate we can name shares this same pattern, a wild original steadily reshaped by human hands toward human convenience. There is a famous experiment worth naming here, because it shows exactly what deliberate domestication actually looks like when humans commit to it fully. Starting in 1959, the Soviet geneticist Dmitry Belayev began breeding silver foxes in Siberia, selecting each generation purely for tameness toward humans. Within a few decades, the foxes had floppy ears, curled tails, and temperaments closer to a dog's than to any wild fox. Physical traits nobody had selected for directly, arriving as side effects of selecting for calm behavior alone. Nothing resembling the Belayev experiment ever happened with cats, not once, not anywhere across 10,000 years. No research institute selectively bred generation after generation of wild cats purely for calm temperament and measured the results. The transformation that did happen happened in scattered barns and grain stores across multiple continents, unrecorded, unmeasured, driven by nothing more organized than which individual cats found it easiest to eat. It is worth pausing on how differently that Belayev fox experiment reads against everything covered in this chapter. Belayev proved, in a single human lifetime, exactly how fast deliberate selection can reshape an animal once humans commit to the process fully. The cat's story proves almost the opposite point just as forcefully, that 10,000 years of proximity, without that deliberate commitment, can leave an animal's essential nature nearly untouched. Some biologists now prefer a more careful label for the cat than domesticated at all, describing it instead as semi-domesticated or commensal, terms meant to capture exactly this unfinished quality. It is not a wild animal in the strict sense. It depends on humans for food and shelter across most of its modern range. But it is not fully domesticated either, not in the way that word applies to a dog or a cow. It occupies a category almost entirely its own. Now look by contrast at the cat. Nobody bred it for obedience in any comparable sense, largely because nobody realistically could have. Try right now, tonight, to get a cat to come reliably every single time it is called, to walk calmly, to heel on a lead, to simply stop doing whatever it happens to be doing because you have politely asked it twice in a row. Most cat owners watching this are laughing right now, or wincing slightly because they already know the punchline in their bones from lived, repeated experience. The animal will look directly at you, register the request with obvious clarity, and then, quite calmly, proceed to do whatever it was already planning to do in the first place. The genetics back this observation up in a way that is genuinely startling once you see the actual numbers laid side by side. Domestic cat DNA remains roughly 95% similar to wild Felis libica, a genetic distance dramatically shorter than what currently separates a modern dog from a gray wolf, or a dairy cow from an extinct auroch, or a farmyard chicken from a wild red jungle fowl. Put as plainly as possible, the cat currently asleep on your couch is, genetically speaking, barely distinguishable from an animal still living entirely wild today in the deserts of the Kalahari or the scrublands of Israel. No other creature sharing your home tonight can honestly make that same claim about itself. The dog curled up beside it, by comparison, has been reshaped almost beyond recognition from its original wolf ancestor, in body, in temperament, in behavior, in nearly every measurable respect science knows how to test for. The cat, across that same 10,000-year stretch of time, has barely been reshaped at all, and it shows in nearly everything the animal does. There is a small, telling exception researchers do point to, and it is worth naming honestly rather than glossing over. A handful of modern breeds, developed only in the last 2 centuries and covered later in this film, do show deliberate human selection for coat, body shape, even certain temperaments. But that selection arrived astonishingly late, a blink of an eye compared to the 10,000 years that came before it, and it still touched only a small fraction of the world's total cat population. Pigs, for comparison, show a genetic distance from wild boar considerably wider than the cat's distance from Felis libica, the product of thousands of years spent selecting for docility, litter size, and growth rate. Sheep drifted even further from their wild mouflon ancestors, losing, among other things, most of the ability to shed their own coats naturally, an animal now functionally dependent on humans simply to avoid overheating under its own wool. Turn a farm pig loose in the forest, and within a few generations, its descendants will begin reverting toward wild boar characteristics. But the process takes real time, and the animal remains, in most practical respects, still dependent on the ecological niche humans built around it. Turn a domestic cat loose, and the reversion barely needs to happen at all. The wild toolkit was never packed away in the first place. It only needed to be used again. Feral cat colonies today exist successfully on every inhabited continent, surviving entirely without human provisioning in a great many cases, hunting, breeding, forming loose social structures around abundant food sources, doing all of it with a body and a temperament barely modified from the wildcat that first wandered toward a Neolithic grain store. No other animal we call domesticated could simply walk away from us and thrive so reliably, so completely on its very first attempt. Hold that thought against everything Part 1 has now laid out. The finished predator body, arriving tens of millions of years before humans existed, the extinction of Smilodon proving how brutally unforgiving evolution actually is, the single narrow wildcat lineage that alone crossed into our company, the grave on Ypres proving how old and how deliberate that crossing already was. Every thread points toward the same uncomfortable center. This was never really domestication in the way we use that word for anything else. Call it, instead, something closer to an ongoing truce, negotiated 10,000 years ago and quietly renewed, without paperwork, every single day since, one bowl of food and one open door at a time. Nobody signed anything. Nobody could have. And yet here we are, still honoring terms neither species ever wrote down, extended now to roughly 1 billion individual animals across every inhabited continent on Earth. So what actually happened, then, across 10,000 full years of proximity, if not systematic, deliberate breeding of the kind that produced every other domestic species we know? The honest answer, built directly from everything this chapter has covered, from the grain stores of the Fertile Crescent to that quiet grave at Shillourokambos, is that the cat essentially negotiated its own terms of engagement and never fully signed away the rest of itself in the process. It moved close enough to exploit the food humans had unwittingly concentrated around themselves through the simple act of farming. It tolerated human proximity because that tolerance reliably paid off in easy, dependable calories over generations. And then it stopped there, deliberately or not, keeping its own hunting instincts fully intact, its own essentially solitary nature intact, its own genuine capacity to walk off into the wild tomorrow, and, in a great many documented cases, actually survive doing exactly that. This is not a small distinction to make, and it is not one this film is going to let go of easily. It is, in fact, the entire argument this documentary is built around from this point forward. Every other domesticated animal on Earth exists, fundamentally, on human terms, shaped by human hands into forms and temperaments engineered specifically to serve human purposes, human convenience, human aesthetics. The cat exists, by comparison, on terms it substantially negotiated for itself, and has never entirely, formally surrendered, despite 10,000 years of close and often genuinely loving cohabitation with our species. It is worth sitting with how strange that actually is when you say it out loud like that, plainly without any softening. We have walked on the moon. We have rewritten the genetic code of corn, of salmon, of entire mosquito populations, down to the letter. And this one small, unassuming predator, currently asleep in millions upon millions of houses across every inhabited continent on Earth, has spent 10,000 years quietly, politely declining nearly every serious attempt we have ever made to fundamentally change what it actually is underneath. Part 1 of this story ends here, with that specific destabilizing thought left sitting quietly in the room with you. We have now covered the deep fossil record, the catastrophic Ice Age extinctions, the singular wildcat ancestor, the grave on Cyprus, and it all lands cleanly on the very same conclusion. Nobody tamed the cat. It simply decided, on its own patient timeline, that we were worth staying near, and it has genuinely never fully closed the door on changing that decision. What happens next in this story, then, is not really about the cat changing at all, not fundamentally. It is about humans changing dramatically and repeatedly across thousands of years, and how we chose to respond to an animal that has mostly, stubbornly, remarkably stayed the same the entire time. And nowhere in the entire sweep of this history did that human response reach further or grow stranger or run darker than along one particular river, in one particular ancient civilization, where an ordinary household predator was about to be formally declared something considerably more than an animal. We left part 1 with a destabilizing thought. Nobody bred this animal. It walked into our lives on its own terms and never fully left them behind. So what did people do with a predator they could not tame but could not stop loving either? In Egypt, they made a god. In one civilization, killing this animal was not a crime against property. It was a crime against a deity. Think about what that actually means. Somewhere a farmer looked at the thing curled beside his grain stores and decided it deserved a temple. We're talking about a span of time, so long it is hard to hold in your head. From the earliest evidence of feline reverence to the last gasp of Egyptian polytheism is close to 3,000 years, longer than the gap between us and the birth of Rome. This was not a passing fashion. This was a civilization's entire adult life spent in devotion to a predator. Baudet did not start out gentle. Her earliest form was a lioness, fierce, solar, associated with war and plague, and the vengeful eye of Ra himself. Statues from the Old Kingdom show her with a lion snarl, not a cat's calm face. She was something you appeased, not something you petted. She shared a mythological family with Sekhmet, another lioness deity, and the two are sometimes described as two faces of the same fierce solar power, one turned toward destruction, one gradually turned toward protection. Egyptian religion loved this kind of doubling, a single force splitting into a gentler self and a wrathful self, depending on what the moment required. Somewhere around the first millennium before our era, her image began to soften. The lioness gave way to the domestic cat. Historians still argue over exactly why, but the timing lines up with something practical. Cats had become common, useful, familiar in Egyptian homes by then. A goddess of destruction became a goddess of the hearth, of fertility, of childbirth, of the home itself. Ferocity did not disappear. It just moved indoors. That duality never fully left her, protector and predator wearing the same face. By the time of the late period, artisans were producing cat statuary in staggering quantity and quality. Bronze figures with inlaid eyes of gold or rock crystal. Gold earrings pierced through actual bronze ears, some fitted with tiny gold nose rings. Someone spent real skill and real wealth dressing a metal cat, as if it might wake up and need jewelry. Her cult center was Bubastis, in the eastern Nile Delta, a city whose name literally means House of Baudet. Archaeologists have found its temple ruins, mostly rubble now, granite blocks scattered where an earthquake or centuries of looting left them. It is hard to look at that rubble and picture what it once was. The Greek historian Herodotus visited in the 5th century before our era and left us the only real eyewitness account we have. He called it, without much competition, the most beautiful temple in all of Egypt. Red granite, a moat encircling it, sacred groves of trees. He was not an easy man to impress, and he was impressed. He describes the temple sitting on an island of sorts, surrounded by water channels 100 feet wide on either side, lined with trees. The whole structure sunk slightly below the level of the surrounding city, so that visitors looked down into it from every street around. Egyptian architects clearly understood the theater of approach, making a pilgrim descend toward the goddess rather than simply walk up to her. Once a year, the delta filled with boats. Herodotus put the pilgrim count at 700,000 people, men and women together, sailing to Bubastis for the festival of Batet. Even if he exaggerated, and he probably did, the scale he was describing was staggering for the ancient world. He describes the boats themselves, women playing castanets, men playing flutes, everyone else clapping and singing the whole way down the river. When they passed a town, the boat would pull close to shore, and the women aboard would shout insults at the local women, lift their skirts, carry on like it was carnival. This was worship as unrestrained celebration, nothing like the solemn image we default to when we picture ancient religion. Herodotus claims more wine was consumed at this one festival than during the entire rest of the year combined. Picture that. An entire civilization's annual drinking budget spent in a few days in honor of a cat goddess. Somewhere, a modern brewery executive is taking notes. Why did a rodent hunting animal end up commanding this kind of devotion? Start with the practical answer. Egypt's entire economy ran on stored grain, and stored grain attracts rats and mice in numbers that can genuinely threaten a harvest. A cat that killed those rodents was not a cute accessory. It was food security with fur. But reduce it to pest control alone, and you miss the actual mystery. Plenty of cultures valued mousers without building them temples. Egypt fused the practical and the sacred so completely that separating them stops making sense. The cat was useful, and the cat was also, somehow, genuinely holy. Both at once, no contradiction felt. Households kept small bronze statues of Batet on shelves, in niches near doorways. Archaeologists have recovered thousands of them, some crude, some exquisite, cats sitting upright with paws neatly together, ears alert, an expression that reads as watchful rather than sleepy. This was not decoration. This was a small shrine. Some families reportedly shaved their eyebrows in mourning when a household cat died naturally, a custom Herodotus also records. Whether every household actually did this, we cannot be certain. But the fact that a Greek visitor thought it worth writing down tells you how visibly, publicly, this grief was performed. Beyond Bubastis, cat worship threaded through Egyptian religion in stranger ways than a single festival can capture. Priests at various temples kept sacred cats believed to house the living presence of the goddess herself. Animals fed choice meals, tended by dedicated staff, treated with a formality that would not look out of place in a royal court. One of these sacred cats reportedly received a full-state funeral upon its death, its body carried through the streets of Bubastis in procession before burial. Mourners paid to accompany it the way a nobleman's funeral might have been staged. The line between honoring a symbol and honoring an actual living creature had, by this point, essentially disappeared. Bastet's festival was also, notably, one of the few occasions in ancient Egyptian society where the usual rigid boundaries of class and gender loosened considerably. Women and men mingling freely, singing bawdy songs at strangers, drinking without the restraint expected the rest of the year. Religious devotion, it turns out, gave people permission to be a version of themselves the calendar's other 360 days did not allow. This devotion did not arrive overnight. It built across roughly 3,000 years, generation after generation, absorbing the idea that this particular animal sat closer to the divine than almost anything else that walked on four legs. It is worth sitting with how strange this actually is. The animal asleep on a modern windowsill descends, more or less unaltered, from creatures that Egyptians once carried through the streets in golden collars, wept over, mummified, worshipped as living extensions of a goddess. The reverence is gone. The animal underneath, it never changed at all. I keep coming back to one detail from Herodotus, almost thrown away in his text, that during house fires, Egyptians reportedly cared more about herding their cats to safety than about the burning building itself, sometimes forming a human chain specifically to keep cats from leaping back into the flames. If true, it says everything about where their priorities actually sat. Bred was not even the first feline deity Egypt ever worshipped. An older, sharper-edged goddess named Mafde appears in texts going back to the earliest dynasties, associated with protection against snakes and scorpions, sometimes depicted as a cheetah or a mongoose rather than a house cat. By the time Baatet rose to prominence, Egypt had already been comfortable with feline divinity for well over 1,000 years. The Bubastis complex was not the only major site of feline worship either. At Spios Artemidos near Beni Hassan, a rock-cut temple built under the female pharaoh Hatshepsut, another cat-associated goddess, Pakhe, received her own dedicated sanctuary, carved directly into a limestone cliff face rather than built up from the ground. Egypt, it turns out, spread its devotion across more than one address. Tomb paintings from wealthy Egyptian households show cats woven into scenes of the afterlife itself, seated beneath a chair during a banquet, or crouched in a marsh boat helping its owner hunt birds among the papyrus reeds. These were not incidental details for an artist to fill space. Egyptians believed you carried your household, cat included, with you into eternity. The sistrum, a rattling ceremonial instrument shaken during religious rites, was frequently topped with a small cast image of a cat's face, linking sound itself to the goddess during temple ceremony. Priests and priestesses would have shaken these instruments by the thousands during the Bubastis festival, filling the delta air with a sound built specifically to honor this one animal. Bastet's iconography sometimes included a small basket carried on one arm, a detail scholars have puzzled over for years. Some read it as a symbol of fertility, a womb standing in for the goddess's role protecting childbirth. Others read it more simply, as a nod to the cat's domestic role, a creature that belonged fundamentally to the house and the hearth rather than the wild. By the late period, Bastet's popularity had grown so large that her cult absorbed pieces of other regional goddesses entirely, her name and iconography blending into local traditions the way a dominant religion often folds smaller ones into itself over time. She was not just tolerated across Egypt by this point. She was, in practical terms, becoming one of the most broadly worshipped deities in the entire pantheon. Excavators at Bubastis also uncovered evidence of a substantial administrative apparatus attached to the temple, storerooms, workshops, and living quarters for staff whose entire livelihood revolved around maintaining Bastet's cult. This was not a lone priest tending shrine. This was an economic institution employing craftsmen, scribes, and caretakers, a small city organized around the worship of one animal-shaped goddess. And here's where the story turns, because sacred status is never just a feeling. In Egypt, it became law. Real, enforceable, terrifying law. And laws like that get tested sooner or later by someone who does not understand the stakes. A Roman visitor once killed a cat by accident in Egypt. He did not mean to. It happened probably in an instant, a cartwheel, a startled animal, the kind of accident that happens 1,000 times a day in any city with streets and traffic. A crowd formed anyway, and that crowd nearly killed him for it. This is not folklore. It comes from the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century before our era. Describing something he says he witnessed himself during a visit to Egypt. He was careful to note it, because even he, a foreigner used to strange customs, found the intensity of it remarkable. Diodorus was a serious historian by the standards of his time, not a gossip columnist. He compiled a massive world history, the Bibliotheca, drawing on earlier sources and his own travels. When a man like that stops his narrative to say, "I saw this happen," it carries more weight than a second-hand rumor passed down the centuries. Egyptian law, as Diodorus records it, treated harming or killing a cat as a capital offense. Not a fine, not a whipping, death. And critically, intent did not matter. An accident carried the same weight as murder in the eyes of the crowd, if not always in the strict letter of the law. So picture the scene Diodorus describes. A Roman citizen, representing at that point the single most powerful empire on earth, kills a cat without meaning to. Word spreads through the neighborhood fast, the way bad news always does. A crowd gathers outside his door. This should have been a non-event. Rome and Egypt at that moment were on delicate but functioning diplomatic terms, and nobody with any political sense picks a fight over a dead animal with the empire that could, if it wanted to, annex your country outright. And yet, the Egyptian king himself, according to Diodorus, tried to intervene, sent men to plead for the Roman's life, to explain the political danger the crowd was courting. It did not matter. The mob killed him anyway, despite every attempt by the government to save him. Sit with that for a second, because it is the whole point of the story. If a king's direct intervention could not stop it, this was not performative piety. This was something closer to instinct, a reflex the entire community shared without needing to discuss it first. We do not know this man's name. Diodorus does not give it to us. He is a footnote, an unlucky traveler who found out the hard way that a foreign god's protection extends further than a foreign visitor's diplomatic status. History remembers the cat's importance far better than it remembers him. We also do not know exactly how he died, whether it was a beating, a stoning, or something else entirely. Diodorus simply tells us the crowd killed him, leaving the specific method to the reader's imagination, which is, if anything, worse. A vague death sentence carried out by an entire neighborhood leaves more room for horror than any single grim detail could. Diodorus offers this story as a kind of proof of concept for a broader claim he makes elsewhere, that Egyptian devotion to sacred animals ran so deep it could override diplomacy, kingship, and even basic self-preservation. He is not condemning it outright. He seems, if anything, fascinated by a society willing to enforce belief with this much consistency. Modern historians treat this account with reasonable caution. Diodorus wrote for readers who loved a striking anecdote, and ancient historians were not shy about polishing a good story into a better one. But the broader claim that cats held protected legal status in Egypt shows up independently across multiple sources, which gives this particular version real weight. There is also a practical layer worth naming plainly. Egypt did not just love cats abstractly. It depended on them structurally to protect the grain reserves an entire civilization's food supply rested on. Killing a cat was not just blasphemy. In a very real sense, it was sabotage against public survival. Later Roman authors writing about Egypt, centuries after Diodorus, still repeated versions of this same warning to travelers, treating it almost like practical advice for anyone planning a visit to the Nile. Whatever else you do there, do not, under any circumstances, harm one of the cats. The reputation had calcified into something close to a standing joke among outsiders. Dark humor wrapped around a very real danger. That combination, sacred and strategic, is what made the law bites so hard. A society will forgive a great deal that only offends its gods. It forgives almost nothing that threatens its food supply and its gods at the same time. There is a second, quieter story that survives alongside this one, less dramatic but no less telling. Egyptian sources describe soldiers being deployed specifically to protect cats during moments of civil unrest or invasion, prioritizing their safety in ways that read, to modernize, almost absurd until you remember what these animals represented to the people guarding them. It is worth noting what this law did not require. Egypt never demanded that its people love cats. It only demanded that they not harm them, on pain of death, and left the loving part, apparently, to take care of itself. Given everything else we know about Egyptian devotion to this animal, it mostly did. Compare this to nearly every other legal system in the ancient world, where animals were property, full stop, worth exactly what a buyer would pay for them, and nothing more. Egypt inverted that logic entirely for one species. The cat was not property under this law. The cat was closer to a citizen with fur, arguably safer under Egyptian law than most actual humans. It is a useful exercise to compare this against Mesopotamian law from roughly the same era, where the Code of Hammurabi meticulously assigns fines and penalties for damaged property, injured slaves, dead livestock, an entire economy of restitution measured out in silver. Nowhere in that code does any animal receive protection remotely close to what Egyptian custom extended to the cat. Egypt was, on this particular point, functioning by an entirely different logic than its neighbors. There is a persistent claim, repeated across many popular accounts, that when Persian forces besieged the Egyptian city of Pelusium in 525 before our era, their general Cambyses ordered soldiers to carry cats and other sacred animals in front of their advance, betting correctly that Egyptian defenders would refuse to fight for fear of harming them. The story is widely told, though ancient sourcing for it is thin, and it is worth flagging as more legend than confirmed history. True or not, its survival across centuries tells you exactly how the ancient world understood Egyptian devotion as a weakness an enemy could exploit. It is worth asking who actually enforced a law like this in practice, because ancient Egypt had no police force in the modern sense. Enforcement seems to have run through a mix of local temple authority and simple public consensus, priests carrying real civic weight, and ordinary citizens acting as their own witnesses, judges, and, as Diodorus shows us, sometimes their own executioners. This protection persisted, remarkably, even after Egypt lost its political independence. Under Persian, then Greek, then eventually Roman rule, foreign administrators governing the Nile largely left this particular religious custom untouched, whether out of genuine respect or simple pragmatism about not provoking a population already resentful of foreign control. Empires came and went. The cat's legal shield outlasted several of them. The Ptolemaic dynasty, ethnically Greek but ruling Egypt after Alexander's conquest, actually leaned into this custom rather than dismantling it, understanding perfectly well that respecting local religious sensitivities was cheaper and safer than crushing them. Cleopatra's own ancestors, in other words, governed a population that would still, if provoked badly enough, tear a man apart over a dead cat, and they built policy around that fact rather than against it. This kind of foreign accommodation was not unusual in the ancient world generally. Plenty of conquerors learned to leave a conquered people's gods alone rather than risk open revolt. What makes the Egyptian case distinctive is just how specific and how visceral the flashpoint could be. Not a temple, not a priesthood, not an abstract theological dispute. One dead animal and a city ready to riot. It connects to something deeper in Egyptian cosmology called Ma'at, a concept meaning cosmic order, truth, and balance. The invisible structure holding the universe together. Killing a sacred animal was not just an offense against a god. It was understood as a tear in the fabric of Ma'at itself, a small act of chaos let loose into a universe that depended on order to keep functioning at all. We should be honest about something uncomfortable here too. A society that will kill a man over a cat is not automatically a gentle society. This is not a simple story of a kinder, wiser ancient world. It is a story about how far human devotion can travel once it fuses with religious terror, and how little room that combination leaves for mercy toward a person who broke the rule by mistake. And that intensity, that willingness to enforce reverence with violence, raises an uncomfortable question the film cannot avoid. If Egyptians would kill a man for accidentally harming one living cat, what exactly were they willing to do, deliberately, to hundreds of thousands of cats they believed were serving a greater purpose? Archaeologists eventually cataloged the mummified remains of over 300,000 cats in a single Egyptian cemetery. 300,000, not scattered across centuries of casual burial, but concentrated, systematic, industrial. And then researchers found out that many of them were not even whole animals. The site is Beni Hassan, along with the temple grounds at Bubastis itself, both of which functioned as something closer to a manufacturing operation than a sacred graveyard. When British excavators arrived at Beni Hassan in the late 19th century, they found tunnels packed floor to ceiling with mummified cats, layered like cordwood. Local farmers had known about the tunnels long before any professional archaeologist arrived, and had been quietly digging up mummified cats for years, selling some as curiosities to travelers and simply discarding others as worthless. Sacred remains, treated by the very descendants of the culture that made them holy, as little more than an inconvenient crop to clear from a field. This trade in artifacts had already been running for centuries by the time European scholars showed real scientific interest. Egyptian antiquities dealers selling mummies of all kinds to wealthy tourists on the Grand Tour, unwrapping cat mummies for entertainment at fashionable evening parties in London and Paris. The sacred had become the exotic, and the exotic eventually became a party trick. What happened to those cats next is one of the ugliest episodes in the history of archaeology, though it belongs more to the 19th century than ancient Egypt. A shipment of roughly 19 tons of mummified cats was sent to England in 1890, not for study, but to be ground up and sold as fertilizer for English farmland. Read that again. 3,000 years of sacred devotion, and it ended for a huge portion of these animals as ground bone meal spread across a field in Lancashire. One surviving skull reportedly sat for years afterward on a desk at the Liverpool Museum as the only remnant anyone bothered to keep. A contemporary newspaper account described the auction itself with a kind of bemused disgust, noting the mummy sold for roughly 4 pounds a ton, cheaper by weight than most manufactured fertilizers of the day. An animal once protected by death penalty, priced out at market value for its bone content. It is hard to imagine a more complete inversion of everything the previous 2 chapters just described. But the darker discovery came earlier in the process, back in ancient Egypt itself, once modern researchers started actually examining what was inside these mummy wrappings rather than just counting them. What they found complicates the whole story of reverence we just spent a chapter building. Votive mummies, cats specifically prepared as offerings for pilgrims to buy in dedicated temples, existed in numbers that vastly outpaced what natural death alone could supply. Demand at festivals like the one at Bubastis was enormous. Someone had to meet it. The evidence increasingly points to temple complexes breeding cats specifically to be killed young and mummified as offerings, not animals that lived out a full life and died naturally. Kittens, in many documented cases, deliberately killed within weeks of birth to supply an endless religious market. Skeletal analysis on many of these kitten mummies shows patterns consistent with strangulation or a deliberate blow to the skull, injuries clustered in ways natural death simply does not produce. This is not ambiguous archaeology. Researchers are looking directly at evidence of routine, methodical killing built into a religious supply chain. Estimates for the age of these kittens at death cluster heavily around a few months old, some barely weaned. Based on tooth eruption and bone growth plates researchers can read almost as precisely as a birth certificate. An entire generation of animals, in some cases, never lived long enough to hunt a single mouse before being turned into an offering. The scale of demand becomes easier to grasp once you consider how many separate cult centers were operating at once across Egypt, each one drawing its own stream of pilgrims wanting their own offering to dedicate. Multiply the output of Bubastis alone across every regional temple running a similar votive trade, and the total number of animals bred and killed for this purpose likely runs into the millions, not merely the hundreds of thousands found at any single site. It is genuinely difficult to reconcile this with the story from 2 chapters ago, the Roman visitor torn apart by a crowd for one accidental death. But maybe it should not be that difficult. Ritual killing, sanctioned, purposeful, performed within the correct religious framework, has almost never carried the same moral weight in any culture as an unsanctioned death outside that framework. The rules were never about protecting the individual animal's life. They were about protecting the correctness of the ritual surrounding it. Modern Egyptologists studying this material tend to resist easy moral judgment either way, and I think that restraint is the right instinct. Reading 3,000-year-old religious practice through a purely modern animal welfare lens flattens something genuinely complicated into a simple verdict it was never built to receive. The people running these breeding operations believed, sincerely, that they were performing a service to the divine, not committing an atrocity. Priests and temple staff running this operation were not acting outside their religious duty, as strange as that sounds. Breeding, raising briefly, and then ritually killing an animal to serve as a vessel for prayer was understood as legitimate temple business, a formalized service industry sitting alongside the sale of incense, amulets, and inscribed prayers steely to visiting pilgrims. Radiographic studies of mummy bundles across major museum collections, including a landmark study out of the University of Manchester, found something even stranger. A significant portion of the bundles contained no complete animal at all. Some held only a few bones. Some held feathers or mud or nothing recognizable as a cat whatsoever. Roughly a third of the mummies examined in some of these studies turn out to be partial or entirely fake, bundled and wrapped to look convincing to a buyer who would never unwrap it, because unwrapping a votive offering defeated its entire religious purpose. Nobody was checking. Think about what that means practically. Pilgrims sailed to Bubastis, drank their share of the festival's famous wine, paid for a mummified cat to dedicate to the goddess, and in some unknown but substantial percentage of cases, walked away having bought a bundle of straw wrapped in the shape of devotion. Was this fraud in the way we would use that word today? Maybe not exactly. Ancient Egyptians likely believed the symbolic form carried the same spiritual weight as the literal animal, that intention and representation mattered more than physical completeness. But it is hard not to also see, underneath the theology, an economy that had simply outrun its own supply. Modern CT scanning has actually offered a small mercy here, letting researchers examine bundled mummies without unwrapping a single layer of ancient linen, preserving the physical object while finally answering the question centuries of scholars could only guess at. It is a strange comfort, using 21st century imaging to solve a 2,000-year-old mystery about faith and supply and demand. Cats were never the only animal caught up in this economy, which is worth remembering before we single Egypt out too harshly. Ibises, baboons, crocodiles, and falcons were bred and mummified in comparable industrial fashion at other temple complexes across the country, each one dedicated to its own patron deity. Egypt had, in effect, built an entire manufacturing sector around packaging devotion into animal form. The actual embalming process for a cat mummy could be remarkably careful when done properly. The body dried using natron salt over weeks, limbs individually wrapped before the whole animal was bound in patterned linen, sometimes finished with a painted wooden or cartonnage mask shaped into a serene, almost smiling cat face. Skilled embalmers turned this into genuine craft, whatever the ethics of the underlying supply chain. There is a live, uncomfortable conversation happening right now in museums that hold these remains over whether cat mummies collected during the colonial era should be returned to Egypt, kept for ongoing scientific study, or some combination of both. It is a modern argument about respect for the dead, layered directly on top of an ancient argument about respect for the sacred. The cats, notably, were never asked their opinion on any of it. This is the uncomfortable turn in the story. A civilization that would lynch a man for accidentally killing one cat was, at the very same time, running breeding operations that killed cats deliberately and at scale to feed religious commerce. Both things were true simultaneously, sacred and industrial, reverent and ruthless in the same temple complex. It is a pattern this film is going to see again and again across 63 chapters, in different centuries, different continents, different religions entirely. Human devotion, once it scales up enough to need supply chains, tends to develop appetites the original reverence never intended. Egypt was simply first. None of this erased the deeper cultural bond. Household cats, the ones that lived ordinary lives beside ordinary families, still seem to have been genuinely loved, genuinely mourned, buried with real grief rather than manufactured piety. The industrial mummy trade and the household devotion existed side by side, uneasily, for centuries. What Egypt guarded jealously, though, was not the dead cat. It was the living one. Exporting a live cat out of the country was illegal, a state matter, enforced with real seriousness. Which of course meant the rest of the ancient Mediterranean wanted exactly what it could not legally have. Egypt made it illegal to take a cat out of the country. The rest of the ancient world wanted one anyway. And where there is a ban on something everybody wants, there is, sooner or later, a smuggler willing to take the risk. The reasoning behind the ban was not sentimental, or not only sentimental. Egypt understood, on some level, that its cats were an asset, a genuine strategic advantage in an ancient world constantly fighting rodents for its food supply. Keeping that advantage exclusive kept it valuable. There are accounts of Egyptian agents actively working to retrieve cats that had been smuggled abroad, buying them back, or otherwise recovering them from foreign ports, treating a lost cat almost the way another nation might treat stolen state property. This was not casual policy. Someone in the Egyptian government cared enough to chase it. Enforcement, though, only ever slows a black market. It rarely kills one, especially when the smugglers in question are among the most capable seafarers of the ancient world. And in this era, that meant the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians were traders first, loyal to profit before any particular flag, and their ships worked ports across the entire Mediterranean, Carthage, Cyprus, the coasts of Greece and Iberia. A cat, small, easy to hide below deck, and worth a genuine premium to a foreign buyer, was exactly the kind of cargo a Phoenician crew would find irresistible. We do not have a smoking gun document. Some ancient customs manifest reading illegal cats, 6 units. What we have instead is the pattern archaeology leaves behind. Cat remains and cat imagery appearing across the Mediterranean world on a timeline that tracks suspiciously well with known Phoenician trading activity. Phoenician coinage and decorative art from sites across the Mediterranean occasionally depict cats in ways that suggest more than passing familiarity. Small carved amulets and pendants shaped unmistakably like the animal, turning up in trading colonies hundreds of miles from the Nile. Someone was carrying more than the physical cat. They were carrying its image too, as a kind of quiet advertisement of the exotic goods on offer. Greece is where we could trace it best. Cats appear in Greek art starting around the 5th century before our era, though sparingly at first, mostly as curiosities rather than common household animals. A famous relief from Athens shows a cat and dog squaring off, watched by a group of amused young men, treated as a novelty worth carving into stone. The Greeks, notably, never adopted anything close to Egyptian reverence. Their favored ratting animal for centuries remained the domesticated polecat, a distant relative of the ferret, not the cat. The cat arrived as an exotic import, admired, occasionally kept, but never sacred. That distinction matters. It tells us something about how mythology travels compared to how animals travel. The cat could cross a border far more easily than the religious-weight Egyptians had spent 3,000 years building around it. You can smuggle an animal in a basket. You cannot smuggle 3 millennia of devotion along with it. Greek comic playwrights occasionally worked cats into their scripts as background color, a household detail meant to signal an exotic or wealthy setting rather than a punchline in itself. The same way a modern film might show an expensive imported car parked outside a house to suggest money without saying it outright. The cat's rarity value was clearly still being felt centuries after the first animals arrived. Because a smuggled cat, once it reached a foreign port, was not cheap. Scattered references from later Greek and Roman writers suggest live cats commanded genuinely high prices relative to other small animals sold in the same markets, a reflection of both their usefulness and their exotic Egyptian pedigree. Owning one said something about a household's means, in addition to whatever practical rodent control it provided. Crete offers one of the earlier data points in this whole spread, a cat skeleton found buried in a Minoan tomb dating to roughly the 14th century before our era, well before the classical Greek world existed at all. That places organized human care for a cat on Crete startlingly early, hinting that the smuggling and trading networks moving this animal westward were active far longer, and far earlier than the more famous classical era accounts suggest. The Etruscans, whose civilization predates and heavily influenced early Rome, also left behind cat imagery in tomb paintings and decorative art, suggesting the animal had reached the Italian peninsula through Mediterranean trade, well before Rome itself grew into the dominant power that would later carry cats even further afield. Every stop along this route left its own small archaeological fingerprint. It is worth pausing on the sheer irony sitting underneath this whole chapter. Egypt guarded its cats as fiercely as it guarded any state secret, and lost the fight anyway, not to an invading army, but to ordinary human wanting, spread quietly across 1,000 small transactions no government could fully police. Desire, it turns out, is a harder border to hold than any wall or law. Consider, too, that this is arguably the first recorded case of a live animal export ban in human history, a government explicitly restricting the international movement of a species for reasons that were part economic, part religious, part something close to national pride. Long before customs agents inspected luggage for smuggled wildlife, Egypt had already worked out that other people wanted what it had, and had already started trying and failing to stop them from taking it. Greek writers themselves seem faintly bemused by Egyptian cat worship, rather than persuaded by it. Herodotus reports the customs with the careful neutrality of an anthropologist, describing something genuinely foreign to his own worldview, curious, detailed, but never once suggesting his own readers ought to adopt anything like it. Rome picked the cat up more gradually still, and largely for the same blunt reason Egypt originally had: rats. Roman granaries, Roman ships, Roman households all faced the same rodent problem every grain-based civilization has ever faced, and the cat solved it efficiently, without ceremony. Roman writers mention cats far less often and far less reverently than Egyptian sources do. Pliny the Elder discusses them in passing, mostly as one animal among many worth noting for natural history. No temples, no festivals drawing hundreds of thousands, no death penalty for harming one. The cat, in Rome, was simply useful. Roman mosaics do occasionally show cats in genuinely domestic, almost tender scenes, curled beneath a dinner table or caught mid-pounce on a bird, evidence of an animal that had earned real household affection even without any accompanying theology. Pompeii's ruins preserve at least one such mosaic, frozen by ash the same afternoon it was laid down for a family dinner nobody finished eating. There's a kind of quiet irony in that downgrade. The same animal that commanded state religion on one side of the Mediterranean became, on the other side, just another working tenant of the household, tolerated for its usefulness the way you would tolerate a good watchdog. Divinity, it turns out, does not travel well through customs. Cyprus deserves a mention here too, because it kept playing the role it had already played once before in this story. The island that gave us the 9,500-year-old grave from Chapter 7 sat directly on the shipping lanes running between Egypt, Anatolia, and Greece, a natural waypoint where a smuggled animal could change hands, change ships, and disappear into the wider Mediterranean trade network without anyone tracing it back to the Nile. Genetic studies conducted in recent decades have actually traced this spread with real precision, comparing mitochondrial DNA lineages from modern cats and archaeological cat remains across the Mediterranean basin. The data points to at least 2 separate waves radiating outward from the Near East and Egypt, one moving early through Anatolia, another moving later and more directly along Egyptian and Phoenician shipping routes. Science, centuries later, is confirming exactly the smuggling story the old texts only hint at. Roman law, tellingly, never bothered to single out the cat for special protection the way Egyptian law had. It simply folded the animal into the ordinary Roman category of property, the same legal bucket as a chicken or a mule. That is not necessarily evidence of cruelty. It is evidence of how thoroughly the sacred meaning had been stripped away somewhere between the Nile Delta and the Roman Forum, leaving behind only the animal's usefulness. And yet the smuggling worked decisively, permanently. By the time the Roman Empire reached its height, cats were established across the Mediterranean basin, breeding freely, no longer dependent on any single supply line from the Nile. Egypt's monopoly, once absolute, had quietly ended. This matters more than it might first seem. The cat's entire spread across the ancient world, its jump from one continent's religion into dozens of other cultures, began with contraband. Not conquest, not deliberate gift-giving between kings, but ordinary people breaking an ordinary law because they wanted something badly enough. From here, the story splits, and it splits in a direction nobody in Egypt could have predicted. Because far to the north, past the reach of any Mediterranean trade route, in the cold fjords of a culture that had never heard of Batet, the cat was about to be handed a chariot. Far from the Nile, in a mythology built around ice, wolves, and the end of the world, a goddess of love and war rode across the sky in a chariot pulled by 2 enormous cats. No Egyptian ever wrote that sentence. A Norse skald did and meant it completely seriously. The goddess is Freyja, one of the most powerful figures in the Norse pantheon, associated with love, fertility, war, and a form of magic called seed, or that even Odin was said to have learned from her. She is not a minor deity. She sits near the top of an entire cosmology. Her chariot, according to the sagas, was drawn not by horses, but by 2 great gray-furred cats, gifted to her by Thor himself, of all the gods the one most associated with brute physical strength. There is something almost funny about that pairing, the god of thunder handing over a pair of house cats as a meaningful gift. We should be honest about the sourcing here. Most of what survives about Freyja's cats comes down to us through medieval Christian scholars, writing centuries after the pagan practices they were describing had already faded, working from oral tradition that had likely shifted in the retelling. The core image, though, appears consistently enough to trust that it reflects a real pre-Christian belief. Snorri Sturluson, the 13th century Icelandic chronicler responsible for preserving much of what we know about Norse mythology at all, wrote his account well after Christianity had already reshaped Scandinavian religious life. Everything we know about Freyja's cat survives, essentially, through a filter, a devout Christian recording the beliefs of ancestors whose faith he did not personally share. Why cats specifically for a goddess this central? One theory ties it to fertility symbolism, cats being prolific breeders, closely watched by farming communities that depended on healthy litters of everything, animal and human alike. Another ties it simply to the animal's practical presence on Norse farms and ships by the time these stories were being told. There is also a folk custom worth mentioning here. Brides in some regions of Scandinavia reportedly left offerings of cream or milk out for cats before their weddings, hoping to earn Freyja's blessing on the marriage through her sacred animals. A small domestic ritual, easy to overlook, that quietly links the goddess's mythic cats to an ordinary bowl left out on a farmhouse floor. A generous wedding gift specifically involving cats was itself considered auspicious. Some Scandinavian sources describing farmers who gifted a breeding pair of cats to a newly married couple as a blessing for a fruitful household, tying the animal directly into a family's hopes for children and prosperity in one gesture. Freyja's followers were reportedly drawn especially from women across Norse society, and some scholars connect her cult, and by extension her cats, to the Volva, traveling seeresses who performed cedar magic for individual farms and communities. If that link holds, cats were not just symbols of a distant goddess, but companions, real or symbolic, to the actual living practitioners of Norse folk magic walking farm to farm. Norse settlers carried this affection with them wherever they settled permanently, and archaeological evidence from Norse colonies as far-flung as the Orkney Islands and even early Greenland settlements includes cat remains, evidence that this animal rode along on some of the most ambitious and dangerous voyages of the entire medieval world, all the way to the edge of the known map. Some sagas mention cats almost incidentally as measures of a household's ordinary comfort, the same way a modern story might mention a fireplace or a full pantry. A small detail signaling stability and prosperity rather than anything remarkable in itself. That casualness is its own kind of evidence, proof the animal had fully settled into daily Norse life by the time these stories were finally written down. There is something fitting about a war goddess claiming this particular animal as her own. Cats do not fight the way wolves or bears fight. In open confrontation, teeth bared, strength against strength. They fight, when they fight at all, through ambush, patience, and a total refusal to expose themselves until the moment is right. That is not the strategy of brute war. That is the strategy of something closer to a spy. Because that practical presence was real, and it mattered enormously to how the cat kept spreading northward. Viking longships, packed tight with grain and dried supplies for weeks-long voyages, faced exactly the rodent problem every seafaring culture in this film has already faced. A cat aboard ship was not decoration. It was cargo insurance. Archaeological digs at Viking-age sites across Scandinavia and the British Isles have turned up cat remains in contexts that strongly suggest deliberate, keeping rather than incidental presence. Bones found buried with apparent care. Cat imagery worked into decorative objects and jewelry from the period. There is a particularly grim data point worth naming honestly. Norse burial customs in some documented cases included animal remains, cats among them, interred alongside their owners, echoing, whether the Vikings knew it or not, that same instinct from the grave at Shillourokambos thousands of years earlier. Different cultures, oceans and millennia apart, kept arriving at the same gesture. Some Viking-age textiles unearthed in Scandinavian graves show evidence of cat fur woven into cloaks and garments, a detail that used to be read purely as practical use of a locally available pelt. More recent scholarship suggests it may have carried protective or symbolic meaning too, wearing something of Freyja's own animal into battle or into the afterlife itself. It is genuinely striking how differently this animal got mythologized depending on where it landed. In Egypt, warmth, fertility, domestic protection, a goddess who guarded the hearth. In the north, something closer to raw power, a creature strong enough and strange enough to pull a war goddess's chariot across the sky. Same animal, completely different symbolic job. Freyja's connection to death is also worth naming, because it complicates the sweetness of the chariot image. She was said to receive half of all warriors who died in battle into her own hall, Folkvanger, splitting the honor with Odin's Valhalla. A goddess this closely tied to war, mourning, and the afterlife, choosing cats as her sacred animal suggests the Norse saw something in this creature that went well beyond simple fertility symbolism, something closer to a guide between worlds. Some modern breeders and folklorists point to the Norwegian forest cat, a large, thick-coated breed native to Scandinavia, as a plausible living descendant of exactly the cats these sagas described, animals built to survive brutal winters aboard ships and farms alike. The genetic record does not confirm a direct, unbroken line back to Freyja's mythical pair, but the physical resemblance to a working, cold-hardened farm cat is hard to ignore. Icelandic sagas, composed and later written down by descendants of these same seafaring communities, mention cats only in passing, almost always as ordinary background presence rather than remarkable event, evidence that by the time of these writings the cat had already become simply another fixture of daily Norse life, rather than an exotic new arrival worth commenting on at length. Norse sailors, trading and raiding across a network that stretched from the Baltic to the Mediterranean to the North Atlantic, almost certainly helped carry cats along routes Egypt's export ban had never anticipated needing to guard against. A predator moving quietly, ship by ship, port by port, entirely outside any government's notice or control. By the time these voyages reached the British Isles, cats were established well enough to leave their own trail in local folklore and archaeology, a foothold that would deepen for centuries into the deeply complicated relationship England would later have with this exact same animal. What strikes me most about the Norse version of this story is how unbothered it is by contradiction. A goddess of war driving cats. A predator pulling a chariot instead of stalking prey. Norse mythology never seemed to need the cat to make logical sense. It just needed the cat to be powerful and left the rest to sit unresolved. That comfort with contradiction is going to keep showing up as this film moves from religion to religion. Every culture that adopted this animal seemed to find a different truth in it, and none of those truths bothered to agree with each other. Which brings us somewhere warmer and gentler than anything the frozen north or the mummy factories of the Nile prepared us for. A different faith entirely, one where the cat's reputation would settle into something closer to tenderness than terror. According to Islamic tradition, a man once cut off his own sleeve rather than disturb the cat sleeping on it. That man was the Prophet Muhammad, and the cat, tradition tells us, was named Muezza. Whether every detail of the story is historically verifiable or not, its persistence across 14 centuries tells you something real about what it was meant to teach. The story goes that the prophet was called to prayer while Muezza lay asleep on the sleeve of his robe. Rather than wake the animal, he took a knife and cut the fabric free, leaving the cat undisturbed. It is a small gesture. It has outlived empires. It is worth being clear about how this story is generally regarded by Islamic scholars themselves, many of whom classify it as a popular legend rather than an authenticated hadith with a verified chain of transmission. That distinction matters within the tradition, and yet the story survives, retold in households and children's books across the Muslim world, because it captures something the authenticated texts confirm anyway. This legend does not sit alone. It reflects a much broader pattern found across the hadith, the recorded sayings and traditions attributed to the prophet, which repeatedly describe cats in terms no other domestic animal in the tradition quite receives. One well-known hadith describes a woman condemned for locking a cat away without food until it died of starvation, framed explicitly as a serious moral failing worthy of divine punishment. Cruelty to this specific animal was treated, within the tradition, as a genuine sin, not a minor lapse. A companion hadith, often cited alongside that one, describes a man forgiven his past sins after giving water to a thirsty dog he found in a well, a reminder that this tradition's compassion for animals was never narrowly limited to cats alone. The cat's status is distinct and elevated, but sits inside a wider ethic of kindness toward living creatures generally. Another companion of the prophet, Abu Hurairah, whose very name translates roughly to father of the kitten, is remembered in tradition as a man who carried a cat with him constantly, tucked into the folds of his cloak, earning the nickname for the prophet himself, according to some accounts. It became one of the most recognizable names in early Islamic history, permanently attached to an act of ordinary tenderness toward an animal. Persian and later Mughal miniature painting traditions frequently included cats in scenes of court and garden life, curled at the feet of a prince, watching a game of chess, present in illustrated manuscripts of poetry and history, without needing any explanation for why they belonged there. The animal had become simply part of the visual vocabulary of refined, cultured life across a huge swath of the Islamic world. Islamic legal scholars across different schools of jurisprudence did debate finer points around cats over the centuries. Questions of whether meat or water a cat had eaten from remained permissible for human use. Whether a cat killing vermin inside a home carried any ritual significance worth noting. These were not idle questions to the scholars asking them. Real religious law was being worked out, case by case, around the daily behavior of an ordinary household animal. Charitable endowments called waqf, a cornerstone of Islamic civic life for centuries, sometimes explicitly funded the feeding and care of stray cats in a given city, a legal structure that let devotion outlive the individual donor by generations. Money set aside in the medieval period for cats was, in some documented cases, still technically being administered centuries later, an act of kindness with a paper trail longer than most nations. Compare that institutional patience to Egypt's approach so many centuries earlier, temples and priesthoods organized specifically around the same animal, and it is hard not to notice the echo. Two entirely separate religions, separated by thousands of years and an entirely different theology, both eventually arrived at the same practical conclusion, that caring for this creature deserved formal, funded, permanent institutions rather than casual goodwill alone. Perhaps the most practically significant detail is this. Islamic tradition classifies cats as tahir, ritually clean, permitted to be near food, water, and even inside mosques without breaking a worshipper's purity for prayer. That is a genuinely unusual status for any animal to hold within a religious legal framework this detailed. Compare that directly to how the same broader tradition has, in various interpretations across history and geography, treated dogs with more caution, particularly regarding saliva and ritual purity around prayer. The contrast is not universal or absolute. Interpretations vary widely by region and era, but it is real, and it made cats uniquely welcome in devout households. It is worth pausing on how different this warmth feels from everything the film has shown so far. Egypt built state religion and industrial mummy production around this animal. Norse mythology gave it mythic muscle, hauling a war goddess through the sky. Here, the register drops entirely. This is intimacy. A man, a sleeve, a knife, a sleeping animal he chose not to wake. That intimacy persisted visibly across the following centuries of Islamic civilization. Cats appear in medieval Islamic art, in the margins of manuscripts, curled beside scholars and rulers alike. Ibn Babashad, a noted Egyptian grammarian centuries later, was reportedly so devoted to his cats that he would write balanced on the edge of his desk rather than disturb one sleeping across his papers. The 13th century Egyptian Sultan al-Zahir Baybars reportedly established a garden and endowment, known as Gait el-Neza, dedicated specifically to feeding stray cats around Cairo's mosques, a form of institutionalized charity toward the animal that persisted for generations after his death. State power, once again, formally organized around caring for this creature, echoing something Egypt itself had done thousands of years earlier under a very different religion. The 13th century Sufi mystic and poet Jalal ad-Din Rumi wrote of cats with the same close, observant affection he brought to nearly everything he described, using the animal more than once as a small parable for patience and watchfulness. Cats show up scattered through centuries of Persian and Arabic poetry this way, treated less as pets in the modern sense and more as quiet teachers, present in a room without demanding to be the point of it. Ottoman-era Istanbul carried this tradition forward at genuine civic scale. Travelers' accounts from the period describe the city's streets as thick with cats, fed by shopkeepers, tolerated inside markets, occasionally left small endowed sums of money specifically earmarked by wealthy citizens to keep local street cats cared for after the donor's own death. Istanbul still carries a version of that reputation today, a city famous for a permissive, almost civic affection toward the cats wandering through it. Some historians connect this reverence back to the older Egyptian tradition itself, a kind of cultural echo persisting in the same geography long after Bastet's temples had crumbled into rubble. The god changed. The affection for the animal in that particular stretch of the world seems to have outlasted the religion that first formalized it. This reverence has never been purely historical or textual either. Cats remain, in much of the Islamic world today, genuinely welcome in public and religious spaces in a way many other animals simply are not, fed by shopkeepers, tolerated inside courtyards, occasionally even inside mosque grounds themselves without controversy. It would be a mistake, though, to read this as some kind of universal Islamic softness toward all animals. The tradition draws sharp, specific distinctions, and the cat happens to land on the fortunate side of nearly every one of them. That specificity is exactly what makes the story worth telling. This was not blanket sentimentality. It was a deliberate, textual, repeated elevation of one particular animal. I want to sit in this warmth for one more moment before the film moves on, because it does not get much more of it. A prophet, a sleeve, a small mercy chosen over a small inconvenience. Whatever else this animal has been across 10,000 years of human company, here, at least, it was simply allowed to sleep. That peace does not travel everywhere. Somewhere far to the east, in an island nation with its own long, complicated relationship with this animal, a different question was forming, one with a much darker edge to it. What happens to a cat that simply lives too long? In Japan, if a cat lived long enough and its tail grew long enough, the old story said it stopped being a cat at all. Not died, transformed into something that could walk on its hind legs, speak in a human voice, and remember, apparently, every small cruelty it had ever suffered at its owner's hands. Japanese folklore never settled on one answer for what this animal was. It settled on two, running in parallel, worshipped affection on one hand and genuine dread on the other, sometimes within the very same village, sometimes within the very same household. Cats themselves are not native to Japan. Most historians believe they arrived from mainland Asia sometime around the 6th century of our era, likely alongside Buddhist monks and manuscripts, valued specifically for protecting sacred scrolls and sutras from being chewed apart by mice. The cat entered Japanese life, in other words, already tangled up with something holy. Start with the gentle half, because Japan gave the world one of its most recognizable feline icons. The Maneki Neko, the beckoning cat, sits in shop windows worldwide today, one paw raised, said to bring good fortune and prosperity to any business lucky enough to display it. Its origin is usually traced to Gotoku-ji, a small temple on the western edge of Tokyo. Legend says a poor priest shared his meager food with a stray cat despite having barely enough for himself. Later, a passing feudal lord took shelter from a storm under a tree near the temple. The cat raised its paw as if beckoning him inside, just moments before lightning struck the very tree he had been standing under. The lord, grateful and astonished, became the temple's patron. Gotoku-ji still stands today and still keeps its grounds crowded with hundreds of small Maneki Neko statues, offerings left by visitors thanking the temple, and by extension the cat, for good fortune received. It is genuinely one of the warmer images this whole film will show you. There's a small detail folklorists like to point out about the raised paw itself. A cat raising its left paw is traditionally believed to invite customers into a shop, while a raised right paw is meant to invite money and good fortune specifically, a distinction still observed by shopkeepers deciding which version to place by their door. Gotoku-ji is not even the only temple claiming to be the true birthplace of this legend. Yamato Shrine in Tokyo tells a similar but distinct version. An old woman too poor to keep her cat told in a dream to make clay figures of the animal instead, which she then sold successfully enough to support herself. Two competing origin stories, both still drawing pilgrims today, neither one willing to concede the point to the other. Cats held real economic status in pre-modern Japan too, prized specifically for protecting the silk trade discussed later in this chapter, and expensive enough at times that ownership was genuinely restricted. Historical records describe periods when common cats were kept tethered on leashes by law, reserved disproportionately for wealthier households and temples that could afford the privilege, an oddly bureaucratic detail sitting right alongside all this myth and monster lore. That leash law was eventually reversed by government decree, specifically because it was hurting the very silk industry it was meant to protect, tethered cats being far less effective at controlling mice than cats allowed to roam freely. It is a rare case in this entire film of a government looking directly at the economic data and choosing to set superstition and status anxiety aside in favor of what actually worked. It is a genuinely strange thing to hold both halves of this chapter's argument in your head at once. A temple built to a beckoning cat that saved a lord's life on one side, and a monster with a forked tail that impersonates the dead on the other. Japan never seemed to feel the need to resolve that tension. Both stories were simply true, depending on the night and the cat in question. Some scholars have suggested the Nekomata legend may partly reflect genuine unease about longevity itself, a fear less about the cat and more about anything that outlived its expected span, anything that watched a household long enough to remember every wrong done to it. Old age in that reading was the actual monster. The cat just happened to be the shape that fear was given. Now set that gentleness directly against its opposite number, because Japanese tradition kept both ideas alive at once without apparent discomfort. The Bakaniko, the change cat, and its more specific, more frightening cousin, the Nekomata. The core folk belief was simple and unsettling in equal measure. An ordinary house cat, given enough years, could transform into something monstrous through age alone. No curse required, no ritual, just time, and a tail that kept growing past the point where a normal cat's tail should stop. The Nekomata specifically was said to develop a forked tail, splitting into two, and with that transformation came new and disturbing abilities. Walking upright on two legs, speaking fluent human language, controlling the dead like puppets, and in some tellings, shape-shifting into the exact likeness of its own deceased owner. That last detail is the one that stays with you. A cat that could become convincingly indistinguishable from a person you had already buried and grieved. Some regional traditions warned that these creatures used that disguise specifically to infiltrate a household from within, feeding on the family's fortune, or worse, on the family itself. One especially popular legend, the Nabashima cat ghost story, told of a Nekomata that killed and impersonated a lord's favored concubine, ruling the household for years undetected, tormenting the lord in secret each night before finally being exposed and destroyed. Kabuki theater kept adapting and restaging versions of this story for centuries, proof of how deeply the fear had rooted itself into popular entertainment. A gentler cousin of these monster cats, the Nekomusum or cat girl, appears in later folklore and woodblock prints, a young woman with subtly feline features, whiskers barely visible, a taste for fish that gives her away. Less a threat than an oddity, she reflects the same underlying suspicion in softer form, that the boundary between cat and person in Japanese folklore was never quite as solid as it looked. A related creature, the Kasha, was said to be a demon cat capable of snatching a corpse straight out of its coffin during a funeral procession, dragging the body away to devour it or drop it somewhere unholy. Families in some regions guarded coffins overnight specifically against this threat, keeping candles burning and voices low, treating the possibility with the same gravity as any physical danger. The economic backdrop to all of this is worth naming plainly, because it mirrors Egypt's own grain problem almost exactly. Japan's enormous silk industry depended on silkworms, and silkworms depended on mulberry leaves that mice and rats were constantly threatening to destroy. Cats guarding silk-producing regions were valuable enough that some feudal domains actively regulated their trade and ownership, treating them as a resource nearly as protected as the silk itself. This is where the folk practice gets genuinely eerie, because it produced a real, documented behavior. In parts of historical Japan, some cat owners would deliberately dock or trim their cat's tail short, believing it would prevent the transformation entirely by removing the physical feature the change depended on. Many historians point to exactly this folk practice as one theory behind the Japanese bobtail, a naturally short-tailed cat breed that has existed in Japan for centuries. A superstition about monstrous transformation may have quietly shaped the actual genetics of a working cat breed. Fear, in this case, may have left a permanent physical fingerprint on the animal itself. It is worth asking why this particular fear took root so specifically. One theory ties it to the cat's genuinely uncanny physical traits: eyes that seem to glow in low light, a near silent gait, a habit of staring at something in an empty room that the human in that room cannot see or explain. None of that requires the supernatural. All of it easily reads that way to a frightened mind at night. What makes the Japanese tradition distinct, though, is how directly it links the terror to devotion. This was not a culture that simply feared cats the way some feared wolves or snakes. It was a culture that loved this animal deeply enough, built shrines and legends around its kindness, and still could not fully shake the suspicion that something that watchful, that quiet, that long-lived, might be keeping secrets from you. That tension, worship braided tightly with dread, is not unique to Japan. It is, in fact, close to universal. Nearly every culture on Earth that lived alongside this animal arrived at some version of the same uneasy conclusion. They just could never agree on which half of that conclusion to believe. Almost every culture on Earth agreed the cat was somehow supernatural. They almost never agreed on whether that was good news. Walk from Egypt to Japan, from Rome to Scandinavia to the British Isles, and you find the same animal treated as a blessing in one town and a curse one valley over. Start with the myth that outlived nearly all the others, and the one every viewer of this film has already heard 100 times without knowing where it came from. Cats have 9 lives. Nobody can point to a single origin, but the pieces line up suggestively. Some trace it back to Egypt itself, where the number 9 held genuine religious weight, tied to the Ennead, the group of 9 major deities in Egyptian cosmology, and to Bastet's own connections to the sun god Ra's cycles. A sacred number attaching itself to a sacred animal is not a hard leap to make. Others point to English folklore specifically, where the phrase shows up in print as early as the 16th century. A proverb recorded by the playwright John Haywood in 1546 already references the idea as common knowledge, which tells us the belief itself is considerably older than that written record. It is worth noting the number itself was never fixed. Some cultures settled on 7 lives, others on 6, the count shifting depending on regional numerology and which numbers a given culture already considered lucky or unlucky. 9 simply won out in the English-speaking world, and once it stuck in print, it stuck for good. Spanish and Italian tradition, for what it is worth, settled on 7 lives rather than 9, a discrepancy that maps loosely onto Catholic Europe's own fondness for the number 7. 7 sacraments, 7 deadly sins, 7 virtues. Even the counting of a myth, it turns out, gets colored by whatever numerology already sits closest at hand in a given culture. The most likely honest answer is that this myth has no single origin at all. It grew, probably independently, in multiple places out of straightforward observation. Cats survive falls that should kill them. They squeeze out of traps that should hold them. They vanish and reappear days later looking entirely unbothered. People noticed, and people told stories to explain what they noticed. Now take the luck question, because this is where the folklore stops being charming and starts being genuinely inconsistent, sometimes within the same country. A black cat crossing your path was considered good fortune in parts of Britain, a sign of prosperity heading your way. Cross the English Channel, though, and that same black cat, crossing that same path, became an omen of death or misfortune across most of continental Europe. Same animal, same behavior, same coat color, opposite meaning, sometimes separated by nothing more than a short boat ride. Sailors, notoriously superstitious as a professional class, developed their own version entirely. Many British and American maritime traditions held that a black cat aboard ship, or even simply kept by a sailor's family at home, brought good luck and safe passage, while a black cat deliberately avoided or driven off a ship invited disaster. This maritime version had real economic consequences within living memory. Some fishing communities in 19th century England reportedly paid inflated prices specifically for black cats, believing they guaranteed a husband's safe return from sea, a superstition serious enough that it shaped actual household spending, not just idle talk around a hearth. That same maritime superstition eventually crossed the Atlantic with English and Irish sailors, taking root in early American port towns along the eastern seaboard, where dockworkers and fishing families kept versions of the same black cat luck traditions alive well into the 19th and 20th centuries, a small thread of old-world folklore stitched quietly into a brand new country. Move to Celtic tradition and you find the cat Sith, a large black cat with a single white spot on its chest, said to haunt the Scottish Highlands. Some accounts described it as a fairy creature. Others whispered it was a witch who had transformed herself and could only do so a limited number of times before the transformation became permanent, unable to change back at all. Highland tradition also included a specific vigil called the Feel Fadalak, families staying awake through the night beside a fresh corpse specifically to keep the cat Sith from passing over the body, out of fear the creature could steal the soul before it reached its proper rest. This is not a light-hearted superstition. This is genuine, sustained, nightly fear, organized into ritual and taken seriously enough to cost a grieving family a night's sleep. Ireland carried its own closely related belief in the cat Sidhe, occasionally conflated with the Scottish version, but distinct enough in some regional tellings to be considered its own creature entirely, a fairy king or queen of cats said to rule over the ordinary feral cats of the countryside. Even within the tight geography of the British Isles, the myth kept splitting into local variations that never fully agreed with each other. Welsh law, remarkably, went the opposite direction entirely, formalizing something closer to Egyptian-style protection in its own medieval legal codes. The laws of Hywel Dda, compiled around the 10th century, set out specific monetary values and penalties for killing or stealing a cat, particularly one guarding a granary, treating the animal as a genuine, legally defined asset worth real compensation under the law. Slavic folklore contributes its own strange entry, the Kat Bayun, a giant, monstrous cat with an iron voice said to sit atop an iron pillar, capable of lulling travelers to sleep with its stories and songs before killing them where they lay. Beauty and danger fused into a single sentence. The way this animal so often gets described across completely unrelated traditions. China and broader East Asian tradition add yet another layer entirely. Some regional beliefs held that a cat washing its face was a sign visitors were coming soon, a piece of folklore gentle enough it barely qualifies as superstition at all, closer to a weather proverb than a warning. Other East Asian traditions carried real weight around funerals specifically, warnings that a cat should never be allowed near a corpse before burial, out of fear the animal's presence could reanimate the body or otherwise disturb its passage to the next world. The line between reverence and horror, again, sitting closer together than comfort would prefer. Even coat color alone carried wildly different weight, depending on where you stood. Calico and tortoiseshell cats were considered good luck across parts of Britain, Ireland, and Japan alike, sometimes called money cats specifically for their supposed ability to bring wealth into a household, a rare point of near global agreement in a subject otherwise defined by disagreement. Germanic farming communities carried their own specific weather lore around this animal. A cat sneezing said to predict rain, a cat sitting with its back to the fire said to warn of an approaching storm. None of this required any religious framework at all. It was folk meteorology, practical people watching a familiar creature closely enough to build an entire private forecasting system around its smallest habits. West African oral traditions carried their own strand of feline caution, certain communities associating cats, particularly at night, with witchcraft and shape-shifting spirits capable of moving between the animal and human world, a suspicion that would later travel, tragically, across the Atlantic with the transatlantic slave trade and resurface in new forms in the colonial Americas. Even within a single household tradition, meaning could shift by the day. A German folk saying held that a cat sneezing once was good luck for the household, but a cat sneezing 3 times in a Romant illness was coming for someone inside it. The animal did not change. Only the number of sneezes did, and somehow that was enough to flip the entire meaning of the omen. It is worth noting how much of this folklore was carried specifically by women, passed mother to daughter across generations of oral tradition long before any of it made it into a printed book. The formal historical record, written overwhelmingly by men, often only captured these beliefs decades or centuries after they had already been circulating quietly through kitchens and nurseries. Stack all of these beliefs side by side, and a pattern emerges that has nothing to do with luck at all. This is a species that unsettled nearly every culture it lived alongside, deeply enough that people across completely disconnected regions, speaking unrelated languages, independently decided the animal must be more than what it appeared to be. Nobody ever fully resolved the contradiction, and I do not think that is an accident of incomplete history. I think it is the actual, honest truth of what this animal is to us. Watchful, self-contained, useful, uncanny, sometimes in the very same hour. The myths never agreed, because the animal itself never gave anyone a clean answer to work from. So leave it unresolved, because that is where the people who actually lived alongside this creature left it too. No verdict. No final word on whether the thing sleeping by their fire was a blessing, a warning, or simply an animal that happened to be very good at looking like both. And here is the strange part nobody planned. None of this mythology needed an empire's permission to spread. While priests and poets argued over what the cat meant, the cat itself was already somewhere else entirely, tucked into the hold of a ship nobody was watching closely enough, headed for a port that had never heard any of these stories yet. We left the last chapter in a tangle. Britain calling a black cat lucky, the rest of Europe calling it a curse. Nobody agreeing on what this animal meant, only that it meant something. That confusion, it turns out, was never going to resolve itself sitting still. Because while priests and peasants argued over omens, the cat itself was already moving, quietly, past every border they could draw. No emperor signed an order for this. No merchant guild voted on it. The cat simply got on the boat. Grain ships leaving Alexandria carried rats below decks the way every grain ship always had. And somewhere in the 2nd or 3rd century before our era, a cat came along for the same reason it always had, because the rats were there and it was hungry. Think about what a cargo hold actually is. Dark, enclosed, crawling with rodents drawn to spilled grain, and completely uninterested in a human's opinion about who belongs there. It is, in other words, exactly the environment a cat had spent millions of years perfecting itself to exploit. Sailors did not domesticate the ship's cat, so much as fail to stop it moving in. By the height of the Roman Empire, cats were established across the Mediterranean basin, in ports from Carthage to Ostia to the Greek islands, riding the same shipping lanes that carried wine, olive oil, and slaves. Rome never worshipped the cat the way Egypt had. There was no temple, no festival, no mob ready to lynch a man for killing one. But Rome used it constantly in granaries and villas alike. Roman mosaics start showing up with cats in them around this period, curled under tables, stalking birds in garden scenes, present in domestic life in a way that reads as ordinary rather than sacred. That ordinariness is its own kind of victory. The cat had gone from Egyptian state secret to Roman household fixture in a few centuries, without a single deliberate breeding decision behind it. Further east, the story runs on a parallel track. Silk Road caravans crossing from China through Central Asia to the Mediterranean carried grain, silk, spices, and, tucked in among the cargo, the same rodent problem every stored food supply on Earth has always had. Cats worked their way along those overland routes the same way they worked the sea lanes, one granary and caravanserai at a time. There's something almost insulting, if you are the kind of species that likes to take credit for things, about how little agency humans actually had in this spread. We built the roads. We built the ships. We stacked the grain that drew the rats that drew the cats. And then the cats used our own infrastructure against us, or rather for themselves, hitching a ride on every trade network we ever engineered. Caravanserai, those roadside and strung across Central Asia at roughly a day's journey apart, functioned as small grain depots in their own right, feeding travelers and pack animals alike. Archaeologists working these sites have found cat remains alongside stored food deposits, a pattern repeated at and after in along routes stretching from the Chinese frontier to the Persian plateau. The cat had, in effect, colonized the entire logistics network of the ancient world one-way station at a time. Chinese sources from roughly this period mention cats too, though the animal status there ran on its own separate track, entering China possibly through multiple routes rather than a single wave, valued in granaries and silk production facilities where rodents threatened both stored rice and the mulberry leaves silkworms depended on. Silk itself, ironically, needed protecting from the same small mammals that threatened grain, giving the cat yet another economic niche to quietly occupy. In the Arabian Peninsula, well before Islam gave cats the specific religious warmth we covered back in Chapter 14, they were already established along the incense and spice routes crossing from Yemen up toward the Levant, another commercial artery that could not function without protecting its cargo from rodents. By the time the Prophet Muhammad's own reported affection for cats entered the historical record, the animal had already been a fixture of Arabian trade life for centuries. By the time Indian Ocean shipping lanes connected East Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and the Indian subcontinent into a single trading system, cats were part of that circuit too. Arab and Indian merchant vessels carried them for the same unglamorous reason as everyone else, and coastal ports from Zanzibar to Gujarat picked up resident cat populations that persist, genetically traceable, into the present day. Genetic studies done in the 21st century have actually mapped this. Researchers tracing mitochondrial DNA in modern cat populations along old trade corridors find genetic signatures that line up with unsettling precision against the ancient shipping routes themselves. A cat's bloodline can function, essentially, as a shipping manifest nobody bothered to write down at the time. I want to be careful here because it is tempting to romanticize this as some grand feline conquest of the ancient world. It was not glamorous. It was rats, dark holds, and a predator doing what predators do over and over for centuries without a single moment of it being planned by anyone. And yet the result, by any measure, was extraordinary. Consider what this made the cat, functionally, by the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Not a species confined to one river valley the way it had been in Egypt 1,500 years earlier. A genuinely intercontinental animal, present from Britain to India, riding on human infrastructure while contributing essentially nothing back except the one service it had always provided: rats, dead or scattered. Compare this, for a moment, to the dog. Dogs spread with human migration too, but as an active partner, bred for hunting, herding, guarding war. Every stage of that spread involved human decisions. The cat's spread involved almost none. It is the difference between a passenger and a stowaway, and the cat, characteristically, chose to be the stowaway. Written sources from the period rarely bother to record any of this in detail, because nobody at the time thought a granary cat was worth writing history about. What survives instead is mostly incidental, a mosaic here, a tax record mentioning cats as chargeable property there, a merchant's inventory listing a ship's cat almost as an afterthought next to the barrels and bales. The cat's global spread is a story told mostly through absence, through the gaps historians have had to fill with archaeology and genetics instead of narrative. There's a version of this story where that distinction sounds trivial. It is not. It means that by the time we reach the edge of antiquity, the cat has become one of the most widely distributed mammals on the planet without a single generation of selective breeding behind it. It got there entirely on its own terms, and it would keep insisting on those terms for the next 2,000 years. Coastal North Africa, beyond Egypt's own borders, picked up resident cat populations through this same maritime drift, as did the Iberian coastline, where Phoenician and later Carthaginian trading posts left behind genetic traces that modern researchers can still detect in local cat populations today. Every one of these footholds started the same way: a ship, a rat problem, and an animal that simply never left once it arrived. None of this made the cat universally beloved, understand. Tolerated is closer to the truth in most of these new territories. Valued for its function, the way you value a good knife or a reliable well, without necessarily loving the object itself. That distinction, function versus affection, is going to matter enormously in the centuries ahead, because it left the cat with almost no reservoir of sentiment to draw on when things turned dark. And things were about to turn. Rome, the empire that had unknowingly midwifed this global spread, was cracking apart by the 4th and 5th centuries, and the world it left behind would not carry the same casual tolerance forward. Something colder was forming in its place, and the cat, having spread everywhere, was about to discover that everywhere is exactly where a scapegoat needs to be. It is worth sitting with the irony for a second before we move on. The very success of the spread, the fact that cats were now embedded in nearly every town, farm, ship, and granary across the old Roman world, meant there would be no corner of Europe untouched when the persecution finally came. Ubiquity, it turns out, is not the same thing as safety. So hold that picture. A predator, essentially unchanged from its wild ancestor, now living in nearly every human settlement from the British Isles to the Indus Valley, tolerated but never quite trusted, useful but never quite loved. That is the cat standing at the threshold of the Middle Ages. What happens next did not happen because the animal changed. It happened because the world around it did. Every golden age ends the same way, slowly, and then all at once. Rome's did not fall in a single dramatic afternoon, whatever the movie suggests. It came apart over generations, provinces peeling away, trade routes collapsing, the vast administrative machine that had once moved grain and gods and cats alike simply losing the strength to keep moving anything. And here is the uncomfortable truth about golden ages for animals living inside them. Rome had never loved the cat the way Egypt once had. It had simply left it alone, more or less tolerated in granaries and villas, a useful presence nobody thought much about. That absence of strong feeling, it turns out, cuts both ways. A civilization that never built a cult around you also never built a defense for you. As the empire fragmented into competing kingdoms across the 5th and 6th centuries, so did its casual tolerance. Local customs, regional superstitions, and older pre-Christian beliefs that Rome's cosmopolitan sprawl had simply absorbed without much comment now had room to breathe on their own again, unmoderated by a central authority that had bigger problems than what anyone thought about cats. Into this vacuum stepped an institution that would eventually decide the cat's fate for the next several centuries. The Christian Church, still young, still consolidating its authority across a collapsing continent, inherited a strange problem. Its converts had spent generations worshiping older gods, and some of those gods had very specific animal associations that did not simply evaporate the moment someone was baptized. We have already met some of those associations. Freyja's chariot drawn by cats in the Norse north. Older Mediterranean goddess cults with feline symbolism reaching back, however diluted, toward Egypt's Bred. None of this made cats officially dangerous, not yet. But it planted something the church would return to again and again over the coming centuries. The sense that this particular animal kept turning up in the wrong company. I want to be precise about what had not happened yet, because it is easy to rush this. There was no doctrine against cats in the 5th or 6th century. No sermon condemning them. Early medieval bestiaries, the illustrated animal encyclopedias monks compiled, describe cats mostly in practical terms. Useful against mice, quick, clean. The theological turn was still centuries away. But ambivalence is a strange thing to leave sitting around for 500 years. It does not stay neutral. It accumulates associations the way a damp wall accumulates mold, slowly, in the dark, until one day someone notices the whole surface has changed color. The church's discomfort with pagan animal symbolism was exactly that kind of slow accumulation. Meanwhile, the practical relationship carried on largely unbothered by any of this theology. Monasteries kept cats to protect grain stores and manuscripts from rodents. The same unglamorous job the animal had performed since the first grain silo in the Fertile Crescent. Some of the earliest surviving European poetry about cats comes from monks. Most famously, the Irish monk who wrote fondly about his cat Pangurban hunting mice while he hunted words. So picture the contradiction sitting there, unresolved for centuries. Working animal in the monastery, symbol of the old gods in folk memory. Neither status urgent enough on its own to matter much, but both quietly present, waiting for a moment when the church would need a clear villain and would look around at what was already lying near at hand. It helps to remember how gradual and uneven this whole process of Christianization actually was across early medieval Europe. Rural populations in particular clung to older seasonal customs, festivals, and household charms for generations after nominal conversion, and the church's response was often less outright suppression than a kind of patient absorption, relabeling old practices with new saints, new feast days, new acceptable meanings. Animal symbolism proved harder to fully absorb than a festival date, and the cat sat at an uncomfortable edge of that unfinished project. Byzantine sources from the same general period, further east, show a rather different picture worth noting for contrast. The Eastern Church, having its own distinct theological development separate from Rome, never generated anything resembling the specific cat suspicion building in the Latin West. Cats appear in Byzantine households, and even in some religious contexts, without the same accumulating dread, a reminder that what was happening in Western Europe was never theologically inevitable, only historically particular. That contrast matters more than it might first appear, because it undercuts any lazy assumption that Christianity itself simply demanded hostility toward cats as some inevitable doctrinal consequence. It did not. What happened in Western Europe was the product of specific institutions, specific political pressures, and specific individuals making specific choices, layered slowly over centuries. Nothing about it was written into the religion from the start. It was built piece by people who could, in theory, have built something else entirely. That moment was not close yet. The early medieval church had far more pressing concerns: converting kingdoms, consolidating land, surviving Viking raids, than litigating the theological status of a farm animal. The suspicion I am describing existed at the level of folk belief and parish gossip, not formal doctrine. It moved slowly, the way a rumor moves through a village before it ever reaches a courtroom. But rumors, given centuries, have a way of finding institutions willing to formalize them. And Europe, across the 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries, was building exactly the kind of institutions that specialize in that formalization. Ecclesiastical courts, inquisitorial procedure, a growing bureaucratic appetite for identifying, naming, and prosecuting heresy in all its forms. Consider the broader social pressures feeding into this bureaucratic appetite. The 11th and 12th centuries saw waves of religious reform movements, some sanctioned by Rome, some condemned as heretical, sweeping across France, Italy, and the Rhineland. Every reform movement the Church did not control looked, from Rome's perspective, like a potential rival faith gathering strength in the countryside, and rival faiths needed to be identified, cataloged, and eventually stamped out with whatever theological tools were at hand. It is worth pausing on how strange this reversal actually is, because we are about to watch it happen in full. The same nighttime eyes that once reflected candlelight in an Egyptian temple as evidence of divine favor were, within a few centuries, going to be read as evidence of something crawling up from hell. The animal had not changed one measurable thing about itself. The eyes were always going to catch the light that way. What changed was the frame around it. And frames, as this whole film keeps insisting, are doing almost all of the work. Gods, demons, pests, companions, the cat sat still through every one of those labels while the humans around it kept rewriting the caption. We are now standing at the exact point where the caption turns hostile. By the close of the 12th century, Europe had the theological vocabulary, the institutional machinery, and centuries of accumulated folk suspicion all sitting in the same room together, waiting for someone to connect them formally. It would not take much longer. One pope, one document, and the animal's fate across an entire continent would tip decisively toward horror. So that is where part 2 of this story ends, on a note I did not want to soften. 3,000 years earlier, in Egypt, killing this animal was a capital crime against a god. We are now standing at the hinge point where, within another century, killing this animal would become, in the eyes of the same continent's dominant religious authority, something closer to an act of piety. I have told you a lot of stories in this film so far about wonder. Burial pits on Cyprus, temple festivals at Bubastis, a goddess riding cats across the sky. I am telling you now, plainly, that the wonder is about to stop for a very long time. What comes next is not folklore anymore. It is going to be written into law, argued in courtrooms, and carried out in town squares, and none of it is going to be gentle. I think what unsettles me most about this turn, more than any single act of cruelty we are about to cover, is how ordinary the process of getting here actually was. No single villain engineered it. No single decree flipped a switch overnight. It accumulated the way most durable human cruelty accumulates, through centuries of small choices, inherited assumptions, and institutions doing what institutions do, formalizing whatever suspicion happens to already be lying around when they need target. Here is a question worth sitting with before we go any further into this darkness. What exactly does a cat do that a dog does not? It goes out at night. It comes home when it wants to, not when it is called. It looks at you, sometimes with an expression that gives away absolutely nothing. In the 12th and 13th centuries, those 3 ordinary facts started reading to a certain kind of mind as a confession. This is the part of the story where I have to ask you to hold 2 things at once. The cat itself, still exactly the animal it had always been, sleeping in barns, hunting mice, indifferent to human theology, and a continent of humans undergoing a very specific kind of anxiety, one that needed somewhere to land, and found, waiting conveniently at hand, an animal nobody had ever fully explained. The independence itself was the first offense, if you can call it that. Dogs could be commanded, cattle could be herded, horses could be broken to the saddle. The cat did none of this reliably. And in a worldview increasingly obsessed with hierarchy, obedience, and submission to divine and earthly authority alike, an animal that simply would not submit started to look less like a personality quirk and more like a theological statement. Then there is the matter of the eyes. A cat's eyes catch and throw back available light at night. The tapetum lucidum doing exactly what it evolved to do millions of years before any human-built church. But to a population without our biology textbooks, watching those eyes flare gold or green out of total darkness, the effect reads as something closer to a lamp lit from the inside by an intelligence that should not be there. Add the silence. A cat can cross a room, a barn, a churchyard without a sound, appearing at your elbow, having given no warning of its approach. In a period genuinely preoccupied with the idea of invisible spiritual forces moving unseen among the living. An animal that moves unseen among the living was never going to stay a neutral curiosity for long. None of this arrived as formal church teaching first. It moved the way most durable prejudice moves, through parish gossip, through the sermon a rural priest improvised on a slow Sunday, through the story a grandmother told a frightened child about the cat that sat on the windowsill during a difficult birth. Theology, when it finally caught up, was mostly writing down what village life had already decided. We should also be honest about what was actually happening in Europe during these centuries, because the cat's reputation did not sour in a vacuum. This was an era of crusades, of plague fears that predate the Black Death by generations, of growing ecclesiastical anxiety about heresy spreading through southern France and northern Italy. Fear was already the ambient weather. It simply needed objects to attach itself to. The Cathars of southern France gave the Church its first major heresy crisis of the period, and it is here that a genuinely strange rumor starts appearing in hostile accounts written by the heretics' opponents. Cathar gatherings, according to these polemical sources, sometimes involve the appearance of a cat, invoked or worshipped as part of secret rites. Historians today treat these claims with heavy skepticism, mostly propaganda written by people who had never attended such a gathering. There is even a proposed explanation, popular among some later writers though impossible to verify, that the very word Cathar derived from the Latin for cat, a supposed reference to their alleged animal worship. Most serious linguists today reject this etymology entirely, tracing the name instead to Greek roots meaning pure. But the theory's popularity for centuries tells you something important, that people wanted a linguistic link between heretics and cats badly enough to invent one and believe it. But skepticism from modern historians did nothing to slow the rumor's spread at the time. Once the association existed in writing, heretics summon a cat, it became available for reuse, recycled, and embellished by every subsequent writer looking to discredit whichever group they currently opposed. A single unverified accusation, repeated often enough across enough decades, starts to function as established fact. This is worth pausing on, because it is a pattern this film is going to watch repeat itself for the next 4 chapters. An accusation does not need to be true to be useful. It needs only to be repeatable, and a black cat appearing at a suspicious gathering is about as repeatable an image as medieval Europe ever produced, vivid, simple, easy to describe to someone who was not there. The specific color black deserves its own moment here, because the persecution to come was never evenly distributed across every coat pattern. Black fur, rarer to notice against a dark barn or a nighttime road, carried a disproportionate symbolic charge in a culture already primed to see darkness itself as morally loaded. A ginger cat or a white one drew far less suspicion in most regional folklore. The black cat specifically absorbed the bulk of what was coming. It is also worth remembering that medieval Europe was not a single unified culture holding one opinion, and regional variation mattered enormously in how quickly and how harshly this suspicion took hold. Southern France and parts of Germany, both regions with active heresy prosecutions already underway, developed the association faster and more severely than, say, rural Scandinavia, where older cat-friendly mythology, tied to Freyja, lingered longer before eventually giving ground to the same continental pressures. By the early 13th century, the ingredients were all present in a room together. A cat population embedded in every town and farm across the continent. thanks to those trade routes we traced 2 chapters ago. A folk memory of pagan goddess cults with feline associations. A church newly organized to hunt and prosecute heresy with real legal teeth. And a specific, repeatable rumor already circulating about cats appearing at forbidden rites. What was missing was a single authoritative voice willing to put all of it together in writing with the full institutional weight of the papacy behind it. Individual bishops grumbling about local superstition is one thing. A document issued from Rome itself, addressed to the whole of Catholic Europe, is something else entirely, something with the power to convert scattered folk anxiety into continental policy. That voice belonged to a pope named Gregory IX, a man with a genuine, well-documented obsession with rooting out heresy, who had already established the papal inquisition specifically to hunt for it. He did not invent the suspicion around cats. He inherited it, the way every institution in this story inherits something that has been quietly accumulating for generations. What he did was worse. He wrote it down and gave it his signature. Gregory had spent much of his papacy locked in political conflict as well as theological ones, feuding with the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II over the boundaries of papal versus imperial power. A pope under that kind of pressure has every incentive to demonstrate strength somewhere he can control it absolutely, and rooting out heresy within Christendom's own ranks was exactly the kind of unambiguous moral project that let him project authority without needing an army. I keep returning in this film to how little the cat itself ever changes across 10,000 years of this story. It is worth saying again here, one more time, before the document that made it official. The animal padding across a stone floor in 1230 was doing exactly what its ancestors did in the temples of Bubastis. Hunting, sleeping, watching. It had not learned a single new trick in the meantime. The humans around it had learned a great many new fears. So we arrive, finally, at the year 1233. A papal bull is about to leave Rome carrying language that will outlive every person who reads it that year by 7 centuries. It will not mention every cat in Europe by name. It did not need to. It only needed to describe one very specific, very memorable image, and let the continent's imagination do the rest. I want you to notice, before we get there, how much groundwork this chapter has laid without a single execution, a single trial, a single scream. Suspicion, association, an unverified rumor about a heresy's name, a folk belief about eyes catching candlelight. None of it is violence yet. All of it is the scaffolding violence needs before it can stand. That is the uncomfortable lesson of this whole medieval turn, that the worst chapters always get built quietly, years before anyone lights the fire. In the year 1233, a document left the papal chancery in Rome addressed to the Archbishop of Mainz and the German bishops under his authority concerning a supposed heretical sect operating in their territory. Buried inside, it is a single passage that would outlast the empire, the heresy, and everyone who wrote or read it that year. It describes, in careful clinical language, a black cat as the devil himself, present in the room. The document is called Vox in Rama, a voice in Rama, borrowing its title from a line in the book of Jeremiah about weeping and lamentation. Pope Gregory IX issued it as a warning about a heretical initiation ritual he had apparently been told about, secondhand, by an inquisitor operating in Germany named Conrad of Marburg, a man whose own methods were, even by 13th century standards, notoriously brutal. According to the account Gregory relayed, initiates into this sect would undergo a ceremony involving a toad, a pale man with cold flesh, and finally, descending backward down a statue or an idol, a black cat, roughly the size of a common house cat, tail raised, walking backward. The initiate would approach and kiss the animal beneath its tail as an act of homage. This is the moment in the document where the cat is explicitly identified as Lucifer. I want to be honest with you about the source material here because it matters. There is no credible historical evidence that this ritual, as described, was ever actually practiced by anyone. Modern historians overwhelmingly read it as a fabricated or wildly exaggerated confession, likely extracted under torture or coercion, the kind of testimony inquisitors of the period were notoriously skilled at producing on demand. But here is the part that actually matters for this film, and it is the part one need you to sit with. Whether the ritual was real changes nothing about what happened next. Gregory issued the bull as a papal document, with the full authority of the office behind it, and once it existed in that form, its truth or falseness stopped being the operative question. It had become law-adjacent. It had become citable. Conrad of Marburg himself is worth a moment's attention, because the man behind the source material shaped the document as much as any theological principle did. Contemporary chroniclers describe him as fanatically zealous, quick to condemn on flimsy evidence, and he would be murdered by outraged nobles within a year of Vox and Rama's issuance, ambushed on a public road. A rare instance of a medieval inquisitor meeting violent consequences for his own methods. The Pope had built policy on the word of a man even his own era found excessive. Think about what a document like this actually does mechanically across the following centuries. It does not need to be reread constantly to have power. It sits, filed, referenced, available to any inquisitor, any bishop, any local prosecutor looking for theological backing for a decision they had already more or less made. Vox and Rama became exactly that, a permanent citation waiting in the archive for whoever needed it next. And it landed at precisely the moment the institutional machinery to use it was coming online. The Papal Inquisition, which Gregory himself had formally established only a few years earlier, was actively expanding its reach across Catholic Europe in this exact period, developing procedures, training personnel, building the bureaucratic apparatus that would define religious prosecution for the next 4 centuries. So the timing here is not incidental. A newly empowered prosecutorial institution, hungry for doctrine and precedent, received, in the same decade of its founding, a document from the Pope himself explicitly identifying a common domestic animal as a form the devil physically assumed. If you were designing a mechanism to make cats vulnerable across an entire continent for centuries, you could not have engineered a more effective one on purpose. It is worth noting, because the film owes you precision here, that Vox and Rama does not order the killing of cats. It says nothing at all about house cats, farm cats, ship cats, the animals actually living alongside ordinary people. Its target on its face was a specific alleged heretical sect in a specific German diocese. The leap from that narrow target to a broader cultural license to persecute cats generally happened gradually, over generations, not overnight. Some modern scholars have gone further still, questioning how widely Vox and Rama actually circulated in its own century compared to how much weight later historians have retroactively assigned it. This is a fair and important caution. But even the more conservative readings agree on the essential point that the document represents the moment the highest office in Western Christendom put the Black Cat Devil Association into permanent, citable, ecclesiastical writing, whatever its immediate 13th century reach actually was. But that gradual leap is exactly how this kind of document does its damage. Nobody needed a second papal bull explicitly extending the logic to ordinary cats. The association, Black Cat, Devil, Heresy, was now sitting in the theological bloodstream of Europe, available for any local prosecutor, any panicked town council, any accuser looking for a plausible detail to add to a witchcraft charge 200 years later. I keep thinking about the actual mechanics of how a rumor like this travels before printing presses, before literacy was widespread, before anything like mass communication existed. It traveled through sermons, through the retelling of inquisitorial cases from town to town, through manuscript copies of the bull itself, circulated among clergy who would cite it, reference it, build on it in their own local preaching without ever needing the original context. By the time we reach the height of the witch trial era 3 centuries later, Vox and Rama had done exactly what a founding document does. It had stopped being read as a specific account of one alleged German heresy and become, instead, a kind of ambient theological fact. Everyone simply knew, in the way people know things without remembering where they learned them, that black cats had some documented connection to the devil. Somewhere, a pope had said so. Later demonological writers built entire scholarly careers on exactly this kind of ambient citation, compiling encyclopedic catalogs of demons, their preferred animal forms, and their supposed hierarchies, treating Vox in Rama's black cat as established fact worth cross-referencing rather than a single contested account from one 13th century document. Each new compilation added a layer of apparent scholarly consensus to something that had started as one pope relaying one dubious German confession. There is a bitter irony worth naming here, one this film has already touched on in Egypt and will keep circling. The very qualities that had made the cat sacred on the Nile 3,000 years earlier, its nighttime vision, its silent movement, its refusal to be commanded, are the exact same qualities Gregory's document weaponized into evidence of the demonic. Nothing about the animal changed between those two verdicts. Only the frame did. Modern scholars who study Vox and Rama tend to describe it less as a spontaneous outburst of religious paranoia and more as a hinge, a single document sitting at the exact point where centuries of accumulated folk suspicion crystallized into something with institutional permanence. Before 1233, cat suspicion was gossip. After 1233, it had a citation. I find myself thinking about the sheer arbitrariness of it. The fact that a bureaucratic report from one troubled German diocese, relayed by an inquisitor whose own methods his contemporaries found extreme, happened to land on the desk of a pope already primed for exactly this kind of vivid demonological detail. Move any one of those variables, a different pope, a calmer inquisitor, a report about a different animal entirely, and this whole 7th century thread of persecution might have taken an entirely different shape or never solidified at all. So that is the hinge point of this entire film's darkest stretch. One document, one pope, one image of a black cat descending a statue backward to be kissed as Satan himself. It did not, on its own, kill a single cat. It simply made every subsequent killing defensible in the eyes of the law and the church at once. And in the centuries ahead, that defensibility would prove to be more than enough. By the time we reached the 16th century, Vox and Rama had done its quiet work for 300 years, and Europe had built something new on top of it, a fully formed legal concept called the familiar spirit. The idea was simple enough to explain to a frightened jury in one sentence. A witch did not work alone. She kept a demon disguised as an ordinary animal, sent out to do her bidding while she stayed home, looking innocent. Any animal could theoretically serve as a familiar in the trial literature. Toads, dogs, ferrets, even flies, and rats show up in the records. But cats dominate the accusations by a wide margin, and it is not hard to see why once you have sat through the last 2 chapters with me. The theological groundwork had already been laid. The cat had a documented reputation. Prosecutors and accusers alike simply reached for the animal everyone already half suspected. England produced an unusually rich paper trail here, thanks to its common law courts keeping detailed written records where continental ecclesiastical courts often did not. The Essex witch trials of the 1560s, one of the earliest well-documented English cases, describe an accused woman named Elizabeth Francis and her cat, named Sadhan, who she claimed to have inherited from her grandmother along with instructions on how to feed it. Sit with that detail for a second, because it is almost too on the nose to be real, and yet it is right there in the court record. A cat, named Satan, allegedly fed drops of the owner's own blood, said to carry out curses on command. This is not folklore retold centuries later. This is testimony given in an actual English courtroom, transcribed by an actual court clerk, used to convict an actual woman. The mechanism by which this became a conviction is worth walking through carefully, because it is genuinely chilling in its simplicity. A neighbor's cow sickens and dies. Someone recalls a dispute with a local woman who keeps a cat. The cat is remembered as having been seen near the field. That memory, reshaped over retelling, becomes testimony that the cat appeared at the moment of the cow's collapse. The chain from grudge to gallows required astonishingly few links. Matthew Hopkins, self-styled Witchfinder General, worked the East Anglian countryside in the 1540s, decades after Elizabeth Francis, and his methods for extracting familiar confessions became notorious even among his contemporaries. Sleep deprivation, forced walking, prolonged isolation, all technically stopping short of formally banned torture while achieving much the same result. His personal casebook, which survives, describes cats and other small animals appearing to confess witches with a frequency that reads, to modern eyes, as a man finding exactly what he had already decided to find. Scotland's trials, running in overlapping waves through the same period, produced their own variations, often more violent in tone, shaped by a Scottish Kirk deeply invested in rooting out what it saw as a genuine, active conspiracy of the devil operating within ordinary communities. Confessions extracted under sleep deprivation and physical duress routinely included descriptions of cats as demonic messengers, because that was, by then, the expected shape of a confession. This is a detail that deserves emphasis rather than a quick pass. Confessions in this period were frequently shaped, consciously or not, by what the interrogator expected to hear. Ask someone under duress whether their cat did the devil's bidding, and eventually, exhausted, they will describe exactly that, in whatever detail keeps the questioning from continuing. The cat did not need to do anything. It only needed to exist near a frightened, exhausted person. Continental Europe ran its own version of this machinery on an even larger scale. German-speaking territories, already primed by 3 centuries of Vox in Rama's theological residue, produced some of the highest execution counts of the entire witch trial period, and cat familiars appear regularly in the surviving trial documentation from Bamberg, Würzburg, and other notorious jurisdictions. What strikes me most, working through these records, is how mundane the actual accusations often are underneath the demonic framing. A cat that scratched a neighbor's child. A cat that yowled outside a window during an illness. A cat, simply, owned by an elderly woman living alone, poor, without family to defend her reputation. Exactly the demographic that overwhelmingly filled Europe's witch trial dockets regardless of any animal involved at all. That demographic detail matters enormously, and I do not want to gloss past it. Historians studying the witch trials broadly agree that the accused were disproportionately older women, often widowed, often poor, often already socially marginal before any accusation was ever made. A cat kept for companionship or mousing became, in that context, not the cause of suspicion, but a convenient, pre-written piece of evidence for a suspicion that already existed. It is worth naming the cruelty of that dynamic plainly. An elderly widow living alone, with limited income and no husband to advocate for her, was often more likely to keep a cat precisely because it offered companionship and modest, practical help with vermin, exactly the circumstances that made her vulnerable in the first place. The same isolation that made a cat useful to her also made her an easier target, and the cat itself became, tragically, evidence of the very loneliness that had made her suspect. The physical examination for a familiar's mark added its own grim layer to all of this. Accused witches were searched for a so-called witch's mark, any unusual blemish, mole, or extra nipple believed to be the point where the familiar fed on the witch's blood. This search was often invasive, humiliating, and performed by so-called witch prickers who made a living traveling between towns, finding exactly what their employers needed them to find. It is worth pausing on the sheer economic incentive embedded in this system, because it explains a lot about why it persisted as long as it did. Witchfinders were often paid per conviction. Confiscated property from convicted witches sometimes enriched local authorities. The machinery of accusation was not purely ideological. It had a functioning financial engine underneath it, and a cat spotted near the accused home was cheap, plentiful evidence that cost nothing to produce. France's parliaments handled thousands of witchcraft cases across the same broad period, and the language of the surviving indictments shows the same familiar spirit vocabulary appearing again and again, translated across regional dialects, but structurally identical. A cat that howled at an unusual hour. A cat that entered a sick room uninvited. A cat that simply belonged to a woman the community had already decided to distrust. The specific details varied. The underlying template did not. I keep coming back across this entire stretch of the film to the animal itself because it deserves the reminder. Somewhere in every one of these records, underneath the demonic language, there's an actual cat doing actual cat things, hunting mice in a cold kitchen, sleeping near a fire, following the one person in the household who fed it regularly. It never asked to become legal evidence. It simply lived where it lived. By the height of this period, roughly the late 1500s through the mid-1600s, an animal that Egyptian law had once protected with the death penalty for its killer had become, across a huge stretch of Europe, a legal liability that could get its owner killed instead. The inversion is almost too clean to believe, and yet it is exactly what the historical record shows, trial after trial, region after region. Estimates for the total number of people executed across the entire witch trial era, spanning roughly the 14th through 18th centuries, vary considerably among historians, but most serious modern figures land somewhere in the tens of thousands, with Germany alone accounting for a disproportionate share of the total. Cats do not appear in every one of these cases, but they appear often enough and consistently enough across languages and jurisdictions that no honest accounting of the period can leave them out. And the courtroom, grim as it was not even the darkest corner of what this period had in store for cats. Some of what came next did not happen behind closed doors, with lawyers and testimony, and at least a pretense of due process. Some of it happened in the open, in the middle of town, as a scheduled, celebrated annual event that thousands of ordinary people turned out to watch. I'm not going to soften this chapter, and I want to tell you that plainly before we begin. For several centuries, in the Belgian town of Ypres, on a specific day each year, live cats were thrown from the top of the belfry tower down into the market square below. This was not a crime committed in secret. It was a civic tradition scheduled, attended, and treated as entertainment by the people who watched it happen. The tradition is remembered today as the cat and stoat's dark ancestor, and its origins reach back into the medieval period, though the exact starting date is genuinely uncertain in the historical record. The belief behind it drew directly on everything we have covered so far in this section. Cats as vessels for evil spirits, witches, or the devil himself, accumulated across centuries of theological suspicion and folk fear. The logic, if you can call it that, was a kind of purification ritual. Cats had, over the preceding winter, been kept in the belfry to control rats and mice among the stored cloth and grain the tower housed, since Ypres was a major medieval cloth trading center. Come spring, the accumulated cats were gathered up and thrown from the tower's height, an act believed to cast out whatever evil influence had gathered in the town over the winter months. Think about the layered cruelty embedded in that explanation for a moment. The cats being thrown were, quite literally, the same animals who had spent the winter performing exactly the function medieval Europe had always valued them for, protecting stored goods from vermin. Their reward for that labor was to become the town's chosen vessel for its own collective anxiety, hurled from a considerable height in front of an audience. Contemporary accounts and later town records describe crowds gathering specifically to watch this happen, and it is worth being honest about what that tells us. This was not a shameful secret the town tried to hide. It was for the people participating in it, closer to a fair or a market day, a shared civic event with its own anticipated rhythm, its own place on the calendar, its own accepted meaning. That distinction between crime and civic ritual is genuinely important for understanding this period, even though it does nothing to reduce the horror. The people throwing these cats did not believe they were committing an atrocity. They believed sincerely that they were protecting their town from evil, performing an act of communal spiritual hygiene, using the exact theological logic Vox in Rama and 3 centuries of which trial testimony had built for them. Ypres in this period was no backwater. It was one of the wealthiest cloth towns in Europe, its markets drawing merchants from England, France, and the Hanseatic ports, its belfry itself a monument to that commercial power, still one of the tallest civic structures in the region. A ritual stage from the top of that tower was not a marginal folk custom hidden at the edge of town. It was staged deliberately at the very symbol of the community's collective identity and pride. The practice at Ypres persisted, in some documented form, for an extraordinarily long time, with records suggesting it continued in various iterations into the 19th century before finally ending, by which point it had likely become more ceremonial than literal in its final decades, though the exact chronology of when live throwing actually stopped is debated among local historians. Ypres was not unique, and I want to be clear about that, because it would be a disservice to the historical record to treat it as an isolated outlier. Similar organized cat cruelty appears across medieval and early modern Europe in various forms. Cats were burned in bonfires as part of certain regional St. John's Eve celebrations in France. The animal, again, standing in as a symbolic vessel for whatever the community wanted purged. French records from Paris and other cities describe cats gathered in baskets or sacks and burned publicly during midsummer festivities, sometimes with civic or even royal sponsorship in certain periods. The French king himself reportedly lit the ceremonial fire in some documented instances in Paris, lending the practice an air of state-sanctioned celebration rather than fringe superstition. German and Czech regional traditions record their own variations on the same theme. Cats bound and thrown into bonfires or barrel contraptions during spring or midsummer festivities, the underlying purification logic essentially identical across languages and borders. What varied was staging in detail. What stayed constant, remarkably, across a continent without mass communication, was the basic conviction that fire and a falling or burning cat could cleanse a community of accumulated misfortune. I want to slow down here and ask the question this material demands. What does it actually mean that entire towns organized their calendars around this? It means the theological work of the previous 2 centuries, Vox and Rama, the familiar spirit trials, had succeeded completely, not just in the courtroom, but in the popular imagination. Cruelty toward cats had become a form of public virtue, not a private vice to be hidden. This matters for understanding the scale of what happened during this era, because court records alone, the witch trial documents we covered last chapter, only capture the formal legal violence. Events like Ypres and the St. John's Eve fires represent something broader, and in some ways more disturbing: cruelty as entertainment, folded into festival calendars alongside markets and dances, requiring no accusation, no trial, no pretense of due process at all. England had its own strand of this, less famous than Ypres, but documented in scattered local records. Cats occasionally used in effigy burnings and other calendar customs tied to specific saints' days or seasonal turning points. The details vary town to town, some more symbolic than literal by the time records were kept, but the pattern recurring across such a wide geographic spread tells you this was never one town's isolated cruelty. It was closer to a shared cultural reflex, expressed locally in whatever form each community's traditions allowed. I have thought about how to frame this material for you without either sanitizing it or wallowing in it, and I keep landing on the same conclusion. The point is not to shock you with detail for its own sake. The point is that this actually happened repeatedly across multiple countries for centuries, sanctioned by both church and state, attended willingly by ordinary people who considered themselves decent neighbors and good Christians. It is tempting, watching this from the comfortable distance of several centuries, to imagine ourselves as the kind of people who would have refused to attend. I would ask you to hold that thought loosely. Public cruelty as festival entertainment did not require unusual monsters to sustain it. It required only ordinary people, embedded in an ordinary culture, that had spent generations being taught this particular cruelty was righteous. The town of Ypres, to its credit, eventually turned this history into something closer to atonement. The modern Cat and Stoet, a triennial cat parade first held in its current form in the 20th century, now throws stuffed toy cats from the same belfry tower instead of live animals. An explicit, deliberate act of civic memory, transforming a historical horror into commemoration rather than repetition. I want to sit in that transformation for one more moment before we move on, because it offers the first thread of something other than horror in this whole dark stretch. A town found a way to remember its own cruelty honestly instead of burying it, and turn the memory into a parade that draws visitors rather than shame it hides. That instinct to remember rather than forget is not nothing. But we are not there yet in this story. Because even as Ypres was throwing its cats each spring in a deliberate, scheduled ritual, a far larger and far less organized catastrophe was gathering across the whole of Europe, one that would not wait for an appointed day on the calendar. It moved through ports, through trade routes, through the very rat populations cats had always existed to control. And when it arrived, the persecution of cats would stop being ceremonial and become something closer to panic. I keep returning, writing this section, to a strange thought that will not leave me alone. Ypres threw its cats deliberately on a schedule, believing it was protecting the town. Within 100 years or so, the exact opposite belief, that cats themselves carried some protective virtue against disease, would start creeping back into isolated pockets of practice. The same species of animal, the same continent, and two flatly contradictory convictions about what it was for, sometimes separated by less than a single human lifetime. In October of 1347, a fleet of trading ships limped into the harbor at Messina, Sicily, most of the crew already dead or dying, the survivors covered in strange black swellings. Within 4 years, the disease those ships carried would kill somewhere between a third and half of the entire population of Europe. And in town after town, as people searched desperately for something to blame, a surprising number of them landed on cats. We now understand, with the benefit of modern epidemiology, that the Black Death was primarily spread by Yersinia pestis, a bacterium carried by fleas that infested black rats, which then infested the ships, granaries, and homes of medieval Europe in enormous numbers. The very rats cats had been hunting for millennia were, unknowingly, ground zero for the deadliest pandemic in recorded European history. You would think, given everything we know now, that a population overrun with plague-carrying rats would have looked at its cats with something approaching gratitude. Instead, across significant parts of Europe already primed by a century of Vox and Rama's theology and generations of witch-trial fear, cats were killed in substantial numbers, blamed as agents of the very evil that seemed to be sweeping the continent. The logic behind this, as bleak as it sounds today, followed directly from what we have already traced. If the plague was understood, as it often was, as a form of divine punishment or demonic affliction rather than a biological disease, then the animal already associated with the devil in both formal theology and popular imagination became a natural target for blame, an object onto which terrified communities could project their need to fight back against something they could not otherwise touch. There's a modern theory, popular enough that you have probably encountered some version of it, that this wave of cat killing directly worsened the plague spread, that fewer cats meant more rats, meant more fleas, meant more death. It is an intuitively satisfying idea, almost poetic in its cruelty, humanity punishing the one animal that might have helped it and paying for that mistake in bodies. I have to be honest with you about where the actual historical scholarship stands on this, because the tidy version of the story oversimplifies a genuinely messy picture. Many historians who specialize in the Black Death push back hard against the cat culling theory as a primary driver of plague mortality, and their objections deserve real weight here, rather than a passing dismissal. For one thing, evidence for organized, widespread cat killing specifically as an anti-plague measure is regionally patchy rather than continent-wide, concentrated more in certain areas and periods than others, and often difficult to disentangle from ordinary, which trial persecution happening for unrelated reasons at overlapping times. The plague did not need a cat shortage to spread as devastatingly as it did, given how efficiently fleas moved between rats, humans, and each other regardless of the local cat population. It also helps to remember the speed at which the Black Death actually moved. Contemporary accounts describe it crossing entire regions within weeks, faster than any organized campaign of cat culling could plausibly have kept pace with as a driving cause. A disease that outran the ability of medieval authorities to even accurately count its dead was unlikely to have its trajectory meaningfully altered by however many cats a given town's population managed to kill in that same short window. Some researchers also point out that black rats were not even universally the primary plague reservoir in every affected region, with more recent studies suggesting human fleas and body lice may have played a larger role in certain outbreaks than previously assumed, which would make the rat and cat relationship somewhat less central to the disease's actual transmission than the popular narrative assumes. This kind of scientific correction matters, and I want to be the kind of narrator who tells you when a satisfying story is not quite the whole truth. It would be easy, dramatically, to simply state that killing cats caused the plague to spread further and leave it there. The actual scholarship is messy, contested, still being argued over in academic journals as recently as the past decade, and that mess deserves respect rather than a tidy, false resolution. So where does that leave us? Honestly, somewhere uncomfortable, and I think that discomfort is actually the point worth sitting with rather than resolving. We do not have clean proof that killing cats measurably worsened the Black Death's death toll. What we do have, beyond any dispute, is proof that a terrified population responded to a catastrophic, incomprehensible disease by killing an animal that, at absolute minimum, was doing nothing to cause it and quite possibly was helping fight it. That is a documented case of superstition actively working against a population's own interests, regardless of exactly how much the specific cat killing contributed to mortality figures. Communities took action based on theological fear rather than observable cause and effect. And whatever the precise epidemiological math worked out to, the impulse itself represents a kind of self-inflicted wound layered on top of an already catastrophic disaster. It is worth remembering, too, that plenty of communities did the opposite, keeping their cats close precisely because the animals were visibly effective against household vermin, plague or no plague. The historical picture was never uniform. Some regions and households clung to their working cats through the worst of it. Others, gripped by religious panic, turned on them. Both responses existed simultaneously, sometimes in neighboring villages. There's a grim postscript worth including here. Some later outbreaks of plague, recurring across Europe for centuries after the initial 14th century wave, actually prompted local authorities in a few documented instances to encourage cat keeping specifically as a control measure against rats, a partial and inconsistent recognition, arriving generations too late for the original victims, that the animal being killed in fear might have been worth protecting instead. That inconsistency tells you something important about how superstition actually functions, which is not as a single unified force sweeping uniformly across a continent, but as a patchwork of local decisions shaped by local preachers, local rumors, local grudges, each community essentially improvising its own response to a horror nobody understood and everybody desperately wanted an explanation for. By the time the worst of the initial outbreak subsided around 1351, Europe had lost, by most modern estimates, somewhere close to a third of its entire population, a death toll almost impossible to fully register even now. Whole villages were emptied. Fields went unharvested for lack of anyone left to work them. And in the aftermath, the theological framework that had encouraged blaming cats in the first place remained fully intact, untouched by the disaster it had failed to prevent. That persistence is, in some ways, the most damning detail in this whole chapter. You would think a catastrophe of this scale might have forced some reckoning with the beliefs that shaped the response to it. It did not meaningfully, not for a very long time. The witch trials we covered 2 chapters ago would continue, largely unaffected in their underlying logic, for another 3 centuries after the plague finally receded. I find something genuinely bleak in that continuity. The idea that a disaster capable of killing a third of a continent still was not enough to dislodge a theological error that had, at absolute minimum, done nothing to help and quite possibly made things measurably worse. Fear, once it has a shape people believe in, does not need to be right to survive. It only needs to keep feeling true to the people living inside it. The persecution I have described across these last 3 chapters, Vox and Rama, the witch trials, the towers of Ypres, the plague-era killings, all of it happened on European soil, shaped by European theology and European institutions. But the people carrying those beliefs did not stay in Europe forever. Within a few generations, they would board ships of their own, cross an ocean, and plant every one of these same fears in soil that had never known them before. It is worth sitting, for just a moment, with how much death this single chapter has actually contained, layered on top of everything the previous 3 chapters already covered. A third of a continent's population, gone in 4 years from a disease nobody understood, met in some towns with a response that targeted the wrong animal entirely. History rarely offers a cleaner illustration of how catastrophe and superstition can feed each other in a loop that helps no one and costs everyone. In the winter of 1692, in a small Massachusetts village called Salem, a group of young girls began having fits, screaming, contorting, claiming to see things no one else in the room could see. Within months, the accusations that followed would consume the entire community, and buried among the testimony, largely overshadowed by the more famous spectral evidence, were cats, the same familiar spirit theology that had crossed the Atlantic decades earlier, still doing its work. It is worth pausing on the sheer distance this belief system had already traveled by the time it reached Salem. Nearly 460 years separated the events of 1692 from Pope Gregory the Ninth's Vox in Rama. An ocean, several languages, an entirely different legal system, and multiple generations of migration sat between that 13th century document and a Puritan meeting house in colonial Massachusetts. And yet the core theological architecture had barely changed at all. The Puritans who settled New England in the early 1600s did not invent their beliefs about witchcraft and familiars from scratch upon arrival. They brought them, fully formed, from England, where witch trials involving cat familiars, like the Essex cases we covered 2 chapters ago, have been active within living memory of the first colonial generation. This was inherited legal and theological technology, not a local invention responding to local conditions. Salem itself was not even New England's first witch panic, a detail that often gets lost in how thoroughly Salem has come to dominate popular memory of the period. Connecticut saw witch trials as early as the 1640s, decades before Salem, including the execution of Alce Young in 1647, believed to be the first person executed for witchcraft in the American colonies, in a legal and theological environment already primed with exactly the same familiar spirit assumptions. Court records from these earlier colonial cases, and later from Salem itself, describe accusers testifying to seeing cats, or cat-like specters, associated with the accused, sometimes appearing at the moment of an alleged affliction, sometimes described as tormenting witnesses and visions only the afflicted claim to experience. This is spectral evidence in its purest form, testimony about something no one else in the room could verify, and it was treated, disturbingly, as legally admissible. One of the more specific and often cited details from the broader Salem record involves testimony describing a specter in the shape of a cat tormenting a witness, part of a body of accounts that also included yellow birds, black dogs, and other animal apparitions serving essentially the same evidentiary function the familiar spirit had served in English and continental courts for a century and a half already. The vocabulary of persecution had crossed the ocean intact. Cotton Mather, the influential Boston minister whose writings helped shape the theological climate around Salem, had already published extensively on witchcraft and invisible spiritual warfare in the years leading up to 1692, drawing heavily on English precedent and continental demonological texts that stretched in an unbroken citation chain, back toward the same intellectual tradition Vox and Rama had helped establish. A minister in Massachusetts was, without necessarily realizing it, still working from a library assembled centuries earlier in an ocean away. What strikes me most, laying the Salem record next to the English trials that preceded it, is how little creative adaptation the theology actually required to function in a completely new setting. New England in 1692 was a raw, recently settled colonial outpost, isolated, under real material stress from disease, harsh winters, and conflict with neighboring indigenous nations. And yet the specific supernatural framework its residents reached for to explain their fear was the same one refined in English courtrooms decades earlier. That continuity tells you something important about how durable this particular belief system had become by the late 17th century. It was not a fragile, locally specific superstition that needed particular conditions to survive. It was portable, fully packaged theology, transferable across an ocean and a generation of colonial displacement without losing its essential shape or its ability to convince a jury. Consider the sheer logistics of that transfer for a moment, because it is easy to treat as an abstraction. Real books crossed that ocean, printed demonological treatises and legal precedents, carried in the same trunks as Bibles and household tools. Real ministers, trained in English theological schools, steeped in this material, crossed with them. The persecution did not somehow spontaneously reappear in Massachusetts. It was packed, shipped, and unpacked as literally as any other piece of cargo on those vessels. The Salem trials, before they finally collapsed under their own excesses in late 1692, resulted in the execution of 20 people, most by hanging, one man pressed to death under stones for refusing to enter a plea, and several more who died in the appalling conditions of the jails where they were held awaiting trial. Cats were a minor thread in this specific catastrophe compared to the dominant spectral testimony about human specters, but a thread they remained, present in the record, part of the same inherited framework. It is worth remembering that Salem was, in the broader arc of this history, a relatively late and comparatively contained episode. The great continental European witch hunts had already peaked and were beginning to decline by 1692, their most intense and deadly decades, sitting a generation or two earlier. Salem functions almost like an echo, a delayed aftershock of a theological earthquake that had already done most of its damage an ocean away. Massachusetts itself would eventually reckon with what had happened at Salem far sooner than most European jurisdictions ever formally reckoned with their own trials, issuing an official apology and financial restitution to some victims' families within a couple of decades. And one of the trial judges, Samuel Sewell, later stood publicly in his own church to confess error and ask forgiveness. It is a small, genuinely striking act of institutional humility, rare enough in this whole grim story that it deserves to be named. But an echo is still a real sound, and the 20 people who died in Salem in 1692 were just as dead as anyone executed in Germany or Scotland a century earlier. The theological machinery that killed them had simply taken longer to run out of momentum in this particular corner of the world, sustained by colonial isolation, religious intensity, and a community under genuine, if misdirected, existential stress. I want to return, for a moment, to the actual animals sitting at the edges of all this testimony, because it is easy to lose them entirely inside the human drama of accusation and trial. Somewhere in Salem Village in 1692, actual cats were doing actual cat things, hunting mice in barns, sleeping near hearths, entirely unaware that their shape had become, once again, a piece of evidence in a courtroom 4,000 miles and 4.5 centuries removed from the document that started all of it. That is the staying power I want you to sit with as we close this chapter. Not just that the persecution lasted, but how far it traveled and how little it needed to change along the way. A single papal document written in 1233 was still, functionally, shaping courtroom testimony in a Massachusetts village in 1692. 459 years, an entire ocean, and the core logic, cat as familiar, cat as evidence, cat as devil's instrument, arrived essentially unmodified. By the 1700s, the great age of witch trials was ending on both sides of the Atlantic, worn down by changing legal standards, growing skepticism among educated elites, and simple exhaustion with a system that had consumed tens of thousands of lives across 2 centuries. Cats, along with every accused person their presence had helped condemn, would finally stop being systematically hunted for this particular reason. But before we let ourselves feel any relief at that ending, and there is a real ending coming, it is worth asking the uncomfortable question this whole stretch of the film has been circling without quite naming outright. Through every single one of these centuries, the trials, the burnings, the towers, the plague panics, farms and ships and granaries across Europe never actually stopped needing cats for the one job they had always done. Even at the absolute height of the killing itself was never total, and it could not afford to be. Sit with the geography of that contradiction for a second. In the very same decades that town squares hosted burnings and towers hosted throwings, ships still sailing those same ports carried working cats in their holds. Because a captain who lost his grain to rats lost his profit, and possibly his crew's survival on a long voyage. The persecution and the dependency existed side by side, often within walking distance of each other, and almost nobody at the time seems to have noticed how strange that arrangement actually was. A Massachusetts barn, some winter after the last, which trial has already faded into embarrassed silence. A cat sits on a grain sack, perfectly still, watching a gap in the floorboards. Nobody in that barn thinks of Vox and Rama tonight. They think about the mice that would otherwise eat next spring's seed corn. That is the joke sitting underneath this entire era, and it is not a funny one. The same farmers who might report a neighbor's black cat as a demon on Tuesday needed that neighbor's other cat alive on Wednesday, prowling the granary, keeping the harvest from rotting into rat droppings. Persecution, it turns out, was never actually about eliminating cats. Nobody wanted the species gone. They wanted specific cats gone, the black ones, the ones that turned up at the wrong widow's door, the ones some frightened child pointed at in court. The rest kept working, mostly unbothered, mostly unloved. Ships needed them even more urgently than farms did. A rat loose in a wooden hull did not just eat the biscuit ration. It gnawed through ropes, through caulking, through the very planks holding back the ocean. A captain who let his ship's cat die of superstition was gambling with his own crew's lives. So cats sailed anyway, on the same vessels carrying colonists terrified of familiars, on merchant ships out of London and Bristol and Amsterdam, tolerated in the hold precisely because the alternative was worse. Fear lived on deck. Usefulness lived below it. The two never quite had to meet. Port cities in particular could not afford to be squeamish. Rotterdam, Marseille, Genoa, dense harbor towns where grain warehouses stood shoulder to shoulder with taverns and churches, all of them running on the same quiet arrangement. Let the cats work the docks at night, worry about their souls some other time. Town councils occasionally even paid for it. Municipal record from various English and French towns shows small sums disbursed for the keeping of cats in public granaries. A strange little budget line sitting in the same ledgers that, decades earlier or later, funded a witch trial. Bureaucracy rarely notices its own contradictions. I find something almost admirable in how the cat handled this. It did not organize, obviously it could not, but it adapted the way it always has, splitting its risk. Live near humans enough to eat well. Stay wild enough to run. The ones who guessed wrong ended up in a well. The ones who guessed right just kept working. Population data from this period is thin, Understandably, nobody was doing careful census work on farm cats in the 1400s. But agricultural and shipping records that do survive show no collapse in cat numbers anywhere the persecution was worst. If anything, demand for working cats appears to have stayed flat right through the darkest decades. Trace the actual economics of a single dockside warehouse in a city like Bristol or Antwerp, and the picture sharpens further. Merchants insuring cargo against rat damage often specified, in writing, that a working cat be kept aboard or on premises, a contractual obligation sitting quietly alongside the same city's active prosecution of accused witches and their supposed familiars. Which tells you something quietly damning about how selective the violence actually was. This was never really a war on cats as a species. It was theater performed on specific animals, in specific circumstances, usually tied to a specific human someone wanted destroyed. The cat was the prop. The trial was the point. Consider the timing, too. The height of European witch persecution, roughly 1560 to 1630, overlaps almost exactly with a string of brutal harvest failures and the so-called Little Ice Age cooling much of the continent. Grain was scarcer, rats got hungrier, and the animal built to control them got busier, not rarer. There's a version of this story where scarcity should have made cats more valuable and therefore safer. It did not work that way. Scarcity made people more frightened, and frightened people needed someone or something to blame. The cat absorbed both roles at once, essential tool by daylight, suspected demon by dusk. Church records from rural parishes occasionally preserve both sides of this in the same document. A parish account book might list payment for a cat kept in the tithe barn in one entry, and a note about a suspected witch's familiar destroyed in another, sometimes written by the same clerk, sometimes in the same month. Historians studying this period describe it as a kind of moral bifurcation, two entirely separate mental categories for the same animal that never had to reconcile with each other. The granary cat and the witch's cat were, biologically, the exact same creature. Nobody at the time seemed troubled by that. It is worth sitting with what that says about the humans, not the cats. A society can hold two contradictory beliefs about the same thing indefinitely, as long as it never has to look directly at the contradiction. We are, frankly, still pretty good at that trick. This documentary will hand you a modern version of it eventually. Colonial America inherited both halves of the contradiction wholesale, not just the fear from Salem, but the dependency too. Ships logs from the Mayflower's era, and after routinely mention cats aboard, explicitly for the vermin, in the very same colonies where a cat could later be named in a witchcraft indictment. Early Massachusetts households kept cats in barns and cellars for the same blunt reason English households had for centuries. Grain stores meant rats. Rats meant disease and ruin. Nobody wrote treatises defending this practice. It simply continued quietly underneath all the noise the trials generated. It is worth remembering, too, that plague itself had not stopped being a live threat when the colonists crossed the Atlantic. Outbreaks of rodent-borne disease continued to strike port towns throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, in Boston, in London, in Marseille. A working cat population was not a folk custom anyone could afford to treat as optional. So the same colonial households that produced accusers and accused alike in Salem's courtrooms were, that same winter, almost certainly relying on an unaccused cat somewhere on the property to keep their own stores intact. History rarely offers a cleaner picture of a society at war with its own necessities. There is something almost comic, in the darkest possible sense, about a Puritan magistrate going home after condemning a neighbor partly on the strength of her cat's behavior, and finding his own cat waiting by the hearth, having earned its keep that very day by killing 3 mice in the pantry. Court records from Essex County, Massachusetts, and elsewhere in New England occasionally preserve testimony where a cat's ordinary behavior, sitting on a windowsill, following someone down a lane, gets recast entirely as sinister once an accusation is already in motion. The animal never changes what it is doing. Only the label attached to it changes, instantly and completely. Nobody wrote that scene down. I am fairly confident it happened anyway. Some version of it, in dozens of households across 2 continents, over and over, for roughly 3 centuries. Cognitive dissonance does not require documentation. It just requires people, and people have never been short of it. By the later 1600s, something does start to shift, slowly, unevenly. Not because anyone suddenly decided cats were innocent. Formal witchcraft prosecutions were simply declining across most of Europe. Courts growing more skeptical of spectral evidence, familiars included, decades before folk belief caught up with the law. But legal decline is not the same as cultural safety. Cats kept working the same barns, the same holds, the same granaries, right through this transition, still vulnerable to local suspicion, still essential to the grain economy that fed a continent. The 2 facts simply kept running in parallel, neither one canceling the other out. What strikes me most, looking back across this whole grim stretch, is how little agency the cat ever had in any of it. It did not choose to be sacred in Egypt. It did not choose to be demonic in Europe. It showed up where the rats were, did the job it has always done, and let humans build entire theologies on top of its indifference. Some regional governments even went so far as to formally exempt working cats from broader local ordinances against keeping certain animals, granting explicit legal carve-outs for mousers attached to mills, granaries, and monastic breweries, a small but telling acknowledgement, buried in local statute, that this particular predator had made itself indispensable. That indifference, oddly, may be the reason the species survived this era at all. A dog, bred across millennia for loyalty and legibility to human moods, might have been easier to fully demonize, easier to hunt to local extinction. The cat's usefulness was too blunt, too undeniable, too tied to the difference between a full grain store and an empty one. Consider the sheer arithmetic of a working farm in this period. A single breeding pair of rats, left unchecked, could theoretically produce hundreds of descendants within a year, each one capable of destroying far more grain through contamination and nesting than it ever actually ate. A farmer without an effective mouser was not managing an inconvenience. He was gambling with his family's winter. That is why, even in regions where suspicion ran hottest, you almost never find records of a village systematically destroying every cat within its borders. Selective violence against specific, accused animals, yes, constantly. Wholesale extermination of the species locally, almost never. The math simply would not allow it, whatever the theology demanded. German and Swiss municipal archives from the 15th and 16th centuries occasionally preserve something almost touching in this context. Formal complaints filed by townspeople when a neighbor's overzealous cat culling left a district vulnerable to a subsequent rodent surge. Practical grievances lodged in the same courts that, in other seasons, heard testimony about familiars and covens. So the persecution burned through individual animals by the thousand, and the species itself simply absorbed the loss and kept multiplying in the shadows of every barn that needed it. Cruelty and necessity ran side by side for 300 years, and necessity, in the end, quietly won. But necessity is not the same as mercy, and the humans of this era, having decided that suffering was compatible with usefulness, were about to take that logic somewhere considerably stranger, out of the barn and into something they would actually call entertainment. I want to describe an instrument to you. It has a keyboard like a harpsichord. Behind that keyboard sit a row of cats, each one restrained in a narrow box, its tail pinned beneath a mechanism connected to the keys. Press a key, a spike jabs the tail, the cat screams on cue. Someone called this music. The cat synclavier, the cat piano, first described in written accounts from the 16th and 17th centuries, most likely never existed exactly as drawn. Historians now largely treat it as satire, a grotesque thought experiment mocking clumsy musicians or cruel princes, not a device anyone actually built and played at court. But here's what makes it worth telling anyway. Nobody in that era found the concept implausible enough to reject as a joke on its face. The satire only lands because the cruelty behind it was entirely believable, was in fact already happening in less theatrical forms, in town squares, at festivals, at fairs, in broad daylight. Take cat burning, a genuine and well-documented tradition, not satire at all. In parts of France, baskets or barrels of live cats were hoisted over bonfires on Midsummer's Eve. The animals lowered slowly into the flames while crowds cheered, sometimes with royalty in attendance, the king himself occasionally lighting the pyre. Paris kept this custom running for centuries on the Place de Grève until Louis XIV's reign in the mid-1600s finally let it lapse. Think about that span. Generations of Parisians grew up, married, raised children, and died, all within a culture where this was simply what June looked like. Accounts describe musicians playing, wine circulating, and the crowd cheering as the flames rose, the burning basket sometimes containing not just cats but a fox as well. The whole spectacle framed as a joyful communal purge of misfortune rather than anything requiring solemnity or apology. Midsummer was supposed to feel festive. This was, to the people gathered there, simply part of the festivity. Cat throwing shows up separately across the record too. Animals hurled from towers, dropped in barrels, chased through streets by crowds with sticks, versions of it documented in Belgium, in Germany, in parts of Britain, each locality with its own excuse. Purging evil, marking a holiday, simple sport with no excuse offered at all. The Ypres tradition, Cat and Stow It, deserves its own careful look, since it survived longer than almost any comparable ritual. Cats tossed from the belfry of the Cloth Hall on the second Wednesday of Lent, a practice with roots reportedly stretching back to the medieval period and documented continuing, in some form, into the 1800s before finally lapsing. I'm not going to pretend this was uniquely about cats. Bear baiting drew crowds in London for 200 years. Cockfighting was a respectable pastime for gentlemen. Public executions of humans were family outings, complete with vendors selling food to the crowd. Early modern Europe simply had a very different relationship to suffering as spectacle. Children, notably, were often not shielded from any of this. Contemporary accounts describe entire families attending cat burnings and similar rituals together. The events treated as suitable, even wholesome, communal entertainment, the kind of outing that knitted a town together rather than something requiring any explanation to the youngest attendees. That detail unsettles modern viewers more than almost anything else in this chapter, and it should. It tells you the cruelty was not transgressive within its own culture. It was civic. It was communal. It was, in the truest sense of the word, ordinary, which is a far more disturbing category than monstrous ever manages to be. What made cats a particularly convenient target was the theological cover already sitting in place since Vox and Rama. A bear being tormented was just cruelty. A cat being tormented could be framed, conveniently, as righteousness, purification, a small blow struck against the devil himself. That framing let people enjoy the spectacle without the discomfort of simply enjoying cruelty. That is, I think, the actually useful thing this chapter can tell you, more useful than the shock value of any single grim ritual. Cruelty rarely announces itself as cruelty. It dresses up as ceremony, as tradition, as piety, as a joke that has been told so many times nobody remembers to ask whether it is funny. German folk custom occasionally layered its own regional twist onto the practice. Cats sometimes nailed alive to trees or posts as part of Shrovetide games. Participants blindfolded and swung with sticks in a grim variation on what would later become the far gentler piñata. The underlying structure of the game persisting long after the specific target mercifully changed. Contemporary accounts describing these events are unsettling not for their horror alone, but for their tone. Chroniclers write about cat burnings the way you might describe a parade, matter of fact, occasionally admiring of the spectacle, the crowd size, the king's good humor that particular year. Nobody writing these accounts thought they needed to justify anything. It took real cultural effort, later, to make that tone read as monstrous rather than mundane. The people attending these events were not, by the standards of their own time, unusually cruel individuals. They were ordinary people embedded in a normalized ritual, doing what their parents did, what their town had always done on that particular day. There's a specific kind of horror in that ordinariness, more than any single graphic image could provide. It is the same horror historians find, centuries later, in mundane, bureaucratic records of far greater atrocities, the banality sitting right next to the brutality, filed in the same ledger, described in the same flat handwriting. Regional variation matters here too. Not every town practiced this. Not every century within the broader era looked the same. Ypres had its tower. Paris had its bonfire. Countless other towns across the same centuries apparently did neither. Their cats living out fairly ordinary barn and household lives, unremarked in any surviving record. That patchiness is worth noting because it cuts against a tidy narrative where all of medieval and early modern Europe was uniformly torturing cats in the streets. The reality was messier and, honestly, more disturbing atrocity concentrated in specific places and specific rituals, coexisting with ordinary, unremarkable cohabitation just a few villages over. Some of these traditions carried an almost bureaucratic weight to them. Town councils budgeting for the bonfire, guilds taking turns supplying the animals, a civic calendar with the ritual slotted in as reliably as a harvest festival or a saint's feast day. Cruelty, given enough repetition, tends to acquire the texture of routine administration. Historians studying the decline of these rituals note that opposition, when it finally arrived, rarely came framed as concern for animal suffering specifically. It arrived instead as part of a broader elite discomfort with unruly public gatherings generally. Crowds drinking, crowds fighting, crowds proving harder to control than the authorities organizing the spectacle in the first place preferred. By the late 17th and into the 18th century, these public rituals do begin fading out, region by region, decade by decade, not through any single decree, but through a slow accumulation of changing taste. Louis XIV let the Paris bonfire lapse. Other towns simply let their traditions quietly die of disinterest. Historians link this decline to several forces arriving roughly together. The slow retreat of witchcraft belief from elite culture, growing squeamishness among urban populations increasingly removed from agricultural violence, and a new intellectual mood that would soon start asking uncomfortable questions about animal suffering itself. None of this happened out of sudden compassion for cats specifically. It happened as part of a much broader recalibration of what counted as acceptable public behavior, the same recalibration that would eventually end public executions, curtail animal baiting, and reshape what educated Europeans considered civilized. Interestingly, Ypres itself eventually reversed the entire meaning of its own tradition rather than simply abandoning it, transforming the ritual, decades later, into a beloved civic festival where stuffed toy cats are thrown from the belfry instead of live animals. The town choosing to keep the pageantry and the crowds while quietly deleting the cruelty at its center. Cats simply rode that wave, the way they have ridden nearly every wave in this story, passively, without agency, benefiting from a shift in human sensibility they had no part in creating. The animal did not get less demonic. The humans got less willing to burn things publicly for entertainment. It is tempting to read this as simple moral progress, and in some narrow sense it was. But progress rarely arrives clean. The same decades that saw cat burnings decline in France saw European colonial powers committing atrocities on a scale the cat burnings never approached, against entire human populations, half a world away. I mentioned that not to excuse anything in this chapter, but to keep the record honest. The retreat of one specific, localized cruelty does not mean humans got kinder in any general sense. It means the target of the age's casual violence kept shifting the way it always seems to, toward whatever remained convenient and unprotected. What I keep coming back to, writing this chapter, is how thin the line actually was between the crowd cheering at a cat burning and the crowd that, within the same century, would start paying money to look at a cat's soft, unbothered face on a Renaissance canvas. Same species, same continent, a different kind of looking entirely. That other kind of looking had already quietly begun, in fact, even while the bonfires were still burning in some towns. It did not happen in a church or a courtroom or a town square. It happened somewhere much quieter, in the private notebooks of a handful of unusually curious men who had started drawing what they actually saw. That shift did not overturn centuries of belief overnight. It did not save every cat, or even most of them, from the cruelties this chapter has just laid out. But it planted something, a habit of close, patient, almost scientific attention that the church's old framework had never allowed for. It is a small thread. Pull on it. In a Florence workshop sometime in the early 1480s, a left-handed man with a habit of writing backward fills a page with cats. Not one cat, dozens in a single sheet, stretching, washing, coiled in sleep, mid-pounce, captured from every angle a pen could manage. His name is Leonardo da Vinci, and he cannot stop looking at them. This sheet, now held in the royal collection, is often called his cat and dragon studies, and it is one of the strangest, most tender documents in the entire history of art. Leonardo was not commissioned to draw this. Nobody paid him. He simply could not resist the mechanics of a small predator in motion. Notice what is missing from these drawings. No demon, no familia, no hint of vox in Rama's old accusation lurking anywhere in the ink. Just anatomy, observed with the same clinical patience Leonardo brought to the human body, to water, to flight. The cat, for the first time in centuries, is simply a subject worth understanding on its own terms. That shift in attention did not arrive from nowhere. It came out of the broader intellectual current of Renaissance humanism, a slow, deliberate turn away from taking religious authority's word for how the natural world worked, toward looking at that world directly and trusting your own eyes. That habit of direct observation is, in retrospect, corrosive to superstition in a way no sermon against it could ever be. You cannot sketch a cat's shoulder blade rotating through a leap 40 times and still comfortably believe the animal is a demon in disguise. Closed looking has a way of disenchanting things for better and for worse. Leonardo's notebooks elsewhere describe his fascination with the cat as, in his own words, a masterpiece of nature, a phrase he was not in the habit of using loosely. He studied its proportions the way he studied the proportions of the human body in his famous anatomical drawings, treating the animal's design as worthy of the exact same rigorous respect. Leonardo was hardly alone. Across Renaissance Italy and the Low Countries, artists were filling notebooks and canvases with domestic animals rendered with unprecedented naturalism. Dogs curled at the feet of saints, birds perched with anatomical accuracy, and cats, increasingly, tucked into the corners of otherwise unrelated religious and domestic scenes. Leonardo himself apparently never finished a plan painting built entirely around the sketches on that famous sheet, a Madonna with a cat, versions of which survive only as preparatory studies. We are left imagining a devotional painting that would have placed this once demonized animal directly beside the holiest figure in Christian art, an idea that would have been nearly unthinkable 2 centuries earlier. That near miss says something anyway, even unfinished. The mere fact that a major Renaissance artist could sketch such a composition seriously as preparatory work for sacred art, without apparent controversy, tells you how far the theological ground had already shifted beneath everyone's feet, quietly, without a single church council ever voting on the matter. Look closely at Renaissance depictions of the Last Supper or the Annunciation, and you will sometimes find a cat, curled under a table or crouched near a hearth, doing absolutely nothing theologically significant. It is simply there because by then, in a well-appointed household, a cat plausibly was simply there. That casual inclusion matters more than it looks like it should. A creature painted into the background of sacred art without commentary, without menace, without a devil hiding behind its eyes, is a creature that has quietly stopped being theologically dangerous, at least in the eyes of the artist holding the brush. This did not happen everywhere at once, and it did not happen in the courts and pulpits first. It happened in workshops among painters and early naturalists whose livelihood depended on getting the physical world right, whose patrons increasingly wanted realism over allegory, accuracy over warning. Meanwhile, a parallel current was building in the emerging natural sciences. Physicians and early naturalists across Renaissance Europe were starting to catalog animals systematically, describing anatomy and behavior in careful, unemotional prose, treating the cat as one more subject in the great catalog of creation rather than a spiritual battlefield. Conrad Gessner's Historiae Animalium, published across the mid-16th century, devotes careful, detailed pages to the domestic cat, its habits, its hunting, its varieties, written with the same scholarly seriousness he applied to lions and elephants. This is quietly a landmark. The cat had finally entered the encyclopedia instead of the indictment. Gessner even addresses the old superstitions directly in his text, cataloging folk beliefs about cats alongside his anatomical descriptions, treating them as curiosities of popular custom worth recording rather than truths worth endorsing. A subtle but important shift in how a scholar was now expected to handle inherited superstition. I do not want to oversell how far this went, because it did not go very far, not yet. Rural superstition did not evaporate because a handful of urban scholars started drawing cats with tenderness. Cat burnings in some regions would continue for another century or more, running in parallel with this softer, learned current, the two barely touching. That is, honestly, how most cultural reversals actually work, unevenly, in patches, decades ahead in one social class and decades behind in another. The court and the countryside were, culturally, almost different countries. Attitudes could shift dramatically in one and barely move in the other for generations. Still, something real was underway. Wealthy households across Renaissance Italy, France, and the Netherlands increasingly kept cats not purely as working mousers confined to the barn, but as household presences, allowed into living quarters, occasionally even into portraits commissioned to memorialize a family and its possessions. Dutch genre painting of the following century would run with this fully, cats appearing constantly in domestic interior scenes, at the hearth, near the dinner table, sometimes stealing from it, rendered with the same warm, detailed realism Dutch painters gave to Bred, brass, and lace. Ordinary domestic life, cat fully included. Jan Steen and his contemporaries painted cats with a knowing, almost comic realism, animals caught mid-mischief, tugging at a tablecloth or eyeing a fish left unattended, painted not as symbols of anything sinister, but simply as the household nuisance every Dutch family of means apparently recognized and, evidently, tolerated with real affection. There is something quietly moving about watching this happen across 2 centuries of paint and ink, the same animal that a mob might have burned in one town square getting rendered in the next province over with obvious affection by an artist who clearly liked having around while he worked. The philosophical ground was shifting underneath all of it too. Renaissance thought increasingly questioned the rigid medieval hierarchy that placed humans at an absolute, unbridgeable remove from animal creation, a hierarchy that had made it theologically easy to imagine an animal as a vessel for the demonic. Blur that hierarchy even slightly, and the old fear gets harder to sustain. None of this was driven by anyone setting out to rehabilitate the cat specifically. It was a byproduct, a side effect of a much larger intellectual movement that happened to sweep the cat along with it. the same way trade routes had once swept the animal along without any deliberate plan behind it. Printing itself deserves some credit here too. Gutenberg's press, barely a century old by Gessner's time, meant a single naturalist's careful, unsensational description of a cat could now be copied thousands of times over and read across borders and languages, spreading a calm, observational tone far faster than any single sermon warning against familiars ever could travel. But byproducts can still matter enormously. By the close of the 16th century, in the households of the educated and the wealthy across much of Western Europe, the cat had quietly become something closer to what we would recognize today, a familiar domestic presence, worth drawing, worth describing, occasionally even worth loving out loud. The countryside would take longer. Formal legal protections were still centuries away. But the intellectual permission structure, the sense that a cat could be looked at with curiosity instead of dread, had been built quietly in workshops and scholarly studies, while the bonfires in other towns kept burning a little longer. It is a strange kind of hope, this chapter, and I want to be honest about its limits. Nothing here undoes what the last 3 chapters described. But it is the first real crack of light in this entire dark stretch of the film, and cracks, given time, tend to widen. It is also worth remembering how much this era's scientific curiosity extended beyond art into early physiology, naturalists beginning to dissect and describe animal anatomy with a rigor that had no real precedent in medieval Europe, work that, however clinical, could not help but treat the cat as a marvel of engineering rather than a vessel for anything sinister. That crack was about to widen considerably, and in a direction nobody in Leonardo's workshop could have quite predicted. The next century would not just let scholars sketch cats with curiosity. It would let one of Europe's most famous minds sit down, in print, and wonder seriously whether his cat was smarter than he was. Sometime in the 1570s, in a stone tower in the Dordogne region of France, a retired magistrate named Michel de Montaigne sits writing by candlelight, his cat somewhere nearby, batting at his quill or simply watching him work. He stops mid-essay and asks a question no one quite like him had asked in print before. "When I play with my cat," he writes, "how do I know she is not passing time with me more than I am with her?" It is a small sentence. It is also, quietly, one of the most radical lines written about an animal in the entire Renaissance, because it grants the cat an interior life, a perspective, a choice. Montaigne was not writing theology, and he was not writing natural history. He was writing what would become the essay, as we know it, a genre he essentially invented, built entirely around honest, wandering, first-person doubt. And into that new form, almost immediately, he lets a cat walk in and unsettle his own sense of superiority. This matters more than it might seem. For centuries, church doctrine had drawn an absolute line between rational humans and instinct-driven beasts. Montaigne, quietly and without fanfare, blurs that line, wondering aloud whether the gap between his mind and his cat's might be smaller, or at least stranger, than anyone had bothered to consider. He was not sentimental about it in any modern greeting card sense. Montaigne's cat is not a cute companion in his prose. She is a genuine philosophical provocation, evidence offered against human certainty, a small furred argument for humility. He liked her. He also used her to make himself uncomfortable, which is very much the Montaigne method. His essays circulated widely across educated Europe within his own lifetime and long after, translated, read aloud in salons, quoted by later thinkers who would build entire philosophical traditions partly on the permission Montaigne granted. That doubt itself, even about something as ordinary as your own cat, was worth taking seriously. A century later, across the channel, a very different kind of genius supposedly left his own small mark on cat history, though this one is considerably harder to verify. Isaac Newton, the story goes, cut a hole in his study door at Trinity College so his cat could come and go without disturbing his work. The anecdote usually comes with an extra flourish that Newton, ever the problem solver, cut a second, smaller hole beside the first when the cat had kittens, apparently not yet having worked out that the smaller animals could fit through the larger opening just fine. It is a wonderful story. It is also almost certainly apocryphal. Historians of science have combed Newton's own writings and Trinity College records and found no contemporary source for the cat door at all, the earliest known version of the tale appearing only decades after his death. And yet the story has survived for centuries anyway, told and retold, because it fits something people wanted to believe. Whether or not Newton actually cut those holes, the fact that people were eager to imagine one of history's greatest minds fussing over his cat's comfort tells you something real about how far attitudes had shifted by the 18th century. The story is invented, but the appetite for it was not. It matched the world people now lived in. By this point, cats had genuinely become fixtures of European intellectual and social life, no longer confined purely to the barn or the granary. Salons across Paris, London, and beyond, the semi-formal gatherings where much of the Enlightenment's intellectual traffic actually happened, regularly featured cats lounging among the philosophers and letter writers. Voltaire kept cats. So did the poet Thomas Gray, whose 1747 poem mourning his friend Horace Walpole's cat, drowned in a china bowl of goldfish, became one of the most widely quoted animal elegies in the English language, comic and genuinely sorrowful at once, treating the loss with real emotional seriousness. Gray's poem carried the wonderfully specific title ode on the death of a favorite cat, drowned in a tub of goldfishes, and it did something genuinely new for its era, treating a pet's accidental death with the same formal poetic seriousness classical elegies once reserved exclusively for mourned humans. The joke and the grief sit in the same lines without canceling each other out. Christopher Smart, writing from inside an asylum in the 1760s, produced something stranger still, a long, ecstatic passage of verse devoted entirely to his cat Geoffrey, cataloging the animal's daily rituals of washing, stretching, and hunting as evidence of a kind of devotional perfection, a creature praising God simply by being fully, unapologetically itself. Samuel Johnson, the great lexicographer, was famously devoted to his cat Hodge, personally going out to buy oysters for him rather than send a servant, worried the errand might make the servant resent the animal. His biographer Boswell recorded this detail specifically because it struck him as revealing something genuine about Johnson's character. Boswell himself admitted he was not fond of cats, which makes his careful recording of Johnson's devotion to Hodge all the more telling. A biographer, setting aside his own indifference because he recognized the anecdote, said something important about the man he was chronicling, that even England's most formidable intellect could be undone by simple tenderness for an animal. There is a bronze statue of Hodge sitting outside Johnson's old house on Gough Square in London today, oyster shells at his feet, a small permanent monument to one man's affection for one particular cat, and to how ordinary that affection had become by the time it was worth commemorating in bronze. That statue was not actually erected until 1997, worth noting a full 2 centuries after Johnson's death, which tells you something too, that the appetite to memorialize this particular affection did not fade with the Enlightenment. It only grew quietly generation after generation until a city finally decided a cat deserved bronze. This is worth pausing on. An entire species does not become sculpture worthy overnight. It takes generations of small, cumulative gestures, an essay here, a mourned pet there, a possibly invented door, and a possibly true anecdote, each one nudging the culture's default assumption a little further from suspicion and a little closer to affection. The Enlightenment's broader intellectual project helped enormously here too. This was an age increasingly skeptical of inherited superstition generally, not just witchcraft specifically, an age that prized observation, reason, and a certain fashionable sentimentality about nature and its creatures. The cat benefited from all 3 currents at once. Diderot's great encyclopedia, that vast 18th century attempt to catalog all human knowledge, includes a matter-of-fact entry on the domestic cat, describing its anatomy, temperament, and utility in the same dry, rational tone it applies to any other subject, treating the animal as simply one more piece of the ordered, knowable natural world the Enlightenment believed it was finally mapping. It helped, too, that cats were increasingly living indoors among the class of people who wrote books, kept diaries, sat for portraits, and generally left behind the kind of record historians rely on. Working cats in barns rarely got elegies. Cats curled on a philosopher's writing desk endlessly did. Portraiture itself began quietly admitting cats in a frame during this century too, minor aristocratic and merchant class portraits increasingly including a family cat alongside the children and the dogs, a small compositional choice that nonetheless signaled something. This animal now belonged in the same visual category as the family itself, not the livestock. Even Rousseau, hardly a sentimentalist about most things, is recorded describing a fondness for cats in his correspondence, part of a broader 18th century intellectual fashion that treated close observation of small domestic creatures as a legitimate, even admirable, use of a great mind's idle attention. That bias in the record matters, and it is worth naming honestly. This chapter's warmth is, in part, a story about which cats got remembered, the pampered, literate household's cat, not the anonymous barn mouser still living exactly the precarious life its ancestors had for centuries. Affection was expanding. It was not yet universal. Still, the direction of travel is unmistakable. A century that began with familiars named in court transcripts ends with a poet writing sincere verse about a cat drowned in a goldfish bowl, a lexicographer buying oysters personally so a servant would not resent an animal. That is not a small shift. That is a culture changing its mind. Look at the arc of this single century as a whole, and the pattern is unmistakable. It opens with cats, still occasionally named in the fading tail end of witchcraft prosecutions in parts of rural Europe. It closes with a national poet in England writing sincere, published grief over one drowned in a goldfish bowl. No single event caused that shift. 100 small ones did. And once affection becomes fashionable among the educated elite, it rarely stays confined to private studies and salons for long. Fashion has a way of wanting an audience, a stage, a public occasion to display itself. The 18th century gave the cat philosophy and poetry. The 19th was about to give it something considerably stranger, a stage, a crowd, and a scoring system. July 13th, 1871. Inside the vast iron and glass expanse of London's Crystal Palace, moved south of the river a full 20 years after its debut at the Great Exhibition, something new is happening under that glass roof. Rows of cages line the hall, each one holding a cat, groomed, labeled, and, for the first time in recorded history, about to be judged. This is the world's first organized cat show, and the man behind it, an artist and poultry judge named Harrison Weir, had spent years illustrating animals with an obsessive eye for form. He looked at cats, an animal nobody had ever formally exhibited, and saw an untapped category ready for exactly the kind of ranking already applied to dogs and pigeons. Roughly 170 cats were entered that first day, drawn from across Britain, organized into classes by coat, color, and body type, a system Weir himself had designed from scratch because none existed yet. He wrote the first formal cat breed standards essentially overnight, inventing the vocabulary an entire industry would use for the next century and a half. Crowds came. Newspapers covered it with a mix of curiosity and mild bemusement, the same tone you might use for any novel Victorian spectacle. People paid admission specifically to walk past cages and look at cats being formally, publicly ranked against an ideal standard, an act that would have been almost inconceivable a century earlier. Attendance figures from that first show, by most later accounts, ran well into the thousands over its short run, a genuinely surprising turnout for an event with no established precedent to draw on. The Times and other London papers sent correspondence specifically to describe the categories, the winners, the sheer novelty of all to readers who had never conceived of a cat as exhibition material. Think about what actually changed here, structurally. For 10,000 years, a cat's value had been measured almost entirely by what it did. Mice killed, grain saved, a hold kept clear of rats. At Crystal Palace, for the first time at any real scale, a cat's value was being measured by what it looked like, judged against a written description of ideal form. That is an enormous inversion, and it happened almost casually inside a converted exhibition hall originally built to celebrate industrial machinery. The Crystal Palace itself, remember, first opened in 1851 to showcase the products of empire and engineering. 20 years later, it hosted an event that treated a living animal the same way, as a specimen of engineered perfection. The categories at that first show already hint at where this was heading. Persian longhairs, prized for their dense coats and rounded faces, alongside British shorthairs and a handful of imported Siamese, exotic enough to draw particular crowds simply for their unusual blue eyes and pointed coloring, novelties from a part of the world most visitors would never see. A specific cat became the show's minor celebrity, a large blue Persian named, appropriately enough, Old Cat, awarded top honors and immortalized afterward in prints and reproductions sold to a public suddenly hungry for images of pedigreed feline perfection. A cat, for the first time, had become a recognizable public figure purely for how it looked. Contemporary reports described the sheer variety on display as much as the winners: tabby classes, tortoiseshell classes, a wild Scottish class featuring animals bred closer to native wildcat stock, all judged, ranked, and written up in a catalog that survives today as one of the earliest formal documents of feline classification ever produced. Weir himself seemed genuinely to love the animals involved, later founding the National Cat Club and writing extensively about cat welfare and character alongside his breed standards. He was not, by most accounts, a cynical showman. He appears to have believed sincerely that formal exhibition would raise the cat's status and improve how the public treated it. And in a narrow sense, he was right. The Crystal Palace show is a genuine, direct continuation of the warming trend the last two chapters traced: Montaigne's philosophical cat, Johnson's beloved Hodge, now formalized into an institution with rules, judges, and a growing membership of enthusiasts who called themselves, with total sincerity, the cat fancy. The show was an immediate success, and it did not stay a one-time novelty. Within a few years, cat shows were being held regularly across Britain, then spreading to continental Europe and the United States, each one drawing larger crowds, more entries, more elaborately defined breed categories than the last. By the 1880s and 1890s, formal cat clubs had sprung up across Britain and America, publishing detailed written standards specifying exactly what an ideal Persian's face should look like, what an ideal Siamese's body proportions should be, turning what had always been a matter of natural, unplanned variation into something increasingly deliberate and prescriptive. America caught the same fever within a couple of decades. The first major cat show on American soil was staged at Madison Square Garden in 1895, drawing enormous crowds of its own and helping launch what would become the Cat Fanciers Association, an organization still governing pedigree standards in the United States more than a century later. This is worth sitting with because it marks a genuine hinge, quietly, before the film's actual turning point arrives in the very next chapter. 10,000 years of a cat's body shaping itself through natural selection around a rodent-heavy diet and human proximity was about to be joined, for the first time, by deliberate human selection around appearance alone. Weir himself, to his considerable credit, seems to have sensed some danger in this even at the outset, writing cautionary notes in his own later work about breeding too narrowly for exaggerated features, warning fanciers not to prioritize an extreme look over the animal's basic soundness and health. Nobody listened especially closely, not at first, and honestly not for a long while afterward. The incentives built into a judge competition point in exactly one direction: reward the most extreme, most striking example of standard, and breeders will spend the next century chasing that extreme, generation after generation, with predictable consequences. This documentary will return to those consequences directly and soon. For now, though, stay inside that Crystal Palace Hall a moment longer, because something else worth noticing was happening there beyond the judging. A whole new class of Victorian consumer culture assembling itself around the cat as commodity. Vendors sold cat-themed prints, ribbons, collars, and eventually specially formulated cat foods, an entire small economy blooming almost overnight around an animal that, within living memory, had mostly fed itself on whatever it caught in the barn. Ownership was becoming consumption. Companionship was becoming a market. The timing here is not incidental either. Victorian Britain was, in the middle decades of the 19th century, undergoing an enormous expansion of urban middle-class households with genuine disposable income and, crucially, leisure time to spend on things that served no practical function at all beyond pleasure and status. A cat show is, in a sense, exactly the kind of institution that particular class produces, a formal, respectable, rule-bound occasion for displaying refined taste and disposable income, dressed up as a celebration of an animal, structurally not so different from a flower show or a livestock exhibition at a county fair. And that comparison is worth taking seriously rather than dismissing as cynical. Livestock shows judged animals bred for utility against a standard of ideal form for generations before we're ever staged his first cat show. What he did, in effect, was import an existing agricultural framework and apply it, for the first time, to an animal nobody had ever formally farmed. The cat, in other words, was being folded into a much older human habit, ranking domesticated creatures against an aesthetic ideal, a habit previously reserved for animals bred explicitly for human use. Applying it to the cat quietly completed something, folding the last major holdout of unmanaged domestication into the same machinery that had shaped cattle and horses and dogs. Weir's own writing about the show betrays a kind of missionary confidence, a belief that formal exhibition would elevate public regard for cats generally, lifting the species out of the vague, unexamined category of vermin control and into something closer to the elevated status dogs and horses already enjoyed among the fashionable and the wealthy. Recall Chapter 8's thesis, the one this whole documentary has been circling back to. Nobody bred the cat. It came in on its own terms and stayed that way for 10,000 years. Standing inside that glass hall in July of 1871, watching a judge measure a Persian skull against a written ideal, you can feel that claim starting, for the very first time, to wobble. It had not broken yet. Most cats in 1871, the overwhelming majority across Britain and everywhere else, still lived exactly the semi-wild, self-directed lives their ancestors always had: barn cats, dockside cats, alley cats, entirely untouched by any judge's clipboard. The Crystal Palace crowd was a tiny, fashionable minority. But minorities, given enough time and enough cultural momentum, have a way of setting the terms everyone else eventually follows. What began in one glass hall in South London as a novelty, an afternoon's amusement for the curious, was quietly laying the groundwork for a much larger, much more permanent shift in what a cat was even understood to be for. That shift was not going to stay confined to show halls and pedigree registries for long. It was about to move into the parlor itself, into the sentimental, cluttered heart of the Victorian home, and change, permanently, and for every cat that followed, the entire reason humans wanted one in the first place. I want to slow down here. Everything the film has told you so far, worship and burning and superstition and slow forgiveness, was building toward one specific hinge, and we have reached it. Somewhere in the clutter of a Victorian parlor, thick with velvet and photographs and mourning brooches, a cat stopped being useful and started, simply, being loved. It did not happen with an announcement. There was no decree, no single date you can circle on a calendar the way you can circle 1233 for Vox and Rama, or 1871 for Crystal Palace. This turn was quieter than that, and stranger because it was not really about the cat at all. It was about what Victorian Britain had started doing to the entire idea of the domestic animal. Historians call it, a little clinically, the domestication of sentiment, the process by which the Victorian middle class began treating emotional attachment itself as something to be cultivated, displayed, and consumed, applied first to family life, then to death and mourning, and eventually, inevitably, to the animals sharing the house. This was a genuinely new kind of household. Industrialization had pulled a growing middle class out of agricultural labor and into offices, shops, and comfortable urban terraces, homes that no longer needed a working Mauser guarding a working granary, because there was increasingly no granary attached to the house at all. Take away the granary, and the cat's ancient job simply evaporates. And yet the cat did not disappear from these homes. If anything, it multiplied inside them, which means something else had to fill the vacancy that utility left behind, some other reason for this specific predator to keep sleeping by the hearth every single night. That other reason was feeling. Plain, sincere, increasingly public feeling. Victorian culture was, in this exact period, inventing an entire vocabulary and material culture around sentimental attachment. Memorial jewelry containing a loved one's hair, elaborate mourning rituals, sentimental verse published by The Yard and popular magazines. Pets slid neatly into that same emotional architecture. Queen Victoria herself, whose name the entire era carries, kept cats among her many animals at Buckingham Palace and Windsor, and made no secret of her fondness for them, a detail the popular press covered with evident delight. When the monarch treats an animal as a genuine object of affection, that permission travels fast and far down through the social ranks beneath her. Her particular attachment to a blue Persian named White Heather, who reportedly outlived her and was inherited by King Edward VII, became a small item of public fascination in its own right, the press treating the succession of a royal cat with something approaching the gravity usually reserved for matters of actual state. Illustrated periodicals like the Illustrated London News began running sentimental cat imagery with real regularity through the mid to late 1800s. Cats curled by firesides, cats with children, cats mourned in verse when they died. Louis Wain, whose anthropomorphic cat illustrations would become wildly popular by the century's end, built an entire career on exactly this appetite. H.G. Wells would later write, only half joking, that Wain had actually invented a cat style for England, that the animals in ordinary households increasingly resembled the comic, expressive, faintly human creatures in his illustrations, because people had started looking at their own cats through exactly that sentimental, personality-laden lens. Wain's images sold by the millions across postcards, greeting cards, children's book illustrations, and annual publications, an entire visual industry built on a single premise, that cats had rich inner lives worth depicting, worrying, laughing, dancing at parties in tiny waistcoats, exactly the kind of anthropomorphic sentiment that would have baffled a household 2 centuries earlier. This is the actual mechanism worth understanding, not a single event, but a feedback loop. Sentimental images shaped how people looked at their cats. How people looked at their cats shaped how they treated them, indoors by name, mourn when they died. And that treatment produced more sentiment, more images, more market demand for exactly this kind of animal. Consider what actually reverses in this single generation. For the entirety of recorded history before this, a cat earned its keep. Its presence in a household was a transaction. Rodents killed in exchange for scraps and shelter, however affectionately that transaction might occasionally be dressed up. The relationship had, underneath everything, a function. Pet cemeteries begin appearing in this exact period too. Formal, marked burial grounds for beloved animals, complete with carved headstones and short, sincere epitaphs, a practice that would have struck almost anyone a century earlier as bizarre, even faintly blasphemous. Hyde Park's own small pet cemetery, opened in the 1880s, still holds many of these graves today. In the Victorian parlor, that function quietly falls away, and something almost unprecedented replaces it. Ownership justified purely by feeling. You kept the cat because you loved it, full stop, the way you kept a photograph of a dead relative or a lock of a child's hair. It had graduated, so to speak, from tool to keepsake, from labor to love. I want to be careful here because it is tempting to call this simply good news, and mostly for the animal in the moment. It was fewer cats drowned in sacks, fewer cats thrown from towers. A creature that had spent centuries absorbing human dread was now, in enormous numbers, being welcomed indoors and genuinely mourned when it died. But sit with the shape of that change a little longer, because underneath the warmth sits something the film has to name honestly. Sentiment is not neutral. It does not simply observe an animal and love it as it already is. Sentiment has preferences, aesthetics, expectations, and Victorian sentiment, in particular, loved to arrange things exactly how it wanted them. The very same emotional current that pulled the cat in from the cold, damp barn and set on a cushion by the fire was already, by this point, spawning the cat fancy, the breed standards, the judge competitions this film just walked through in the last chapter. Love, in this era, kept reaching immediately for a clipboard. That is the uneasy undertone this chapter needs you to actually feel, not just hear stated. Everything before this point in the story is, broadly, the cat surviving what humans did to it: worship, law, persecution, indifference. Everything after this point is the reverse. Humans, now that they had decided to love the animal, start actively reshaping what it is. Pause on that inversion, because it is the whole hinge of this documentary, and it deserves a full breath rather than a rushed sentence. For 10,000 years, this species mostly wrote its own story, choosing proximity to humans on its own terms, largely untouched by deliberate breeding. That independence was, by the Victorian era, arguably its defining trait. Sentiment does not tolerate that kind of independence comfortably for long. Love, especially the acquisitive, curating, Victorian kind of love, wants its object closer, more legible, more its own creation. It wants a face it finds pleasing, a temperament it finds convenient, a shape it can point to and call with real pride mine. You can already see this appetite in the record. Pedigree registries founded in these same decades. Breed clubs proliferating. Written standards specifying exactly what an ideal cat's face, coat, and body should look like. Standards that did not exist in any formal sense a generation earlier and would, within decades, start actively reshaping feline anatomy itself. It is worth naming plainly what this documentary believes, having traced this animal across 10,000 years to reach this exact room, this exact decade. The witch hunters wanted the cat destroyed. The Victorians wanted the cat loved. Only one of those two impulses would actually succeed in permanently changing what the species is. And it was not the hatred. Consider the sheer scale of ordinary household affection quietly accumulating underneath all the formal breed clubs and show catalogs too. Diaries, letters, and family photographs from this period, preserved by the thousand in archives across Britain, show cats named, addressed directly in correspondence, posed for the still novel technology of photography, folded into family identity in ways no earlier century left much record of it all. That is not a comfortable thing to sit with, and it is not meant to be. Love reshaped this animal more thoroughly, more permanently, and in some cases more damagingly than 3 centuries of organized cruelty ever managed to. The witch trials left the species essentially unchanged biologically. What came out of the Victorian parlor did not. I do not say this to diminish the real warmth in this story, because the warmth is real and it mattered enormously to the actual individual cats who got to live out a life by a fire instead of in a sack. But warmth, it turns out, is not the opposite of danger. Sometimes it is simply danger wearing a much gentler face. So mark this moment. Somewhere in that cluttered, velvet-heavy, sentimental Victorian parlor, The transaction that had defined this relationship since a wild cat first wandered toward a fertile crescent grain store finally ends. The cat stops earning its place. It starts simply being wanted. And wanting, as the rest of this film is about to show you, comes with its own price tag. What that price actually looked like in flesh and bone and breath is where we go next. Because within a generation of that first Crystal Palace show, humans were no longer content simply loving the cat as it had always been. They wanted to design it. And a body built by 10,000 years of unmanaged evolution was about to meet a human idea of perfection for the very first time. By the 1880s, a decade after that first Crystal Palace show, something had changed in how cat breeders talked about their animals. They no longer spoke simply of good mousers or handsome strays. They spoke of type, of standard, of pedigree, borrowing the exact language cattle and dog breeders had used for a century already. The cat had entered the vocabulary of livestock improvement. The Persians sat at the very center of this new obsession, and its actual origins are murkier than the elegant Victorian mythology around it like to admit. Long-haired cats have been arriving in Europe from Persia and Turkey since at least the 16th and 17th centuries, prized as exotic curiosities long before anyone thought to formalize a breed standard. What Victorian breeders did, starting seriously in the 1870s and accelerating through the 1880s and 90s, was take that loosely defined, naturally long-coded population and begin selecting deliberately, generation after generation, for an increasingly specific, increasingly extreme look, a rounder head, a shorter nose, a denser and more luxurious coat than any wild ancestor ever carried. The face is the part worth watching closely because it did not stay still. Compare a Persian photographed in the 1880s to one from the 1930s, and then to one from recent decades, and you're looking at three visibly different animals, the nose retreating further into the face with each generation, driven by breeders chasing whatever the current fashionable extreme happened to be. Early written Persian standard from the 1890s actually describe a comparatively moderate face, a nose shorter than short hairs but still clearly present, still functional. Reading those original documents against a modern peak-faced Persian standard is like reading two different species descriptions, though not a single generation in that unbroken chain would have described itself as making a radical change. Nobody sat down in 1880 and planned this trajectory in advance. That is important to understand because it is not a story of one villain with a master plan. It is a story of incremental competitive pressure, each generation of breeders selecting slightly further in the same direction the last generation's winning cats had already gone, the judges' preferences compounding year after year. That is, in miniature, exactly how selective breeding works and exactly why it can run away from itself so easily. There is no natural break built into a show ring. A wolf that develops a trait harmful to its own survival gets weeded out by the world. A show cat with an increasingly extreme trait gets weeded in, so long as a judge in a Victorian hall keeps handing a ribbon. The Siamese arrived in Britain by a very different route and carried a very different mystique. Cats of this general type had been documented in Siam, present-day Thailand, for centuries, appearing in an old manuscript known as the Tamar Mew, the cat poems, alongside dozens of other described breeds native to the region. A pair of these cats, gifted reportedly by the Siamese royal court, arrived in Britain in the 1880s and were exhibited at cat shows to considerable public fascination. Their pale bodies, dark points, and strikingly blue, crossed eyes reading to Victorian audiences as exotic almost to the point of unsettling. Early written accounts described the breed's appearance with a mix of admiration and genuine surprise. British breeders moved quickly to formalize a Siamese standard of their own, distinct from whatever natural variation existed in the cat's country of origin, once again narrowing a broad, naturally occurring population down toward an increasingly specific, increasingly extreme silhouette, a process that would, decades later, produce the dramatically elongated, wedge-headed modern show Siamese. Early Siamese imports to Britain. Interestingly, sometimes carried a distinct kink near the tip of the tail and a mild squint. Both traits now understood as linked to the same underlying genetics that produced the breed's characteristic coloring. Victorian breeders initially treated these as charming curiosities, then, within a generation or two, largely bred them out in pursuit of a cleaner show ring silhouette. What strikes me, looking at both of these origin stories side by side, is how much colonial and imperial context sits quietly underneath them. Britain in this exact period was at the height of its empire, and these two breeds, one associated with Persia, one explicitly with a royal court in Siam, carried an exotic cachet that fit neatly into a broader Victorian fascination with imported foreign luxury. The cat, in other words, was not simply being bred for appearance in a vacuum. It was being bred to satisfy a very specific Victorian appetite for the exotic, the pedigreed, the aristocratic, an appetite that also, at exactly this moment, was collecting foreign art, foreign textiles, and foreign animals as markers of taste and status back home. Registries formalized quickly once the appetite existed. The National Cat Club, founded by Harrison, were in 1887, began keeping official stud books, written pedigrees tracing lineage across generations. Exactly the record-keeping infrastructure that had underpinned selective breeding in horses and dogs for a century already, now applied to cats for the first time in history. This is worth pausing on, because a stud book does something subtle and consequential. It does not just record which cats exist. It defines which matings count, which lineages are legitimate, which animals belong inside the breed, and which, however similar they might look, do not. It draws a fence around the gene pool and starts narrowing what happens inside it. Once that fence exists, popularity becomes a genetic hazard rather than simply a market success. A handful of especially admired, especially prize-winning cats end up disproportionately represented in the next generation's pedigrees, their genes, and whatever hidden problems ride along with them, spreading through a breed's entire population far faster than they ever could in an open, unmanaged wildcat lineage. Nobody understood this danger with any real precision in the 1880s and 90s. The science of genetics itself was barely being born. Gregor Mendel's work on pea plants sitting largely unnoticed for decades before it was rediscovered around 1900. Victorian cat breeders were working almost entirely by eye, by instinct, by fashion, with essentially no theoretical framework for what narrowing a gene pool actually risked. That ignorance matters for how we judge them, I think, though it does not erase the consequences. These were not cruel people setting out to harm animals. Many, like Weir himself, described genuine affection for their cats alongside their breeding ambitions. They were simply applying an old agricultural technique to a new subject, with none of the modern genetic understanding that might have urged more caution. By the 1890s, the number of recognized breeds had expanded rapidly beyond just Persian and Siamese, fanciers formalizing standards for British Shorthairs, Abyssinians, Manx cats prized for their naturally occurring tail mutation, and Russian blues, each with its own club, its own stud book, its own increasingly specific written description of the ideal animal. The Manx case is a particularly interesting variation on this same theme, because breeders here were not inventing an exaggeration from scratch. They were taking a naturally occurring genetic mutation, a spontaneous taillessness first noted on the Isle of Man, and deliberately fixing it into a stable, marketable breed, embracing a trait that, in its homozygous form, is frequently lethal to kittens before birth. This proliferation happened astonishingly fast by evolutionary standards. 10,000 years of largely unmanaged natural selection had produced a handful of broad regional cat types, generally similar in body shape, distinguished mostly by coat length and color. Roughly 2 decades of deliberate human selection produced dozens of formally distinct breeds, each pointed in its own specific aesthetic direction. That speed is the actual headline of this chapter, more than any single breed story. Evolution, working through natural selection alone, is patient almost beyond human comprehension, small advantages compounding over thousands of generations. Human-directed selection, chasing a written standard and a show ring ribbon, can reshape a population meaningfully within a single human lifetime. The cat, remember, spent part one of this documentary essentially unchanged since the Ice Age, its body a fully formed predator's toolkit locked in place long before agriculture, long before Egypt, long before any of this. That toolkit had proven remarkably resistant to alteration through 10,000 years of loose human proximity. 2 decades of formal breeding did more to specific breed skulls than the previous 10 millennia combined. I want to be fair to what these breeders actually accomplished, too, because it was not nothing. They produced animals of genuine, striking beauty. The Persian's plush coat, the Siamese's sculptural elegance, the Abyssinian's wild ticked coat, evoking its African ancestor. Aesthetic achievement is real. It is simply not the whole story, and the rest of that story was already quietly accumulating underneath the surface. By the turn of the 20th century, the infrastructure was fully in place. Breed clubs, stud books, written standards, judge competitions, an entire self-reinforcing system built to reward whichever direction fashion pointed next, with essentially no mechanism built in to ask whether that direction was good for the animal actually living inside the body being shaped. That question, whether it was good for the animal, was coming regardless, whether the fancy wanted to hear it or not. Bodies, unlike fashion, cannot simply be reshaped in the abstract without cost. Somewhere inside those increasingly shortened Persian noses and those increasingly narrow, closed gene pools, a bill was already starting to come due. That bill would not be presented all at once, and it would take decades before anyone in the fancy took it seriously. But the first quiet, easily dismissed signs, veterinary notes about breathing difficulty, about tear ducts that would not drain properly, were already beginning to appear, tucked into the margins of a movement still entirely preoccupied with beauty. It is worth remembering, before this documentary follows that bill all the way to the counter, that none of this was inevitable. Nothing about a cat's genetics demanded this outcome. It took specific, repeated human choices, generation after generation, judge after judge, to steer an animal that had spent 10,000 years shaping itself into a form that increasingly could not fully manage its own body. Look at a Persian cat skull for 1900, and then look at one from today, side by side, and you're not looking at gradual, ordinary variation. You're looking at a facial structure that has been pushed deliberately decade after decade, further and further from the animal it started as, until the nose all but disappears into the face itself. The trait breeders call brachycephaly, an extremely shortened, flattened skull, did not appear all at once. It crept in, one champion at a time, one show ring at a time, each winning cat's slightly more extreme face becoming next season's new baseline, a ratchet with no reverse gear. Exactly the compounding process the last chapter described in the abstract, now measured out in actual bone. The consequences are not cosmetic, whatever the show ring scorecard suggested. A severely shortened skull compresses the nasal passages, the airway, the entire structure of the animal needs simply to breathe comfortably. Veterinary literature today documents Persians and related flat-faced breeds suffering chronic respiratory difficulty, some requiring surgical intervention just to breathe through the night without distress. The tear ducts tell a similarly grim story. In a cat with a normally proportioned skull, tears drain efficiently through a duct running from the eye to the nose. Compress that skull far enough, and the duct itself gets distorted, kinked, sometimes blocked outright, leaving many flat-faced cats with a permanent, visible tear stain running down the face, a direct physical signature of the exact trait breeders had spent generations selecting for. There is something bleakly precise about that particular symptom, if you sit with it. The very same shortened face that won ribbons at Crystal Palace's successors, generation after generation, was simultaneously producing a visible, permanent mark of the animal's own discomfort. right there on its cheek, for anyone who cared to actually look rather than simply admire. Dental crowding followed the same shortened skull, teeth designed for a longer jaw now packed into a compressed space, frequently misaligned, prone to painful complications. Eating itself, for the most extremely bred individuals, can become a genuine physical challenge. The jaw simply too foreshortened to manage food comfortably. This is worth remembering, an obligate carnivore whose entire evolutionary design depends on efficient hunting and eating. Heat regulation suffers too, in ways less visible than a tear stain, but no less real. A cat's normal panting and airflow mechanisms rely on a functioning nasal passage to cool incoming air efficiently. Compress that passage severely enough, and even ordinary summer heat becomes a genuine physiological risk for an animal that, remember, still carries the exact same predator's metabolism its wild ancestor did. It would be easy, and it would be wrong, to treat this as a story about one villain breed. Similar patterns of exaggeration and consequence appear across other lines the fancy pursued with equal enthusiasm. The increasingly elongated, narrow-skulled modern Siamese, the folded ear cartilage defect that the Scottish fold breed turned into a defining, marketable feature rather than a warning sign. The Manx breed, tracing back to that fixed spontaneous mutation the last chapter described, carries its own quiet cost. Kittens born with the most extreme, fully tailless form frequently inheriting spinal and pelvic malformations alongside the missing tail, since the same gene governing tail development also shapes the vertebral column further up the spine. The Scottish fold case is worth lingering on for a moment specifically, because it makes the underlying logic almost uncomfortably explicit. The folded ear is caused by a cartilage abnormality, the very same genetic mutation linked to a painful, progressive skeletal condition affecting cartilage throughout the body. Breeders did not discover this by accident. They kept breeding for the trait anyway, because people found it adorable. That is the uncomfortable center of this entire chapter, and I do not want to soften it. Nobody set out cruelly to harm these animals. Almost every breeder in this history genuinely loved cats, in their own way, sincerely. But love filtered entirely through an aesthetic scorecard, with no real mechanism to weigh the animal's own physical experience, produces outcomes that are functionally indistinguishable from cruelty. Genetics compounded all of this in ways early breeders had no framework to even measure. Popular sires, cats especially favored by show judges or especially fashionable at a given moment, got bred repeatedly, their genes spreading disproportionately through an entire breed's population within just a handful of generations, a phenomenon geneticists now call the popular sire effect. Whatever hidden genetic problems that one favored cat happened to carry, invisible, unmeasurable at the time, rode along with every other trait into thousands of descendants. Modern genetic screening has since identified inherited conditions concentrated at notably higher rates within specific closed pedigree breeds, conditions like polycystic kidney disease in Persians, than in the broader, genetically diverse mixed population of ordinary domestic cats. Polycystic kidney disease alone was found, in surveys conducted decades after these breeding patterns took hold, in a striking proportion of Persian cats tested, a slow, progressive condition in which fluid-filled cysts gradually replace healthy kidney tissue, often invisible to an owner until the animal is already well into irreversible decline. The mixed breed cat, the ordinary alley or household cat with no pedigree at all, comes out of this comparison looking, genetically, considerably healthier on average than many of its aristocratic show ring cousins, an irony sharp enough to sting. The very cats the Victorian fancy considered common, unremarkable beneath formal notice, had preserved something the pedigreed breeds had quietly traded away: genetic breadth. Early warnings did exist, buried in the record, mostly ignored. Some veterinary writers in the early 20th century noted breathing and eye problems in flat-faced breeds specifically, describing them in passing as an unfortunate but apparently acceptable cost of an otherwise desirable type. The word acceptable is doing an enormous amount of quiet, damning work in sentences like that. Acceptable to whom, exactly, is the question those old veterinary notes never bother to ask. Not to the cat straining to breathe through a passage a century of selective breeding had steadily narrowed. Acceptable, evidently, to the humans holding the clipboard, weighing an animal's comfort against a written aesthetic standard and finding the comfort the more negotiable line item. This pattern did not correct itself quickly, and in meaningful ways, it still has not fully corrected today. Breed standards for flat-faced cats continued rewarding increasingly extreme faces well into the 20th century, and for some registries, into the 21st, with only relatively recent revisions in a handful of organizations attempting to walk the most severe versions of the standard back. Some countries have gone considerably further than mere standard revision. Several European nations now regulate or restrict breeding practices that produce extreme brachycephaly on animal welfare grounds, treating what a Victorian judge would have called a prize-winning face as, legally, a preventable form of harm inflicted deliberately on a living creature. I want to place this squarely against the thesis this entire film has been building since Chapter 8. The cat, we established at the very start of this journey, was the one domesticated species that essentially bred itself, arriving on human terms rather than being shaped by human hands. That claim held for 10,000 years. Chapters 29 through 32 are the record of its starting, for the first time, to fail. It did not fail everywhere, and this matters. The overwhelming majority of cats alive at any point across this history, and still today, are unpedigreed, essentially unmanaged, their bodies continuing to be shaped mostly by the same natural selective pressures that built the species in the first place, not by any written standard or show ring judge. But a meaningful minority, the pedigreed breeds this documentary has spent the last 4 chapters tracing, tell a genuinely different story now, a story where human aesthetic preference, not natural selection, not survival advantage, has become a real and measurable force shaping feline anatomy, sometimes at real and measurable cost to the animal carrying that anatomy through its life. There is a particular kind of guilt worth sitting with here, and I think it is worth naming directly rather than dancing around it. This animal survived Pope Gregory's bull. It survived the pyres at Ypres, the gallows at Salem, 3 centuries of theological terror aimed specifically at its existence. And then it walked on its own into a Victorian parlor, and love did what fear never quite managed. Love reshaped its face. Love narrowed its gene pool. Love applied consistently enough, generation after generation, without ever once being asked to answer for the animal's actual physical experience, altered the species more permanently in a single century than 300 years of organized hatred ever managed to achieve. I do not offer that as a tidy moral, because it is not tidy, and this film does not owe you a tidy ending to Part 3. It offers it as the honest, uncomfortable truth sitting underneath every plush, flat-faced, wide-eyed Persian portrait of Victorian magazine ever printed with such evident, uncomplicated delight. So that is where Part 3 of this story leaves the cat, worshipped once, hunted for centuries, finally loved, and already, in that very same act of love, beginning to be quietly remade. The animal that walked out of the witch trials, mostly intact in body, was not going to walk out of the 20th century that way. And this was still only the beginning of that particular reshaping. But even as breeders in London parlors were narrowing gene pools and chasing extreme faces, an entirely different, much larger current was already sweeping this animal outward, away from any single drawing room, onto the decks of trading ships bound for coastlines no cat had ever set a paw on before. Empire was not finished with this creature yet. Empire was only just getting started. We left the last chapter with a kind of guilt hanging in the air. A cat bred for a face humans found charming, and a body that paid for it. That guilt does not go away. File it. We will come back to it. Right now, the story needs to widen, because while breeders and Victorian parlors were shaping faces, another version of the same animal was already halfway around the world. Go back further than Victoria. Go back to the 15th century, to a dock in Lisbon or Cadiz, timber creaking, rope groaning under its own weight. Somewhere below decks, in the dark between the barrels, there's a cat. Nobody wrote its name down. Nobody painted its portrait. It was cargo insurance, and it was about to help write the map of the modern world. Every wooden ship that ever crossed an ocean carried the same problem. Grain, biscuit, dried meat, all of it packed tight in a hull, and all of it exactly what a rat wants. Rats do not just eat stores. They gnaw through rope, through timber, through the ship itself, given enough months at sea. A rat infestation could sink morale faster than a storm, and sometimes it did worse than that. So sailors did what farmers in the Fertile Crescent had done 10,000 years earlier. They let the cat solve a problem no human hand could solve as efficiently. A ship's cat did not need training. It needed a hold full of rats and permission to hunt. European maritime law in some countries eventually caught up to the practice and formally recognized a cat as a legitimate ship's crew. Britain's Royal Navy carried cats as standard practice for centuries, so routinely that officers' logs sometimes mention a ship's cat by name with more warmth than they mention half the crew. The same held true on Dutch and Spanish and Portuguese vessels crossing the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. A cat on board was not sentiment yet. It was cargo protection with a heartbeat. And that is how the cat crossed the Atlantic. Not carried by settlers who loved it, not smuggled by traders who prized it, but stowed as equipment on vessels headed for the Americas. By the time European colonies took root in the New World, cats were already there, disembarking at every port a European flag was ever planted at. The same pattern repeated itself with grim consistency. Cape Colony in southern Africa, Bombay and Calcutta on the Indian subcontinent, the whaling and trading stations that dotted the Pacific centuries before anyone called it globalization. Wherever a European hull touched shore to resupply or settle, a cat, or several, generally came ashore with it, sometimes on purpose, sometimes simply by wandering off. Australia is the case worth sitting with, because the timeline is startlingly compressed. Cats likely arrived with early Dutch shipwrecks along the western coast in the 17th century, then again, and more permanently with the First Fleet's British convict settlement in 1788. Within a single century, they had established feral populations across nearly the entire continent. Think about the sheer geographic range that represents. An animal whose entire natural range, before humans, was North Africa and the Middle East, had by the 19th century established itself on every continent except Antarctica. No other carnivorous mammal on the planet, wild or domestic, achieved that kind of distribution that quickly. Nothing else came close. It is worth pausing on the sheer improbability of that number, because we tend to hear it and nod and move on. An obligate carnivore, built for stalking small prey in dry scrubland, ended up thriving on subantarctic islands, in tropical rainforest villages, in Arctic trading posts. Adaptability like that is not supposed to be this easy, and yet here it was, riding along for free. Some historians frame this as one of the great unplanned biological success stories in human history, arguably rivaling the spread of the domestic dog, but achieved with almost none of the deliberate breeding, training, or human investment that dogs required. The cat simply exploited every single opportunity humans handed it, and it never needed to be told twice. There's a version of this story that plays purely as triumph. A scrappy little predator, hitching rides on the biggest engines of expansion humanity ever built, riding empire itself into every corner of the globe. Told that way, it is genuinely awe-inspiring. It is also, and we should say this plainly, only half the story. Because every place that cat stepped off a gangplank onto was a place that had, until that exact moment, evolved in the total absence of a hunter like it. Islands especially. Some of these ecosystems had gone millions of years without a single mammalian predator setting foot on them. And then one did. We're not going to soften what comes next. And we're not going to pretend the sailors who carried these cats knew what they were setting in motion. They didn't. They were protecting biscuit and rope from rats, doing exactly what humans had asked cats to do since the grain stores of the Fertile Crescent. Nobody on that dock in Lisbon could have imagined the consequences 4 centuries out. That is the shape of this next stretch of the film. Empire built the highway. The cat, without malice, without a single conscious decision any of us would recognize as intent, simply walked down it. And on the other end of that highway were animals that had absolutely no idea what was coming. So hold on to the awe for a moment, because it is earned. This is one of the great biological expansions in recorded history. But also hold on to the dread starting to gather underneath it, because the story we are about to tell is not really about a cat conquering the world. It is about what a conqueror leaves behind it, usually without ever noticing. Every single island ecosystem functions on a kind of ancient, unspoken trust. Ground-nesting birds lay their eggs in the open because nothing in their evolutionary memory has ever punished them for it. Flightless species stop flying because flight cost energy and nothing on the ground had ever threatened them. That trust took millions of years to build. It took considerably less time to break. We will spend the next several chapters inside that breaking. Extinct species with names most people have never heard, one particular lighthouse, and one particular cat that became the most famous and most disputed case study in the entire field. But the door into all of it opens right here, on a dock, centuries ago, with a hungry animal doing exactly what it evolved to do. It is worth naming the irony directly before we go further. The same instincts that made this animal sacred on the banks of the Nile, the silent, efficient, merciless hunting that protected Egypt's grain and earned it the status of a living god, are the exact instincts that were about to make it something closer to a curse on the other side of the world. Nothing about the cat changed, only the ecosystem it was dropped into. That is the uncomfortable thread running underneath this entire film, and it is about to surface for the first time with real teeth. An animal is not good or bad. It is simply precisely what it is wherever you put it. Humans are the ones who kept moving the board. Look closer at the specific routes, because the geography tells its own story. The Dutch East India Company's ships, running the long haul between Amsterdam and Batavia, carried cats as a matter of policy, logged alongside the salt pork and the gunpowder. British vessels bound for the Caribbean sugar colonies did the same. And those cats stepped ashore on islands that had never in their existence needed to worry about a land predator. Whaling ships carried cats too, on voyages that sometimes lasted 3 or 4 years at a stretch, hunting sperm whales across the length of the Pacific. Those crews depended on a cat's hunting instinct in a way modern sailors rarely have to think about, because a rat plague on a ship month from the nearest port was not an inconvenience. It was a genuine threat to survival, and everyone on board knew it. Compare this to how the dog spread across the same centuries, and the contrast sharpens the whole picture. Dogs generally arrived with settlers, bred deliberately for specific colonial purposes, herding, hunting, guarding. Cats arrived almost as an afterthought, tolerated cargo rather than chosen companions. And yet it was the cat, not the dog, that achieved the more total global distribution by the 19th century. Part of the explanation sits in the animal's own biology, the same adaptability this film traced all the way back to Chapter 3. A generalist hunter, capable of surviving on rodents, birds, insects, or scraps, tolerant of a staggering range of climates, from the near-desert conditions of its wildcat ancestor to the damp cold of a North Atlantic dockyard. Almost nowhere a ship could reach was truly inhospitable to it. Colonial administrators, for their part, rarely thought twice about the animal's presence. Ship manifests and port records from the era mention cats only in passing, if at all, a detail so mundane nobody considered it worth documenting with any care. That absence of scrutiny is itself revealing. Nobody was watching closely enough to notice a global biological event unfolding in plain sight. By the middle of the 19th century, a naturalist could, in principle, step off a ship in Cape Town, Bombay, Sydney, or Valparaiso and find, within minutes, a cat sunning itself on a warehouse roof or slipping between crates on the dock. The same species, essentially the same behavior. Thousands of miles and wildly different climates apart, and none of it required a single deliberate breeding decision by anyone. There's a specific, kind of quiet grandeur in that, if you let yourself feel it before the dread sets back in. An animal with no navy, no flag, no strategy of its own, managed to conquer more territory in 3 centuries than most human empires ever held at their absolute peak. It did not need an army. It only needed a hold full of rats and an open door. But grandeur and catastrophe, this film keeps discovering, are very often the same event, described from 2 different distances. Zoom out far enough, and it looks like triumph, an unassuming predator conquering the globe on the back of human ambition. Zoom in on a single island, a single colony of ground nesting birds, and the exact same event looks like something closer to an ambush nobody saw coming. So picture the ship again, one last time, sails full, wake churning white behind it, somewhere between one continent and the next, indifferent to everything it carries. Below decks, curled in the dark, the animal that is about to become, on certain islands, the single deadliest thing that has ever existed there. It does not know that yet. It is just hungry. Here is a fact that sounds almost too strange to be true. In terms of raw geological time, most islands on Earth have never met a land mammal that hunts for a living. No wolves, no foxes, no wild cats, nothing. Islands are isolated for exactly this reason, cut off from the mainland migrations that seeded continents with predators. And then European ships started arriving. Evolution does not plan for hypotheticals. A bird species on an island with no ground predators has no reason to waste energy on flight, on camouflage, on wariness. Over enough generations, it sheds those defenses entirely because they cost something and nothing is punishing their absence. This is how you get flightless birds. This is also how you get birds that will let a human walk up and pick them off the ground by hand. Now drop a cat into that world. Not a lion. Not anything the bird's ancestors would recognize as a threat, even in theory. Just a small, quiet, four-legged shape that moves without a sound and strikes without warning. To that ecosystem, it is not an animal. It is closer to a natural disaster with a heartbeat, one that does not stop after a single storm season. It simply keeps arriving forever. The scientific term is naive prey, and it is a coldly accurate one. Naive prey does not run. It does not hide effectively. It has no learned or evolved response to a threat it has literally never needed before. A cat hunting naive prey on an island is not really hunting in the way we picture predation working in the wild. It is closer to something being harvested. This did not take long to become visible. By the 18th and 19th centuries, as European colonization intensified across the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and the Caribbean, naturalists and colonial administrators were already recording the collapse of local bird populations on island after island, almost always following the same pattern. Sheep arrive. Cats come ashore, deliberately or not. Ground nesting birds vanish within a generation or two. Some of these losses were cataloged with a detached, almost clinical language of Victorian natural history. A species noted as common in one survey, absent in the next, with a passing note about feral cats now established on the island. Read those old field notes now, and the horror is not in the language. It is in the flatness of it. Nobody screamed about it. It was just recorded. Consider the specific vulnerability of seabirds, which nest in enormous ground colonies, sometimes hundreds of thousands of birds packed into a single stretch of coastline, laying eggs directly on open ground or in shallow burrows. For millions of years, that strategy worked because nothing came from the land side. A single cat, or a small founding population of them, could work through a colony like that with almost no resistance at all. It was not only birds, small mammals unique to certain islands, reptiles that had never needed to fear a mammalian predator, insects that ground-nesting birds depended on for food in a web nobody at the time was thinking about. All of it began to shift in ways that would take modern ecology another century to fully map and explain. The extinction wasn't a single event. It was a slow unraveling, thread by thread. And here's where the film has to be honest about something uncomfortable, because it would be easy and dishonest to simply villainize the animal. The cat did not choose to be placed on these islands. It did not choose the ecosystems it was dropped into, any more than it chose to be worshipped in Egypt or burned in Belgium. It was doing, with total fidelity, exactly what 10 million years of evolution built it to do. The responsibility, if that word even applies to a process this diffuse and unplanned, sits with the ships, the empires, the trade routes, the humans who moved this animal across oceans without a second thought for what waited on the other side. The cat is the weapon in this story. It was never, even once, the one holding it. There is a term conservation biologists use now, hyperpredation, describing exactly this scenario, an introduced predator sustained by abundant alternative prey, like the rats and mice that also arrived on those same ships, allowing the cat population to grow far larger than the island's native species could ever withstand. The rats fed the cats. The cats, while fed and numerous, then turn on everything else. It is a genuinely elegant piece of ecological cruelty, if elegance is even the right word for something built entirely by accident. The very rodents cats were brought aboard to control became, on land, the fuel that let cat populations explode far past what the local ecosystem could sustain. The solution to one problem became the engine of a much bigger one. By the time the 20th century arrived, naturalists and early conservationists were beginning to connect these individual island tragedies into something like a pattern, a global one, repeating itself with eerie consistency from the subantarctic to the tropics. But patterns in scientific journals rarely capture public imagination the way a single, specific, almost folkloric story does. Consider the Chatham Islands off New Zealand, or the volcanic outposts scattered across the Pacific where European and American ships stopped for fresh water and supplies. Case after case follows an almost identical shape. A ground-nesting bird found nowhere else on Earth, thriving for millennia in total isolation, and then, within a few decades of sustained contact, gone or reduced to a handful of desperate survivors clinging to the one cliff face a cat could not reach. The Lord Howe Island woodhen, off the coast of Australia, nearly followed the same trajectory, saved only by an intensive and expensive predator control and captive breeding program launched in the 20th century, after its population had collapsed to barely a few dozen individuals. It survived, but only because humans eventually spent enormous effort undoing damage other humans had caused without ever intending to. It is tempting and more than a little unfair to imagine these cats as somehow uniquely vicious, more predatory than their counterparts curled up on parlor cushions back in Europe. They were not. They were behaving with total biological normalcy, executing the exact same hunting repertoire this film described all the way back in Chapter 3, the same reflexes, the same patience, the same silent precision. Nothing about the animal itself had changed even slightly. What had changed entirely was the defenselessness of everything around it. A lion in the Serengeti hunts prey that has spent millions of years developing speed, camouflage, herd vigilance, alarm calls, entire evolutionary arms races built specifically around not getting eaten. A cat on an isolated island was hunting animals that had never needed to develop any of that at all. It was not a fair fight. It was barely a fight. Conservation scientists now use the phrase ecological naivety to describe this exact vulnerability, and it applies with brutal consistency across island ecosystems worldwide. From the dodo's doomed encounter with introduced predators on Mauritius centuries earlier to the slower, quieter erosion of bird populations that followed European cats onto island after island across 3 centuries of maritime expansion. By some later scientific estimates, cats have contributed to the extinction or near extinction of dozens of bird, mammal, and reptile species globally since European colonization began, a figure that places the domestic cat among the most ecologically consequential introduced species in recorded history, a fact that sits uneasily alongside its status as the most beloved pet on the planet. And that uneasy juxtaposition, beloved companion in one context, ecological catastrophe in another, is not a contradiction the film is going to resolve for you here. It is going to sit with you for the rest of this documentary, resurfacing again and again, because it is quite simply true, and true things do not always resolve neatly just because we want them to. There's also a slower, subtler damage worth naming before we move on, one that does not announce itself with an extinction headline. Even where cats did not wipe a species out entirely, sustained predation pressure on ground nesting birds forced surviving populations into smaller and smaller refuges, cliff edges, offshore islets, places a cat simply could not reach. The birds did not vanish. They were pushed into hiding permanently on the very land that used to be entirely theirs. Charles Darwin himself, during his travels, took note of how astonishingly tame certain island species were toward humans and other unfamiliar animals, remarking on birds that showed no fear response whatsoever, an observation that reads, in hindsight, as an early, unwitting record of exactly the ecological naivety that would later prove so lethal wherever a cat came ashore behind him. The broader lesson here is one this documentary will keep returning to across its remaining chapters, that ecosystems are not simply collections of species existing independently, but tightly wound webs of relationship built over unimaginable stretches of time, and that introducing even one new variable, however small it might look from ship's deck, can unravel far more than anyone standing on that deck could have possibly predicted. And that is exactly what was about to happen on a small windswept island at the edge of New Zealand, involving a lighthouse, a keeper, and a cat that would become, fairly or not, the single most famous individual predator in the entire history of conservation biology. The story is not quite what most people think it is. It rarely is. Stevens Island sits in Cook Strait, the narrow, brutal channel of water separating New Zealand's North and South Islands, a place known even now for some of the roughest seas in the country. In 1894, it was almost entirely uninhabited except for one thing, a newly built lighthouse, and the small handful of people required to keep its light burning through the strait's endless storms. The lighthouse keeper was a man named David Lyle. Like most keepers assigned to isolated postings, he kept a cat, commonly named in the retellings as Tibbles, for the same reason ship captains had for centuries, rodent control in a remote and difficult posting. It is, on paper, the most unremarkable arrangement imaginable. A man, a lighthouse, a cat. Except Stevens Island held something found nowhere else on Earth. The Stevens Island wren, a tiny, flightless songbird, one of the only flightless perching birds ever documented anywhere in the world, had survived on this small patch of land, isolated and predator-free, for who knows how many thousands of years. It could not fly. It did not need to. Nothing had ever come for it from the ground. The traditional version of this story, the one that made it into textbooks and trivia and endless retellings for over a century, goes like this. Tibbles, allowed to roam the island, began bringing back dead birds to the lighthouse, unfamiliar little bodies that keeper David Lyle started collecting out of simple curiosity. Within roughly a year, the species was gone. Extinct. Wiped out, the story says, by one cat. It is a genuinely irresistible story, and that is precisely the problem with it, because irresistible stories tend to survive regardless of whether they are accurate. One lighthouse, one man, one cat, one entire species erased inside 12 months. It has the tidy, almost mythic shape of a fable, and it spread through popular science writing for generations, as settled fact. Modern historians and ornithologists who have gone back through the actual records tell a messier, and in some ways more damning, story. Recent research suggests multiple cats were present on the island by the time construction crews and lighthouse staff had finished settling in, not merely Lyle's single pet, and that a small feral population may have already been establishing itself before the wren's decline was even first noticed. There's also real debate over the timeline itself. Some researchers argue the wren's collapse happened over a slightly longer window than the dramatic one-year narrative claims, and that habitat clearing during the lighthouse's construction, workers stripping vegetation to build roads and housing, likely compounded the predation pressure rather than cats alone doing the entire job in isolation. So which version is true? Honestly, we may never fully know, and that itself is worth sitting with for a second. The primary sources are thin. Contemporary accounts contradict each other on details as basic as how many cats were even on the island. And by the time anyone thought to properly document what was happening, the wren was simply gone and there was nothing left to study. What we can say with confidence is this: a functionally unique, irreplaceable species, one of the strangest evolutionary outliers in the entire bird world, went extinct within a handful of years of cats being introduced to its only habitat on the planet. The precise mechanics of blame are debated. The outcome is not. The wren is gone, and it is not coming back. There is something almost unbearably poignant about a creature that survived thousands of years of isolation, weathering storms in the roughest strait in the country, only to be undone within a single lighthouse keeper's posting. It did not go extinct over millennia of gradual pressure. It went extinct in the time it takes a man to settle into a new job. The story became almost immediately shorthand. Cartoonists of the era drew Tibbles as a villain single-handedly wiping out a species, a caricature that flattened a genuinely complicated ecological event into something closer to a morality tale. It made a wonderful headline. It made for a much less honest history. Why did this particular case become the one everyone remembers out of all the island extinctions quietly documented across the 18th and 19th centuries? Partly the timing, coinciding with a growing public interest in natural history and conservation. Partly the sheer narrative economy of it, one man, one cat, one bird, one island. And partly, we should admit, because a story with a single identifiable villain is simply easier to tell than one with 100 anonymous ones. But maybe the ambiguity is actually the more honest lesson here, more honest than the tidy fable ever was. It was never really about one cat. It was about an entire system, ships and lighthouses and cleared land and introduced predators, all arriving together, and a species that had simply never had a reason to prepare for any of it. The debate over exact blame almost misses the larger point standing right behind it. Stevens Island became the founding case study, the one every conservation biology textbook still reaches for, the cautionary tale that launched 100 years of research into introduced predators and island extinction. Whatever actually happened on that strip of land in 1894, it changed how humans thought about cats, islands, and irreversible loss permanently and for good. It is worth pausing on David Lyle himself for a moment, because history has treated him almost as harshly as it treated Tibbles, cast as the careless keeper who let a predator loose on a species entrusted, in effect, to his isolated posting. That framing may be unfair too. He was a lighthouse keeper doing a lighthouse keeper's job, not a trained naturalist, and nothing in his instructions would have prepared him for what his cat's presence on the island actually meant. What makes the case genuinely valuable, beyond the folklore, is how quickly it forced a specific and useful scientific question into focus, one that conservation biology is still actively answering today. How fast can a single introduced predator, or a small founding population of them, actually collapse a species that evolved without any natural defense against it? Stevens Island offered, however messily, one of the first real-world answers. Modern researchers studying the site now use ecological modeling to estimate roughly how many cats it would have taken to drive extinction on that timescale, work that did not exist in 1894 and would have been unimaginable to Lyle himself. Tending his light through Cook Strait's endless gales with no notion that his small, isolated posting would become a permanent fixture in scientific literature more than a century later. The wren itself deserves more than a footnote in its own extinction story. It was a genuine evolutionary rarity, one of vanishingly few flightless songbirds ever documented, small, brown, unremarkable to look at, and utterly unlike anything else alive today. When it went extinct, the world did not just lose a population. It lose an entire, irreplaceable evolutionary experiment that had taken thousands of years to produce and less than a decade to erase. There's a particular kind of grief reserved for species like this, ones that leave behind almost nothing, a handful of museum specimens, a few scattered written descriptions, no photographs, no recordings of its call. We do not even really know what it sounded like. The wren simply existed, briefly overlapped with the modern world, and then was gone before anyone thought to properly record it. New Zealand, more broadly, became something of a grim laboratory for exactly this pattern, its long isolation from mainland predators having produced an extraordinary concentration of flightless and ground nesting birds found nowhere else on Earth, the kiwi among the most famous survivors. The introduction of cats, along with stoats, rats, and possums, triggered what conservationists now describe as one of the most severe predator-driven extinction crises anywhere on the planet. That broader New Zealand crisis is precisely why the country would eventually, generations later, attempt something no other nation has seriously proposed at a national scale, an official government commitment to eliminate invasive predators entirely within its borders. That story belongs later in this documentary, but its roots trace directly back to lessons learned brutally on islands exactly like this one. Stevens Island itself is not abandoned to its history. Conservationists now manage the small remaining cat population there carefully, and the island has become an important refuge for other native species, including the tuatara, a reptile lineage so ancient it predates the dinosaurs, protected today precisely because researchers learned, the hard way, what happens when a predator arrives unchecked on land like this. It is a strange kind of redemption arc for a place best known for a tragedy, an island that lost one irreplaceable species and, partly because of that very loss, became a case study driving the careful protection of others. Nothing brings the wren back, but the lesson it left behind, paid for at the highest possible cost, has quietly saved other species since. Popular retellings of the Tibble story have appeared in everything from trivia books to nature documentaries over the decades, most repeating the simplified single cat, single species, single year version because it is simply easier to tell in 30 seconds than the Messier truth involving multiple cats and a longer, harder to pin down timeline. This film has tried, deliberately, not to take that easier route. And it would not be the last time this century that a cat found itself, almost accidentally, standing at the center of some enormous human story it never asked to be part of. The next one is stranger, and in its own way, a great deal kinder. It takes us out of the quiet horror of extinction and into the deafening chaos of the trenches, where soldiers found something to love inside the worst war the world had yet produced. Picture the Western Front, 1916. Mud that swallowed boots whole. Rats, enormous ones, grown fat on the unburied dead, swarming the trench lines by the thousands. Rat bites were common enough to be logged in medical records. Disease spread through those tunnels of earth constantly. And into that horror, soldiers brought, or found, or adopted cats. The practical purpose was identical to every ship and granary for the last 10,000 years. Rodent control in a space packed with stored food and desperate vermin. But something else happened almost immediately, something the military records did not plan for, and the soldiers themselves probably could not have explained if you'd asked them directly at the time. Men living under constant artillery bombardment, watching friends die in numbers too large to properly grieve, started keeping these cats close, not just as working animals, but as something to hold. Letters home from the front frequently mention a company cat by name, sleeping curled against a soldier's chest in a dugout, warm in a world that had otherwise gone almost entirely cold. It makes a strange kind of sense when you actually sit with it. In an environment engineered for mass, anonymous, industrialized death, an animal that curls into your lap and asks for nothing but warmth in return becomes something close to sacred again, echoing all the way back to Egypt, just dressed now in mud and khaki instead of gold and linen. The Second World War carried the tradition forward and expanded it dramatically, especially at sea, where ship's cats had already been standard practice for centuries. But it is from this war that the single most legendary feline survival story in military history emerges, and it belongs, appropriately enough, to a cat whose actual given name we do not even reliably know. He is remembered as Unsinkable Sam. The story begins aboard the German battleship Bismarck, sunk by British forces in May 1941 after one of the most intense naval hunts of the entire war. When British sailors recovered survivors from the wreckage, they reportedly found a black and white cat clinging to a floating plank, the only living thing pulled from that catastrophic wreck. The sailors of HMS Cossack took the survivor aboard, nicknamed him Oscar, and adopted him as their ship's cat. It is already, at this point, a remarkable enough story. A lone survivor of one of the deadliest naval engagements of the war, found floating amid the wreckage of an enemy warship. But this was only the beginning of Sam's improbable run of luck. Months later, in October 1941, HMS Cossack itself was struck by a German torpedo and eventually sank while under tow. Oscar survived again, rescued a second time, and transferred to HMS Ark Royal, one of the Royal Navy's most storied aircraft carriers. The crew, apparently aware by now of his reputation, gave him a new name that stuck for good: Unsinkable Sam. You can probably guess where this is heading, and the universe did not disappoint. In November 1941, barely a month later, Ark Royal was torpedoed by a German U-boat and sank in the Mediterranean. Sam survived a third sinking, found this time clinging to a floating plank once more, described by the sailor who pulled him out as, quote, angry but quite unharmed. At that point, the Royal Navy, whether out of superstition, mercy, or simple common sense, decided not to press their luck a fourth time. Sam was retired from active sea duty and sent to live out the remainder of the war on land, eventually settling into a sailor's home in Belfast, where he reportedly lived out a long and thoroughly uneventful retirement. It is worth being honest about the historical record here, the way any good documentary should be. Some details of Sam's story have been questioned by historians over the decades. The exact identity confusion between different ship's cats of the era, the reliability of wartime anecdotes passed along informally rather than officially logged. The core outline is well documented. The finer details carry the usual fog of wartime storytelling. But true in every detail or not, the story caught on immediately, and it has stayed lodged in popular memory for over 80 years now, for a reason that is not hard to understand. In the middle of a war that killed somewhere around 70 million people worldwide, people needed a story about something small and stubborn and impossible to kill. Sam gave them exactly that. There's something almost defiantly absurd about it, if you let yourself sit in the absurdity for a moment. In the middle of the deadliest conflict humanity had ever engineered, sailors kept finding room, actual physical space on overcrowded warships built for war, to save a cat. 3 times. That is not efficiency. That is not military logic. That is something closer to love refusing to be rational. Sam was far from the only trench and ship cat to earn a name in the historical record. British and Commonwealth regiments frequently adopted local cats as unofficial mascots throughout both wars, some formally photographed for regimental records, wearing tiny knitted uniforms sewn by soldiers with time on their hands between bombardments, a small, deliberate act of tenderness inside an otherwise merciless routine. One particularly well-documented case involves a cat named Convoy, who served aboard HMS Hermione during the Second World War and was, remarkably, issued official Royal Navy paperwork, including a small identity card and even, according to naval lore, disciplinary records for offenses like sleeping in an officer's hat. The bureaucracy of total war apparently had room for this kind of institutional whimsy. Beyond the individual legends, the sheer practical value of cats during wartime should not be understated. Trench and shipboard rat populations exploded under wartime conditions, unburied casualties and disrupted sanitation, creating ideal breeding grounds. And outbreaks of rat-borne disease posed a genuine, serious threat to already overstretched military medical systems. Cats were not mascots first and workers second. It was the reverse. Military historians have noted that the psychological value soldiers placed on these animals should not be dismissed as mere sentimentality either. Studies of morale in prolonged, high-stress combat environments consistently point to small, stable, affectionate routines. Feeding a cat, checking on it, having something alive and warm to focus on as genuinely protective against the psychological toll of sustained warfare. It is worth remembering, too, that not every wartime cat story ends warmly. Countless animals died alongside the soldiers who kept them, in bombardments, in sinkings, in the simple attrition of a war that killed indiscriminately. Unsinkable Sam's survival was the exception precisely because it was so wildly improbable. Most ship's cats, like most sailors, did not get 3 separate second chances. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that this pattern repeats across nearly every major conflict of the industrial era, not just the 2 world wars. Cats appear in accounts from the Crimean War, the American Civil War, and numerous colonial campaigns before them, always in the same dual role, working animal and emotional anchor, the same combination that first bound cat and farmer together 10,000 years earlier in the Fertile Crescent. Maybe that consistency is the real point of this chapter. Strip away the specific costumes of history, ancient granaries, wooden warships, mechanized trenches, and the underlying relationship barely shifts at all. Something useful, something silent, something that asks for very little and gives back an outsized amount of comfort in return. War just happens to be where that old bargain shows up most starkly. Post-war Britain even formalized a version of this recognition. The PDSA's Dickon Medal, established in 1943 to honor animal gallantry in wartime, has been awarded primarily to dogs, horses, and pigeons over the decades, but the broader spirit of official animal commendation grew directly out of exactly the kind of affection soldiers felt for cats like Sam and Convoy, an institutional acknowledgement that these animals had genuinely served, not merely accompanied. Photographs from the era carry a particular weight precisely because of the contrast they hold inside a single frame, a soldier's exhausted, hollowed face beside the small, indifferent contentment of a cat curled against his uniform, utterly unaware of the war around it. That contrast between total human catastrophe and small animal calm is part of why these images have stayed in circulation for over a century. German and Austro-Hungarian forces kept trench and camp cats too, a detail that rarely makes it into English-language retellings, a small reminder that this particular comfort respected no side of any front line. Cats did not care whose uniform fed them. That indifference, oddly, may be part of why soldiers on every side found something so purely restful in their company. Field hospitals, too, kept cats for reasons that went beyond mere symbolism. Rodent control matching just as much in a medical tent stocked with bandages and rations as it did anywhere else. Nurses and memoirs from both wars describe these animals winding between hospital cots, apparently drawn to the wounded, offering a strange, wordless comfort to men who had just lost limbs or friends or any remaining illusions about the nature of the war they were fighting. It is a strange kind of grace note inside an otherwise brutal historical stretch, and the film needed one. Honestly, we needed one. But the 20th century was not finished finding improbable places to put a cat. The next one does not happen on the sea or in the mud. It happens roughly 100 kilometers straight up, strapped into a rocket on the edge of the atmosphere itself. You already know the name Laika. The Soviet space dog, launched in 1957, became one of the most recognizable animals of the 20th century. Her image reproduced on stamps and posters across the world, her story taught in classrooms for decades. Here is a name you almost certainly do not know. Félicette. She went to space too. Nobody remembers her. By 1963, 6 years after Laika, the space race had already claimed a great deal of animal life in the name of understanding what spaceflight actually did to a living body. France, determined to establish itself as a serious player in the emerging space age, launched its own animal research program and chose, for reasons that remain somewhat unclear even now, to send a cat rather than a dog or a primate. The French Space Agency's Research Center, working with a program known as CERMA, selected candidates not from prestigious breeding lines, but from the streets of Paris, ordinary stray cats, chosen specifically for their calm temperament and their ability to tolerate confinement and handling without the panic that would make useful data impossible to collect. 14 cats went through training. They were confined in small capsules, spun in centrifuges to simulate the crushing forces of launch, and subjected to loud, sustained noise meant to replicate a rocket's roar. One by one, the group narrowed. The cat eventually selected for the actual flight was a small black and white female stray, assigned the designation C341. Before launch, surgeons implanted electrodes directly into her skull, designed to transmit continuous neurological data back to researchers on the ground throughout the flight, tracking exactly what spaceflight did to a living brain in real time. It is worth sitting with that detail for a moment. This was invasive, irreversible surgery performed on an animal that had no understanding whatsoever of why it was happening to her. On October 18, 1963, a Veronique AG-1 rocket launched from a French testing facility in the Algerian Sahara, carrying her roughly 150 kilometers above the Earth. The flight lasted only minutes, but for those minutes, C-341 experienced true weightlessness, becoming the first cat, and to this day the only cat, to have ever traveled to space. The capsule parachuted back to Earth and was recovered. Against no small amount of institutional expectation to the contrary, she had survived, apparently in reasonably good physical condition, having endured launch, weightlessness, and re-entry successfully. It was, by any measure, a genuine scientific achievement, and briefly, a small burst of French national pride and press attention. Somewhere in the press coverage that followed, she picked up a name, Félicette, a play on Félicite, the French word for happiness, and a nod to Felis, the genus name for cat. It is a lovely name. It arrived only after she had already risked her life for a program that would decide, only a few months later, that her usefulness to French science was not actually finished yet. Roughly 3 months after the flight, Félicette was euthanized so that researchers could directly examine her brain tissue, checking for any physical changes the spaceflight and the accumulated stress of training might have caused. The animal that had survived a rocket launch, weightlessness, and atmospheric re-entry did not survive the follow-up study designed to understand what all of that had done to her. Compare her fate, and more pointedly her fame, to Laika's. Laika, who died during her own mission from overheating, became a global icon almost instantly, commemorated in statues, stamps, and museum exhibits across multiple countries for decades. Félicette, who actually survived her flight and only died afterward in a laboratory, faded almost entirely from public memory within a few short years. Why the gap? Partly Cold War propaganda machinery. The Soviet Union had every incentive to Leonize Laika as a symbol of national achievement, while France's space program never invested the same effort into building a public mythology around its own animal test subjects. Partly, less comfortably, the simple fact that cats have never carried quite the same sentimental cultural weight as dogs in the countries that tell these stories. For decades, Félicette's story sat almost entirely forgotten, a footnote in specialist space history texts, absent from the popular narrative of the space race that every schoolchild learns some version of. No statue, no postage stamp, no museum wing, just a name, mostly unspoken, attached to an achievement that history had somehow decided was not worth remembering. That finally began to change in 2019, when a crowdfunding campaign succeeded in commissioning a bronze statue of Félicette installed at the International Space University in Strasbourg, France, more than 55 years after her flight. It is a small monument, modest in scale, and it took over half a century of near total silence before anyone thought to build it. There is something quietly devastating about that gap, 55 years between the sacrifice and the acknowledgement, and it says something uncomfortable about which stories get remembered and which ones simply get filed away. Félicette did not choose to go to space. She did not choose to be a stray plucked off a Paris street for a program that would use her body and then discard it. She just went because someone else decided she would. France was not alone in sending cats to the edge of space during this period. Records indicate a second French mission followed shortly after Félicette's flight, though that cat reportedly did not survive its launch, a detail that rarely makes it into the retellings at all, overshadowed entirely by the relative success and subsequent obscurity of the first. It is worth understanding just how routine this kind of animal sacrifice was across the early space age, a detail the popular, sanitized version of space history tends to gloss over. Dogs, monkeys, mice, fruit flies, and at least one cat were launched by multiple nations throughout the 1950s and 1960s, most before any human had ever left the atmosphere, all of it in service of a single question: could a living body survive what a human body would eventually be asked to endure? The ethics of that era look almost unrecognizable from where we stand now. Animal welfare regulations in the 1960s offered essentially no meaningful protection for research subjects being sent into an entirely unprecedented and lethal environment. Consent, obviously, was never a consideration that applied. These were, by any modern definition, involuntary test subjects in the truest and most uncomfortable sense of the phrase. Some of the data Félicette's flight generated did prove genuinely valuable, feeding directly into France's broader understanding of how weightlessness and launch stress affected neurological function, research that fed forward into the country's later, entirely human, space program. Her sacrifice, in the coldest possible accounting, was not without scientific return. That does not make the sacrifice itself any less real. The 2019 campaign to build her statue was led by a British writer and animator named Matthew Serge Guy, who discovered Félicette's story almost by accident while researching space history more broadly, and was struck by how completely she had vanished from popular memory despite the genuine significance of her flight. His crowdfunding effort raised the money through public donations, small contributions from people across the world who felt, like him, that the omission needed correcting. The statue itself depicts Félicette perched attentively atop a globe, gazing upward, a small bronze tribute that took considerably longer to arrive than the half-century of silence that preceded it. It stands now as one of the only physical monuments anywhere in the world dedicated specifically to an animal's contribution to space exploration that is not a dog. There's a version of this story that could read as purely sentimental, a wrong finally righted, a forgotten hero finally honored. But sit with the actual timeline again. 55 years. That is not a quick correction. That is most of a human lifetime spent not thinking about an animal that risked everything for a program that discarded her the moment her usefulness ran out. It is worth remembering, too, that Félicette was never given a choice at any stage of this story, not when she was selected off the streets of Paris, not when surgeons implanted electrodes into her skull, not when the decision was made to end her life for further study. Every stage of her fame and her forgetting was decided entirely by other hands. That is true of nearly every animal this documentary has followed so far, and it is worth naming plainly rather than letting it pass unremarked. Space agencies today have largely moved away from this kind of animal testing, replaced by increasingly sophisticated simulation technology, biomedical modeling, and the accumulated decades of human spaceflight data that Félicette's generation of test subjects helped, however involuntarily, to make possible. In that narrow sense, she was among the last of her kind, one of the final animals asked to answer a question humans could not yet answer any other way. France's own human spaceflight ambitions, which eventually contributed astronauts to European Space Agency missions decades later, trace an unbroken institutional line back to the exact research program that put Félicette in that capsule over the Sahara. Every safety protocol built to protect a human astronaut's neurological function during launch owes something, however uncredited, to the data her small body provided first. And here the film has to turn, deliberately, towards something stranger still, because Félicette was a real cat who actually flew into actual space, and it barely made her famous. The cat that follows her in this story was never real at all, existed only inside a thought experiment devised by a physicist trying to make a point about the absurdity of quantum mechanics, and became almost immediately one of the most famous cats who ever, in any sense, lived. There is no cat in this story, not really. No box was ever built. No animal was ever actually sealed inside a chamber and left to a coin flip decided by radioactive decay. And yet somehow, of every single cat this film has covered so far, sacred, mummified, burned, sailing, orbiting, this next one might be the most famous of them all. It never existed. The year is 1935. Erwin Schrödinger, an Austrian physicist working at the very center of the quantum mechanics revolution, was deeply uncomfortable with where the emerging science of the subatomic world seemed to be heading, and specifically with an interpretation suggesting that particles could exist in multiple contradictory states simultaneously, until the precise moment someone actually measured them. That idea, called superposition, works with unsettling elegance at the scale of a single atom or photon. Schrödinger's objection was not with the mathematics, which he understood as well as anyone alive. It was with what happened if you tried to scale that same logic up to something the size of, say, a living, breathing animal. He wanted to expose what he saw as the sheer absurdity of taking the theory that literally. So he proposed a scenario, deliberately provocative, never intended to be carried out. Seal a cat inside a closed steel chamber, along with a tiny amount of radioactive material, a Geiger counter, a hammer, and a flask of poison gas. If a single atom of the radioactive substance decays within an hour, a 50-50 probability by design, the Geiger counter triggers the hammer shatters the flask, and the cat dies. Here is the part that made Schrödinger's point land like a punch. According to the strict quantum mechanical description he was arguing against, until an observer actually opens the box and looks inside, the entire system, radioactive atom, trigger mechanism, and cat included, exists in a superposition of both possible outcomes at once. Not 50% likely to be alive. Genuinely, on paper, both alive and dead simultaneously. Schrödinger was not proposing this as literal truth about cats. He was doing something closer to intellectual jujitsu, taking an interpretation of quantum theory he found philosophically absurd and dragging it, kicking and screaming, out of the abstract mathematics of subatomic particles and into a domain any reader could immediately picture and immediately recoil from. It worked exactly as intended. The paper it appeared in was dense, technical, aimed squarely at fellow physicists wrestling with the same foundational questions Einstein and Schrödinger himself had been debating with Niels Bohr for years, part of a broader argument now remembered as the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen debate over whether quantum mechanics offered a complete description of physical reality at all. None of that technical context is why the cat survived in public memory for 90 years and counting. What survived is the image itself, stripped of the physics almost entirely. A box, a cat, and a genuinely uncanny idea that something could be simultaneously alive and dead until an act of observation forces reality to pick a lane. That image escaped the physics journals almost immediately, and it never really went back. It escaped into popular science writing first, then into philosophy classrooms wrestling with questions of observation and reality, then into science fiction, where the phrase Schrodinger's cat became reliable shorthand for any situation whose outcome remains genuinely unknown until the exact moment someone checks. It escaped, eventually, into ordinary conversation entirely divorced from physics, the way very few scientific concepts ever manage to. You have probably used the phrase yourself without thinking twice about where it came from. An email sent, but not yet opened. A test result not yet read. A decision made, but not yet announced. Schrodinger's cat, colloquially, now describes almost any situation trapped in a state of unresolved suspense, waiting for the moment someone finally looks. There is something worth noticing in the fact that, once again, when humans reached for a symbol powerful enough to explain something they only partially understood, they reached for a cat. Not a dog, not a bird, a cat. Specifically, sealed inside a box, existing in two states no observer can reconcile until they choose to look directly at it. Maybe that instinct is not entirely accidental. This is, after all, an animal humans have spent 10,000 years failing to fully pin down, worshipped as a god in one era and burned as a demon in the next, loved in one home and feared as an ecological menace on one island after another. A creature that seems to exist, culturally, in permanent superposition, was perhaps always the right choice for a metaphor about permanent uncertainty. Schrödinger himself, by most accounts, grew mildly exasperated in his later years at how thoroughly his cautionary thought experiment, meant to illustrate an absurdity, had been embraced by the public as though it were a genuine description of reality rather than an argument against a specific interpretation of it. He wanted people to find the idea ridiculous. Instead, they found it irresistible. 90 years later, physicists are still arguing about what quantum mechanics actually implies at larger scales, and researchers have in fact managed to create real, measurable superposition states in increasingly large physical systems, though nothing remotely close to the scale of an actual living animal. The metaphor endures precisely because the underlying question it points at has never been fully closed. The thought experiment also raises, almost as a side effect, a genuinely unsettling philosophical question that has nothing to do with physics at all and everything to do with observation itself. Does looking at something change it? In a strict quantum sense, for particles, the mathematics says yes, unambiguously. For a cat, of course, common sense insists otherwise, and that clash between the mathematics and the common sense is exactly the discomfort Schrödinger wanted his readers to feel. Physicists today generally resolve the apparent paradox through something called decoherence, the idea that any sufficiently large, complex system, a cat, a Geiger counter, a steel box, interacts constantly with its surrounding environment in ways that collapse quantum uncertainty almost instantly, long before any human observer ever opens the lid. In plain terms, cats are simply too large, too warm, too interconnected with the world to ever meaningfully exist in two states at once. That resolution, satisfying as it is to physicists, has done essentially nothing to slow the metaphor's cultural spread, because the metaphor was never really about the physics to begin with. It survives because it captures something true about the ordinary human experience of waiting, the peculiar psychological weight of a fact that already exists somewhere in the world but has not yet reached you. The image has been reproduced so many times across popular culture, in cartoons, television shows, advertising, even children's books attempting simplified explanations of quantum theory, that most people who use the phrase today have never read a word of Schrödinger's actual 1935 paper and would likely find its dense technical German largely impenetrable if they tried. There's a particular irony in a thought experiment designed to argue against taking a theory too literally, becoming, instead, the single most literal shorthand the public now has for that same theory. Schrödinger built a trap for absurd thinking, and the public walked directly into it anyway, embracing the absurdity as though it were the actual lesson rather than the warning against one. Modern quantum computing research has, in a strange way, brought the metaphor back around to something closer to literal relevance. Quantum bits, or qubits, genuinely do exist in superposition states before measurement, the actual physical phenomenon Schrödinger was arguing about, just at a scale small enough that his objection about cats no longer applies. The cat was always meant to be the joke. The particles were always the real subject. Schrödinger himself lived a genuinely unconventional life outside of physics, and biographers have noted a certain fitting irony in the fact that a man famous for a thought experiment about uncertainty and duality spent much of his own personal life resisting easy categorization, unconventional relationships, restless movement between academic posts across Europe. A personality that seemed to actively resist the tidy narrative history usually wants to assign to its great minds. The thought experiment has even found its way into legal and philosophical arguments far removed from physics entirely, cited in discussions of criminal culpability, medical ethics, and the philosophy of consciousness, wherever someone needs shorthand for a situation genuinely undetermined until the moment of observation. Very few scientific metaphors from the 20th century have proven this durable or this promiscuous across so many unrelated fields. Ask a room full of people to name a famous cat, any cat, real or fictional, and Schrödinger's almost always makes the list, alongside cartoon characters and internet celebrities this documentary has not even reached yet. It is a strange kind of immortality for an animal that was never fed, never held, never once actually breathed inside that hypothetical steel chamber. Artists and designers have run with the image for decades, rendering the box half open, the cat rendered simultaneously in solid form and translucent outline, a visual shorthand for superposition that has appeared on everything from physics department murals to graduation gift mugs. The science underneath, it is dense and mathematical. The image itself needs no explanation at all, which may be exactly why it never faded. So here is a cat that never lived and never died, and has outlasted almost every cat this film has told you about who genuinely did both. It exists now purely as an idea, permanently suspended between two outcomes, which, if you think about it for more than a few seconds, might be the strangest fate of any cat in this entire documentary. And strange as that is, science was about to try something even stranger, an attempt to bring an actual, specific dead cat back. In December 2001, at Texas A&M University, a research team announced something that had never been achieved before in the history of the species. A domestic cat, cloned successfully from an adult donor's genetic material, born healthy, and given a name that doubled as its own explanation. CC, short for carbon copy. The project, called Operation Copycat informally within the lab, had originally been funded in part by a wealthy pet owner hoping to eventually clone a beloved dog, a program that later collapsed on the canine side, but succeeded almost as a research byproduct with cats instead. The genetic donor was a calico cat named Rainbow, and the surrogate that carried and delivered CC was an entirely different cat altogether. Here is where the story takes its strangest and most instructive turn. When CC was born, researchers and reporters alike expected to see a near-perfect visual match to Rainbow, the donor, since cloning duplicates in animals' complete genetic code. What actually emerged looked noticeably different, a cat with distinct coat markings, patchier, less orange in tone, visibly, unmistakably, not a physical twin of her genetic source. The explanation turned out to be a genuine, fascinating piece of biology, not a laboratory failure. Calico coat patterns in cats are determined not purely by the genetic code itself, but by a process called X inactivation, where each cell in a female cat's body randomly silences one of two X chromosomes early in embryonic development, scattering pigment genes into an essentially random pattern unique to that individual, regardless of identical DNA. In other words, identical genetic code does not guarantee an identical outcome, because so much of how an organism actually develops depends on factors that unfold randomly during the process of growth itself, not written in the genetic blueprint at all. CC carried Rainbow's exact DNA and still emerged looking like her own individual animal. The genome was not destiny, not fully, not even close. It is worth sitting with how quietly profound that finding actually was, buried inside what most of the press covered as a simple novelty story. A team of scientists had set out to make an exact copy of a specific cat, succeeded completely at the level of DNA, and ended up with visual proof that identity is built from more than genetic code alone. Development, environment, sheer biological chance, all of it plays a role too. But the public story that took hold was simpler and, frankly, more marketable than any of that nuance. Cat cloning was now technically possible, and where there's a technical possibility involving beloved pets, there's very reliably, within a few years, a commercial industry built to sell it to grieving owners. A company called Genetic Savings and Clone, spun directly out of the same Texas A&M research, began offering commercial cat cloning services to the public starting in the mid-2000s at a price that started somewhere around $50,000 per animal before the company eventually shut down in 2006, citing insufficient demand at that price point. Other companies picked up where that one left off, most notably a South Korean firm and later a Texas-based company called Viagen Pets, which continues to offer commercial cloning of cats and dogs in the present day, at prices that have come down somewhat, but still typically run into the tens of thousands of dollars per animal, well beyond the reach of the vast majority of pet owners. Who actually pays that kind of money? Overwhelmingly, people grieving the loss of a specific, irreplaceable animal, hoping science can offer them something close to a second chance. Interviews with clients over the years reveal a recurring and heartbreaking pattern. Owners describing decades-long bonds with a particular cat and a willingness to spend extraordinary sums chasing even a partial return of that exact relationship. And this is precisely where CC's own coat pattern becomes more than a footnote, becomes in fact the central, quietly devastating truth the entire cloning industry has to work around without ever quite saying out loud. A clone is not a resurrection. It is a genetic sibling, born years later, shaped by an entirely different womb, different circumstances, different formative months, an animal that may not even look like the one it was meant to replace. Personality, researchers and cloning companies themselves now generally acknowledge, transfers even less reliably than appearance does. A clone cat inherits identical genetic code, but develops its own temperament shaped by its own individual life, its own early experiences, its own particular relationship with whoever raises it. The specific animal someone loved and lost is, in every way that actually matters emotionally, still gone. There is something almost gently tragic buried in that gap between the marketing promise and the biological reality, and it echoes something this whole film keeps circling back to from entirely different angles. Whether it is a Persian bred for a face or a clone bred for a genome, humans keep trying to engineer their way toward a version of this animal that behaves exactly the way they want, and the cat, stubbornly, keeps arriving as itself instead. CC herself, meanwhile, lived a long and by all accounts unremarkable life at Texas A&M, eventually giving birth naturally to kittens of her own, living well in her teens, largely forgotten by the public that had briefly found her fascinating 2 decades earlier. The most famous cloned animal in history spent most of her existence simply being a cat, which is, in its own quiet way, exactly the point. CC's birth also reignited a much older ethical conversation, one that had circled dog and livestock cloning research for years without much public attention, suddenly forced into the spotlight by an animal people actually kept in their homes and loved the way they loved a family member. Should any of this be happening at all? And who exactly benefits from it? Questions that animal welfare organizations raised loudly and that the cloning industry has never fully managed to answer to universal satisfaction. The American Anti-Vivisection Society and other welfare groups pointed specifically to the surrogate mothers required for the cloning process, animals whose own experience of repeated hormone treatment, embryo implantation, and pregnancy rarely factors into the emotional marketing aimed at grieving pet owners. The cloned kitten gets the name and the story. The surrogate, much like the countless donor animals throughout this film's history, generally does not. There's also a success rate worth being honest about. Cloning remains a genuinely inefficient process even decades after CC's birth, requiring numerous embryo transfers and surrogate pregnancies to produce a single viable clone, meaning the $50,000 price tag reflects not one attempt, but the accumulated cost of many failed ones behind it, most of which never make it into the customer-facing marketing at all. And yet demand has persisted decade after decade, which tells you something honest and a little uncomfortable about grief itself, and about how far people will reasonably go chasing something that looks like a second chance. It is not irrational, exactly, to want your cat back. It is simply the science keeps demonstrating not actually achievable, no matter how much money changes hands. Barbra Streisand famously had 2 of her dogs cloned in 2018 after the death of her beloved Samantha, a widely publicized case that briefly reignited public conversation around pet cloning, and Streisand herself later admitted in interviews that the clones, while genetically identical, did not share her original dog's exact temperament, an admission that echoes CC's mismatched coat almost precisely, just from the other side of the species divide. China entered the commercial pet cloning market aggressively in the years following, with companies like Syngene cloning cats and dogs for a domestic customer base increasingly willing and able to pay for the service, part of a broader global normalization of a technology that, only 2 decades earlier, had made international headlines purely as a scientific curiosity. What none of this technology has ever managed to clone, and what researchers are now fairly confident it never will, is the specific accumulated history between one particular animal and one particular human. The years of shared routine, the exact way a cat learns to trust a specific person's hands, the individual quirks earned through lived experience rather than written into a genetic sequence. That part, it turns out, cannot be copied at any price. Some clinics now openly counsel prospective clients on exactly this point before taking their money, describing the outcome honestly as a genetically related new pet rather than a resurrection, language carefully softened from the industry's earlier marketing, which leaned far more heavily on the emotional promise of getting a lost companion back. The science had not changed. The honesty around it slowly had to. There's a broader technological through line worth naming here too, one this documentary will keep circling. Each time humans reach for a new tool, selective breeding, genetic testing, now cloning, to try to author this particular animal more precisely, the cat keeps finding some small, stubborn way to remain itself, unedited in the ways that matter most. It is the same Defiance Chapter 8 first named, just wearing a laboratory coat this time instead of a temple robe. Researchers studying epigenetics, the layer of biology that governs how genes actually get expressed rather than simply what genes are present, have since used CC's story as a teaching example in university courses, a real-world illustration more vivid than any textbook diagram, of the gap between the blueprint an organism inherits and the specific creature that blueprint eventually becomes. So cloning taught us, almost by accident, that a genome is not the whole story of a living thing. There's a second story running alongside it, one science was only just beginning to untangle by the early 2000s, about how much of what a creature does, and even what it is gets shaped by forces science still cannot fully see or explain. Nowhere does that second story get stranger or more genuinely unsettling than inside the very organism that had made this whole documentary necessary in the first place. There is a single-celled organism, invisible without a microscope, that can complete one specific and crucial stage of its life cycle inside exactly one type of animal on the entire planet. Not any mammal, not any predator, specifically and only the feline gut, wild or domestic. Every other host it infects is, in a very real biological sense, just a waiting room. Its name is Toxoplasma gondii, and it is by most estimates one of the most successful parasites on the planet, infecting an enormous range of warm-blooded animals, including, by some estimates, roughly a third of the entire global human population, most of whom carry it their entire lives without ever knowing it and without any noticeable symptoms at all. The life cycle itself is genuinely strange, almost engineered in its precision, though of course nothing about it was engineered at all, only shaped by an almost unbelievably long stretch of evolutionary trial and error. The parasite can infect nearly any warm-blooded creature, but can only sexually reproduce, only complete its full reproductive cycle inside the intestines of a cat. Every other host exists purely to help it get there. And this is where the story stops being merely strange and starts becoming genuinely disturbing, because the parasite does not simply wait passively for a cat to eat an infected rodent by chance. Research going back decades has documented something that looks uncomfortably like active manipulation, altering the behavior of its intermediate hosts in ways that dramatically increase the odds of exactly that happening. Rodents infected with Toxoplasma gondii show a measurable, replicated, well-documented loss of their normal, deeply hardwired fear response to the scent of cat urine, a fear response that in uninfected rodents is essentially automatic and instinctive, present from birth, never needing to be learned. Infected rodents do not merely tolerate that scent. Some studies have found they are actually drawn toward it. Researchers have described this, not carelessly, but as an actual working hypothesis within parasitology, as a form of manipulation, the parasite effectively rewiring specific neural circuitry in its intermediate host to make that host easier prey, increasing the odds a cat will eat it, which is the only outcome that allows the parasite to complete its reproductive cycle and continue existing at all. Sit with that mechanism for a second because it deserves the pause. A microscopic organism, with no brain, no nervous system, no consciousness in any sense we would recognize, has evolved a way to alter the fundamental behavior of another animal's brain, specifically and precisely in the direction that benefits the parasite's own reproductive success. It is not thinking. It is simply coldly, extraordinarily good at what it does. That part of the science is well established, replicated across numerous studies, and broadly accepted within the field. What comes next is considerably more contested, and this film owes you real caution here, because it is exactly the kind of claim that tends to get flattened into sensational headlines that outrun what the actual research supports. Because humans, of course, can also become infected, typically through contact with infected cat feces, undercooked meat, or contaminated water and soil. And a body of research, still actively debated within psychiatry and parasitology, has explored whether Toxoplasma gondii might also produce subtle behavioral or psychological effects in its human hosts, not merely in rodents. Some studies over the past 2 decades have reported statistical associations between Toxoplasma infection and altered risk-taking behavior, personality trait shifts, and even, more controversially, correlations with certain psychiatric conditions, including schizophrenia, though the word correlation is doing a great deal of careful, necessary work in that sentence, and researchers are quick, appropriately, to stress it. Correlation is not causation, and this is precisely where a lot of popular science journalism has, over the years, badly overreached the actual data, running headlines implying cats are secretly controlling human minds through parasitic infection, a framing that serious researchers in the field find genuinely embarrassing and scientifically irresponsible. What legitimate researchers actually say is considerably more measured and honestly more interesting for being so. The associations found so far are statistical, modest in effect size, difficult to fully separate from confounding variables like lifestyle, environment, and socioeconomic factors that independently correlate with both infection risk and the behaviors being studied. Causation, if it exists at all in humans, remains genuinely unproven. And yet the hypothesis has not gone away, because the underlying biological plausibility is real and well established in other species, and because the sheer scale of human infection, potentially billions of people carrying this organism worldwide, makes even a small, subtle, population-level behavioral effect a genuinely significant question worth taking seriously rather than dismissing outright. So here is where this chapter has to leave you, honestly, without a tidy bow on it. We know, with real confidence, that this parasite can rewire a rodent's brain to walk it directly into a cat's mouth. We do not yet know, not with anything like the same confidence, what if anything it is quietly doing inside a third of the human species. That gap between the confirmed and the merely possible is not a flaw in the science. It is the actual, honest state of the research right now. File that discomfort away, because this film is going to come back to it later when we have laid out everything else this animal has done across 10,000 years of human company, and the question will land very differently the second time you hear it. For now, just notice how strange it is that an organism this small, living this quietly, might be the closest thing to a hidden thread running underneath this entire story. It is worth understanding how the parasite actually gets from a cat back into the wider world in the first place, because the mechanism is almost mundane in its simplicity. An infected cat sheds microscopic oocysts in its feces, sometimes millions of them over a period of just a week or two, which then contaminates soil, water, and vegetation, where they can survive for remarkably long periods, waiting for the next host to ingest them, intentionally or not. This is precisely why pregnant women are specifically warned by physicians to avoid handling cat litter, since a first-time infection during pregnancy carries a genuine, well-established risk of serious harm to a developing fetus, one of the very few unambiguous, universally agreed upon medical warnings that exist anywhere in this entire tangled body of research. The rodent behavior research itself has been refined considerably since the earliest studies decades ago. More recent work has questioned whether the effect is quite as specific and dramatic as originally reported. Some researchers finding the infected rodents show a more general reduction in anxiety and fear responses overall, not narrowly targeted at cat odor alone. The core phenomenon holds up. The precise mechanism remains an active, ongoing scientific argument. Some researchers have gone further still, proposing that toxoplasma might subtly influence broader population-level patterns of behavior across entire societies with high infection rates. Differences in cultural risk tolerance, entrepreneurship, even national-level personality trait averages correlated loosely with regional infection prevalence. This remains genuinely fringe territory within the field, provocative, publishable, and very far from proven. It is worth naming plainly why this particular scientific question generates so much more public fascination than most equally uncertain research does. It touches something primally uncomfortable, the idea of losing control over one's own mind to something outside oneself, small, silent, undetected. That is a deeply unsettling thought regardless of how strong or weak the actual supporting evidence turns out to be. And it connects, whether or not there is any true causal thread running underneath it, to something this documentary has now traced across 10,000 years, an animal that has repeatedly ended up at the center of human belief systems about control, fate, and hidden influence, worshipped as a god who decided your fortune, feared as a witch's familiar doing a demon's bidding, and now, potentially, host to an organism that might be quietly nudging human behavior on a scale nobody has fully, measured yet. Serious researchers in the field are careful, appropriately, to distinguish that symbolic resonance from any actual scientific claim. And this film wants to be equally careful. Toxoplasma gondii is real, well-studied, and genuinely capable of manipulating rodent behavior in specific, measurable ways. What it may or may not be doing inside the billions of infected humans walking around today remains, honestly and rightly, an open scientific question rather than a settled fact. Outdoor cats, worth noting plainly, carry and shed this parasite far more than strictly indoor cats do, since infection generally requires eating infected prey, another quiet thread connecting this chapter back to the ecological reckoning the documentary raised only a few chapters ago. The same outdoor hunting behavior that devastates island bird populations is also the behavior that keeps this particular parasite cycling through the environment at all. Veterinary researchers are quick to stress that none of this should tip into paranoia about ordinary pet ownership. Basic hygiene, litter box maintenance, and keeping cats from hunting and eating raw wildlife dramatically reduce transmission risk, practical, unglamorous precautions that matter far more in day-to-day terms than any of the more speculative research about population-level behavioral influence. It is genuinely strange, when you step back far enough, that an animal humans first let into their homes to guard grain from rodents turn out to be carrying, quietly, the very organism responsible for making rodents easier to catch in the first place. The predator and the parasite that helps it hunt arrived, it turns out, as a single evolutionary package, 10,000 years before anyone thought to look closely enough to notice. There's a sound this same animal makes that most people find the most reassuring, most legible, most obviously understood thing about it. The purr. Contentment, we assume, safety, comfort. Except cats also purr while injured, while frightened, and veterinarians will tell you, sometimes while actually dying. Nobody fully knows why, and the sound that seems most like an answer might actually be one of the biggest open questions left. We left the last chapter with a parasite that might be quietly rewriting your brain from the inside, and I told you it would not be the last unsettling idea this animal handed us. Now put your hand flat on a purring cat's ribs and ask yourself, honestly, whether you have ever actually questioned what that sound is for. Most people never do. It is simply background noise to a life shared with a predator. Every cat owner on Earth has felt it at some point. That low engine hum against your palm, so familiar it has stopped registering as strange at all. It shows up in nursery rhymes, in cartoons, in the shorthand we use for contentment itself. But strange is exactly what it is once you actually stop and look closely at where it comes from. A purr is not produced the way a meow is through simple vocal cord vibration pushed by air. It comes from the rhythmic twitching of the laryngeal muscles themselves, contracting and relaxing at speeds up to 30 times a second, repeatedly narrowing and widening the space air has to pass through on its way in and out of the lungs. The result is a sound generated continuously, on both the inhale and the exhale, a closed loop of vibration most cats can sustain for minutes at a stretch without apparent strain. Notably, the big cats mostly cannot do this at all. A lion's throat anatomy is built for the roar instead, and the two capabilities appear to be biologically exclusive of one another. Here is where the science actually gets interesting. Researchers measuring the acoustic signature of a domestic cat's purr have consistently clocked its dominant frequency somewhere between roughly 25 and 150 hertz, a narrow and remarkably stable band across individual cats, and even across some larger wild felids capable of a similar sound. That exact range happens to overlap almost precisely with frequencies that entirely separate research, conducted in orthopedic and physical therapy labs with no interest in cats whatsoever, has shown can stimulate measurable bone growth and accelerate the repair of soft tissue and tendon in controlled laboratory settings. Nobody serious is claiming a cat is a medical device you can prescribe, but the coincidence is strong enough that actual veterinary researchers have floated a genuine working hypothesis. A low-grade, mechanically self-applied form of physical therapy, running for hours a day, requiring no batteries, built directly into the animal's own resting behavior. It would help explain something that has quietly puzzled veterinarians for a long time. Cats are, pound for pound, remarkably efficient at healing from fractures and soft tissue injuries that would sideline a dog of comparable size for months of recovery and rehabilitation under a vet's close supervision. Feral cats, in particular, survive falls, fights, and injuries that look genuinely catastrophic on an initial X-ray and go on to heal anyway, often with no veterinary intervention at all, because none was ever available to them. Something in that animal's biology is stacking the odds quietly in its own favor. So the tidy, comforting story practically writes itself. Purring equals contentment, and contentment happens to arrive bundled with a built-in repair mechanism, evolution's way of rewarding a relaxed animal with better healing. It is a satisfying idea. It is also, as far as anyone can actually tell, not the whole truth and possibly not true at all. Because cats do not only purr when they are happy, and this is the detail that unravels the simple version fast. They purr while giving birth, in obvious physical distress. They purr while being examined by a veterinarian with a needle already in their leg. They purr, quietly, in the back of a carrier on the way to be euthanized. Hospice veterinarians who specialize in end-of-life feline care have documented cats purring steadily in their final hours, sometimes their final minutes, as organ failure sets in and the body begins shutting down every non-essential system it is left to spare, and purring, by any reasonable metabolic accounting, is not free. That detail should genuinely stop you for a moment. An animal at the literal edge of death, still spending some of its dwindling energy on producing this sound. If purring were simply the audio signature of feline happiness, that fact makes no coherent sense at all. Some researchers have gone hunting for the purr's origin in an even stranger direction, comparing it to infrasound used by elephants and other large animals to communicate over distance, or to the rhythmic vocal patterns some primates use to regulate group anxiety during stress. The pattern of a steady, repetitive vibration soothing a nervous system may simply be older and more widespread across mammals than the cat's version of it. So what is it really underneath the folk explanation? The honest answer, the one actual feline behaviorists will give you if you push past the surface, is that nobody fully knows, not with the certainty most people assume when they hear a cat purring on cue. One theory treats the purr as a self-soothing mechanism, a way of physically regulating the animal's own autonomic stress response, useful in genuine joy and in genuine agony for exactly the same underlying neurological reason. A nervous system reaching instinctively for something rhythmic and steady to hold onto during any intense state at all. A second theory treats it as older than emotion altogether, something closer to a hardwired reflex laid down deep in feline neurology long before the animal needed any particular reason to deploy it, a behavior that simply predates the emotional labels we later try to attach to it. Kittens purr within days of birth, before their eyes have even opened, while nursing blind against their mother's side in the dark of a den or a closet. It may well start there. A vibration the mother can physically feel through her own body against theirs, a signal that says, simply and constantly, I am here, I am alive, keep me close. If that really is the origin, then everything since has been the same ancient signal, repurposed and stretched to cover far more ground than it started with. Contentment borrows it freely. Pain borrows it. Death, apparently, borrows it too, right up until the very end. Think for a second about what that actually means for the average owner. The sound you spent your whole life comfortably interpreting as your cat telling you everything is fine might, more often than any of us would like to admit, be your cat quietly telling you it is coping with something you cannot see at all. There is something almost unbearably stoic about that possibility, if you choose to read it that way. An animal managing its own suffering silently or near silently, using the one sound it has that we, conveniently and rather naively, already decided long ago meant nothing but happiness. We build an entire folk understanding of this animal's inner emotional life around a noise we never actually took the time to properly understand. That should make you at least a little uneasy about how much else in this relationship we have simply assumed without ever checking. Researchers have tried recording purrs under different conditions and running them through detailed spectral analysis, hunting for some reliable acoustic fingerprint that would cleanly separate a contented purr from a hurting one. So far, the results remain frustratingly inconclusive. To the instruments themselves, the two often look nearly identical, which leaves us in a genuinely odd position for species we have studied this intensively. We can measure the vibration down to the individual hertz. We can map the muscle contractions frame by frame on high-speed video. And we still cannot reliably tell you, from the sound alone, whether the animal making it is at peace or quietly in trouble. There is a kind of dark comedy sitting inside that gap if you're willing to see it. Humans domesticated this animal, studied it more closely than almost any other species alive, and its single most iconic sound still keeps its true meaning largely to itself, unwilling to be fully translated. There's a small, growing industry now built entirely around trying to close that gap artificially. Apps claiming to translate a cat's meow into human language. Wearable collars marketed as mood trackers, all promising owners a clean readout of an emotional state science itself has not fully cracked. Most veterinary behaviorists regard the actual accuracy of these products with open, well-earned skepticism. What those products are really selling underneath the technology is relief from exactly the uncertainty this chapter has been describing. People do not like sitting with an animal they love and simply not knowing whether it is content or quietly suffering. The market has noticed that discomfort and priced accordingly. Maybe that is fitting. Actually, this is, after all, an animal that has spent 10,000 years living beside us while giving away only exactly what it chooses to give away on its own terms and its own time. The purr might be the single best small example of the entire relationship, wrapped into one sound. Say the word meow out loud and picture a cat, any cat. It is probably the single most universal sound in that animal's entire vocal repertoire, understood instantly across every language and every culture on Earth, learned by toddlers before they can say most other words. And it turns out that specific sound is, in a very real sense, a performance built almost entirely for your benefit, not another cat's. Watch feral colonies for any length of time. Watch kittens once they mature fully into adults. Watch any population of cats that lives largely apart from regular human contact, and one pattern becomes obvious fast. Adult cats, left to their own devices, almost never meow at each other in ordinary interaction. They hiss when threatened. They yowl at length during territorial disputes and mating conflicts. They chirp and trill and growl, an entire alternate vocabulary built for cat-to-cat communication. But the plain, drawn-out meow, the one you hear every single morning demanding breakfast at an unreasonable hour, is largely absent from that private conversation. Kittens meow at their mothers constantly. That much is true and expected, but most cats age out of the habit entirely once they are grown, once they no longer need that particular juvenile appeal to survive. Except, curiously, when a human happens to be standing in the room. Then, almost on cue, the meowing comes right back, as if switched on specifically for the occasion. Researchers studying this pattern landed on a theory that is honestly a little humbling to hear stated plainly. The domestic cat appears to have preserved or possibly re-evolved under selective pressure, a juvenile vocalization specifically because it reliably works on us and only on us. Human beings are wired deeply and almost involuntarily to respond to certain acoustic patterns regardless of species. High-pitched, urgent, faintly plaintive sounds trigger essentially the same caregiving instinct in the adult human brain that a crying infant does, a reflex we did not consciously design and cannot fully switch off. A research team at the University of Sussex actually tested this directly and rigorously, recording cats purring while actively soliciting food from their owners and comparing that acoustic structure closely against ordinary, relaxed contentment purring recorded from the same animals at rest. Embedded inside the solicitation purr, layered right on top of the familiar low rumble, was a distinct higher frequency component, almost cry-like in its texture, absent from the purely contented version entirely. It was a deliberate acoustic addition, whether the cat consciously intends it or not. Play that specific recording for people who have never owned a cat in their entire life, and they still independently describe it as more urgent, harder to simply tune out and ignore than an ordinary purr with nothing layered inside it. The cat, in other words, appears to have found a frequency that hacks directly into a very old, very stubborn piece of human parental instinct. Sit with that for a second, because it deserves more than a passing nod. This did not require a laboratory, a breeding program, or any conscious design at all. It likely happened the same slow, informal way most of cat domestication happened in the first place generation after generation. The individual cats whose calls simply worked best on nearby humans getting fed first, noticed first, kept closest to the fire. That is natural selection running quietly on us, using human behavior itself as the selective pressure shaping the species. And for 10,000 years, we never once noticed it was happening to us in real time. It gets stranger the further you look into feline cognition more broadly. For a long stretch, cats got dismissed in comparative psychology circles as simply less intelligent than dogs, harder to test reliably, less cooperative, and less motivated inside a formal laboratory setting designed around canine incentives. More recent research suggests that was largely a flawed testing methodology, not a genuine intelligence gap. Cats are notoriously unmotivated to perform tasks purely for human social approval the way most dogs instinctively are. Ask a cat to solve a puzzle for a food reward instead, though, and the picture changes considerably and quickly. Studies conducted at Kyoto University found that cats can reliably recognize their own individual names, distinguishing them clearly from other similar-sounding words and even other cats' names, even when a complete stranger's unfamiliar voice says the name aloud instead of the owner's. They simply, and quite deliberately, often choose not to respond at all. Other published research has shown cats actively tracking human gaze direction, following pointing gestures toward hidden objects, and reading emotional tone in a human voice, then adjusting their own behavior accordingly, more cautious and withdrawn around a visibly stressed owner, notably more relaxed around a calm and steady one. None of that constitutes proof of deep empathy in the romantic sense many owners want to believe in, but it is solid proof of close, sustained, ongoing attention. This animal has been quietly watching us as carefully as we have been watching it for the better part of 10,000 years running, largely without our noticing. Compare that to a wolf, and the contrast gets sharper still. A wolf howls to coordinate a pack across long distances, and it barks in short, controlled bursts, but does not maintain anything like the sustained, varied vocal exchange with humans that a domestic cat routinely does with its owner across a single evening at home. Cats appear to have built something closer to an entirely new dialect, one that essentially did not exist in this form before humans were there to hear it. There's a further layer to this worth sitting with. A 2019 study out of Oregon State University found that cats, offered a choice between food, toys, scent, and human social interaction, preferred human interaction most often, in roughly half of trials, more than the food itself in some cases. That finding quietly upended a long-standing assumption that cats simply tolerated people for the calories. There is even dedicated research on something called the slow blink that long, deliberate, half-closed eye gesture a relaxed cat gives you from across a room. A 2020 study conducted in the United Kingdom found that humans who slow blink back at a cat are noticeably more likely to have the gesture returned in kind, and that cats slow blink far more often at familiar, trusted humans than at strangers. Researchers half-jokingly started calling it the cat smile in press coverage of the study. It is a nice thought to hold on to, admittedly. It is also worth remembering a species-specific signal we simply happen to be capable of reading and responding to correctly, likely because it worked reliably on the primates paying for the food. Every piece of this evidence points in the same direction, consistently. The meow tuned to our specific instincts. The name recognition deployed selectively and strategically. The slow blink calibrated precisely to earn trust. This is not a passive animal that simply happened to end up living in our houses by accident. This is an animal that appears to have built, whether consciously or not, a genuinely sophisticated communication system aimed squarely and specifically at the one species responsible for feeding it and keeping it warm. And here is the part that should needle you just a little if you let it. We spent much of this documentary, up to this exact point, describing a species that we tamed, we bred, we shaped patiently to our liking over the centuries. But communication, by its very nature, always runs in both directions at once. If the meow evolved specifically to work on us, if the purr layers in a frequency that deliberately mimics distress precisely because it moves us to act, then some meaningful share of what feels like simple affection in this relationship may be, at least in part, a system the cat itself effectively built to manage its human. That is not necessarily a cynical reading. Dogs run versions of this exact same game too, and nobody rushes to call it manipulation there. They simply call it bonding. But it is worth being genuinely honest about what is actually happening in that quiet, familiar domestic exchange every morning at 6 a.m. when the meowing starts up right on schedule. A species reading us closely, adapting to us patiently, and shaping our own behavior in return over generations. Reciprocal, certainly, but not necessarily equal and not necessarily quite as innocent as it feels from the human side of the food bowl at 6 in the morning. So the voice, it turns out, was engineered loosely and organically by 10,000 years of living within constant earshot of us. But the voice is only the part of this animal you can actually hear. The rest of its sensory system operates almost entirely outside ordinary human perception, and it is, if anything, considerably more unsettling once you look closely. Turn off every light in a room and drop an ordinary house cat into the middle of it. No warning, no adjustment period. Give it 30 seconds. It will cross that entire room, weave cleanly between furniture legs, and stop precisely at the edge of a table without touching a single object along the way. No human could reliably do that. Very few animals could do that. The instinct is to credit the eyes entirely, and the eyes do deserve real credit here. Cats have a reflective layer sitting directly behind the retina called the tapetum lucidum, a mirror of sorts that bounces incoming light back through the photoreceptors a second time, giving each eye roughly double the chance to actually catch whatever scraps of light exist in the room. Human eyes, by comparison, are built almost entirely for daylight and color discrimination, an evolutionary trade-off that made sense for a diurnal primate foraging in bright forest canopy, but leaves us functionally blind in conditions a cat treats as perfectly workable. It is a genuinely useful reminder that vision itself is not one universal sense, but a set of different specialized tools shaped entirely by what each species actually needed to survive. It is the exact reason a cat's eyes flash that eerie green or gold when a flashlight beam catches them directly, and it lets a cat see clearly in roughly 1/6 the light level a human eye needs before it can make anything out at all in the same space. But total darkness is total darkness, full stop. No tapetum on Earth, however well engineered, helps you see in a room containing genuinely zero available photons to reflect. And cats reliably navigate rooms exactly that dark too, just as cleanly and confidently as they do dimly lit ones. Which means something else entirely is doing the real work here. That something else is the Whiskers, and once you actually understand what they are on a structural level, you will genuinely never look at them quite the same way again for the rest of your life. Each individual whisker is rooted roughly 3 times deeper into the skin than an ordinary strand of fur, embedded in a follicle densely packed with blood-filled sinuses and wired directly into a dense cluster of specialized nerve endings. It is less a hair, structurally, than a sensory antenna bolted straight into the animal's central nervous system. When a whisker tip brushes against an object, or even simply displaces the air currents moving around an object without making direct contact at all, that subtle pressure change registers almost instantly, giving the cat a continuously updated, live spatial map of everything within roughly 1 whisker's length of its own face at any given moment. The whiskers on the muzzle work in close coordination with a set of shorter, less obvious whiskers positioned above the eyes, on the cheeks, and even on the backs of the front legs, forming an entire distributed sensory network most owners never once think about beyond the 6 or 8 prominent whiskers on the face itself. Cut a cat's whiskers, incidentally, something responsible groomers are now widely trained never to do under any circumstances, and the animal becomes visibly and immediately disoriented, misjudging distances badly and bumping into furniture it would ordinarily clear without a single thought. It is a genuinely disabling injury for the animal, not merely a cosmetic inconvenience, as it is sometimes mistaken for. Engineers, of all people, eventually took notice of this design themselves. Robotics researchers have built artificial whisker arrays modeled directly on feline sensory biology, testing them on prototype rovers and search and rescue robots meant to navigate rubble and darkness where cameras alone fail badly. Millions of years of evolution, quietly informing a laboratory in the 21st century. The hearing system is its own separate feat of biological engineering entirely. A cat's ear can rotate up to 180 degrees on its own axis, independently on each side of the head, controlled by roughly 30 distinct individual muscles compared to the small handful of muscles humans retain for the same general purpose. There's also a lesser-known infrasound component to a cat's vocal range, low-frequency sound below the threshold of ordinary human hearing, which some researchers believe may play a role in communication between cats over longer distances, similar in principle to the infrasound elephants use, though the feline version remains far less studied and far less understood. That extraordinary range of motion lets a cat pinpoint the exact origin point of sound to within just a few degrees of accuracy, and the frequency range it can perceive, stretching up past 60 kilohertz, sits precisely where it evolutionarily needs to, tuned almost exactly to the high-pitched ultrasonic calls that rodents use to communicate privately with each other. In other words, a cat is not simply good at hearing in some broad, general sense the way we might casually assume. It is specifically, narrowly, and precisely built to hear its own prey talking to one another. That is not an accidental byproduct of broad sensory range. That is a targeted, dedicated adaptation, millions of years deep in the making. And then, finally, there's the fall itself. Drop a cat from a reasonable height, and somewhere in the brief span of air between your hand and the ground, its entire body performs a maneuver that took human physicists genuine decades to fully explain in mathematical terms. It is called the righting reflex, and the paradox sitting at its center bothered serious scientists going all the way back into the 19th century. Angular momentum, by the basic laws of physics, should be conserved throughout a fall. A falling body with no external torque acting on it should not, in theory, be able to change its own orientation in midair. And yet the cat manages exactly that, reliably, every single time. High-speed photography eventually solved the mystery for good. The cat bends sharply at the waist, rotating its front half and back half of its body independently of one another, tucking and extending its legs at precisely the right moments to actively change its own moment of inertia mid-rotation, twisting the spine, much like two separately coupled discs turning against each other in sequence. The entire sequence, from the initial release to landing cleanly on all 4 feet, takes roughly 1/3 of a second to complete in full. Below a certain fall height, the maneuvers simply cannot finish in time. So much so that cats surviving falls from considerably higher floors sometimes fare noticeably better than cats falling from lower ones, because the added distance gives the body enough time to fully complete the correction. Veterinarians actually have a specific clinical name for this entire phenomenon: high-rise syndrome. Cats falling from open apartment windows, and a genuinely strange, well-documented body of injury data showing survival rates that do not track intuitively with fall height in the way you might reasonably assume they would. None of this makes the cat remotely invincible, to be clear. Cats absolutely do die from these falls in real numbers, and the physics only buys so much protection against solid concrete below. But it remains a genuinely staggering piece of natural engineering all the same, one final demonstration of a body built with an almost obsessive, singular attention to raw survival above all else. Add up whiskers, eyes, ears, and spine, and you start to understand why a cat can seem, at times, almost supernaturally aware of things a human in the same room simply cannot detect at all: a sound behind a wall, a draft under a door, a presence outside on the porch. It is not mysticism. It is simply a sensory system built to a different, older specification entirely. Put it all together, whiskers, eyes, ears, spine, and you get a portrait that should genuinely unsettle you a little, the very same portrait this documentary opened with back in that quiet bedroom scene in the first chapter. Whiskers that map a dark room in real time. Eyes doubling every scrap of available light. Ears tuned precisely to the exact frequency of a rodent's private conversation. A spine that cheats basic physics on the way down. None of it, not one piece, was ever actually built for a couch. It was built, piece by careful piece, over millions of years of relentless natural selection, for something far older, far hungrier, and far less comfortable than the soft, well-fed life most house cats now quietly lead. And that is the last time this film will look closely at the animal on your sofa in isolation, on its own, apart from the wider family it belongs to. Because that exact same design, the whiskers, the eyes, the ears, the killing reflexes honed over millions of years, belongs to an entire family of cats. Most of that family does not live on a couch at all, and never will. Somewhere out past your window right now, in forests and grasslands its ancestors never fully left behind, that same ancient body plan is being worn by animals fighting hard and increasingly losing simply to stay alive at all. A century ago, roughly 200,000 lions moved freely across the African continent, from the Cape all the way up into the Middle East and parts of India. Today, the best available estimates put the number somewhere between 20 and 25,000 animals total. Do the arithmetic on that yourself slowly. It is not simply a decline. It is a collapse, and a fast one. The same brutal math, arguably worse, applies directly to the tiger. At the start of the 20th century, roughly 100,000 tigers moved through forests stretching from Turkey all the way to Siberia and down into Indonesia. By 2010, careful wild population counts had fallen to somewhere near 3,200 animals worldwide. That is 97% of an entire population, gone within a single century. Concentrated conservation efforts since 2010 have nudged that global number back up, slightly and cautiously, past 4,000 animals as of recent counts. It is genuinely treated as a success story within the field, and by the grim, adjusted standards of modern extinction risk, it honestly is one. It is also worth sitting quietly with how catastrophically low the bar had already fallen for that word success to even apply here. It is worth being precise about what drove that specific decline, because it was rarely one single cause acting alone. Trophy hunting through the colonial era, systematic bounty programs that paid hunters per animal killed, and the simple, steady expansion of farmland into what had been open lion range, all layered on top of one another across a century, each one compounding the damage the others had already done. 3 entire tiger subspecies are already gone for good, permanently. The Bali tiger, extinct by the 1940s. The Caspian tiger, gone by the 1970s, hunted and displaced entirely out of a vast region stretching from Iran through Central Asia. The Javan tiger, its last confirmed sighting also somewhere in the 1970s and never verified since. None of these were slow, ambiguous, geological extinctions of the kind that took Smilodon at the close of the Ice Age, spread across thousands of years of shifting climate. These happened inside living human memory, inside the actual lifetimes of people who are, in some cases, still alive today to remember a world where these specific animals still existed. Cheetahs, sitting slightly apart from the traditional big cat lineage, tell a similarly grim story with their own particular twist. Fewer than 7,000 remain in the wild, and genetic studies have shown the species passed through such a severe historical bottleneck that unrelated cheetahs are almost as genetically similar to each other as identical twins, leaving the entire species dangerously vulnerable to disease outbreaks that a more diverse population could shrug off. Leopards fare only marginally better, and largely because they're simply more adaptable, capable of surviving closer to human settlements than either lions or tigers typically can. Even so, their historic global range has contracted by something like 75%, and several distinct subspecies, the Amur leopard chief among them, are now down to populations you could realistically count using nothing but your fingers and toes. As of the most recent surveys, wild Amur leopards number somewhere around 100 individual animals total, clustered tightly in a narrow sliver of forest straddling the Russia-China border. One serious disease outbreak, one unusually harsh winter, one poacher with the wrong map and the wrong incentive, and that entire population could simply cease to exist. Snow leopards, native to the high mountain ranges of Central Asia, face a version of this crisis compounded by climate change, specifically their alpine habitat itself shrinking upward as warming temperatures push the tree line higher, squeezing an already sparse population, estimated at somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 animals, into a shrinking ring of habitable altitude with nowhere further up left to retreat to. The causes stacking up behind all of these grim numbers are, unfortunately, not remotely mysterious. Poaching sits squarely at the center of it, driven relentlessly by demand for tiger bone used in traditional medicine, for lion bone increasingly substituted directly into that same illegal trade, for pelts, teeth, and claws sold openly as trophies and quiet status objects. A single tiger skeleton can move through black markets across East and Southeast Asia for tens of thousands of dollars, broken down piece by piece in a bone wine and powdered supplements sold on entirely improving claims of virility and physical strength. The living animal, tragically, is worth considerably more dead and dismembered than any legitimate use could ever realistically offer it alive. Habitat loss runs alongside the poaching crisis, quieter in the headlines, but arguably even more decisive in the long run. Palm oil plantations and industrial logging concessions have shredded the once vast forests of Sumatra, where the Sumatran tiger still clings on, now down to an estimated few hundred individuals scattered across fragments of jungle too small to sustain a genuinely healthy breeding population long term. And then there's the low-grade, grinding conflict that comes from simple daily proximity. As human settlements press further and further into what used to be open, unbroken range, lions and leopards increasingly kill livestock out of sheer necessity, and farmers increasingly kill lions and leopards straight back in return, a quiet war fought village by village across 2 entire continents, year after year. Here, is the part of all this that should genuinely bother you the most. These are, culturally speaking, some of the most revered animals that have ever existed in human history. The lion sits proudly on national flags, on royal crests, on the carved gates of banks and government buildings worldwide, an emblem of raw strength borrowed freely by civilizations that have, in most cases, never once seen a wild lion outside a zoo enclosure. The tiger holds a comparable place of honor right across Asia, printed on national currency, carved deep into ancient temple walls, cast as one of 12 revered zodiac animals watching over the birth years of well over 1 billion living people. We have spent thousands of years actively worshiping the mere image of these animals, while at the exact same time quietly emptying out the actual forest they depend on to survive. It is the same familiar contradiction this whole documentary has circled patiently since Bastet's temples on the banks of the Nile. Reverence and destruction running on two entirely separate tracks that barely seem to acknowledge one another. Except this time the reverence stays purely symbolic while the destruction is dead literal, measured out coldly in individual bodies and vanishing hectares of forest. There are real, serious efforts actively pushing back against this tide, to be fair to the people working on the problem. Anti-poaching units operating across India and Nepal, funded in meaningful part by the very tourism revenue these animals themselves generate for local economies, have genuinely helped stabilize tiger numbers within specific well-managed protected reserves. Corridors of protected, connected land linking together fragmented habitat, painstakingly negotiated across national borders and privately held farmland alike, are slowly giving some isolated populations enough room to actually breed and disperse naturally, rather than simply inbreeding themselves toward oblivion inside small, isolated genetic pockets. Zoos and accredited breeding programs occupy an uneasy middle ground in all of this. Species survival plans coordinate captive breeding across institutions worldwide, specifically to preserve genetic diversity as a kind of insurance policy against total collapse in the wild. Critics argue it risks becoming a permanent backup plan rather than a bridge back to anything resembling a functioning wild population. But conservation biology, to its credit, remains fairly honest about the practical ceiling on this kind of work. You cannot realistically undo an entire century of accumulated habitat loss with one wildlife corridor here and one ranger patrol there. The most genuinely realistic goal for several of these embattled subspecies is no longer full recovery. It is simply not losing whatever fragile amount is still left. There is a particular, specific kind of grief reserved for watching something disappear in slow motion, in real time, fully documented, carefully counted, actively mourned in advance by the very same researchers desperately trying to save it. Extinction used to be something we only read about long after the fact. Fossils sealed inside tar pits, a species already gone before anyone even thought to formally write it down. Now, it happens live on camera trap footage and annual population surveys, published openly in peer-reviewed journals, updated grimly year by year, the entire countdown visible to absolutely anyone who cares enough to actually go look. We are, for the very first time in recorded history, watching the extinction of an entire predator family unfold in something disturbingly close to real time. And the animals disappearing fastest of all are not always the famous ones splashed across documentaries and magazine covers. While the world watches lion and tiger population counts with something close to a collective death watch, an entire quieter tier of smaller, far less photogenic wildcats is vanishing almost completely unremarked, threatened by something even stranger and more insidious than a poacher's rifle. In the year 2002, biologists carefully surveying the dry scrubland of southern Spain and Portugal counted the entire remaining wild population of Iberian lynx left on the planet. The final number they arrived at was 94 adult cats. Not 94,000, not 9,400, 94 individual animals, total across an entire species. That figure made the Iberian lynx at that specific moment in history the single most endangered cat species anywhere on the planet, holding a grim title nobody involved actually wanted to hold, closer to total disappearance than any big cat, any tiger subspecies, any other feline alive at the time. The collapse traced back to a single, brutal supply chain failure at its root. The Iberian lynx eats almost exclusively European rabbits, and starting in the 1950s, two successive devastating rabbit diseases, myxomatosis and then later rabbit hemorrhagic disease, tore repeatedly through Iberian rabbit populations across the peninsula and never fully released their grip. Add worsening habitat fragmentation from expanding roads and industrial agriculture on top of that. Add regular vehicle collisions killing lynx as they tried crossing what little remained of their broken-up range, and you get a species that essentially starved itself slowly toward extinction because its one primary food source kept repeatedly collapsing right out from underneath it. There's a particular kind of small, physical detail that sticks once you learn it. Iberian lynx kittens raised in captivity for release are trained to hunt live rabbits before being set free. A deliberate step because researchers found that lynx raised on prepared food alone sometimes lost the practical hunting skill entirely, despite it supposedly being instinctive. Survival, it turns out, is not always purely genetic. Sometimes it has to be actively taught back. It is worth pausing on just how close that number came to zero. Population geneticists warned at the time that 94 animals, even if every single one bred successfully, represented a genetic bottleneck severe enough to threaten the species with inbreeding depression alone, entirely apart from any further environmental pressure. The lynx was not simply rare. It was approaching the mathematical edge of viability as a species. What followed, credit where credit is genuinely due, is one of the real success stories in modern wildlife conservation biology. Sustained captive breeding programs, dedicated rabbit population restoration efforts, and carefully engineered wildlife corridors. By 2022, the wild population had climbed back up past 2,000 animals total. It is a real, hard-won recovery, and it absolutely deserves to be called one without qualification. But 2,000 animals spread thin across scattered reintroduction zones remains a species standing on genuinely thin ice all the same. One bad disease cycle away from the entire emergency, starting right back over from scratch. Now travel considerably further north, up into the Scottish Highlands, and you find an entirely different kind of vanishing underway, one with no single disease outbreak, no obvious poacher, and almost no dramatic singular because you could point a camera at and clearly explain in one sentence. The Scottish wildcat, Felis sylvestris grampia, is Britain's last surviving native cat species, a solitary, notoriously fierce animal that has lived quietly in the Highlands since long before any recorded human history there at all. It has outlasted centuries of active persecution, sweeping habitat clearance, and generations of being shot on sight as vermin by local farmers. What it may not ultimately outlast, remarkably, is sex itself. Specifically, its own species' willingness to interbreed freely with feral and loosely roaming domestic cats, descended from the exact same African wildcat ancestor this documentary has been carefully tracing all the way back since Chapter 5. Genetically, Felis sylvestris and Felis catus remain close enough relatives that they readily produce fully fertile offspring, generation after generation, with no meaningful biological barrier at all stopping the two distinct lineages from simply blending together into one over time, unnoticed. Museum specimens collected a century ago give researchers an unsettling benchmark to compare against. DNA extracted from taxidermied Scottish wildcats shot and preserved in the early 1900s shows markedly less domestic ancestry than animals sampled from the same regions today. A direct genetic before and after documenting the swamping in progress across just a few generations of living memory. For decades, as farms and villages steadily expanded further across Scotland, domestic and feral cats moved deeper and deeper into wildcat territory, and hybridization quietly accumulated, litter by litter, year after year, without anyone formally declaring an emergency, because none of it ever visibly looked like one. No dead bodies anywhere. No blood. Just ordinary cats quietly having kittens. By the time researchers finally took the problem seriously enough to run comprehensive genetic surveys across the population, the results proved devastating in a very specific and quantifiable way. Estimates suggested that genetically pure Scottish wildcats, animals carrying no domestic ancestry whatsoever in their bloodline, might number as few as 30 individual animals left surviving in the wild. Some researchers have gone even further and argued that the functionally wild population, in any genetically meaningful sense at all, may already be entirely gone. The fabled Highland tiger surviving now mainly as a hybrid smear spread across the landscape, carrying wildcat genes diluted well past the point where they can even be reliably counted or verified. There's something almost gentler and somehow simultaneously worse about that particular kind of ending. No visible violence anywhere. No obvious villain to point a finger at. Just quiet proximity, patience, and ordinary biology slowly erasing an entire species by making it very slightly less itself, one generation at a time, until eventually there is nothing left to meaningfully separate it from whatever quietly erased it. Conservationists have a specific term for this: genetic swamping, and it is a genuinely strange kind of extinction to actively fight against, because you cannot shoot it, fence it out, or arrest anyone responsible for it happening. You can only try to trap, remove, or neuter the feral cats moving steadily through wildcat range fast enough to slow the ongoing blending down at all. Programs like Saving Wildcats, based out of the Highland Wildlife Park, have turned instead to careful captive breeding using cats specifically screened for verified genetic purity, raising kittens with deliberately minimal human contact, specifically so they retain the natural wariness a truly wild animal absolutely needs in order to survive after eventual release. Scotland is not entirely alone in facing this particular threat either. Similar genetic swamping concerns have been documented in wildcat populations across parts of continental Europe, and biologists studying African wildcat populations near expanding human settlements have flagged early signs of the same slow hybridization pattern taking hold. The Highlands simply happen to be the most closely studied and most advanced case on record. The first careful releases into the Cairngorms began back in 2023, a slow, deliberate, and cautious attempt to seed a damaged landscape with cats whose genes have not already been diluted past any reasonable point of recognition. Whether the whole effort actually works will not be reliably known for several more years yet. There is a bitter irony sitting right at the center of all of this that the film would be dishonest to simply skip past without comment. The animal actively threatening to erase the Scottish wildcat forever is, genetically speaking, almost exactly the same animal this documentary has spent several chapters describing with real, genuine tenderness. The same species asleep on some warm couch somewhere in the world at this very moment. The house cat is not really a villain here in any conventional sense. It carries no intention, no malice, nothing resembling conscious awareness of what its own presence is quietly doing to a cousin species living just a few valleys over. It is simply doing what it has always done throughout this entire documented history: moving, breeding, surviving, entirely indifferent to whatever careful taxonomy humans choose to draw around it. But indifference has a body count all its own, always has, and this documentary keeps circling back to that same idea, specifically because it keeps quietly turning out to be true in ancient Egypt on Stephen's Island, and now here again in a misty valley in Scotland, where the purest surviving version of this animal's own wild ancestry may already be effectively gone for good. So hold that particular image for a moment. A whole species erased, not by outright cruelty, but by simple proximity, by an animal merely being itself in the wrong place at the wrong density for far too long a stretch of time. Now brace yourself, because the very next chapter of this story takes that exact same animal and turns it into something almost unrecognizably absurd and genuinely deeply funny in a way this film has not really allowed itself to be yet. Somewhere around 2007, on a small independent website called I Can As Cheeseburger, a gray and white cat with a deeply unimpressed expression sat photographed in front of a hamburger, captioned underneath in deliberately mangled, broken English. It should, by any reasonable standard, have been instantly forgettable. Instead, it became a foundational template for how an entire species would be marketed for the next 2 decades running. The LOL cat format, badly spelled captions layered directly over ordinary cat photos, spread across the early internet at a speed nobody actually involved in it seemed to fully anticipate at the time, becoming one of the first genuinely viral cultural formats of the entire modern web era, years before anyone used the word viral casually. It is worth pausing here to ask why cats specifically won that particular lottery, and not dogs, and not any other domestic animal readily available for photographing. Cats sit still for a camera in a way that reads, to the human brain, as deliberate judgment rather than mere stillness. That flat, largely unreadable expression comes across as commentary. A dog's face looks eager and open. A cat's face looks like it already has firm opinions about you. That ambiguity turns out to be essentially free built-in comedy. You can caption almost any cat photograph with almost any sentiment imaginable, and it will still land convincingly, because the animal's face was never actually going to contradict the joke. It is a blank, faintly disdainful canvas by nature, and the internet took full, gleeful advantage of exactly that fact for years on end. It is worth remembering there was a whole ecosystem of feline internet stardom before Grumpy Cat 2. Keyboard Cat, a video of a deceased cat named Fatso whose paws were puppeteered across a keyboard by his owner after his death, had already been circulating as a meme since 2007, an oddly morbid detail rarely mentioned in the cheerful retrospectives of internet cat culture. Then, in September of 2012, a single photograph landed on Reddit of a small snowshoe mixed cat named Tardar Sauce, born with feline dwarfism and a pronounced underbite that permanently locked her small face into what looked to human eyes exactly like a scowl. Within a matter of days, the internet had already renamed her entirely. Grumpy Cat. What happened next was, honestly, not really about the cat herself anymore at all. It was about what her face, and specifically the marketable image of her face, could be efficiently turned into. Her owner, Tabitha Bundesen, and her brother began fielding serious licensing offers within mere weeks of the original photo going properly viral online. By the time Grumpy Cat passed away in 2019, at only 7 years old, following complications from a urinary tract infection, careful estimates of her total lifetime earnings ran well north of $100 million. A small cat with a genetic bone condition that simply gave her a permanently displeased-looking face generated a fortune most working human actors will genuinely never see in their entire careers. Sit with that specific figure for just a second, because it genuinely deserves to be sat with properly. $100 million, built almost entirely on the simple fact that a cat looked, to ordinary human eyes, mildly and permanently annoyed. Not trained to look that way, not performing on cue, just existing quietly, with a face shaped a certain particular way by a medical condition she personally had zero say in whatsoever. The internet has a name for this general pattern now, petfluencer, and by the mid-2010s it had matured into a genuine career track complete with agents, sponsorship contracts, and appearance fees. Some owners quit day jobs entirely to manage a cat's public account full-time, treating feeding schedules and grooming routines as production logistics for a brand that happened to have 4 legs and no say in its own contract terms. There was an official Grumpy Cat book deal, a Lifetime television movie called, without irony, Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever, a branded coffee product line through Grenade energy drinks, plush toys, printed calendars, and eventually a full wax figure installed at Madame Tussauds. The cat became, functionally speaking, a small corporation wearing fur. Grumpy Cat was, notably, not entirely alone in this particular economy, just its single most extreme case study by far. Maru, a Scottish fold living quietly in Japan, built a YouTube following well into the hundreds of millions of cumulative views largely by doing one single thing over and over again with total consistency, climbing repeatedly into cardboard boxes slightly too small for his actual body. Nile Cat, Lil Bub, Colonel Meow, Grumpy Cat's various contemporaries and eventual successors, each one quietly building out the same basic commercial pipeline. A distinctive physical look, consistent short-form video content, an owner who effectively becomes a full-time talent manager, and a lucrative merchandising deal within reach of anyone with a phone camera and enough patience to keep filming. None of this actually happened by simple accident, and it is worth being genuinely honest about the underlying mechanism driving it. Social platforms, starting with early Facebook and later exploding fully through Instagram, YouTube, and eventually TikTok, built recommendation algorithms specifically trained to maximize total watch time and raw user engagement above nearly everything else. Cat content, it turns out through years of accumulated platform data, performs extraordinarily well against precisely those engagement metrics. High completion rates, high share rates, and reliably low controversy in the comment section. A cat video almost never starts an actual argument online. The algorithm noticed this pattern quickly, and it rewarded the pattern accordingly, feeding cat content to more and more people, which in turn produced still more cat content, in a self-reinforcing loop that had genuinely nothing to do with the animals themselves and everything to do with cold engagement math. A 2015 Internet Cat Video Festival held in Minnesota started somewhat as a wry joke by the Walker Art Center, ended up drawing crowds numbering in the tens of thousands, sitting together in an outdoor park specifically to watch cat videos projected on a giant screen as a shared public event. It is genuinely difficult to think of another animal on the entire planet that could reliably fill a public park purely to watch recorded footage of itself. There is a dry, genuinely dark joke sitting right at the center of all of this, and it is worth saying it out loud plainly. This documentary opened several dozen chapters ago now, with a civilization building actual temples to this animal, mummifying it by the hundreds of thousands, executing ordinary people for merely harming one by accident. What changed, apparently, across 4,000 years is not the underlying human impulse at all. What changed is purely the architecture surrounding it. Worship used to require priests, elaborate temples, an entire organized state religion built around it. Now it simply requires a smartphone camera and a distinctive enough face. The theology got dramatically cheaper to run. The reverence, oddly and rather tellingly, did not shrink at all in the process. It is worth asking, honestly and without cynicism for its own sake, what the cats themselves actually got out of any of this arrangement. Grumpy Cat did not choose her own fame. She simply had a medical condition that happened to be legible visually as an emotion humans found reliably funny, and her body became, for 7 consecutive years, a full-time revenue stream managed entirely by other people on her behalf. That is not meant as a condemnation of her owners specifically, who by most credible accounts genuinely loved her deeply and cared for her exceptionally well throughout her life. It is simply an honest, clear-eyed look at an economy where an animal's own face becomes intellectual property, licensed, trademarked, and monetized entirely independent of anything resembling the animal's own consent or actual understanding of the situation. There's a legal wrinkle worth noting too. In 2018, a federal jury actually awarded Grumpy Cat limited over $700,000 in a trademark infringement suit against a coffee company that oversold branded products beyond their licensing agreement. The cat scowl had, by then, become a defensible legal asset, litigated in federal court like any piece of corporate intellectual property. Grumpy Cat's estate reportedly still actively enforces her registered trademark today, years after her actual death, taking real legal action against unauthorized merchandise being sold using her image. The corporation built with fur outlived the fur itself entirely. There's something almost fittingly, bleakly funny about a species this documentary has already shown surviving repeatedly by exploiting whatever economic niche humans happen to hand it. Granaries, cargo ships, Victorian parlors, now finding an entirely new niche inside the modern attention economy, and without any deliberate strategy on its own part, all absolutely cleaning up financially in the process. The old gods used to demand elaborate temples and organized sacrifice. The new ones apparently just demand 15 idle seconds of your phone scroll. And it turns out that as a trade, the species is more than perfectly happy to have humans quietly make on its behalf, generation after generation. But the internet was never actually the only place this deep, ancient hunger for feline company found a genuine commercial outlet worth building a business around. Long before Grumpy Cat's face was worth a full $100 million online, someone had already quietly figured out how to sell that exact same craving in person instead, across a physical counter for the modest price of a single latte. In 1998, in a quiet residential district of Taipei, a small shop opened its doors with an idea that sounds almost too simple, in retrospect, to have ever needed inventing at all. Pay a modest entry fee, order a drink from the counter, and spend a full hour in a room stocked with resident cats entirely free to ignore you, climb happily on you, or simply sleep through your entire visit undisturbed. It was called Cat Flower Garden, and it is generally credited, as far as the historical record allows, as the very first cat cafe on record anywhere in the world. Nobody involved in opening it seems to have predicted what it would eventually grow into. A full commercial format, now operating in dozens of countries spread across 6 inhabited continents. The idea crossed the water into Japan in 2004, opening first quietly in Osaka, and it is specifically in Japan that the format truly found its deeper cultural logic, because Japan had already, entirely independently, built the exact underlying conditions that made a cat cafe considerably less a mere novelty and considerably more a genuine, needed solution to something real. There's a specific origin story behind why Taiwan produced this idea first, worth noting briefly. Taipei in the late 90s was itself an intensely dense, apartment-heavy city with its own strict pet restrictions, and the shop's founder reportedly built the space initially just to house her own growing number of rescued strays, only later opening the doors to paying customers once she realized how many people wanted simply to sit in the room with them. Dense urban housing across most major Japanese cities, particularly throughout Tokyo, comes with strict pet ownership restrictions baked directly into the standard rental agreement itself. Small apartments, formal no-pets clauses, landlords broadly unwilling to risk any potential damage or noise complaint from tenants. Millions of ordinary people who might genuinely want a cat companion simply cannot legally have one where they currently happen to live. Into that specific structural gap stepped an entire growing industry built around renting, by the hour, exactly the thing the local housing market had made structurally unavailable to so many people. By the mid-2010s, Tokyo alone had well over 100 separate cat cafes operating simultaneously, some specializing carefully by breed, some organized by theme, and some simply built around the plain promise of quiet, undemanding company. Owning and operating a cafe like this is, notably, far more logistically demanding than running an ordinary coffee shop. Local health regulations in many cities require separate ventilation systems, strict cleaning protocols, and mandatory veterinary oversight of the resident animals. Costs that push margins thin and explain why the format, despite its popularity, has a fairly high rate of individual cafes closing within their first few years of operation. The format then spread outward from Japan with genuinely real speed and momentum. New York, London, Paris, Seoul, Bangkok, cities with no particular housing crisis specific to pet ownership, had all still found enormous, sustained appetite for the underlying concept, which strongly suggests the actual demand being met was never purely about local apartment rules in the first place. It was, underneath all the surface marketing, about something considerably plainer and a fair bit sadder if you look at it honestly. Companionship, available entirely on demand, with no long-term commitment required, no vet bills to worry about, no lasting responsibility for another creature's entire life. Just the specific, immediate physical comfort of a warm animal briefly choosing, however temporarily, to sit near you at all. Researchers studying this specific phenomenon have connected it explicitly to what public health circles increasingly refer to as the loneliness epidemic, a well-documented, measurable rise in social isolation across most industrialized nations, particularly acute among young urban singles working long hours inside cities that were largely built for raw efficiency rather than genuine human connection. Japan in particular has tracked this trend with real, sustained concern over the years. Surveys conducted throughout the 2010s repeatedly found large percentages of young adults reporting having no close friends whatsoever outside of immediate family, alongside rising rates of people living and eating entirely alone, a phenomenon considered serious enough that the government eventually appointed an official minister of loneliness back in 2021. Against that specific social backdrop, a room full of cats you can quietly sit with for an hour stops looking like a quirky tourist attraction at all and starts looking instead like a genuine coping mechanism, one that simply happens to come attached to a fixed price list. $12 for 30 minutes. A drink included in the price. A small, carefully contained dose of the exact thing an entire generation is quietly and persistently starving for. There's a specific, particular kind of ache in watching someone visit a cat cafe, entirely alone, order a simple tea, and just sit quietly on the floor letting a cat that does not know their name settle unhurried into their lap for 45 minutes, because it is for that brief stretch of time the single most physical affection they will receive all week long. The cafes themselves are, notably, not remotely oblivious to this underlying dynamic. Many have built entire brand identities specifically around comfort and quiet decompression rather than mere novelty. Dim lighting, soft furniture, strict posted rules about never waking sleeping cats. An overall atmosphere engineered less like casual entertainment and considerably more like a therapy waiting room with noticeably better interior decor. Some cafes have leaned even further into this explicit health angle over time. Studies conducted both in Japan and elsewhere have measured meaningful drops in cortisol, the human body's primary stress hormone, in visitors after even fairly brief sessions of direct contact with resident cats, giving the entire format a genuine, if admittedly modest, physiological justification well beyond the purely emotional one. The concept has since branched out well beyond cats, specifically into owl cafes, hedgehog cafes, even micro-pig cafes across parts of Asia, each one chasing the same basic formula with a different animal attached. Cat cafes remain, by a wide margin, the most common and most commercially durable version of the format, likely because the underlying animal was already primed by 10,000 years of cohabitation to tolerate the arrangement at all. There's a real welfare conversation running quietly underneath all of this too, one the entire industry has had to genuinely reckon with as it matured over the years. Early cat cafes in some regions were fairly criticized for overcrowding, insufficient rest space for the animals, and cats being handled continuously by a rotating stream of complete strangers with no meaningful say in the contact at all. Better run operations today build in mandatory rest periods for every resident cat. Dedicated hiding spaces the cats can freely retreat to that paying customers are strictly barred from entering, and staff specifically trained to read subtle feline stress signals and quietly pull an overwhelmed cat off the floor before things escalate further. The genuinely good version of this business treats feline consent as a real, load-bearing design constraint, not a marketing afterthought. Most of the cats actually living in these cafes, it is worth noting clearly, are rescues, and many cafes now operate active adoption programs running directly alongside the paid hourly visits, a detail that considerably softens the transactional edge of the whole arrangement. Some meaningful number of lonely visitors have ultimately left, not merely comforted for an hour, but with a cat of their very own to take home. Still, the core underlying arrangement remains exactly what it always quietly was from the start. A room full of animals, effectively on payroll in every sense but the strictly literal one, providing something the wider market simply figured out how to price accurately, because human need for it had grown large enough and unmet enough to comfortably support an entire global industry around it. It is admittedly easy to laugh at the whole idea, the sheer modern absurdity of paying carefully by the minute for a cat's fleeting attention. It is genuinely harder, once you actually stop and look closely at why the underlying demand exists in the first place, to find the joke landing quite as funny as it first sounded. The Cat Cafe ultimately rents you something wild enough to feel like a real animal encounter, but tame enough to still feel completely safe throughout. Some people, it turns out, were never fully satisfied with that particular compromise. They wanted the actual wildness itself, in their own living room, permanently and deliberately bred to look exactly as untamed and dramatic as humanly possible. In 1986, a dedicated Bengal breeder named Jean Mill deliberately crossed an ordinary domestic shorthair with an Asian leopard cat, a small wild feline species native to South and East Asia, chasing after a very specific, very deliberate vision. A house cat carrying the full visual drama of a genuine wild animal and, ideally, retaining none of that wild animal's underlying temperament whatsoever. The eventual result, carefully refined over many successive generations of selective breeding, was the modern Bengal, a breed distinguished by dramatic rosette markings, a genuinely muscular build, and a coat that convincingly resembles a small leopard's own patterning. It became, remarkably fast by breeding standards, one of the single most popular designer cat breeds anywhere in the world today. A parallel breeding project unfolded at almost exactly the same time with the Savannah, first bred also in 1986, crossing an ordinary domestic cat directly with the African serval, a notably tall, long-legged wild cat native to the African savanna, well known for its enormous rounded ears and its genuinely startling vertical leap when actively hunting prey in tall grass. Early generation savannas, meaning the offspring closest in lineage to that original serval parent, can stand nearly 2 full feet at the shoulder and weigh well over 20 pounds, comfortably dwarfing an ordinary house cat and retaining a genuinely startling amount of the serval's real physical capability and raw athleticism intact. There's a physical detail buyers frequently underestimate too: size trajectory. A Bengal or Savannah kitten looks, at 8 weeks old, essentially indistinguishable from an ordinary kitten of similar coloring, small enough to fit in one hand. The dramatic size and strength differences only become fully apparent months later, well after the buyer has already fallen in love with the animal and is far less inclined to reconsider the decision. Breeders formally classify these hybrids using a generational filial number, running from F1 through roughly F5, with each successive generation moving further and further from the original wild ancestor involved. An F1 Savannah has an actual wild serval as a direct parent. By the time you reach F4 or F5, the wild blood has typically thinned enough that the resulting animal behaves, mostly, like an unusually large and unusually athletic house cat. That one small word, mostly, is genuinely doing an enormous amount of quiet work in that previous sentence. And it happens to be exactly where the real controversy surrounding these hybrids actually lives once you look closely. Beyond Bengals and Savannahs, breeders have experimented with a handful of other wild crosses over the decades: the Chausi, crossed with the jungle cat, and the Safari, crossed with the South American Jeffries cat, each chasing a similar market appetite on a smaller scale. None achieved anywhere near the commercial reach of the Bengal, but each carries a version of the exact same underlying tension. early generation hybrids, F1 and F2 savannas especially, frequently retain genuinely wild behaviors carried over largely intact from the serval parent. Territorial scent marking far more aggressive than anything seen in a typical house cat. A high prey drive strong enough to make them a real, documented risk to any small pets already sharing the same home. A tendency to bond intensely with just one specific person while remaining wary, sometimes outright hostile, towards strangers entering the house. Some owners have described living day-to-day with an early generation hybrid as considerably closer to housing a small wild predator that merely tolerates your presence than to owning a conventional pet in any normal sense of that word. Veterinarians who specialize specifically in exotic hybrid cats report bite and scratch injury rates running well above what is typical for ordinary domestic cats. The legal response to all of this has been a genuine patchwork, inconsistent from country to country, and, within the United States specifically, inconsistent from state to state, and sometimes even city to city within the same state. Some jurisdictions ban early generation hybrids outright entirely, treating an F1 savanna legally closer to a wild exotic animal than to any recognized domestic pet. New York City, for instance, bans Bengal and savanna cats within its city limits entirely, regardless of generation or documented lineage. Several other states instead require formal permits for early generation hybrids, while freely allowing later generations to be sold and kept without restriction, operating on the theory that enough accumulated generations of dilution eventually make the animal functionally domestic in practice. Other jurisdictions have essentially no meaningful regulation on this at all, and a buyer with sufficient money can acquire an F1 savanna, an animal with an actual wild serval as a direct parent, with barely more paperwork involved than adopting an ordinary cat from a local shelter. The rules genuinely exist across a wildly uneven map, and enforcement varies just as inconsistently as the underlying laws themselves do. Insurance companies and homeowners associations have started factoring hybrids into their own risk calculations too. Several major pet insurers exclude early generation savannas and Bengals from standard liability coverage entirely, and some homeowners' policies will not cover a household at all once one is disclosed. The market, in its own quiet way, has already decided these are not ordinary cats. Reputable breeders will readily tell you, and largely correctly, that later generation hybrids, F4 and beyond in the lineage, make genuinely wonderful, loyal, high-energy pets for informed owners who fully understand what they're getting into and who can reliably meet the animal's considerable exercise and mental enrichment needs over its full lifetime. But animal welfare groups raise a considerably harder question sitting underneath all of that, one genuinely worth taking seriously and sitting with honestly. Should an entire industry exist that deliberately breeds a wild animal directly into a domestic bloodline, specifically to sell the appearance and visceral thrill of wildness as a marketable consumer product, regardless of how many generations remove the actual end result might eventually be from that wild ancestor? Rescue organizations consistently report a steady, ongoing stream of hybrid cats surrendered by owners who bought on pure impulse, drawn in entirely by the exotic look alone, and discovered only too late that a savanna's demanding exercise needs, territorial intensity, and sheer raw physical strength were considerably more than an ordinary apartment life could realistically accommodate long-term. This is precisely where the film's own central thesis, first raised all the way back in Chapter 8, comes circling back around now with genuine renewed force. Nobody deliberately bred the wildness into the original domestic cat in the first place. It arrived entirely on its own terms roughly 10,000 years ago and stayed largely intact almost by pure accident of history. Here, for the very first time in this entire documented 10,000-year history, humans are deliberately doing the exact opposite on purpose, actively breeding wildness back into an animal that had, over centuries of careful selective pet breeding, drifted at least somewhat toward the calmer, considerably more sociable end of its own natural behavioral spectrum. After spending a full century patiently breeding the wild instincts systematically out of show cats, engineering flatter faces, calmer temperaments, and more predictable, manageable pets, some sizable corner of the modern market turned around entirely and started engineering the wildness deliberately back in, on demand for a hefty price, because apparently it turns out that sells extremely well too. It genuinely says something uncomfortable about what people actually want deep down from this particular animal. Not simply companionship in the ordinary sense. Sometimes, quite specifically, a measure of real danger. A living reminder, curled up casually on a designer cat tree in the living room, that something ancient and fundamentally unmanaged still exists on the other end of that leash. And that particular appetite, it turns out, does not simply stop at legal breeders operating with proper paperwork and careful generational tracking on file. Where there is genuine demand for wildness, however diluted, however fully legal, there is also, inevitably, a shadow market entirely willing to skip the paperwork altogether. Because for every single hybrid kitten sold through a licensed operation with proper health records and generational certificates on hand, there is a smaller, wilder animal somewhere out there being moved quietly across an international border in a crate with no permit whatsoever, no veterinary check, and absolutely no one ever bothering to ask whether it wanted to make that particular trip at all. A cardboard box arrives at a customs facility outside Bangkok, air holes punched crudely along the sides. Inside, 3 fishing cat kittens, barely weaned, cry in a language none of the inspectors speak. This is not the Savannah breeder's clean paperwork from the last chapter. This is the version of that same hunger with no license attached. Once a wild cat becomes fashionable, somebody figures out how to sell it without a permit. That is the entire history of the exotic pet trade in one sentence. And small wild cats have never been exempt from it. Ocelots, servals, margays, caracals, all of them have moved through the same shadow economy that moves ivory and pangolin scales. The demand is not evenly spread. Wealthy collectors in the Gulf states, private zoo owners in the American South, status seekers in parts of Southeast Asia, all willing to pay tens of thousands of dollars for an animal that, biologically, has no idea it has become a luxury good. The price tag says more about the buyer than the cat. In 2019, Interpol coordinated a multi-country sting called Operation Thunderball, and among the thousands of trafficked animals recovered were live wildcats stuffed into luggage, sedated, sometimes dying before they ever reached a buyer. Officers described opening suitcases and finding fur where they expected clothes. The Scottish wildcat this film mentioned back in Chapter 45 reappears here in an uglier context than genetic swamping alone. A small black market persists for taxidermied specimens and pelts claimed to be pure wildcat, sold to collectors willing to pay a premium precisely because the animal is so rare, a demand that, perversely, makes the last individual's worth more dead than the conservation programs trying to save them can currently make them worth alive. For still matters too. Ocelot pelts, once a staple of 1960s fashion houses, drove the species toward collapse across parts of its range before international trade bans took hold in the 1970s. Recovery has been slow, and enforcement remains patchy in exactly the regions where the demand persists hardest. Price alone tells part of the story of why this trade persists despite the risk of prosecution. A confiscated serval kitten, sold on the black market, can fetch several $1,000s from a single buyer, a payoff that dwarfs what most trafficking intermediaries could earn through weeks of legal work in the regions where these animals are actually captured, making the economics of the crime almost impossible to outcompete with enforcement alone. The Asian leopard cat, the same species bred into the Bengal, gets caught in both directions of this trade. Wild-caught individuals are sometimes laundered into breeding programs and sold as legitimate hybrid foundation stock, their true origin scrubbed off a certificate somewhere between the forest and the auction listing. zoos and accredited breeding facilities occasionally find themselves tangled in this shadow economy, without ever intending to, purchasing an animal through what appeared to be a legitimate broker, only to discover, years later during a routine genetic audit, that its paperwork traced back to a laundering operation. Untangling that kind of contamination from an official stud book can take years and sometimes never fully resolves. In the United States, the Fish and Wildlife Service runs a forensics laboratory in Ashland, Oregon, the only one of its kind in the world, where scientists match seized fur, teeth, and bone fragments back to specific species using techniques closer to a murder investigation than a customs inspection. Every year, they process cases involving small cats nobody outside the lab will ever hear about. CITES, the international treaty meant to regulate this trade, lists nearly every wild cat species on Earth under some level of protection, and yet enforcement varies so wildly between signatory countries that a shipment blocked in Germany might sail through unchecked in a port with a fraction of the staff and none of the training. Enforcement is a patchwork at best. A wildlife officer in one country might have the training and the funding to identify a smuggled clouded leopard cub. The next border checkpoint over might have neither. Traffickers know this geography intimately, routing shipments through the gaps the way water finds a crack in a dam. Hybrid cats complicate the legal picture further. A first-generation savanna, closer to serval than house cat, is restricted or banned outright in several American states and across most of Australia. A fifth-generation savanna, mostly domestic by then, is often sold freely at a pet store 2 states over. The law is trying to draw a line through a spectrum, and the spectrum does not cooperate. Undercover investigators for organizations like the Wildlife Justice Commission have posed as buyers online, following trails through encrypted messaging apps and social media marketplaces where wildcats are sold with the same casual bravado as used furniture. One investigator described being offered a live caracal kitten over a chat thread that had, minutes earlier, been discussing sneakers. Welfare groups raise a quieter complaint, less about legality and more about cruelty hiding inside legality. Breeding a serval to a domestic cat produces litters with high mortality rates, kittens that don't survive, mothers that reject offspring that smell wrong to them. The wildness people pay for is not free of cost to the animals producing it. Not every case ends in a seizure at all. Plenty of trafficked wildcats simply vanish into private hands and stay there for the rest of their lives. Never inspected, never counted, living out entire decades in a suburban backyard, enclosure a neighbor assumes is just an unusually large dog run. The true scale of this trade is, almost by definition, larger than any seizure statistic can ever capture. There are seizures that end well, or as well as these stories can end. Sanctuaries in Florida, in South Africa, in Thailand, absorb confiscated animals that can never be released, too imprinted on humans, too far from any wild population that would take them back. They live out their lives as evidence in cages built to look like homes. Corruption compounds every other obstacle in this fight. Investigators working trafficking cases in parts of Southeast Asia and Central Africa have documented instances of border officials paid to look away, permits forged with an ease that would embarrass a competent counterfeiter, and entire shipments waved through checkpoints that exist, on paper, specifically to stop them. The law only works where the people enforcing it are actually paid enough to care. Social media has become both a marketplace and, unexpectedly, an investigative tool in this fight. Traffickers post proudly, almost carelessly, showing off cubs and kittens to build a customer base. And that same carelessness has let researchers and journalists trace networks backward from a single public photo to an entire supply chain, geotags and background details, doing work that formal investigations sometimes cannot. The financial scale of the broader wildlife trade, cats included, is estimated by some researchers to run into the billions of dollars annually worldwide, ranking alongside narcotics, and arms trafficking in sheer profitability, and yet drawing a fraction of the prosecutorial resources either of those categories receives from most national governments. What's striking, looking at all of this together, is how little any of it has to do with the cat itself. The fishing cat kitten crying in that cardboard box has no opinion about status symbols or Instagram followers. It just wants its mother. Every layer of meaning stacked on top of that fact is entirely ours. And here is the uncomfortable symmetry the film has been building toward since Chapter 8. Humans spent a century breeding the wildness out of the cat, decided they missed it, and now some of them are willing to break the law and break animals to buy a little of it back in a crate. The demand cycles too, and it tends to track pop culture with almost comic precision. After a certain streaming documentary series about private big cat ownership became a global phenomenon in 2020, wildlife agencies across several American states reported a measurable spike in inquiries and seizures involving small wildcats, as if a television show had reopened a door people assumed was already closed. In the United States, the Big Cat Public Safety Act, signed into law in December of 2022, finally closed a loophole that had let roadside zoos and private owners keep large cats with minimal oversight for decades. Small wildcats slipped through a narrower gap in that same law, regulated more loosely, still legal to own in a patchwork of states that never quite agreed on where the line should sit. One particular arrest in Texas in 2021 stuck with investigators for its sheer casualness. A breeder caught with a caracal, 2 servals, and a margay in what amounted to a converted garage, animals purchased through classified listings with less paperwork than it takes to buy a secondhand car. Neighbors had no idea. The animals had no idea what any of it meant either. The Middle East has its own distinct chapter in this trade, built around the caracal and the cheetah rather than the servals favored in America. Social media accounts across parts of the Gulf region have, for years, showcased young cheetahs on leashes as status symbols, driving demand for cubs smuggled out of the Horn of Africa. A trade route conservationist estimate kills several animals in transit for every one that survives to be sold. Customs agencies have started training detection dogs specifically for this work, animals whose noses can distinguish live wildlife concealed in luggage, engine compartments, and shipping containers from the ordinary smell of cargo around it. It is in a strange loop this film keeps circling back to one predator species being trained by humans to catch the illegal movement of other cats entirely. But step back from the smuggling routes and the seized suitcases for a moment, because they are honestly a sideshow. The overwhelming majority of ecological damage done by cats on this planet has nothing to do with trafficking networks or exotic hybrids at all. It is being done, legally, affectionately, by ordinary house cats let out the back door every evening. That is where this film goes next. Not into the shadow economy of wild things sold as luxuries, but into the daylight economy of pets, loved, fed, vaccinated, and still, every single one of them, carrying the same hunting software their ancestors carried across the Fertile Crescent 10,000 years ago. Part 4 of this story has taken you from empire ships to space capsules, from internet fame to smuggled kittens. It has been in its own way a story about Spread, the cat colonizing nearly every inch of inhabited Earth. Part 5 is about what that spread actually costs, counting a currency most cat owners have never seen the receipt for. Somewhere, a scientist is about to publish a number, not an estimate dressed up as a headline, a real peer-reviewed number, drawn from years of field data and stomach content analysis and kill surveys strapped to actual cats wearing actual cameras. The number is going to be enormous. And once you hear it, you will not be able to unhear it. In January of 2013, a paper landed in the journal Nature Communications with a title dry enough to hide the blast radius underneath it. Nobody outside a small circle of ornithologists expected it to matter much. Within a week, it was being quoted in the New York Times, and cat owners across the country were arguing about it at dinner tables. The authors were Scott Loss, Tom Will, and Peter Mara, Three researchers who did something nobody had done rigorously before. They synthesized every credible field study on cat predation into a single continental estimate. The number they landed on was not small, and it was not soft. It was a range, and even the low end of that range was staggering. Free-ranging domestic cats, the study concluded, kill somewhere between 1.3 and 4 billion birds every year in the United States alone. Not over a decade. Every single year. And that number covers only birds. It does not touch what happens to everything else that moves at ground level after dark. The mammal figure is even larger and somehow gets quoted less. Between 6.3 and 22.3 billion mammals killed annually. Mice, voles, shrews, chipmunks, rabbits, an entire underlayer of the food web being quietly ground down by an animal most people think of as a house guest. Read those two ranges back to back, and something clicks in a place that a lot of people, understandably, never think about. This makes the domestic cat the single largest direct human-linked source of bird mortality in the country, ahead of window strikes, ahead of wind turbines, ahead of pesticides, ahead of every other cause combined. The researchers were careful in their original paper to note what the study could not claim, that it was not attempting to single out any individual cat owner's pet as a menace, only to describe an aggregate national pattern built from millions of small, individually unremarkable outdoor excursions. That nuance rarely survived the trip from journal abstract to headline. To put that in perspective, the same body of research estimates window collisions kill somewhere around 600 million birds a year in the United States, itself a horrifying figure. Cats, on the low end of their own range, still more than double it. On the high end, they multiply it by nearly 7. The study drew a sharp distinction that matters more than the headlines usually let on. It separated owned cats that spend time outdoors from unowned cats, strays, and true ferals living without a human household at all. The unowned population, it turned out, did the overwhelming majority of the killing. That distinction matters because it complicates the easy villain narrative. Your cat, the one asleep on the windowsill right now, might contribute a handful of kills a year, or none at all if it never goes outside. The crisis is driven disproportionately by the tens of millions of cats living entirely outside human care, breeding without limit, hunting because hunting is the only reliable meal on offer. Estimating the size of that unowned population is its own scientific headache. Figures range from 30 million to 80 million free-roaming cats across the United States, depending on the survey method. A range so wide it tells you almost as much about how little anyone can precisely count a shy, mobile, nocturnal animal as it does about the actual population. Peter Morrow, one of the study's authors, would go on to write a book about this called Cat Wars, and he did not soften his language in interviews afterward. He called free-ranging cats an unnatural biological pollutant, a phrase that landed like a slap in a country where roughly a third of households own at least one cat. The backlash was immediate and it was loud. Animal welfare organizations accused the researchers of exaggeration, of building an estimate on a scaffolding of assumptions rather than direct body counts. Cat advocacy groups pointed out, fairly, that habitat destruction and climate change kill vastly more wildlife than any single predator species. The American Bird Conservancy, meanwhile, embraced the findings almost immediately, launching public campaigns urging owners to keep cats indoors, campaigns that were themselves met with hate mail. According to staff who worked on them, some of it startlingly personal for what was on paper a public health and conservation message. The scientific pushback was more measured but still real. Some ecologists argue the upper bound of the range assumed hunting rates that don't hold across every region or every cat population. Estimating what a secretive, mostly nocturnal predator kills across an entire continent is genuinely hard science, full of necessary assumptions stacked on top of each other. But here is what nobody in the pushback seriously disputed. Even the most conservative reading of the data still put cats at the top of the list of human-associated predators killing native wildlife in North America. arguing about whether the true number is 1.3 billion or 2.6 billion is arguing about the size of a catastrophe, not whether one is happening. Field studies backed the desk research up in ways that are hard to argue with. Researchers at the University of Georgia strapped small cameras to the collars of house cats in a project called Kitty Cams and reviewed the footage. On average, the cats returned home with less than a quarter of what they actually killed. Most kills, it turned out, owners never even see. One cat in that study, an unremarkable-looking tabby named in the researchers' notes only by a tag number, was recorded killing 5 separate animals across the several weeks of footage and bringing home exactly 1. Multiply that ratio across tens of millions of outdoor cats, and the gap between what owners believe and what actually happens in their yards becomes almost geological in scale. That statistic alone reframes the whole domestic experience. The cat that curls up in your lap at 9 in the evening may have spent the previous hour doing something you will never witness and it will never explain, leaving the evidence in the grass, under a bush, somewhere the crows will find it first. There's a reason this study's title borrowed the shadow of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, without saying so directly. Carson's book, published in 1962, warned about a world going quiet from pesticide poisoning, a spring with no birdsong left in it. 60 years later, a different silence is spreading, driven not by a chemical, but by an animal humans deliberately brought into their homes and multiplied by the tens of millions. There is a specific irony buried inside the American numbers worth pulling out. The bald eagle, a species this country nearly lost to pesticide poisoning and has spent half a century celebrating as a conservation triumph, has itself been documented preying on cats in some regions. A small, strange reversal in the food chain that briefly made local news whenever a photograph surfaced, treated as a curiosity rather than what it actually is, the ordinary machinery of predators eating what is available to them. Similar research since 2013 has found comparable patterns well beyond American borders. Studies in the United Kingdom, Australia, and continental Europe have each independently arrived at their own large, uncomfortable numbers, suggesting this is not a uniquely American phenomenon, but a structural feature of what happens whenever this particular predator reaches high density in a landscape full of prey. Part of what makes the number so large is simple arithmetic that most owners never sit down and do. A single unspayed female cat, left to breed freely, can produce 2 or 3 litters a year, averaging 4 or 5 kittens each, and if even half of those survive to breed themselves, the math compounds fast enough that a handful of unmanaged cats can become hundreds within a few short years. There is a quieter, less visible category of harm the raw kill counts do not fully capture either, something researchers call sublethal effect. Birds nesting in a yard patrolled regularly by a cat show measurably higher stress hormones, abandon nests more often, and raise fewer surviving chicks, even in seasons when the cat never actually catches anything. Fear alone does damage the body count never records. The outdoor cat itself has a specific cultural history in America worth understanding, because it was not always the default. Post-war suburban expansion through the 1950s and 60s normalized the image of a cat, let out each morning and let back in each evening, a habit inherited from an earlier rural tradition where a barn cat's job was rodent control long before anyone was counting songbirds against it. The Mammal Society in the United Kingdom ran its own independent version of this research in the mid-2010s, surveying thousands of cat-owning households directly, and arrived at an estimate of roughly 200 million prey items brought home by British cats annually, a number that, adjusted for the country's much smaller size, sits uncomfortably close to the American figures once you do the per capita math. The methodology behind the loss, will, and Mara estimate deserve a closer look because the number did not come from guesswork. The team combed through decades of smaller regional studies, scat analysis, stomach content dissections, and radio collar tracking data, then ran statistical models to extrapolate those local findings across the entire country's estimated cat population, a painstaking synthesis rather than a single dramatic headline count. There's also a seasonal rhythm to the killing that raw annual totals tend to flatten out. Spring and early summer, when fledglings leave the nest clumsy and slow, see a documented spike in cat predation, meaning the damage is not spread evenly across the calendar, but concentrated brutally in exactly the weeks a given bird population is most fragile and least able to absorb a loss. Certain bird species carry a disproportionate share of this burden simply because of where and how they nest. Ground nesting birds like the piping plover and species that forage low to the ground like many sparrows and wrens are especially exposed. Their entire reproductive strategy built for a world with fewer four-legged ambush predators patrolling suburban yards and coastal dunes. Not every ecologist frames this as villainy, and it is worth holding on to that nuance. Some point out that native predator populations, hawks, owls, foxes, are themselves suppressed by human land use, and that cats have simply expanded to occupy a niche partly emptied by the same species doing the counting. It complicates the morality tale without erasing the numbers underneath it. Numbers this large stop feeling real fast, which is its own kind of danger. For a billion birds is not a headline. It is every red-winged blackbird, every warbler, every fledgling that never made it through its first spring, multiplied past the point human intuition can hold on to it. Statistics this size don't move people. Stories do, so the film is about to give you one. Somewhere in the red dust of the Australian outback, a camera trap triggers at 2 in the morning and catches a lean gray shape crossing the frame, low to the ground, moving with total purpose. It could be mistaken for a small dingo in poor light. It is a feral cat, and on this continent, it may be the single most destructive predator walking. Cats arrived in Australia with European settlers in the late 18th century, and unlike almost everywhere else they were carried, they found a landscape with essentially no answer for them. No large native cat species, no equivalent ambush predator the local wildlife had ever evolved defenses against. It was, ecologically speaking, an empty seat at the top of the table. The current feral population is estimated in the millions, the exact figure swinging wildly with rainfall and prey availability across a continent the size of the contiguous United States. Government estimates put annual kills in the hundreds of millions of native animals a year, reptiles, birds, and above all, Australia's uniquely vulnerable small mammals. It is worth remembering that this is happening on a continent whose native predators evolved across millions of years of near total isolation from the rest of the world. Marsupial carnivores like the thylacine and the quoll shaped by a completely different evolutionary pressure than the ambush precision this film has spent so many chapters describing in Félicette. When that precision arrived by ship, the continent simply had no comparable answer ready. One frequently cited government figure puts the annual toll at over 1 billion native animals killed by feral and unowned cats combined across the country each year, a number that dwarfs even the American estimates once you account for how much smaller Australia's surviving native wildlife populations already are. Reptiles rarely get mentioned in this story, overshadowed by the more photogenic mammals and birds. But Australian herpetologists have documented significant cat predation on native skinks and small dragons in arid zones, an entire overlooked branch of the food web quietly thinning out alongside the more publicized losses. Those small mammals are the real casualties of this story, and most people outside Australia have never heard their names. The lesser bilby, the desert rat kangaroo, the Christmas island pipistrelle, creatures found nowhere else on the planet, shaped by millions of years of isolation, undone in a matter of decades by an animal that arrived in a settler's cargo hold. Australia has lost more mammal species to extinction over the past 2 centuries than any other continent on Earth, and government scientists list feral cats as a leading driver of that collapse, working alongside habitat clearing, foxes, and a drying climate. It is rarely one cause acting alone. Cats are simply consistently near the top of every list. The Christmas island pipistrelle deserves its own moment here, because its ending was watched almost in real time. A tiny bat, once common on the island, its population crashed through the 2000s while researchers debated funding for a captive breeding program. The last confirmed call was recorded in August of 2009. Nobody has heard one since. The numbat is a case study worth sitting with. A small striped termite eating marsupial, once found across most of southern Australia. Now confined to a handful of fragmented pockets in the southwest, its population in the low thousands, actively hunted by cats faster than conservationists can breed replacements. Public fascination with this crisis occasionally produces its own strange folklore. Viral photographs of enormous feral specimens, shared online under half-joking captions calling them a new apex species. A black comedy that says something true underneath the joke, that this animal has, in a real and measurable sense, become one of the largest terrestrial predators functioning across the Australian landscape today. There have been genuine wins buried inside this grim record, and they matter because they prove the trajectory is not fixed. Kangaroo Island's western tip was declared feral cat-free after a sustained multi-year eradication effort, and native species that had not been seen there in living memory, including a rare dunnart, began reappearing in survey traps within seasons. State and territory governments have run their own supplementary programs alongside the federal effort, offering rebates for cat-proof fencing around private properties bordering sensitive habitat, a subsidy that quietly acknowledges what the rest of this crisis keeps confirming, that containing the predator is often more achievable than removing it entirely once it has settled into a landscape this thoroughly. In response to the wider crisis, Australia has built what is probably the most aggressive national predator control program on Earth. In 2015, the federal government set a formal target to cull 2 million feral cats within 5 years, using aerial baiting, trapping, and a purpose-built poison bait called Eradicat, dropped from planes across vast stretches of uninhabited terrain. The announcement made international news for reasons that had less to do with ecology than optics. Headlines around the world ran some version of Australia declares war on cats, and the backlash from animal rights groups overseas was immediate, fierce, and in some cases openly hostile toward the scientists running the program. Bridget Bardot, of all people, wrote an open letter condemning the plan as a bloodthirsty massacre. Australian ecologists responded, with visible exhaustion, that they were trying to prevent the extinction of animals most of Bardot's audience had never heard of, using methods considerably less cruel than the slow starvation those animals faced otherwise. One especially striking innovation came out of this fight, a device called the Félicette, a solar-powered trap that uses sensors and shape recognition to distinguish cats from native wildlife, then sprays a lethal, targeted dose of poison directly onto the animal's fur, which it then licks off while grooming. It is precise, almost to the point of being clinical. Poison baiting is not without its own moral cost, and Australian scientists are candid about that tension rather than hiding from it. Eradicat baits occasionally kill non-target native scavengers that happen to eat them first, an acknowledged trade-off weighed against the far larger toll cats themselves are inflicting, the kind of calculation that has no version anyone involved finds comfortable to make. Fenced sanctuaries have become the last resort in the most desperate cases. Thousands of hectares enclosed behind cat-proof mesh. Entirely predator-free zones where reintroduced bilbies and betons can breed without fear for the first time in generations. It is conservation that requires building a fortress just to hold the clock still. The largest of these, a fenced reserve at New Haven in the Northern Territory spanning tens of thousands of hectares, now functions almost like an ark, holding populations of species that exist almost nowhere else outside its perimeter. Step outside the fence, and the calculus of survival changes completely, immediately, for any small mammal crossing that line. The Tulake wallaby offers a bleaker counterpoint to Kangaroo Island's success, because its story ends without a rescue. Once common across the grasslands of South Australia, hunted displaced, and finally picked off by foxes and cats in its last isolated pockets. The final confirmed individual died in captivity in the 1940s after an attempt to breed the species and safety failed. There was no fenced sanctuary built in time. Foxes complicate the picture further and honestly make it a little more depressing. Introduced to Australia around the same era as cats, foxes compete with them for some of the same prey, and researchers have found that culling foxes in certain regions without also controlling cats can backfire, freeing up prey and territory that cats simply move in to claim, a phenomenon called mesopredator release that has forced wildlife managers to rethink single-species culling entirely. Ecologist John Wojnarski, who has spent much of his career documenting Australia's mammal extinctions, has described the country's situation in blunt terms, noting that Australia's rate of mammal loss over the past 200 years has no real parallel anywhere else on the planet, and that cats sit at or near the center of nearly every case study his research team has examined in detail. What makes Australian cats especially formidable is sheer size. Camera trap and necropsy records have documented feral individuals weighing well over 9 kilograms, twice the size of an average house cat, built large by decades of unrestricted access to abundant prey and no competition worth mentioning. Photographs of these animals, when they circulate online, are routinely mistaken by viewers for a different species altogether. Some Australian states have gone further than culling programs, introducing local bounty schemes that pay hunters and landholders a fee per confirmed feral cat carcass, a practice that draws its own controversy. Critics worried it incentivizes killing without proper species verification. Defenders arguing that in a crisis this severe, blunt tools sometimes have to substitute for elegant ones. None of this has come close to solving the problem, and honestly nobody involved believes it will. The Australian government's own modeling suggests total eradication of feral cats from the mainland is not currently achievable with any known technology. The culling programs are triage, not victory. They buy the vulnerable species time, not safety. The Christmas Island red crab, the island's other famous resident, has nothing to do with cats directly, but its story sits nearby as a reminder of how thoroughly this particular island's ecology has been rearranged by introduced species generally, ants, rats, and cats each arriving within decades of one another, and each leaving a mark no restoration program has fully undone. There's an older, uglier layer to how cats spread across the Australian interior that rarely makes it into the modern headlines. In the late 19th century, some cats were deliberately released inland by settlers hoping they would help control the exploding rabbit population, itself another catastrophic introduced species. The plan barely worked against the rabbits and helped guarantee cats a foothold across the entire continent instead. The greater bilby, the numbat's fellow traveler down this same grim road, survives today largely because of exactly the kind of fenced, intensively managed reserves this chapter has already described, and conservationists openly admit that without permanent human intervention keeping predators out, several of these species would likely disappear from the wild within a generation. This is not a crisis with a natural endpoint. It requires forever maintenance. What makes the Australian case so useful to this film is its clarity. There is no ambiguity here about whether cats are causing ecological damage, no general debate to be had. The extinctions are documented, the mechanism is understood, and the scale is continental. It is the least deniable version of the argument this documentary has been building since Chapter 34. Indigenous ranger programs across northern and central Australia have become an unexpectedly vital front in this fight, combining traditional tracking knowledge passed down across generations with modern trapping and monitoring technology, often covering vast, remote stretches of country that government agencies alone would never have the staffing to patrol effectively. And it raises the question that will not go away for the rest of this film. If an entire government backed by its own scientists has concluded that this animal must be killed by the millions to save what's left of a continent's wildlife, what does that make the same animal, purring, harmless looking, asleep on a windowsill 8,000 miles away. New Zealand has no native land mammals except 2 species of bat. Every bird that evolved there did so in a world with no ground predators at all, which is why so many of them simply forgot how to fly. The kiwi, the kakapo, the takahe, flightless not by accident, but by 10 million years of not needing wings. Into that unguarded world, over the past 2 centuries, came stoats, rats, possums, and cats, and the birds had no instinct whatsoever for what any of them meant. A kakapo confronted by a predator will sometimes simply freeze in place, a defense perfectly tuned to nothing that currently hunts it. The Department of Conservation had already proven, on a smaller scale, that total eradication was achievable. In 2001, after a multi-year campaign, Campbell Island, far south in the subantarctic, was declared free of the rats that had devastated its seabird colonies for over a century. It was at the time the largest successful island rat eradication ever attempted. That success gave the country's conservation movement genuine confidence, and it fed directly into something no country had ever attempted at this scale. In 2016, the New Zealand government announced Predator Free 2050, committing to eliminate rats, stoats, and possum from the entire country by that year. Cats were not officially named in the founding legislation. That omission would not last. Local councils began filling the gap the national policy left open, and this is where the story stops being abstract policy and starts being deeply, uncomfortably personal. In 2013, well before the national program even launched, the small town of Maui proposed a total ban on pet cats within its boundaries, existing cats grandfathered in but never replaced once they died. The reasoning behind the Maui proposal was specific and local. The town sits beside a wildlife sanctuary reintroducing species like the South Island saddleback and the Fiordland skink, and a resident survey had found that pet cats there were, on average, roaming across the exact habitat those reintroduced animals depended on to survive. Local newspapers in the affected towns became, for a while, an unlikely battleground of their own, letters pages filling week after week with residents accusing each other of cruelty in one direction or negligence in the other, small-town civility fraying over an argument that, elsewhere in the world, most people never have to have with their actual neighbors. Other councils floated softer versions, mandatory microchipping, desexing requirements, nighttime curfews keeping cats indoors after dark when most hunting happens, and caps on how many cats a single household could own. Every one of these proposals, no matter how modest, triggered the same furious public response. Gareth Morgan, a wealthy economist and philanthropist, poured fuel directly onto the fire in 2013 with a public campaign called Cats to Go, arguing openly that cat ownership should be phased out entirely across New Zealand for the sake of native birds. He was called a monster in the press within days. The backlash was not limited to angry EDS Morgan received death threats. Threats over cats. It's worth sitting with that for a second. The sheer intensity of feeling this animal generates in people, an intensity that outpaces almost every other environmental debate happening in the country at the same time. Children growing up in the middle of this debate absorb it in their own way. Several teachers in affected towns reporting that school science units on native birds now routinely spark unusually heated classroom discussion once a student mentions the family cat, a 10,000-year-old argument now occasionally breaking out among 9-year-olds during a Tuesday afternoon lesson on ecosystems. Animal welfare organizations push back hard on the science too, not just the politics. They pointed out that domestic cats represent a smaller share of predation pressure than rats and stoats, that curfews are difficult to enforce, and that framing beloved pets as a national threat risks turning ordinary cat owners into ecological enemies of the state. International conservation observers watching from outside New Zealand have sometimes expressed a kind of envious frustration, noting that few other countries would ever have the political will to even attempt to debate this direct, let alone legislate around it. Most governments elsewhere simply avoiding the cat question altogether rather than risk the backlash New Zealand's councils have absorbed head-on for over a decade. Conservation biologists countered that even a secondary predator, if its population is large enough, does measurable damage, and that New Zealand's roughly 1.4 million pet cats, plus an unknown, larger feral population, add up to a serious ongoing drain on bird populations already stretched to the edge of collapse. The government's own Department of Conservation eventually tried to thread this needle publicly, stating that while cats were not the primary target of Predator Free 2050, responsible ownership, meaning desexing, microchipping, and containment, was strongly encouraged as part of the wider effort, a carefully worded compromise that satisfied almost nobody on either side. What makes this fight so revealing is that almost nobody in it is acting in bad faith. The person demanding a cat curfew and the person defending their right to let their cat roam both genuinely love animals. They have simply decided at some deep level which animals count more, and they cannot agree on the answer. It is when you strip away the modern vocabulary of curfews and microchips, the exact same argument this film opened with in ancient Egypt. Is this animal sacred, protected beyond reproach, or is it dangerous, disposable, something to be managed and controlled? Different century, different continent, same unresolved question, now argued in council chambers instead of temples. Some progress has happened quietly, away from the loudest headlines. Desexing rates for owned cats in New Zealand are now among the highest in the world, driven largely by voluntary programs rather than mandates. Proof that persuasion sometimes outpaces legislation when the legislation gets too politically radioactive to pass. But the deadline keeps approaching regardless of how the argument resolves. 2050 is not a symbolic date. It's a working target with funding attached and scientists measuring progress against it year by year. Somewhere in that math, cats remain an open variable nobody has fully agreed how to solve, or whether solving it is even the right word to use. Predator Free 2050 has attracted international scientific attention specifically because of its reliance on emerging technology alongside old-fashioned trapping, including experimental work on gene drive systems that could, in theory, spread infertility through a wild population far faster than conventional culling ever could. The ethics of deploying that kind of tool remain hotly debated even among the researchers developing it. For Maori communities, the fight over predator control carries a dimension the international headlines rarely capture. Native birds like the kiwi and the tue hold deep cultural and spiritual significance reaching back centuries before European settlement, and iwi-led conservation projects have become some of the most effective on-demand grassroots predator control efforts in the country, blending traditional ecological knowledge with modern trapping science. It helps to remember that New Zealand's birds were already living on borrowed time before a single cat ever arrived. The giant flightless moa, hunted to extinction by early Polynesian settlers centuries before Europeans showed up, is proof this landscape's vulnerability to any new predator, human or otherwise, is not a recent discovery. Cats simply arrived as the latest chapter in a much older pattern. Predator Free 2050 also relies heavily on ordinary citizens in a way few national conservation programs ever have. Community trapping networks now span entire suburbs, backyard predator traps checked and reset by volunteers on a rotating schedule, transforming a national policy goal into something closer to a shared civic ritual, not unlike neighborhood recycling collection, except the bins here are baited for stoats. The kakapo's own recovery has become a small national obsession, each surviving bird individually named and radio tagged, its health and breeding tracked with an intimacy usually reserved for royalty. Shillourokambos, a hand-raised kakapo who became an unlikely celebrity after an incident involving a television presenter's head went viral in 2009, was even appointed official spokesbird for New Zealand conservation efforts, a title as absurd as it is sincere. predator-free 2050 carries a price tag to match its ambition, projected by government estimates to require well over 2 billion New Zealand dollars in cumulative funding across its lifespan, drawn from a mix of government budgets, private philanthropy, and community volunteer labor. An enormous national bet placed on the belief that an entire country's predator population can actually be driven to zero. The Black Robin offers the closest thing this movement has to a miracle story, and it is worth remembering precisely because it very nearly did not happen. By 1980, the entire species was down to 5 individuals on a single islet. One breeding female, nicknamed Old Blue, carrying the fate of her species almost alone, saved only through an intensive, almost obsessive program of cross-fostering chicks under conservationist Don Merton. It remains one of the most successful bird rescues in recorded history. Not every predator control tool in this fight is aimed at cats specifically, and that matters for understanding the wider argument. Aerial drops of a poison called 1080 have targeted possums and rats across huge stretches of forest for decades, drawing their own fierce, long-running controversy from hunters and rural communities. Proof that the fight over what New Zealand is willing to do to save its birds extends well beyond the cat debate this chapter has focused on. International visitors are sometimes genuinely startled by how normal this whole conversation feels once they arrive. Cat containment fencing sold in ordinary hardware stores alongside garden supplies. Local newspapers running earnest opinion columns about backyard trapping rights. An entire national vocabulary built around a debate most other countries have never had to formalize at all. Public polling on the cat question specifically has shifted noticeably over the past decade, with surveys now showing a majority of New Zealanders supporting at least some form of mandatory desexing or containment, even as outright bans remain deeply unpopular. It suggests the country may be inching toward a workable middle ground, slower and messier than any single policy announcement, built one uncomfortable local argument at a time. It is worth naming, too, that no country has ever actually achieved anything close to predator-free 2050's ambition at a national scale before, which is why international conservation scientists watch the program so closely. If New Zealand pulls this off, even partially, it becomes the working blueprint every other island nation with a similar crisis will study for decades afterward. If it fails, that failure will be studied just as closely for exactly the opposite reason. And New Zealand's fight, loud as it has been, is still mostly a fight over policy on paper. There is another version of this same argument playing out in parking lots and backyards all over the world, between neighbors who trap and neuter feral colonies out of love, and scientists who insist that love, however sincere, is not actually saving the birds those colonies are still hunting. A woman named Ellen kneels in a Chicago alley at 6 in the morning, setting a humane trap baited with tuna beside a dumpster, waiting quietly with a thermos of coffee for a colony she has been feeding for 3 years to come find it. She knows every one of these cats by name. She is, by any reasonable definition, an animal lover doing hard, unglamorous work. Trap Neuter Return, TNR for short, has become the dominant grassroots approach to feral cat management across much of the world since the 1990s. Volunteers trap colony cats, have them sterilized and vaccinated by veterinarians, often working at reduced or no cost, then return them to the exact spot they were caught, their ear tipped to mark them as already processed. The logic is humane and, on its own terms, genuinely elegant. A stable colony of sterilized cats will not reproduce, and over years of natural attrition, death from age, disease, road traffic, the colony should shrink towards zero without a single animal being killed. No mass culling, no poison bait, no Félicette traps. Just patience and biology working in the same direction. Data collection itself remains a genuine weak point on both sides of this argument. Colony counts are usually maintained through the informal records of the volunteers running them rather than any standardized government registry, meaning even the basic question of how many managed colonies exist in a given country is at best an educated estimate rather than a hard number anyone can fully verify. Advocates point to real, documented successes. University campuses and specific urban districts where sustained TNR programs measurably shrank colony sizes over a decade or more. Alley Cat Allies, one of the largest advocacy organizations behind the movement, has spent 30 years building the case that this is not sentimentality, it's functional wildlife management with a lower body count. Colony caretakers, almost universally, describe the work in terms that sound closer to a calling than a hobby. They learn every cat's medical history, its territory, its particular fears, and many spend genuine money out of their own pockets on food and vet visits year after year, with no institutional recognition and often active hostility from neighbors who see the colony as a nuisance rather than a rescue in progress. Rome offers one of the oldest and strangest examples of managed colonies anywhere in the world. The cats living among the ruins of Largo di Torre, Argentina, have been fed and protected by dedicated volunteers, mostly older women locals call the Gadar for generations, and the site is now formally recognized under Italian law as a feline no-kill zone, a legal status few other cities have ever granted. Istanbul takes the relationship further still. Free roaming, community care for cats are woven so deeply into the city's daily life that a documentary called Kadi, released in 2016, built its entire structure around following a handful of them through the streets, and audiences worldwide responded to it less as a nature film than as a portrait of a city's soul. Conservation biologists, largely, are not convinced by TNR's ecological case, and their objection is not about intentions. It's about arithmetic. Sterilizing a colony does nothing to stop the cats already living in it from hunting. A neutered cat is still a fully functional predator. TNR slows reproduction. It does not touch predation, not for years, sometimes not ever if new, unsterilized cats keep drifting in. Winter months add another layer of difficulty rarely discussed outside colder climates. Colonies in the American Midwest and Northern Europe require caretakers to build insulated outdoor shelters and break ice from water bowls through sub-zero nights, unglamorous labor performed at hours when almost nobody else is awake to see it, let alone thank anyone for it. A 2020 study published in Conservation Biology modeled TNR programs across simulated colonies and found that achieving genuine population decline requires sterilizing a very high percentage, often above 70 or even 90% of the colony, consistently, year after year. Real-world programs, chronically underfunded and reliant on volunteer labor, rarely sustain rates anywhere close to that. There's also the immigration problem, a term researchers use with a straight face that undersells how frustrating it is in practice. Colonies rarely exist in isolation. New unsterilized cats, abandoned pets, wanderers from neighboring colony, drift in constantly, refilling exactly the gap the volunteers spent months closing. Peter Mara, the same researcher from the Billion Bird Study, has been one of TNR's most public critics, arguing that colonies actually maintained through supplemental feeding can grow denser and healthier than truly wild feral populations would ever manage on their own, meaning well-fed sterilized colonies can still function as concentrated, long-term predation hotspots. Legal status varies wildly depending on jurisdiction, and that inconsistency shapes everything downstream of it. Some cities formally recognize registered colony caretakers and grant them limited legal protection to feed and manage cats on public land. Others still classify the exact same activity as unauthorized wildlife feeding or trespass, meaning the same act of compassion can be encouraged in one municipality and ticketed in the next town over. TNR advocates fire back with a pointed, fair question of their own. What exactly is the alternative? Mass euthanasia programs, tried for decades before TNR became popular, never came close to controlling feral populations either, and they carried an enormous emotional and political cost that made shelters and city governments deeply reluctant to fund them at meaningful scale. That history matters more than it gets credit for. In the 1970s, American shelters were euthanizing an estimated 12 to 20 million cats and dogs a year, a figure that shocked even the people working inside the system. TNR did not emerge in a vacuum. It emerged as a direct, deliberate rejection of that era, a refusal to accept mass killing as the only practical option on the table. The ASPCA and Humane Society, once cautious about the movement, have both since folded versions of TNR into their official recommendations for community cat management, a sign of how far the approach has traveled from grassroots idea to institutional standard practice across much of the sheltering world. So the debate does not sit cleanly on a simple humane versus cruel axis, however much both sides sometimes frame it that way in the heat of an argument. It sits on a genuinely unresolved empirical question: does sustained, well-funded TNR actually reduce ecological harm over time? And the honest answer, even now, is that the data is mixed, regionally inconsistent, and hotly contested among people who have read the same studies. Meanwhile, the cats themselves, obviously, have no stake in any of this argument. The colony behind Ellen's dumpster in Chicago does not know it is a case study, does not know its existence has become a proxy war between animal welfare philosophy and conservation biology. It just knows there's tuna in a trap this morning, and that has always been enough reason to investigate. The scale of American sheltering today is worth putting a number to before this debate goes any further. Best Friends Animal Society, one of the organizations that helped popularize the modern no-kill movement in the 1990s, estimates that shelter euthanasia nationwide has fallen from those millions in the 1970s to somewhere in the low hundreds of thousands annually now, a genuine, hard-won drop that TNR advocates count as part of their movement's legacy. San Jose, California became an unlikely case study in 2010 when the city, facing a budget crisis, quietly stopped its long-standing practice of routinely euthanizing healthy feral cats brought into its shelter and adopted an official TNR ordinance instead, and researchers who tracked the outcome over the following years found shelter intake numbers for cats dropped substantially, cited since as one of the clearer municipal-scale success stories on either side of the debate. Funding for these programs comes from a patchwork almost as varied as the volunteers running them. Small municipal grants, private donations, bake sales, and in some fortunate cities, formal partnerships with local government that provide subsidized surgical slots. In poorer regions, without any of that infrastructure, TNR simply does not happen at any meaningful scale, no matter how much any individual resident might want it to. The veterinary logistics behind large-scale TNR are rarely shown on camera and deserve a moment here. High-volume spay and neuter clinics can process dozens of feral cats in a single day. Working from portable surgical setups in parking lots and community centers, a genuinely impressive feat of applied medicine performed, in most cases entirely by volunteers and underpaid veterinary staff running on donated supplies. Ornithological societies have grown noticeably sharper in their public language on this issue over the past decade. The American Ornithological Society has published position statements explicitly cautioning that TNR, however well-intentioned, should not be treated as a substitute for removing cats from sensitive habitat entirely, a position that puts professional bird scientists on a direct collision course with the volunteers who spend their mornings setting traps. There is a specific human cost to this work that rarely makes the advocacy pamphlets. Volunteer trappers describe burnout that mirrors what social workers report. Years of unpaid pre-dawn shifts, colonies that never seem to shrink no matter how many cats get sterilized, and a public that alternates between calling them saints and calling them the reason the local bird population is disappearing, sometimes within the same conversation. There is an uncomfortable feeding dynamic worth naming honestly. A colony sustained through regular supplemental feeding does not need to hunt successfully to survive, in theory reducing pressure on local wildlife. But field observations complicate that comfort. Well-fed colony cats often still hunt anyway, driven by instinct rather than hunger alone, meaning the food bowl and the kill count are not nearly as connected as the logic would suggest. College campuses have become an unlikely proving ground for this whole debate. Several major American universities running long documented colony management programs that double as informal research sites, giving scientists rare longitudinal data on colony dynamics under real-world conditions rather than the simplified models most predation studies have to rely on instead. Some researchers have started pushing a middle path that neither camp fully embraces yet. Targeted TNR combined with strict removal or permanent sanctuary housing for colonies located inside genuinely sensitive habitat, essentially triaging the debate by geography rather than trying to settle it philosophically once and for all. It is less satisfying than a clean ideological victory for either side, and it may be the only approach with a real chance of scaling. This film is not going to pretend to resolve a debate that people who have devoted entire careers to this question still cannot resolve between themselves. What we'll say plainly is this. Both sides of this argument are responding to the same underlying fact this documentary has spent hours establishing. The cat is a predator first. Every management strategy humans invent is, at bottom, an attempt to live alongside that fact rather than actually change it. March of 2020. Cities around the world going quiet, one lockdown order at a time. And in that quiet, something unexpected happened at animal shelters from Los Angeles to London. Adoption applications spiked so fast that some shelters ran out of cats to give away for the first time in living memory. The ASPCA reported adoption rates climbing sharply through the early months of the pandemic. Shelters that had spent years struggling with overcrowding suddenly posting wait lists. People stuck alone in apartments suddenly starved for any living presence in the room. Reach for the animal that asks the least and somehow still fills the space. Shelters had to improvise entirely new adoption logistics almost overnight. Contactless handoffs in parking lots, video calls standing in for the usual meet and greet between a prospective owner and a cat still sitting in its kennel. Staff describing the sudden demand as both a relief after years of overcrowding and a source of quiet worry about what would happen to all these new pets once offices eventually reopened and routines snapped back. That worry, it turned out, was not unfounded. Though the feared mass surrender wave never fully materialized the way some doom-laden early headlines predicted. Return and relinquishment rates for pandemic-adopted cats did tick upward in some regions as normal life resumed. A reminder that the crisis-born bond, while often genuine, was not immune to the same practical pressures. Rent time changed circumstances that shape pet ownership in ordinary years. The pattern repeated itself unevenly but persistently across the world. Battersea Dogs and Cats Home in London reported a surge in inquiries. Shelters in Australia and across parts of Europe described similar spikes, even as those same countries were, in the exact same period, running national campaigns warning about the ecological cost of exactly the animal everyone suddenly wanted. This happened, worth remembering, in the exact same cultural moment this film has spent 2 chapters documenting cats as an ecological catastrophe. Billion bird studies were already public. Australia's cull was already making international headlines. None of it slowed the surge even slightly. If anything, isolation made the pull stronger, not weaker. Karen Allen, a researcher whose work in the 1990s helped kick off this entire field of study, found something that surprised even her at the time, that pet owners under acute stress showed lower heart rate and blood pressure responses in her lab when their animal was present than when a spouse or close friend sat in the same room offering support. An animal that cannot judge you, it turns out, can sometimes lower your blood pressure faster than a person who loves you. There's real science behind why that pull exists, and it's not just projection or wishful thinking. A widely cited study out of the University of Minnesota tracked cat owners over more than a decade and found significantly lower rates of death from cardiovascular causes, including heart attack, compared to people who had never owned a cat. Researchers still argue over the exact mechanism. The leading theory involves something almost embarrassingly simple: stress reduction. Interacting with a calm animal measurably lowers cortisol and blood pressure in most people, and a cat, unlike a dog, offers that calm without demanding a walk at 6 in the morning in the rain. It is companionship engineered, almost by accident, for exhausted, isolated modern life. Insurance actuaries, of all people, have started paying attention to this research too. Several pet and life insurance providers now citing cat ownership studies in wellness marketing material aimed at older adults living alone, a sign of how thoroughly this once soft, anecdotal comfort has been absorbed in a hard-nosed financial modeling of human health outcomes. Multiple studies since have linked cat ownership to measurable reductions in loneliness and anxiety symptoms, particularly among people living alone, the elderly, and individuals with limited social contact. The effect size varies study to study. Researchers are appropriately cautious about overselling it, but the direction of the finding shows up again and again. Even the act of watching a cat, rather than owning one, appears to carry a measurable effect. Researchers at Indiana University studying online cat video consumption in 2015 found that viewers reported increased positive emotions and decreased feelings of anxiety afterward, despite many of the same viewers also reporting a degree of guilt about the time spent watching. An oddly self-aware species finding comfort in something it half suspects is a waste of an afternoon. A separate strand of research has looked specifically at children on the autism spectrum, finding in small but suggestive studies that the presence of a calm pet cat in the household correlated with reduced anxiety during stressful transitions. Nobody is claiming a cat as a treatment, but the correlation keeps showing up wherever researchers look closely enough to measure it. Purring itself may be doing more work here than anyone gave it credit for until recently, tying back to a mystery this film raised in Chapter 41. That low-frequency rumble against your chest is not just a sound you find soothing. It may be operating on your nervous system in ways closer to a mild, involuntary form of therapy than anyone fully understands yet. None of this happens in a vacuum free of the darker material either. Surveys conducted during the pandemic found a significant portion of new cat owners were aware, in general terms, of the ecological concerns around outdoor cats, and chose to adopt anyway, often making a deliberate decision to keep the new arrivals strictly indoors, splitting the difference between conscience and craving. That compromise, keep the love, remove the outdoor hunting, has become one of the more genuinely hopeful threads in this whole reckoning. Indoor-only cats, according to multiple wildlife studies, contribute essentially nothing to the predation numbers driving the crisis, while still delivering nearly the full measure of companionship benefit to their owners. The economics of this devotion have become staggering in their own right. Global spending on cats, specifically food, litter, veterinary care, insurance, toys, and the ever-expanding category of what pet industry analysts call premiumization, now runs into the tens of billions of dollars annually, an entire economy built around an animal that, biologically speaking, would survive perfectly well without most of what gets purchased for it. Veterinary groups have leaned into that finding hard, promoting KDOs, enclosed outdoor patios, leash training, and enriched indoor environments as a way to satisfy a cat's behavioral needs without ever letting it near a songbird. It's not a total fix for the wider feral population crisis, but at the level of an individual pet and an individual conscience, it is a real answer. There is a specific tenderness to how people describe pandemic-era cats years later that is worth sitting with, less as data and more as texture. Owners frequently describe them not as pets acquired during a crisis, but as proof, retroactively, that they got through it, living evidence attached to a period many people otherwise remember mainly as blank, frightening, and indistinguishable day from day. Interestingly, the shift toward indoor-only ownership varies enormously by country and culture. In the United States, indoor cats are now roughly the majority. In parts of the United Kingdom and continental Europe, letting a cat roam freely remains the cultural default, seen by many owners there as essential to feline well-being rather than a risk to be managed at all. Still, most cat owners worldwide, by a wide margin, are not managing any of this consciously at all. They're simply feeding an animal they love, letting it in and out through a door or a flap, the way people have done since the wildcats first started loitering near a grain store in the Fertile Crescent. The love came first. The ecology arrived as an inconvenient footnote most people never read. Japan's so-called cat islands offer a strange, sunnier mirror of this same devotion. Places like Aoshima and Tashirajima, where cats vastly outnumber the elderly human residents who remain, have become minor tourism phenomena. Visitors traveling considerable distances specifically to sit among free roaming colonies, treating proximity to an indifferent animal as, itself, the entire point of the trip. A woman named Freyja in Melbourne, interviewed for a local news segment during the depths of the 2020 lockdowns, described adopting a shelter cat named Basil within days of losing her job, and said, almost embarrassed by her own honesty, that talking out loud to an animal who couldn't judge her back was the only thing keeping her daily routine from completely dissolving. Her story was one of thousands nobody wrote down. Therapy animal programs have formalized this instinct into something closer to clinical practice. Cats and dogs brought into hospitals, hospices, and university campuses during exam weeks specifically because their presence measurably lowers reported stress in controlled studies, an entire allied health field built on the same basic mechanism driving ordinary pet ownership at home. Loneliness itself has been formally classified by public health researchers as a genuine risk factor for early death, with some analyses comparing its impact to smoking a pack of cigarettes daily, and health authorities in the United Kingdom and Japan have gone so far as to appoint dedicated government ministers for loneliness. Against a backdrop like that, an animal capable of measurably softening isolation stops looking like a small comfort and starts looking like something closer to public health infrastructure. This pull is not new, even if the pandemic sharpened it. Pet ownership in wealthy countries climbed steadily through the entire post-war 20th century, tracking rising urbanization and shrinking family sizes almost in lockstep, as if something about modern life kept generating exactly the kind of loneliness this particular animal has always been well-positioned to answer. So here is where this documentary needs to stop treating you as an audience watching a distant policy debate and start treating you as a participant in it. If you own a cat, or have ever loved one, everything in the next 2 chapters is not really about Australia, or New Zealand, or a research paper. It is about the animal in your own house, and what you have actually agreed to by keeping it there. Military and first responder communities have quietly become some of the strongest advocates for this kind of companionship. Veterans organizations increasingly pairing returning service members with shelter cats specifically, citing informal but consistent reports of reduced hypervigilance and improved sleep. Outcomes formal clinical trials are only now beginning to study with the rigor the anecdotal evidence has long suggested they deserve. Because underneath the adoption statistics and the cardiovascular studies and the genuine, undeniable comfort this animal provides sits a fact this film has been circling since its very first minute and has never yet said in full, out loud, without hedging. Every other animal that shares a human home was shaped by that home to fit it. This one was not, and it is time to finally ask what that actually means. Every domesticated species on Earth carries the fingerprints of the hands that shaped it. The dog's skull, broader and shorter than any wolf's. The cow's entire reproductive cycle, rerouted for milk instead of survival. The horse, selected over millennia for a temperament that lets a predator species voluntarily carry its own predator on its back. Human intention written directly into the genome. Even the chicken, an animal most people never think about as domesticated at all, carries the marks of that selection plainly. Modern broiler breeds grow to slaughter weight in a fraction of the time their wild jungle fowl ancestors would have needed, a transformation achieved through generations of humans choosing exactly which birds got to reproduce. Purpose imposed from the outside in nearly every case. Every domesticated species, except one, Somewhere in that long list of animals humans reshaped to serve them, the cat sits like a footnote nobody quite knows how to categorize. Present in the home, absent from the breeding program that built every other home animal on Earth. And by now, this deep into the story that should genuinely unsettle you. Go back to Chapter 6, to that quiet theory of self-domestication this film introduced almost 40 chapters ago. Bold wildcats drifted toward grain stores because the rodents were easy, tolerant humans didn't drive them off, and natural selection, not human selection, did the only taming that ever happened. Say that sentence again slowly. Natural selection, not us. Compare that origin story to the dogs, and the gap becomes impossible to unsee. Humans actively selected wolves for tameness, for cooperation, for the willingness to read a human face and take direction from it, across tens of thousands of years of deliberate, intentional breeding. The dog was built. The cat simply declined to leave. Look at cattle and horses too, because they sharpen the contrast even further. Both were selected hard for docility, for a nervous system willing to tolerate confinement, yoke, saddle, and slaughter without the violent resistance their wild ancestors would have offered without hesitation. The aurochs is extinct. Its descendants stand quietly in fields, waiting to be milked because we made them that way. The genetics confirm what the archaeology and the behavior have been suggesting the entire time. Domestic cats share roughly 95% of their genome, essentially unchanged, with Felis libica, the same North African wildcat this film introduced back in Chapter 5. That is a shorter evolutionary distance than any other domesticated animal has traveled from its wild ancestor. Not close. Closest. There's a famous experiment that makes the contrast almost unbearably vivid, even though it was never run on cats at all. Starting in 1959, Soviet geneticist Dmitry Belayev began breeding silver foxes in Siberia for a single trait, tameness, choosing only the calmest kids from each generation to breed forward. Within a few decades, those foxes had floppy ears, curl tails, and temperaments closer to a golden retriever than a wild fox. That is what deliberate domestication does to a genome in a hurry. Nobody ever ran that experiment on the cat, because nobody ever needed to. There was no breeding program selecting fertile crescent wildcats generation after generation for calmness, for floppy ears, for a shortened muzzle. The cat arrived at your fireside without ever passing through anything resembling Belayev's foxes, and the shape of its skull proves it, virtually identical to its wild ancestors. No artificial softening required. Researchers who study this call the cat only partially domesticated, and they mean that with real scientific precision, not as a poetic flourish. The selective pressures that reshape dogs, cattle, and horses into fundamentally new creatures simply never applied here with anything close to the same force or the same duration. Geneticist Carlos Driscoll, who led one of the major studies establishing Felis libica as the sole wild ancestor of the house cat back in Chapter 5, has said plainly in interviews that cats show almost none of the coordinated, genome-wide selection signatures found in dogs. The dog genome looks engineered. The cat genome looks largely like it was left alone. There's an interesting exception that almost proves the rule, worth noting honestly rather than skating past. Some researchers point to village dogs, the free-roaming, unowned dogs found across much of the developing world, as evidence that dogs too have a self-domesticated lineage running parallel to the deliberately bred one. But even those populations descend from an ancestor already reshaped by tens of thousands of years of close human selection long before they ever went feral again. Look at what that partial domestication actually left intact, because the list is not small. The retractable claws from Chapter 3, kept honed for a kill the animal never stopped preparing for. The hunting sequence, stalk, crouch, pounce, kill, bite to the base of the skull, identical in a house cat and in a leopard 20 times its size. The night vision, the Whisker Radar, all of it still fully operational. This is not a species that used to be a predator. The way a domesticated pig used to be a wild boar before selective breeding softened its instincts towards something more docile and manageable. This is a species that still is won actively, nightly in your own backyard, generating the numbers this film laid out 2 chapters ago. 1.3 to 4 billion birds. Every single year. Present tense. And here is the thesis this entire film has been quietly assembling piece by piece since its opening image. So let's finally say whole without softening it. Humans did not domesticate the cat. Humans built a permanent food and shelter subsidy, and an apex predator, fully intact, moved in and accepted the offer on its own terms it never had to renegotiate downward. Every other animal in your home had to change to earn its place there. The dog learned to read your face. The horse learned to carry weight against every survival instinct it had. The cat changed almost nothing that mattered. It kept its claws, its night eyes, its solitary hunting instinct, its total indifference to your schedule, and simply let you believe you were the one in charge of the arrangement. Consider, for a moment, what has actually changed about cat behavior across 10,000 years of proximity to humans? Because the honest answer is remarkably little. It meows more at us than wild cats do with each other. True, a genuine adaptation. The one real concession Chapter 42 uncovered. It tolerates closer contact. That is essentially the whole list. Meanwhile, the behaviors that matter, the ones that actually define what an animal is, remain functionally untouched. The stalking, the territoriality, the solitary hunting strategy that never required a pack, and therefore never required the kind of social bonding to a leader that made the dog so profoundly, permanently reshapeable in the first place. That solitary structure is worth pausing on, because it may be the real explanation for everything this chapter is describing. Wolves live in packs with a hierarchy, a social structure humans could hijack and insert themselves into as a substitute alpha. Wildcats live alone, answered in nothing, and never evolved any social slot for a human to occupy in the first place. There was no hierarchy to join, only a truce to negotiate. A 2014 genome sequencing paper, led by geneticist Wesley Warren, compared the domestic cat genome directly against the tiger's, and found the two, separated by considerably less genetic distance than the dog, is separated from the wolf, despite the tiger never having spent a single day inside a human house. Read that twice. Your cat's DNA sits closer to an animal that could kill you in under a second than the family dog's DNA sits to its own wild ancestor. And this is not some fringe theory whispered at the edges of the field. Multiple major domestication reviews published in the past decade, cited across genetics and archaeology journals alike, now use the phrase commensal domestication specifically to distinguish the cat's pathway from every other animal on this list, a term built entirely around the idea that the cat exploited a niche we created rather than accepting a role we designed. Think, for a moment, about what would have to be true for a truly domesticated cat to exist the way a truly domesticated dog or cow does. It would need a temperament selected across dozens of generations for unconditional obedience. It would need a body reshaped by human hands towards some specific human purpose beyond its own survival. Neither of those things happened. Not because humans didn't try eventually, with show breeding and Persians and Siamese, but because by the time anyone tried, the wild temple underneath was already 10,000 years deep and essentially finished. So ask the question the title of this chapter is actually asking, and ask it honestly, without letting the word pet do the emotional work of answering it for you in advance. If domestication means one species reshaping another to serve its needs, and by every genetic and behavioral measure this film has laid out, that reshaping barely happened here, then who exactly adapted to whom over these 10,000 years? Even the coat patterns humans find most charming, the tabby stripes, the orange fur, the tuxedo markings, evolved largely on their own, spreading through cat populations centuries before any breeder cared enough to select for them deliberately. Genetic studies tracing the orange coloration gene back through medieval trade routes suggest it was already common in cats, moving through Constantinople and Cairo well before Europeans ever started keeping formal pedigrees. Humans changed everything to accommodate this animal. Architecture, with cat doors and climbing furniture built into modern homes. Economics, an entire multi-billion-dollar industry of food, litter, and veterinary care built around its needs. Even language and culture, worship and superstition and internet fame, 3,000 years of human meaning-making aimed at a creature that never asked for any of it and never had to earn any of it either. That is not a small asymmetry to sit with. It is the largest one this entire film has uncovered, bigger than any single extinction, bigger than any witch trial or golden temple. An apex predator has been living, unedited, inside the most intimate spaces of human civilization for 10,000 years, and the civilization did almost all of the adapting. Think back across everything this film has shown you and notice how often the cat is the constant and the humans are the ones changing around it. Egyptians reshaped their entire legal code to protect it. Medieval Europe reshaped its theology to condemn it. Victorian England reshaped its economy to sell it. Every single one of those upheavals happened on the human side of the relationship. The cat, through every single one of them, just kept hunting. And ask yourself honestly, because this film has earned the right to ask it directly by now, what animal on earth gets treated this way? What other creature is fed, sheltered, medicated, adored, given free run of a climate-controlled home, while its host species simultaneously funds billion-dollar culling programs against its feral cousins on the other side of the planet? That contradiction is not a footnote to this story. It is the story. There's a word for a relationship where one party changes everything about its behavior, its architecture, its economy, and its emotional life to accommodate another party that changes almost nothing in return. Biologists have their own clinical vocabulary for it. Commensalism, sometimes edging towards something closer to parasitism depending on which researcher you ask. Most people just call it love and never look closely enough to notice how lopsided the arrangement actually is. Say it plainly, one more time, because this is the sentence the whole film has been circling since its very first shot. We did not tame the cat. We built it a habitat inside our own, and it walked in fully formed, fully armed, and let us call the arrangement love. It is late. The kind of late where the house has gone fully quiet, where the only sounds left are a furnace cycling somewhere below the floor and the faint, patient tick of a clock nobody in this room is awake to hear. This is the exact hour this film opened on, and it has brought you back to it on purpose. Go back to the very first image this film showed you. A bedroom, somewhere at night. A cat asleep on a sleeping human's chest, rising and falling with each breath that isn't its own. We asked you then what it means to share a house with something that never stopped being a hunter. You didn't have an answer yet. Now you do. Look at the ears first, the way we asked you to in Chapter 1. They are still rotating, even in sleep, independently of each other, tracking a sound somewhere beyond the wall that the sleeping human will never register. That was never a cute detail. It was a working sensory system, tuned across 25 million years, running quietly on standby through the night. Watch the tail, even now, twitching once, almost imperceptibly, in the deep stage of sleep where dreaming happens. Nobody can tell you for certain what a cat dreams about, but the twitch itself, the same muscular reflex that fires during a real stalk, suggests strongly that somewhere behind those closed eyes, a hunt is still running, uninterrupted, exactly as it would have run in a cave 20,000 years before this bedroom existed. You know now what built that ear and what it was built for. Proailurus in the Oligocene forests of Europe. Smilodon dying by the hundreds in the La Brea tar pits, while this animal's smaller cousins somehow survived the same extinction that took the great predators down with them. This is not a modern invention. This is an Ice Age hunting instrument, unchanged, resting on a duvet. Look at the claws next, sheathed now, relaxed, tucked against a paw that looks almost soft in the low light. You know what those claws actually are? The exact same retractable design this film traced back to Chapter 3, kept permanently honed, never worn down like a dog's, ready to be extended in a fraction of a second the moment anything worth chasing crosses this animal's field of vision. Notice the teeth too, hidden now behind a closed, almost delicate-looking mouth. You know from Chapter 3 what waits underneath those lips, the specialized shearing carnassials, the long canines built for exactly one purpose, severing a spinal cord with a single precise bite. Nothing about that dental arrangement softened for domestic life. It simply learned to stay sheathed, most of the time, around the people it lives with. Look, too, at the whiskers splayed slightly even in sleep, and remember Chapter 43, the Whisker Radar precise enough to navigate a pitch-black room without a single collision. Even resting, even unconscious of its own resting, this animal's body is still fundamentally a sensory instrument built for one purpose, and that purpose was never companionship. Listen to the sound this animal is making right now, that low rolling purr against a sleeping chest. You know from Chapter 41, that nobody fully understands why it exists, that it appears in contentment and in pain, and even in the final hours of dying, a frequency range that may promote healing in bone and tissue for a reason science still cannot fully explain. The most comforting sound in this room is also, quietly, one of biology's open mysteries. Picture, for a moment, the full weight of everything this small body has carried into this bedroom without either of you noticing. Bastet's temple at Bubastis, drawing hundreds of thousands of pilgrims to honor an animal exactly like this one. Pope Gregory IX in 1233, declaring that same animal a manifestation of the devil in writing. The belfry at Ypres, where cats were once thrown from towers to purge a town of evil. None of that history lives in the cat. All of it lives in us, and we keep dressing this creature in whatever costume our century happens to need. The human sleeping beneath all of this has no idea any of it is true. They know their cat as warmth, as a small weight that makes the bed feel less empty, as the animal who greets them at the door and pointedly waits by an empty bowl at 6 each morning. They love it completely and correctly, and without needing to know a single fact this film has spent 55 chapters assembling. That ignorance is not a flaw in the relationship. It might be the entire point of it. 10,000 years of cohabitation, and the arrangement still runs almost entirely on the human side, not fully understanding what they've welcomed in, loving the surface completely while remaining unaware of the machinery running underneath it every single night. Consider, too, the strange comfort this animal takes in high places, the top of a wardrobe, a windowsill, the highest available shelf. Chapter 2 traced that instinct back to Proailurus in the forests of Oligocene Europe, a creature that survived by watching from above. This cat has climbed the tallest available object in this bedroom for the exact same reason its ancestor once climbed a tree, to see danger before danger sees it. Think back to what this same animal, or one genetically indistinguishable from it, was doing 4 hours earlier before it climbed onto this particular chest to sleep. Somewhere in the yard outside, or the alley below the window, it may have already run the exact stalk, crouch, pounce sequence Chapter 55 described, on something considerably smaller than itself, and left no trace of it behind for anyone here to find. Remember the number from Chapter 50, because it belongs in this room too. 1.3 to 4 billion birds a year in the United States alone. 6.3 to 22.3 billion mammals. That statistic was never really about a distant, faceless population of outdoor cats somewhere else. It was always describing, in aggregate, nights very much like this one. Remember Australia too, the millions of feral descendants of animals that once looked exactly like this one, hunted from plains with precision poison because an entire continent's unique wildlife had no answer for what they carried. Remember New Zealand, arguing itself hoarse over curfews for an animal that, biologically, has not changed even slightly since it first wandered to a grain store. Remember, too, the tuna trap in a Chicago alley at dawn, the argument that has never been settled about whether love, however sincere, can actually undo ecological harm. That argument was never really about a colony behind a dumpster either. It has always quietly also been about the exact animal asleep in this bed. Remember the grave on Ypres 2 from Chapter 7, the human and the cat buried together 9,500 years ago, half a meter apart, facing the same direction. That grave and this bedroom are separated by nearly 10,000 years and almost nothing else. The same species, the same posture of trust, the same unspoken agreement that neither party has ever written down. And remember the thesis this film only fully named in the last chapter. This animal was never systematically bred into dependency the way every other domestic species was. It kept its wild genome, kept its wild behavior, kept its wild body, and simply let humans believe the closeness meant surrender. Nothing about that cat on that chest disagrees with a single word of that argument. It is the argument, sleeping, breathing, entirely undisturbed by being looked at this closely. Somewhere in this house, probably near a door or a food bowl, sits a small collection of objects this animal has never once needed and never once asked for. A scratching post shaped like a tiny castle, a laser pointer, a bag of treats shaped like fish. Chapter 29's Victorian cat fanciers would recognize every bit of it instantly. Proof of exactly how far Cinnamon has traveled since a scowling judge first ranked cats for beauty at Crystal Palace in 1871. Here is what has actually changed since Chapter 1, and it is worth being precise about it because it is not the cat. Not one hair, not one instinct, not one claw. The only thing different in this second look at this exact same image is you, sitting there now with 55 chapters of history, extinction, worship, cruelty, science, and love loaded behind your eyes instead of in front of them. This is in its own small way the true ending of the loop this documentary set out to close all the way back in its opening minutes. You were shown a sleeping predator and told it was a pet. You are being shown the exact same sleeping predator now and told, this time, the truth. Both descriptions, somehow, remain completely accurate at once. That is what this whole film was actually built to do, if you want a plain version of it. Not to make you love this animal less. Most people who reach this point in the story do not stop loving their cats, and this documentary is not asking you to. It was built to make sure you never look at that sleeping shape on your chest again without also seeing, faintly, underneath it, the tar pits, the temple, the burning tower, the billion birds. There is no villain in this room, and this film was never trying to hand you one. There is only a very old predator that found an extraordinarily comfortable place to wait, and a species that built that comfort with its own hands without ever quite reading the terms of the arrangement it was signing. Waking up tomorrow and feeding this animal again does not make you foolish. It makes you exactly as human as everyone who came before you, back to that grave on Ypres. Feel the weight rise and fall once more, that small rib cage against a much larger one, two different species breathing on the same rhythm purely by accident of proximity. It has looked this whole film like the most peaceful image imaginable. Hold both truths at once now, the way this film has been asking you to since Chapter 1. It still is peaceful. It was also, this entire time, never fully what it appeared to be. So look one final time, the way this chapter asked you to at the start, at that same bedroom, that same rising and falling chest, that same small sleeping shape riding it up and down in the dark. Nothing in the frame has moved. Everything behind your understanding of the frame has moved completely. That is the loop this film set out to close, and it just closed. The predator on the pillow was always the whole story. Everything since has just been the film teaching you how to actually see it. And there is still one piece of this animal left to examine. The smallest piece by far, invisible to the eye, that may have been influencing the shape of this entire 10,000-year relationship from somewhere far stranger than the cat's claws or its genome ever could. The cat is still there, curled on the same pillow we opened this film with, ribs rising and falling in that slow, unbothered rhythm. We know its ancestry now. We know the kill count. There is one more thing we have been circling since Chapter 40, and it is time to look at it straight on, without flinching and without hysteria. Toxoplasma gondii is a single-celled parasite, and it has exactly one requirement to complete its life cycle: the inside of a cat's intestine. Every other host it infects, birds, pigs, sheep, use a detour, a waiting room. The only place this organism can finish growing up and reproduce is inside the gut of a member of the cat family. In laboratories, infected rats stop fearing the smell of cat urine. Some are actually drawn to it, wandering toward the scent that should send them running for cover. Researchers call it fatal feline attraction, and it is about as blunt a description as science ever produces. The parasite appears to be editing the one instinct that would otherwise keep its host alive. Autopsies on infected rodents show cysts clustered in specific regions of the brain, near the amygdala, the seat of fear processing. Nobody has fully mapped how a single-celled organism achieves something this precise. It has no brain of its own. It is, by any reasonable measure, not smart. And yet it produces an effect that looks uncomfortably like strategy. Roughly a third of the human population on Earth is believed to carry a toxoplasma infection at any given time, most acquired from undercooked meat, contaminated soil, or contact with cat feces. Most never know it. For a healthy adult, the infection typically settles into a quiet dormant stage in muscle and brain tissue and stays there, doing, as far as anyone can prove, nothing at all. In the 1990s, a Czech evolutionary biologist named Jaroslav Fleger noticed something was off about his own reaction times, his own instincts around risk. He had the infection tested. He had it. And he did something most scientists never get to do. He turned his own altered brain into the subject of his research. Fleger spent decades afterwards studying whether toxoplasma subtly shifts human personality, pointing to data suggesting infected drivers show slower reaction times and higher accident rates, and infected men and women score differently on personality measures than uninfected controls. He never claimed certainty. He claimed the question deserved better funding than it was getting. A separate and more contested body of research has found infected populations showing modestly elevated rates of schizophrenia diagnoses, enough correlation that some psychiatric researchers began screening for the parasite in at-risk patients. Correlation is not causation, and everyone serious in this field says so loudly and often. But the correlation itself has been reproduced often enough that it refuses to just go away. This is exactly the territory where documentaries usually lose their nerve and either scream conspiracy or dismiss the whole idea as junk science. Neither is honest. The actual peer-reviewed literature is smaller, messier, and more argued over than the headlines suggest, plagued by replication problems, small sample sizes, and researchers who cannot agree on the size of the effect, or whether there is one at all. There is a cultural stereotype the film has avoided until now on purpose: the eccentric woman surrounded by too many cats, treated for a century as a joke about loneliness rather than biology. Nobody is claiming toxoplasma explains that trope, but it is worth noticing that the joke exists at all, aimed specifically at the one hobby that maximizes lifetime exposure to this particular parasite. Consider ancient Egypt for a moment, a civilization where cats moved freely through temples, granaries, and homes for 3,000 uninterrupted years. Exposure rates among a population living that closely with cats would have been extraordinary by modern standards. Nobody can test a mummy's old personality, but it is a strange thing to sit with a population that worshipped the one animal capable of quietly reshaping its own mind. Push the idea one step further, carefully, and it gets genuinely uncomfortable. Could a parasite operating at a population level, over enough centuries, nudge a culture's average tolerance for risk, its collective mood, its baseline anxiety in one direction or another? Nobody has proven this. Nobody currently can. But once you have asked the question, it does not leave quietly. There is an obvious hole in that idea, and honest researchers are the first to point at it. Cultures that already love cats would naturally have more infections, not because the parasite bent their culture toward cats, but simply because they kept more cats around to love. Cause and effect tangle here in a way that may never fully untangle. One part of this story is not speculative at all. Toxoplasmosis contracted during pregnancy carries a real, well-established risk of birth defects, which is the actual reason doctors tell expecting mothers to hand off the litter box for 9 months. That warning is solid science. Everything upstream of it, the personality questions, the population-level speculation, is still being argued in journals, not settled. You cannot ethically infect a human test group with a mind-altering parasite to see what happens, which means this question may never get the clean, controlled answer it deserves. Researchers are left working backward from populations who already carry the infection, guessing at causes from outcomes, forever a step removed from proof. Here is the detail that should unsettle you more than any of the statistics. Toxoplasma gondii does not care whether you find this frightening. It does not know Egypt worshipped its host, or that Rome lynched a man for killing one, or that 1 billion people currently follow cats on the internet. It is running a life cycle written millions of years before any of that happened, indifferent to every symbol we ever hung on the animal it needs. One proposed mechanism gives the whole idea a thin scientific backbone worth explaining properly. Toxoplasma carries a gene that produces an enzyme involved in making dopamine, the same neurotransmitter tied to reward, motivation, and risk-taking in the mammalian brain. Some researchers argue this is the parasite's actual lever, a chemical nudge rather than anything resembling intention. Others call the connection interesting, but nowhere near proven. The fearless effect is not limited to lab rats either. Field researchers have documented infected hyena cubs in the Masai Mara approaching lions with less caution than their uninfected littermates, and infected wolves in Yellowstone showing a measurably higher likelihood of leaving their pack to strike out alone. If the pattern holds across that many species, it starts to look less like a laboratory artifact and more like something real. None of that stopped a wave of pop science coverage from running much further than the data supports. One widely shared piece even suggested infected men were statistically more likely to start their own business, as though a parasite might quietly explain Silicon Valley. Actual behavioral geneticists rolled their eyes at that one specifically, a modest, contested correlation flattened into a headline with a punchline. Consider, too, that this parasite has been riding along on every ship that ever carried a cat for rodent control, which Chapter 33 already told you was most of them. Sailors on months-long ocean voyages, living in close, damp quarters with an animal defecating somewhere below deck, would have represented about as concentrated an exposure population as history ever produced. A healthy immune system keeps the parasites walled off and mostly dormant for life, which is part of why so much of this remains theoretical. The infection rarely announces itself, rarely causes obvious illness, and mostly just sits there, present but silent, in an enormous share of the human population, without ever once being tested for. The marine biologist most associated with tracing this parasite through sea otters, Melissa Miller of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, has spent over 2 decades building that case study by study, otter by otter, turning what could have been dismissed as a one-off anomaly into one of the best documented wildlife disease pathways in North America. Not every scientist buys the psychiatric story, and the skeptics are not cranks. Meta-analyses published in the past decade have found that once researchers control for other variables, income, mental health history, general exposure to stress, much of the correlation between toxoplasma and personality shrinks, sometimes nearly to nothing. The debate inside the field is genuinely live, not manufactured for a documentary. None of this stopped headline writers from having a field day. Mind control parasite, the cat disease that changes your brain. Real research rarely earns those words, and the actual papers read far more cautiously than the articles built on top of them, full of phrases like modest association and warrants further study. The gap between the science and the sensational is, itself, worth noticing. There's a version of this story with no argument attached at all, and it is happening in the ocean. Along the California coast, marine biologists have traced a wave of dead and dying sea otters directly back to toxoplasma. The parasite washed from cat litter into storm drains, into rivers, into the sea, into shellfish, into otters that never went near a cat in their lives. It has turned up in dolphins, in seals, in an endangered Hawaiian monk seal population that has nothing to do with any litter box on any continent. The parasite that may or may not be quietly nudging your mood is, without any dispute at all, killing marine mammals hundreds of miles from the nearest cat. That part of the story needs no caveat. So hold both facts at once, because the film is not going to resolve them into something tidier than they are. The psychiatric question stays open, argued, and proven. The ecological one is closed, documented, and ongoing. Somewhere between those two facts sits an organism smaller than a human cell, entirely dependent on one animal, quietly touching species that never asked to be part of its story. Back in that bedroom, the cat shifts, resettles, purrs once and falls still again. Somewhere in its gut, entirely without malice, without intention, without anything resembling a plan, this organism may be doing exactly what it has always done. The cat does not know. The parasite does not care. And the owner asleep beside it has no idea any of this is happening at all. Maybe that is the real shape of this whole story. Worship sitting right next to harm, certainty sitting right next to doubt, an animal at the center of it that has never once explained itself. Which raises a harder question than any parasite ever could. What if the scariest thing in this story was never actually the cat? Maybe the scariest thing about the cat was never the cat. Strip away every myth this film has told you, the goddess, the demon, the mummy, the meme, and what is left underneath is one unremarkable predator that has barely changed in 10,000 years. Everything that did change was projected onto it by us, generation after generation, need after need. In Egypt, it became Batet, protector of home and fertility, because a civilization terrified of famine needed something to guard its grain. The cat did not choose that role. It showed up for the rats and got worshipped as a side effect. 3,000 years of state religion, built largely on an accident of appetite. 13 centuries later, a different kind of fear needed a different kind of cat, and Pope Gregory IX handed it to them in writing. The same silent, independent, nocturnal animal that had once guarded a god's temple became, on a single page, a physical form of the devil. Nothing about the cat changed between those two verdicts. Everything about the fear did. That fear built a tower in Belgium and threw living animals off the top of it, year after year, as a public ritual to purge evil from a town. People did not gather at the base of that belfry because the cats deserved it. They gathered because they needed somewhere to put a dread that had nothing actually to do with cats at all. Herodotus, visiting Bubastis around the 5th century before the Common Era, described a festival crowd so large that boats along the Nile could barely move, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims singing, dancing, and drinking more wine, he claimed, than during the entire rest of the year combined, all of it in honor of a cat-headed goddess that a farmer's need for a rat-free granary had, centuries earlier, quietly set in motion. That same fear that produced Vox and Rama did not stay theoretical. Historians trace the resulting witch trials across roughly 4 centuries of European history, with cats appearing as evidence in a meaningful share of the surviving court records, and animals' ordinary behavior, sitting near a chimney, following a particular path through a village, reinterpreted under torture into a confession that could send its owner to the gallows. By the 19th century, the fear had mostly burned itself out, and a new need arrived to replace it: sentiment. An industrializing world full of strangers and factories and crowded cities needed something soft to come home to, and the cat, judged now at Crystal Palace shows instead of witch trials, was quietly recast as a pet. Same animal, entirely different assignment. Look closer at that fragile turn, and you find real people making it one sketch at a time. Leonardo da Vinci filled pages with rapid, tender studies of cats stretching, washing, coiling to pounce, drawn with the same careful attention he gave the human body. Michel de Montaigne, writing a century later, wondered plainly whether his cat was playing with him or he with her. Neither man needed a theological framework to look at the animal closely. That alone marked a genuine shift. By the time Harrison Weir organized that first Crystal Palace show in 1871, a well-bred Persian could fetch prices that outstripped a working man's monthly wage, judged and ribboned like livestock at a county fair. The cat had not asked for any of it. It had simply been handed a new role by a culture that suddenly needed something ornamental to prove its own refinement. A century later, the assignment changed again. A lonelier, more online world needed content. Something to interrupt the scroll with a flash of harmless chaos. And a permanently scowling cat named Grumpy became worth more in licensing deals than most working actors. Worship never actually ended. It just migrated to a platform with better metrics. And now, in the era this film has spent its last several chapters inside, the cat has become something else again, a walking indictment. For a billion birds a year, tens of millions of native animals in Australia alone, a species formerly logged among the world's worst invasive predators. The same unbothered animal, reassigned once more, this time as the villain of a story about human carelessness. Even the last chapter's Parasite fits the pattern, if you squint. A population terrified of losing control over its own mind reached for the one household animal already carrying a reputation for the uncanny, and found, buried in its gut, a genuinely strange biological question. The fear found its old familiar shape again. Cat as vessel, cat as threat, cat as thing that might be doing something to you while you sleep. Line up every era side by side, and a pattern gets hard to ignore. Sacred protector, demonic agent, household ornament, viral commodity, ecological threat, possible parasite vector. None of those are contradictions in the cat. They are contradictions in us, laid one on top of another across 10,000 years, using the same silent, unbothered animal as the surface to write them on. Ask why it had to be this animal specifically, and the uncomfortable answer is that it worked as a mirror precisely because it never fully belonged to us. A dog was bred generation after generation into something that reflects loyalty back at its owner almost by design. The cat was never edited that thoroughly. It stayed blank enough, wild enough, unreadable enough that every culture could pour its own fear or need into the same unchanged shape. A fully domesticated animal tells you what humans wanted an animal to become. A half-domesticated one tells you something rarer and more revealing, what humans wanted to believe about the world around them, while barely being able to control the animal itself. That is a harder mirror to look into, because it reflects back less about the cat and more about the state of mind of whoever is looking. A farmer in the Fertile Crescent needed protection for a season's grain. A priest at Bubastis needed a god that answered prayers about fertility. A frightened villager in 1233 needed someone to blame for a plague no one understood. A lonely Victorian in a smoke-choked city needed something soft to hold. A user at 2 in the morning needed 10 seconds of distraction from a feed that never stops. Different centuries, same animal, same basic hunger for meaning underneath. It is worth sitting with what your own version of that hunger looks like. If you have ever held a cat and felt calmer than you had any right to feel, that calm was real, the research on that is solid. But it is worth asking honestly what you needed that animal to be in that moment, and whether the animal itself had any idea it was being asked to be it. This film is not going to pretend that recognizing the pattern resolves it. Knowing that Batet was a projection did not stop 3,000 years of worship. Knowing the ecological numbers does not appear to be stopping anyone from adopting more cats. Self-awareness, it turns out, is a poor match for an instinct this old, in the animal or in us. Psychologists have a duller word for all of this: projection, the tendency to fill an ambiguous creature with our own internal state and then react to it as though the meaning came from outside us instead of inside. Ambiguity is the key ingredient. A cat's face holds almost no readable emotional signal by human standards. No wagging tail, no panting grin, just two slow blinking eyes that could mean anything you decide they mean. Psychologist Nicholas Epley, who has spent much of his career studying why people assign minds to objects and animals, has found that loneliness itself is one of the strongest predictors of this tendency. The emptier a person's social world feels, the more readily they fill an ambiguous creature with intention, affection, even judgment. Applied to 10,000 years of cat history, that single finding does a lot of quiet explanatory work. That same blankness that let a farmer read gratitude into a mouser's presence let a witch hunter read malice into the exact same silence 2,000 years later. The cat did nothing differently in either century. It sat, it watched, it said nothing. The meaning was manufactured entirely on the human side of the room. Even the gentler traditions prove the same rule from the opposite direction. A man tearing off his own sleeve rather than wake a sleeping cat. A philosopher wondering in print whether his cat was the one studying him. These are also projections, just kinder ones. Warmth and terror both, it turns out, get built out of the identical raw material, an animal that refuses to explain itself. Which brings the film's whole argument to its sharpest point. 10,000 years of history with this animal is not, in the end, a history of the cat at all. It is a history of human beings encountering something they could not fully read and filling the silence with whatever they most needed or most feared at that particular moment. That is not a flaw in the story. It might be the entire point of it. Few animals in the history of human companionship have offered this little confirmation and received this much devotion in return. The emptiness is not a gap to be filled once and for all. It is a permanent invitation, and every generation keeps accepting it. So the mirror stays up. The next chapters are not going to take it down. They're going to show you what gets reflected in it now. In laboratories building fake purrs, in extinction lists with the cat's name on them, and in a species that, after everything, still has not finished becoming anything in particular. For now, picture every human who ever knelt down in front of one of these animals, in a temple, at a stake in a Victorian parlor, on a couch at midnight with a phone in hand, and understand that they were all, in their own way, looking for the same thing in that unreadable, half-wild little face. Not information about the cat, information about themselves. In a growing number of care homes across the world right now, an elderly patient is stroking a small gray tabby curled in their lap, and the animal purring back at them has never drawn a breath in its life. No heartbeat, no hunger, just a small motor, a handful of sensors, and a sound engineered to feel exactly like comfort. The most widely used of these devices come from a company called Ageless Innovation, sold under the name Joy for All, designed specifically for people living with dementia and chronic loneliness. They respond to touch. They roll onto their backs. They vibrate softly at the chest in a rhythm built to mimic purring, tuned by engineers who studied the real thing closely enough to fake it convincingly. This is not a new idea so much as a matured one. Japan's robotic seal Paro arrived in care homes back in 2003, and Sony's robotic dog Ibwa even earlier than that, both built on the same wager, that a machine convincing enough could deliver real comfort without the mess, cost, or mortality of an actual animal. Japan led this field for a plain demographic reason, a population aging faster than almost anywhere on Earth, combined with housing rules in many cities that simply forbid pets. A robotic cat does not violate a lease. It does not need a vet or anyone left behind to feed it after its owner is gone. A joy for all companion cat retails for roughly $100, a fraction of the lifetime cost of a real animal. No food, no litter, no emergency vet bill at 2 in the morning. Sony's more sophisticated Ibwa, by contrast, launched its modern relaunch at close to $3,000, plus a required monthly subscription just to keep its personality functioning in the cloud. A reminder that even artificial companionship now comes with a recurring bill attached. Early clinical studies have found measurable effects: lowered blood pressure, reduced agitation in dementia patients, small but real drops in reported loneliness among nursing home residents given a robotic companion instead of nothing at all. The comfort, whatever its source, does not appear to be entirely imaginary. This film spent an earlier chapter marveling at the fact that nobody fully understands why a real cat purrs, in contentment, in pain, even while dying, a genuine unsolved mystery of biology. The robotic version has no such mystery. Its purr exists for exactly one measurable, engineered reason: to make a lonely human feel less alone. There's something almost too honest about that. Not everyone is comfortable with the trade. Some ethicists have raised the question directly: is it acceptable to hand a dementia patient a machine and let them believe, even briefly, that it is alive? Family members report mixed feelings: relief that a parent seems calmer, discomfort watching them talk to something that cannot actually hear them. Staff in these facilities describe residents naming their robotic cats, tucking them in at night, introducing them to visitors as though the introduction mattered. One caregiver, interviewed for a study on the devices, described a woman who had not spoken in weeks murmuring softly to the fake animal on her lap. Whether that counts as connection or a kind of gentle deception depends entirely on who you ask. There is a detail about the robotic version that almost nobody mentions out loud, and it might be the most important one. It does not die. A real cat's companionship comes bundled, always, with an ending, a grief this film has not spent much time on, but that shapes the whole relationship anyway. The robot removes that ending entirely, which sounds like mercy until you notice that the ending was, for a lot of owners, part of what made the bond feel real in the first place. Outside the care home, a stranger version of the same phenomenon is happening at a much larger scale. Generative image and video tools now produce an endless, tireless stream of cats that were never born, never fed, never once existed outside a server somewhere, flooding the exact platforms that made real cats famous in the first place. Nobody has an exact count. The volume is simply too large and too fast moving to measure precisely. But industry estimates put synthetic animal imagery in the billions of views annually and climbing. A generation raised on Grumpy Cat and Maru is now scrolling past cats with 6 toes, wrong shadows, faces that almost but not quite hold together. Ask whether it matters, and the honest answer is that almost nobody stops to ask before hitting like. The image does its job in under a second, a flash of something soft and round-eyed that fires the same response a real kitten would, and the viewer scrolls on, no less served by the fact that the animal in question was never real at all. This film already showed you the Cat Cafe, a business built entirely on renting out contact with a living animal by the hour to people who cannot otherwise have one. Robotic companions and synthetic content are simply that same economy's next iteration. Comfort as a product sold at a scale and a price point real animals were never able to match. Investment in the companion robotics and synthetic pet content space has grown into a market analysts now value in the billions of dollars, driven by aging populations in wealthy countries and a generation of younger people delaying or avoiding pet ownership altogether, citing cost, housing, and grief over the animals they have already lost. Some of that generative technology has found an even more specific, more delicate use, grieving owners feeding old photographs and video clips of a dead cat into an AI model and asking it to generate new footage, a few extra seconds of an animal moving, blinking, turning its head. That never actually happened. Chapter 39 already showed you the cloning industry charging tens of thousands of dollars to recreate a lost pet's body. This is the same grief, solved with a much cheaper and far stranger tool. Acceptance of these devices varies sharply by culture, and not in the direction some might expect. Japanese care facilities adopted robotic companions with relatively little public hand-wringing, treating them as a practical tool, the way a wheelchair or a hearing aid is a tool. American and European facilities have faced more resistance. Family members and disability advocates alike questioning whether a resident's dignity is served by handing them a toy dressed up as a pet. There's an old thread running underneath all of this, if you squint back far enough. The ancient Egyptians carved cat-shaped statues to house the presence of a goddess they could not otherwise touch. A modern engineer builds a plastic cat-shaped body to house a purr a lonely person can otherwise not access. Different materials, same basic impulse, manufacturing access to something that comforts us. And here is the detail that quietly complicates every ecological argument this film has made. A robotic cat kills no birds. Caris no toxoplasma. Interbreeds with no wild Scottish lynx. Threatens no ground nesting seabird on any island anywhere. If the goal is genuinely to remove the cat's damage from the world while keeping its comfort, the robot is, on paper, the cleanest solution anyone has ever built. And yet almost nobody who has ever actually loved a cat believes for 1 second that the robot is a real replacement. The weight in your lap that occasionally digs its claws in without asking permission, that ignores you completely for reasons you will never know, that might, statistically, be carrying a parasite quietly working on your brain. That unpredictability seems to be exactly what the fake version cannot manufacture, no matter how good the motor gets. Not every observer sees the comfort as harmless. A handful of psychologists studying attachment in isolated populations have raised a quieter worry that easy synthetic companionship might reduce the pressure on society to solve the actual isolation underneath it, treating the symptom expertly while ignoring the empty apartment, the empty calendar, the actual missing person nobody visits. It is hard to argue the point away entirely. A machine that purrs on command is cheaper, in every sense, than fixing loneliness itself. Whether that makes it a mercy or a shortcut probably depends on which side of the lap you're sitting on. There is also a plainer, less philosophical criticism worth naming: cost. A $100 robotic cat is affordable for most families. The staffing, the actual human visits, the actual solved isolation that experts agree works better than any device remains far more expensive and far harder to fund. Critics worry the robots quietly let underfunded elder care systems off the hook, offering comfort instead of the harder, costlier fix underneath it. So the machines get better every year, and the synthetic images multiply, and somewhere a lonely person still finds real comfort in something that was never alive. None of it has slowed the demand for the original. If anything, the fakes seem to be making people miss the real thing more, not less. Which raises an uncomfortable question conservation science has already had to answer formally, on paper, in official language. If nobody is willing to give up the real cat, robot or no robot, then what exactly do you do about an animal the world's own scientists have started calling one of the most dangerous species alive? Somewhere in a filing system maintained by the International Union for Conservation of Nature sits a list nobody particularly enjoys reading: the world's 100 worst invasive species. Zebra mussels are on it. Kudzu vine is on it. And sitting quietly alongside them, filed under its scientific name, Félicette, is the animal currently asleep on approximately 600 million human laps around the planet. That listing is not sentiment. It is a formal ecological judgment based on documented extinctions, measurable population collapses, and a predation footprint large enough to qualify alongside organisms most people have never heard of and feel nothing for at all. The cat earned its place on that list the same clinical way everything else on it did, through data. And that is precisely what makes this listing strange to sit with. Every other name on that list is something people are broadly comfortable hating. An invasive vine choking a forest, a mussel clogging a water pipe. Nobody has ever built a museum wing to a kudzu vine. Nobody has ever cried at a kudzu vine's funeral. Which means conservationists studying this species are stuck with a problem none of their other invasive species work prepares them for. Every serious model for actually solving an invasive species crisis starts with the same blunt first step: remove the animal from the landscape. For 600 million reasons, most of them purring somewhere on a couch right now. That step is simply not on the table. It is worth being precise here, because the debate often blurs it. The scientific target is not the beloved indoor cat asleep in your apartment. It is the estimated hundreds of millions of free-roaming and feral cats worldwide, animals with no owner feeding them who hunt purely to survive. But the two populations share a species, a genome, and, crucially, a public image, and separating them politically has proven almost as hard as separating them biologically. Total eradication, the tool that works reliably on an invasive rat population or an invasive weed, becomes ethically unthinkable the moment the species in question is one that 30% of American households, and comparable numbers across most of the developed world, keep voluntarily inside their own homes as family. Australian conservation groups have built an entire industry around a workaround that would have sounded absurd a generation ago: fencing off wilderness. Sanctuaries like New Haven in the Northern Territory enclose tens of thousands of hectares behind predator-proof mesh, effectively recreating a cat-free Australia in miniature, patch by expensive patch, because protecting the whole continent at once has proven politically and practically impossible. Chapter 52 already showed you what happens when a government tries anyway. New Zealand's predator-free 2050 plan running straight into a wall of furious pet owners the moment cats, specifically, were named on the target list. Every subsequent country weighing similar action has watched that fight and adjusted its language accordingly. Careful, cautious, allergic to using the word cull anywhere near the word cat. So the field has quietly settled into a permanent management posture instead of a solving one. Trap neuter return programs slow population growth without eliminating it. Containment laws in some regions restrict outdoor access without banning ownership. Predator-proof fencing protects specific vulnerable habitats rather than entire continents. None of it resolves the underlying number. All of it merely slows how fast that number gets worse. Interview enough conservation biologists on this specific topic, and a pattern in their language starts to show up. A kind of professional resignation you do not hear when they discuss rats or stoats or introduce snakes. They have stopped talking about winning. They talk instead about damage limitation, about buying time for the most vulnerable species, about triage rather than victory. Picture the Stevens Island wren again, wiped out inside a single year by a population that started with one lighthouse keeper's cat. That story used to read, in earlier chapters of this film, as a freak historical accident. In this chapter, it reads differently, as a preview of a dynamic conservationist now expect to keep repeating indefinitely on islands, in habitats, wherever a vulnerable species and an unmanaged cat population happen to overlap. Scale matters enormously here, and the rare successes prove it. On Australia's remote Macquarie Island, a coordinated eradication program spent years and roughly $2.5 million removing every feral cat from the landscape entirely, and native seabird populations rebounded almost immediately afterward. It worked precisely because the island was small, isolated, and empty of the one variable that makes mainland eradication impossible: millions of owned cats living in millions of houses. In 2015, Australia's federal government announced a national target of culling 2 million feral cats by 2020 as part of its broader threatened species strategy, and the backlash arrived almost immediately. International celebrities, including Morrissey and Brigitte Bardot, publicly condemning the plan, comparing it, in Morrissey's words reported at the time, to a bloodbath. Australian officials pointed back at the extinction data and held the line anyway. Feral cat management programs cost governments and conservation groups hundreds of millions of dollars annually worldwide, an ongoing expense with no completion date attached to it, unlike almost every other line item in a conservation budget, which at least in theory can be finished. Public opinion research on the subject splits about as evenly as any issue can, roughly along a line between people who encounter cats mainly as pets and people who encounter them mainly as predators, birdwatchers, wildlife rangers, island ecologists, groups whose daily working relationship with this animal looks nothing at all like the one described in the previous chapter's care home. In the United States, the same split has a name and two organized sides. The American Bird Conservancy has spent years pushing for stricter outdoor cat containment and skepticism of trap-neuter return as an ecological fix. Alley Cat Allies has spent that same stretch defending trap-neuter return as the only humane, proven method of shrinking colonies over time without mass killing. Both groups cite peer-reviewed research. Both groups accuse the other of cherry-picking it. There is no clever policy this film can point to that quietly resolves that split, because no one has found one yet. Every jurisdiction that has tried, from New Zealand to individual American counties, has ended up with some uneasy compromise satisfying nobody completely. Cat owners feeling surveilled, conservationists feeling stalled. Zoom out far enough, and the situation stops looking like a policy failure and starts looking like the plain consequence of Chapter 8's original thesis, playing out in real time. An animal humans never fully controlled to begin with is, unsurprisingly, an animal humans cannot now fully manage after the fact either. None of this makes the individual cat asleep on your sofa a villain, and no serious conservationist frames it that way. The moral weight in this story was never about blaming a single animal for behavior it was never taught to restrain. It is about the aggregate, millions of individual, blameless hunting decisions adding up to numbers no single conscience was ever built to carry. Talk to a birdwatcher who has spent decades monitoring a single vulnerable colony, and you hear a specific, weary grief, watching chicks disappear one by one across a season, knowing exactly which animal is responsible and exactly how little can legally or practically be done about it. Talk to a cat owner about the same statistics, and you hear something closer to defensiveness, a sense of being blamed for an instinct they never installed and cannot switch off. Both reactions are honest. Neither one is wrong. This chapter does not have a tidy resolution to offer, because the field it is describing does not have one either. The species is here permanently. The damage is real and ongoing. The affection is not going anywhere. Conservation science has, in effect, stopped waiting for an ending and started planning for a very long middle. Compare that to the fight against, say, invasive rats on a remote seabird island. Brutal, expensive, but at least theoretically completable, defined area, defined population, and actual finish line survivors can eventually declare crossed. Cats offer no equivalent finish line anywhere humans actually live, because humans keep manufacturing more of them, faster than any control program removes ferals from the landscape. Even the language of victory has quietly disappeared from official planning documents. Where older conservation reports once used words like eliminate and eradicate, newer ones lean on words like mitigate, manage, and reduce impact, a small vocabulary shift that says more about the true state of the problem than any headline figure could. And underneath even that resigned, permanent middle sits one more fact, quieter than the extinction numbers, stranger than the invasive species list, that this film has saved for almost the very end. Whatever the cat currently is, biologically speaking, it may not even be finished becoming it yet. Here is a fact that sounds like trivia until you actually sit with it. The cat curled up somewhere near you right now shares roughly 95% of its genome in the specific traits domestication typically reshapes, with the African wildcat that wandered into a Fertile Crescent grain store 10,000 years ago. No other animal living in a human home is anywhere near that close to its wild original. Set that number against the dog, whose genome has drifted substantially further from the wolf across a comparable stretch of time, reshaped by generations of deliberate human selection for traits wolves never needed: submission, eye contact, and ability to read a pointed finger. Set it against cattle, against horses. Both walked even further from their wild ancestors under direct human breeding pressure. The cat simply never took that same road. The reason traces straight back to Chapter 6's theory and Chapter 8's thesis, restated here with the full weight of the genetics behind it. Nobody selectively bred the cat for anything, not obedience, not appearance, not temperament, for most of its history with us. It bred itself, on its own schedule, choosing its own mates for the overwhelming majority of the 10,000 years it has lived alongside humans. The scientist most associated with pinning down that 95% figure, Carlos Driscoll, led a genetics survey published in 2007 that traced every domestic cat on the planet back to a single wildcat lineage from the Near East, the same lineage this film introduced back in Chapter 5. Driscoll has said openly, in interviews since, that the word domestication barely fits what actually happened here, and that cell selection captures the process far more honestly. Geneticists increasingly reach for a specific, careful phrase to describe what this leaves behind: partial domestication, a process that started but never finished, or perhaps never had any mechanism in place to finish it all. The cat is not fully wild. It is also, on close genetic inspection, not fully tame either. It sits in a category almost no other species occupies at this scale. Some researchers go a step further still, arguing that domestication in cats may not be a completed historical event so much as an active, ongoing process, still running in real time, still being shaped by which cats currently get fed, get neutered, get allowed to breed freely in city alleys and farm barns around the world. The behavioral evidence lines up with the genetics uncomfortably well. Feral cat colonies left alone for even a handful of generations show measurable shifts back toward wild behavior. Increased wariness, tighter territorial aggression, litters born harder to socialize the longer a colony goes without human contact. Tameness in this species appears to be closer to a dial than a switch, and it can turn in either direction. Look at the actual skull and skeleton, and the same partial story shows up in bone. A domestic cat skeleton is barely distinguishable from a wild cat's under most comparative analysis, a handful of millimeters of difference in skull shape and brain case volume. Compare that to the dog, whose skull shape has diverged so dramatically across breeds that a Chihuahua and a wolf barely register as the same species to casual inspection. The cat simply never underwent that scale of physical reshaping. A dog does not slide back toward wolf behavior after a few unsupervised generations in the same way. Whatever selection pressure built, that domestication was thorough enough, sustained enough across millennia, to lock the change in at a genetic level. The cat's tameness, by comparison, looks less like something built into the blueprint and more like a behavior currently being rented one generation at a time. This has real, practical consequences far beyond a research paper. It means every kitten born to an unowned mother in an alley, a barn, a vacant lot, is not automatically inheriting tameness the way a puppy from a long domesticated line more reliably does. It has to be built individually through early human contact during a narrow window in the first weeks of life, where that particular cat may simply never fully arrive at what we call tame. Compare the cat's docility gene research to the famous Russian fox experiment, where scientists bred silver foxes purely for tameness across roughly 60 years and produced, remarkably quickly, floppy-eared, tail-wagging animals that behaved almost like dogs. Nobody ever ran that same deliberate experiment on cats. Nobody selected across generations purely for calmness, purely for affection. The docility that does exist arrived essentially by accident, tolerated rather than pursued. Animal shelters see this reality daily. Kittens rescued past roughly 8 weeks of age from a feral colony, proving dramatically harder, sometimes impossible, to socialize compared to littermates pulled even a few weeks earlier. The window is narrow, biologically real, and closes fast. Domestication, at the level of the individual animal, is being negotiated fresh with every single litter. There is a specific gene, one linked to fear response, and often shorthanded in the research as a tameness marker, that shows only modest divergence between domestic cats and their wild ancestor compared to the sweeping changes found in the equivalent gene across dog breeds. Small changes, large consequences. It may be that the entire behavioral gap between a barn cat and a wild cat rests on a genetic difference thinner than most people would ever guess. Sit with that fact long enough and it stops sounding like trivia and starts sounding like something closer to a warning. 10,000 years is, on the timescale evolution usually works with, barely a breath. The house cat is not a finished project quietly living out its domesticated life in your home. It is a wild animal roughly 1/3 of the way through an experiment nobody designed, that nobody is actually running, and that could, in theory, still go in more than one direction. Dogs had somewhere between 15 and 40,000 years, depending on which archaeological estimate you trust, and active, continuous human breeding pressure the entire way through. Cattle and horses had a comparably long runway, with the same deliberate hand guiding every generation. The cat has had less time, and for most of it, no guiding hand at all. It is, by any reasonable measure, the least finished domesticate humans have ever lived beside. The one real exception, Chapter 31 already showed you, arrived only in the last 150 years, the deliberate breeding of Persians, Siamese, and the flood of named breeds that followed the Crystal Palace show. That represents a sudden, recent acceleration layered on top of 10,000 years of almost no directed selection at all, a strange final chapter grafted hastily onto a much older, wilder story. There's something quietly unsettling about loving an animal this incomplete. Every other creature sharing your home, your dog most of all, was built for this relationship over an almost unimaginable span of selective pressure. The cat mostly just showed up, stayed close enough to tolerate you, and never fully finished the process of becoming anything other than what it already was 25 million years before you existed. Ask a geneticist plainly whether the domestic cat will ever finish this process, whether some future century might see a version of Félicette as behaviorally locked in as the modern dog, and the honest answer most give back is a shrug wrapped in careful language. It depends entirely on choices humans have not made yet, how we breed them, how we manage feral populations, whether the current partial state simply persists because nobody is under any particular pressure to finish it. It is worth naming plainly what almost never gets named in casual conversation about pets, that owning a cat currently means participating, whether you intend to or not, in an active and unresolved biological experiment, one running in real time in your own home, with no control group and no published end date. Nobody designed that experiment. Nobody is monitoring it centrally. It is simply happening kitchen by kitchen, litter by litter, across every country on Earth that keeps this animal, which is, when you actually say it out loud, most of them. That uncertainty is, in its own way, the most honest thing science has said about this animal in the entire film. Every earlier chapter had an answer, a date, a number, a name. This one is not. It just has a species caught permanently between two states, wild enough to remember what it was, tame enough to have forgotten it needs to explain the difference to us at all. Somewhere near you right now, close enough that you could reach out and touch it if you wanted, there may be one of these animals. Maybe it is asleep. Maybe it is watching you watch this. Whatever it is doing, it is worth actually looking at properly for the first time in a long while with everything this film has shown you sitting behind your eyes. Look at the shape of it first. The low-slung spine built for the pounce. The forward-set eyes built for judging distance in the dark. The retractable claws sheathed right now, doing nothing, capable in an instant of doing quite a lot. None of that is decoration. It is 25 million years of uninterrupted engineering, sitting on your furniture. Think about where it actually comes from, if you can hold the thought without flinching away from it. A wild cat in the deserts of the Fertile Crescent that noticed the rats before it noticed the humans, that decided, entirely on its own terms, that the risk was worth the reward. Nobody bred that decision into it. It made the decision itself, and its descendants have been quietly remaking that same decision ever since. Notice, too, the sound it might be making right now, if it is making one at all. A frequency between roughly 25 and 150 hertz, overlapping, oddly, with ranges some research has linked to bone and tissue healing. Nobody fully knows why it evolved, or why cats purr in fear and in pain as readily as in contentment. You have been hearing that sound your whole life without ever really asking what it is actually for. Somewhere on Ypres, 9,500 years ago, someone loved an animal exactly like this one enough to bury it beside them, facing the same direction, forever. We do not know that person's name. We do not know whether the animal chose to stay near them the way yours has chosen to stay near you. The distance between that grave and this room is enormous, and also, somehow, almost nothing at all. Somewhere in Belgium, centuries later, a crowd gathered underneath a tower to throw animals exactly like this one to their deaths, convinced they were purging the town of evil. That happened too. Both of those histories belong to the same species currently occupying your couch, and it carries no memory of either one. Somewhere tonight, statistically, an animal from this same species is killing something: a sparrow, a vole, a lizard that never saw it coming. One small transaction in a total that adds up to billions worldwide every single year. That is also true. At the exact same moment, this one might be doing nothing more dramatic than blinking slowly at you from across the room. And somewhere inside its gut, entirely possibly, is an organism running a 10,000-year-old biological program that some very careful, very cautious scientists still are not completely sure does not touch you too, in ways too small and too slow to notice. Notice if it happens, the meow, if it bothers to make one. Adult cats rarely use that particular sound on each other in the wild. Research suggests they have shaped it over generations of living alongside us, specifically for human ears, tuned closer to the pitch of a human infant's cry than most people realize, and harder for a person to simply ignore. That sound exists, as far as anyone can tell, mainly for you. Genetically, it is barely edited, 95% identical in the traits that matter to an animal that never asked to live indoors. It is not a finished pet. It is an ongoing negotiation between something ancient and something recent, playing out in real time on your carpet. Here is the part that might actually be the strangest comfort in this entire 10,000-year story. That animal has absolutely no idea about any of what this film just told you. It does not know it was once worshipped as a living god. It does not know a pope once declared its ancestors an embodiment of the devil. It does not know its species currently sits on an official list of the world's most damaging invasive predators. It knows the room it is in. It knows roughly where the food comes from, and roughly who provides it, and roughly what time that tends to happen. It knows the particular warmth of one patch of sunlight on the floor at one particular hour of the afternoon. Its entire relationship to 10,000 years of human history is exactly zero. There is something close to peace in that, if you let yourself feel it. Every fear this film has traced, every myth, every atrocity, every anxious modern statistic exists entirely inside human heads. The animal itself has never once been troubled by any of it. It simply continues being exactly what it has always been, unbothered, unaware, entirely present. Notice its whiskers, too, if you can see them clearly from where you're sitting, angled slightly forward or swept back flat, an instrument almost as sensitive as touch itself, constantly reading the air currents and the edges of the furniture around it. It is running a full sensory system built for a much more dangerous world than your living room, on standby, mostly unused, mostly wasted on a space this safe. That is not innocence, exactly. Innocence implies a choice not to do harm. This is something closer to indifference, an animal that was never designed to care what any of it meant to us, worship or war or ecological guilt, and never will be. Notice its eyes, that flat, unreadable stare interrupted occasionally by a slow, deliberate blink, the closest thing to a smile this animal has ever offered a human being, according to researchers who study feline behavior. Return the gesture if you want. Slow blink back. It will very likely, at some point, slow blink again. Nobody fully understands why that small exchange feels as tender as it does. It just does. So take a moment wherever you actually are right now and really look at it if there happens to be one nearby. Not as a pet, not as a statistic, not as a myth wearing fur, just as what it actually is, a small, largely unmodified predator that decided 10,000 years ago and every day since that your presence was worth tolerating. Think, too, about every cat you have personally known across your life, not just the one near you now. The ones that came before, the ones you said goodbye to. Each of them carried this exact same unedited ancient machinery underneath, whatever nickname you gave it, whatever silly voice you used when you talked to it, whatever version of it you loved. None of that love was wasted, and this film has no interest in telling you it was. It simply asks you to notice that you were, this whole time, loving something considerably stranger and older than the story you were probably telling yourself about it. Researchers who study the human side of this bond keep landing on the same finding, oddly consistent across cultures and decades, that owning a cat measurably lowers stress hormones, measurably improves certain cardiovascular outcomes, measurably eases loneliness in a species, ours, that is apparently starving for exactly the kind of undemanding company. The animal offering all of that has no idea it is doing it. It is not performing therapy. It is not choosing kindness. It is simply existing nearby, on its own schedule, and something about that particular kind of nearby company appears to reach something in the human nervous system that almost nothing else does. Which leaves you exactly where this film has been trying to leave you since the opening bedroom scene, holding two facts that refuse to cancel each other out. The animal is doing you real, measurable good. The animal is also, by any honest accounting, still essentially wild. Both of those are true in the same room, at the same time, possibly right now. And underneath that tolerance sits the one question this entire film was built around, asked back in Chapter 6, and never actually answered since. And it deserves, before this story ends, one last honest attempt. So here, at the very end of 10,000 years of worship and murder and science and love, is the one question this whole story was built to ask, and it is time to finally ask it plainly. After everything, worship, murder, science, love, one honest question is still sitting in the room, and it has been sitting there since Chapter 6. Did this animal ever actually choose us? Or did it simply run the numbers 10,000 years ago and calculate that we were the easiest prey worth staying near? Go back to the beginning of that calculation, if calculation is even the right word for something no wildcat consciously performed. A grain store, a rat population exploding around it. A bolder cat willing to tolerate human proximity survived slightly better than a shyer one, ate slightly more, bred slightly more successfully. That is not loyalty. That is arithmetic running quietly across thousands of generations. There is an even harder version of the same question sitting one layer beneath it, one this film has mostly left unspoken until now. If the bond was arithmetic from the start, does that make it less real now, 10,000 years and countless individual friendships later? A feeling does not stop being felt just because you can trace its origin back to a hungrier, more calculating version of itself. Love has never needed a clean origin story to still be love. Natural selection does not require intention to produce something that looks, from the outside, exactly like a decision. The wolves that became dogs did not choose companionship either, not at first, not consciously. But something about that story still reads, 10,000 years later, as a bond. Something about the cat's version of the same process still reads as a transaction. Ask a geneticist which word is more accurate, and you'll get a careful answer, hedged in every direction, because the honest truth is that the distinction between bond and transaction may not be a distinction biology actually recognizes. It might only be a distinction humans need, because we're the ones who need our attachments to mean something more than survival math. Ask the researchers who have spent entire careers on this specific question, and even they will not agree with each other. Some point to the cypress grave, to purring, to slow blinking, to the sheer measurable comfort of the bond, and argue that something closer to genuine attachment clearly exists on the cat's side too, whatever its evolutionary origin. Others point to the same evidence and see only a highly successful predator that learned which behaviors keep the food supply reliable. And there's a third, quieter possibility that most of the debate skips over entirely, that the question may simply not translate. Human language forces a choice between chose and calculated, as though those were two separate boxes an animal's inner life has to fit into. A cat's mind, built along a completely different evolutionary path than ours, may simply not sort its own experience that way at all. We may be asking a question the only mind capable of answering it has no equivalent concept for. Both camps are looking at the exact same animal. Both camps have spent decades studying it closely. And still, after all of that expertise, after all of those journal articles, the field has not converged on an answer. That should tell you something about how genuinely open this question still is 10,000 years in. Maybe the truest thing anyone can say is that the two explanations were never actually in competition, that a bond and a survival calculation are not opposites, so much as two names for the exact same relationship, viewed from two different distances at two different levels of tenderness. But even that generous reading has to sit next to a harder one, because the entire structure of this film has been built to earn it. Every ancient grave, every burned tower, every purring statistic, every parasite, every extinction, every lonely person holding a robot built to fake the one thing a real cat gives for free, all of it circles back to an animal that has never once, in 10,000 years, given a single clear signal about which explanation is true. It has never needed to. That may be the most unsettling fact in the entire film, more unsettling than any single statistic. The cat has survived worship, persecution, industrialization, extinction-level ecological guilt, and a global pandemic of loneliness that sent adoption numbers soaring, without ever once being required to clarify its own intentions to the species asking the question. Think back across everything this documentary has carried you through, 25 million years of jawbone and claw before a single human existed to name any of it, a wildcat in a granary making a choice that was not quite a choice, a grave on Cyprus, a goddess at Bubastis, a devil in a papal decree, a tower in Belgium, a philosopher's fond suspicion, a Victorian ribbon, a scowling internet celebrity, a parasite that may or may not be inside you right now, a robot faking the one sound it never had to fake. Every single stop on that road still leads back here to this same unresolved question. We built temples for it without its input. We burned it without its consent. We bred it, cataloged it, memed it, launched it into space, sequenced its genome down to the last comparison point against a wildcat in the desert. And through every single stage of that 10,000-year interrogation, the animal itself has simply continued doing what it was already doing before any of us showed up to ask. Some documentaries would close here with a comforting line about companionship transcending its own origins, and there's a version of that argument sitting right there, available, easy to reach for. This film is choosing not to reach for it, not because it is false, but because reaching for it now would be one more example of exactly the thing this whole story has been about, a human deciding on the animal's behalf what the relationship is supposed to mean. Maybe that refusal to answer is the actual answer. Maybe an animal that never needed to explain itself to survive any of what we did to it was never going to start explaining itself now, on command for a documentary. Or maybe there simply is no answer sitting underneath the question, no hidden intention to uncover, no verdict a sufficiently patient researcher could eventually reach. Maybe the question itself is a human artifact, built the way the whole film has shown you humans build everything about this animal, a mirror shaped like a mystery, reflecting back exactly how badly we want to be chosen by something we cannot fully control. That is not a comfortable place to end a film that has spent 15 hours asking you to pay closer attention. It is at least an honest one. So picture it one last time. Not the bedroom from the opening chapter this time, just the animal itself, alone, in whatever room it happens to occupy tonight, eyes half closed, entirely unconcerned with being understood by the species that has spent 10,000 years trying to understand it anyway. It is not going to answer. It was never going to answer. It simply exists, half wild, half something else nobody has ever fully named, watching you exactly as closely as you have spent this entire film watching it. The eyes close a little further. The purring starts low, for no reason anyone can prove. And somewhere behind it, unresolved, the question stays exactly where it has always been. Watching you back,